Chapter 1 Helium Flash. Dear citizens of the People's Union Underground City number 1183. According to the latest observation results, the sun will erupt with a helium flash in 30 minutes. Human civilization has entered the final 30-minute countdown. We failed. In the underground city 500 meters deep from the Earth's surface, a heavy-toned female voice plays from loudspeakers everywhere. There was an indescribable feeling of suffocation deep in the hearts of everyone who heard the broadcast. Lu Yongchang sat expressionlessly in front of a holographic projection. In the holographic image, a huge fireball burned quietly in the deep space. This is an image of the sun at this moment. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and waved a gesture in the air. The scale of the holographic image suddenly shrunk, showing the entire solar system today. Unlike the previous solar system, 2 planets have disappeared from this solar system. Venus and Mercury have been swallowed by the sun, and the sun also turned into a crimson giant. In astronomy, it has its own name, red giant star. Yongchang, will we, no, humans, perish like this? A slightly helpless female voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang turned his head and looked to his side. A woman in a white coat sat on a chair, looking blankly at the holographic projection in front of her. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. As the chief scientist of the Academy of Human Resources and Social Sciences, this woman named Su Yutong is his partner and his right-hand assistant. Yeah, humanity is finished. Lu Yongchang sighed softly and continued. There are still more than 20 minutes. Do you want to go to the surface and have a look? Su Yutong's eyes moved slightly. He looked away from the holographic projection in front of him, and slowly stood up from the chair. She reached out to untie her long black hair, faced Lu Yongchang, and showed a bright smile. Certainly. In the elevator of underground city number 1183, Lu Yongchang and Su Yutong were wearing heavy protective clothing and looked at each other in silence. On the elevator screen, numbers showing the current depth kept jumping. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with sadness. In the year 2045 AD, the sun, on which human beings depend for survival, was affected by unknown influences, ended its youth and entered old age ahead of schedule. In just 5 years, the sun entered the red giant stage and swallowed 2 planets in the solar system. Human beings who were forced to a dead end eliminated all barriers and established the Human Federation, referred to as the Human Federation. And Lu Yongchang, relying on his status as a top student since childhood, passed all the tests and successfully won the title of Chief Scientist of the People's Academy of Sciences. In his calculations, even if the sun enters the red giant stage early, it will still take hundreds of years for a helium flash to erupt, because the surface of the Earth is no longer suitable for survival. Under his call, the Human League established countless underground cities. All humans entered the underground cities to take refuge, and at the same time began to build interstellar spaceships. But apparently, he calculated wrongly. In just 5 years, the sun has spanned the billions of years of life of other stars. A helium flash is about to break out. The Earth, as the planet currently closest to the sun, will undoubtedly be melted into a ball of magma. Human civilization has come to an end. Ding! Dear Chief Scientist, I wish your research mission on the surface to be a complete success. A crisp beep awakened Lu Yongchang from his meditation. He looked at the elevator screen. 518C. This is the surface temperature outside. The elevator door slowly opened, and a wave of heat accompanied by the twisted air hit my face. Looking at the huge red giant star above his head, and the roiling surface of the Earth with heat waves, even with the presence of protective clothing, Lu Yongchang still felt a burning sensation. In 1 minute, the helium flash is about to break out. Su Yutong's slightly cold voice came from the radio. Lu Yongchang didn't speak. He just raised his head and looked at the sun through the filtering mask. As the only advanced civilization on Earth, he does not want to bow his head and die. Do you know how hard I worked to become your assistant? Do you know why I did this? Perhaps it was because at the last moment, Su Yutong's voice was full of relief. Because I like you. Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. A helium flash broke out. Extremely powerful white light shines from the red giant star to the Earth. In just a moment, Lu Yongchang lost consciousness. The sight was bright green. A white line slowly extended, drawing a tree diagram in the fluorescent green void background. Lu Yongchang looked at everything in front of him with some confusion. What's this? A faint flash lit up at the bottom of the tree. Subconsciously, he cast his gaze toward the bottom of the tree. Nuclear energy control, controlled nuclear fission. A line of highlighted white font appears. The next moment, the white area began to extend upwards. Nuclear energy control, Controlled nuclear fusion. As this originally dim line of text brightened, countless words and symbols instantly overwhelmed Lu Yongchang's consciousness. Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang. Professor Guan is calling you. Lu Yongchang. In a daze, familiar low voices came from my ears. His vision gradually gained focus. What came into view was a classroom. Looking at the old man who was frowning at him on the podium, Lu Yongchang's pupils shrank slightly. Professor Guan Huoyang. Didn't he pass away 5 years ago? Lu Yongchang. This is the first physics class in college. If you don't like physics so much, why did you sign up for the physics department? There was some anger in Guan Huoyang's voice. Lu Yongchang looked confused, stood up subconsciously, turned around and looked around. A familiar scene. This is his college classroom. If I remember correctly, this was his first physics class as a sophomore. He quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket and turned on the screen. September 6th, 2030. Heavy. Reborn? In an instant, countless complex emotions emerged in Lu Yongchang's mind. Confusion, sadness, loss, and a little bit of hope. Those who receive orders from heaven will live long and prosperous lives. This is the origin of his name. It turns out that the name was correct. In his previous life, he had the pinnacle status of mankind. But, due to his mistakes, human civilization was completely destroyed. In this life, he wants to save everything. But, what should I do? Lu Yongchang. Did you hear me? Professor Guan Huoyang on the podium was so angry that his face turned red. After so many years of teaching at Sandaiki University, he has never seen such a disrespectful student. Lu Yongchang looked up at Professor Guan Huoyang on the podium and the blackboard behind him, his eyes moving slightly. Perhaps he needs a chance to make a splash. Next moment, the countless formulas and words brought by the fluorescent green tree diagram were like a storm, swirling back and forth in his mind. Chapter 2 Live Demonstration of Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Lu Yongchang. What are you going to do? Seeing Lu Yongchang standing up and walking towards the podium, Professor Guan Huoyang's expression changed slightly, and he immediately yelled at him. This is a classroom. Please think clearly. Guan Huoyang's scolding fell into Lu Yongchang's ears, making him feel an inexplicable sense of familiarity. He hadn't heard this scolding for more than 10 years. A faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face, and he nodded gently towards Guan Huoyang. Professor Guan. I'm sorry. I need to borrow the blackboard. Guan Huoyang was shocked and angry. After so many years of teaching, this is the first time a student has asked to borrow his blackboard in class. The next moment, he saw Lu Yongchang walking up to him and picking up a whiteboard pen from the podium. Guan Huoyang was so angry that he laughed. How can this be borrowed? He didn't even nod in agreement. This is clearly a robbery. Classmate Lu, I'm warning you for the last time. Guan Huoyang took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and said softly, You return to your seat now. I can deal with your previous actions leniently. If Lu Yongchang straightened his back and looked at Guan Huoyang deeply. The temperament of the chief scientist of the People's Federation exudes from the inside out. Guan Huoyang's pupils shrank slightly, and his words seemed to be stuck in his throat. This kind of temperament. Guan Huoyang couldn't help but think of the time when he was a graduate student. At that time, in his eyes, his mentor also had this kind of uncompromising temperament. However, the person in front of him was just a sophomore. His mentor was one of the top scientists in Xia Kingdom at that time. At this moment, not only Guan Huoyang, but also all the students in the audience fell into a daze. F***CK. This kid Lu Yongchang is crazy. A thin boy wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses stared at the scene on the podium in stunned silence, muttering to himself. Does he want to be expelled? This boy's name is Wu Qi, and he is Lu Yongchang's roommate. He was the one who softly woke up Lu Yongchang just now. He never thought that Lu Yongchang, who was usually immersed in studying, would do such a shocking thing in the university physics class. Lu Yongchang naturally ignored the shock of Guan Huoyang and his classmates. He turned to face the blackboard, picked up the whiteboard pen in his hand, and put it down with determination. A clear line of calculations appeared on the blackboard. The delicate font made Professor Guan Huoyang's eyes light up slightly. This level of writing on the blackboard cannot be achieved without several years of experience. But soon, he frowned tightly. This line of calculation should not be knowledge accessible to undergraduates. Professor Guan Huoyang's eyes flashed with curiosity. He stopped preparing to drive away Lu Yongchang, but instead crossed his arms and stood quietly aside to read what Lu Yongchang wrote on the blackboard. As lines of calculations and simple diagrams appeared, Professor Guan Huayang's frown deepened. If he read it correctly, this is content related to controllable nuclear fusion. But how did this kid Lu Yongchang know these things? However, seeing this knowledge that was beyond the undergraduate level, the anger in Guan Huayang's eyes had dissipated, and was replaced by a deep love for talent. This is the treasure of the future Xia Kingdom. Guan Huayang looked at Lu Yongchang's tall and straight back, his eyes full of joy. Lu Yongchang's disrespectful behavior just now was completely forgotten by him. What a genius. There are some privileges after all. Not to mention, he just apologized. At this time, the blackboard was filled with information about controllable nuclear fusion, including a simplified diagram of the nuclear fusion device. Guan Huayang nodded with satisfaction. Xiaoguo's current research on the controllable nuclear fusion project has almost reached this point. Just when he was about to interrupt Lu Yongchang's movements, an accident happened. I saw Lu Yongchang's whiteboard pen suddenly stopped. There's no room left. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly and turned his gaze to the projector screen aside. He moved around and wrote a line of calculations on the projector screen with a whiteboard pen. Whiteboard markers are not suitable for writing on projector screens. But at this time, Lu Yongchang obviously couldn't care about these minor problems. He has an extremely urgent need. He wanted to write the storm of words in his mind into the blank space in front of him as much as possible. Lu Yongchang started writing very quickly. Before Guan Huayang could stop him, a large number of letters appeared on the snow-white curtain. Before he could feel heartbroken, Guan Huayang was attracted by the content in front of him. This is... Guan Huayang's pupils shrank slightly. This is a completely new way of constructing materials. Guan Huayang subconsciously searched for memories in his mind. But even after searching his entire mind, he didn't have the slightest impression of this material. This? What on earth is this? Guan Huayang murmured to himself. The next moment, a reflection flashed across the corner of his eye. He looked along the reflection and saw several classmates holding cell phones to record the scene in front of him. Guan Huayang's face darkened slightly. Although he didn't know what Lu Yongchang was writing now, his scientific research intuition told him that these things were all the most important essence. It must not be leaked easily. He yelled in a low voice. Everyone, put down your mobile phones and stop filming. After thinking for a while, Guan Huayang added again. You are not allowed to leave the classroom without permission. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang slowly stopped what he was doing. What you wrote next is a synthesis method of a new type of material. Guan Huayang's voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang turned his head, nodded and smiled calmly. That's right. He glanced at the stunned classmates in the audience, lowered his voice and said, Professor, this material can solve the problem of controllable nuclear fusion. Guan Huayang's pupils shrank suddenly. The biggest problem that plagues controllable nuclear fusion is nothing more than the hundreds of millions of degrees of high temperature generated when the fusion reaction occurs. He turned his head again and looked solemnly at the projector screen filled with letters in front of him. What's the use of this material? There was a bit of vibrato in Guan Huayang's voice. After all, he was a professor in the physics department and didn't know much about materials science. But controllable nuclear fusion. This is a problem that has troubled many scientists. Even though he still had some doubts in his heart. When he saw the dense and detailed deduction steps, the doubts in his heart disappeared. Such rigorous deduction steps, and such skillful application of formulas. He even suspected that the person standing in front of him was a hidden scientific figure. This material can perfectly carry the high temperature of controllable nuclear fusion. When paired with a stellarator, it can perfectly achieve controllable nuclear fusion. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a somewhat unclear light, and he whispered, Professor, I need you to help me verify my deduction. Chapter 3 Technology Tree System. Facing Lu Yongchang's request, Guan Huayang swallowed slightly. As the only expert audience member, Guan Huayang's heart was shocked to the extreme. Who would have thought that an undergraduate could actually demonstrate various details of controllable nuclear fusion technology on the spot? What do you want me to do? Perhaps because of the fright, Professor Guan Huayang's voice was a little hoarse. Lu Yongchang said with firm eyes, Professor, I apply for review of my deduction process. Sandaika University, School of Materials Science and Technology. In an office, a rapid bell rang. Hello? Professor Guan? What? Are you serious? Just wait for me. I'll be right away. Okay. I'll call Dean Tian right now. This phone call completely disrupted the originally peaceful School of Materials Science and Engineering at Sandaika University. The same scene happened again in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University. Professor Guan, you are not bluffing me. Are you? A new material that can carry nuclear fusion. Or was it deduced on the spot by a sophomore student? Am I dreaming? Or are you still awake? Okay. I'll go to your place and have a look. More than 20 minutes later, Guan Huaoyang and Lu Yongchang sat quietly on the chairs in the classroom. The other students left the classroom one after another, after deleting the videos and photos on their phones. Yongchang, did you research these things yourself? Guan Huaoyang was silent for a moment, then spoke again to confirm. Although he witnessed with his own eyes the process of Lu Yongchang completing these deduction steps alone. To be honest, he still didn't believe that a sophomore undergraduate could master such advanced knowledge. Although this is Sandaika University, the top university in the country. But, after all, undergraduates are just undergraduates, and their exposure to knowledge is limited. Lu Yongchang sat opposite Guan Huaoyang, looked directly at Professor Guan Huaoyang with his deep eyes, and nodded firmly. Professor, I researched these all by myself. He didn't lie. In his last life, he made great contributions to the research mission of controllable nuclear fusion. This resume added a lot of points to him when he was selecting the chief scientist. After all, only humans who have mastered controllable nuclear fusion have the capital to survive in the underground city. I hope so. Guan Huaoyang took a deep look at Lu Yongchang. At this time, he had recovered from the initial shock, and naturally he was a little more confused. But everything will be revealed in the upcoming joint review by professors. Whether it is fraud or a natural talent, it will be clear when the time comes. While thinking about it, Guan Huaoyang closed his eyes and began to rest his mind. As we get older, our energy is limited. Seeing Guan Huaoyang closing his eyes to rest, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he slowly closed his eyes. There was still a doubt in the back of his mind. At the moment of the helium flash, he lost consciousness. But before he was reborn and woke up, what was the fluorescent green interface he saw? Lu Yongchang had just closed his eyes, and his vision was completely dark. The next moment, as his thoughts moved slightly, a flash of fluorescent green light slowly appeared from the depths of his mind. In front of me, that strange tree diagram appeared again. This time, he finally had a chance to take a closer look. The same as the tree diagram I saw last time. The highlighted white fonts at the bottom are controllable nuclear fission and controllable nuclear fusion technology respectively. As for the next level, there is a line of somewhat dim writing. Nuclear energy control, fusion reactor miniaturization technology. A look of horror flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. This is exactly the technology he researched at the last minute in his previous life. It is no exaggeration to say that fusion reactor miniaturization technology can bring human technology to another peak. But, unfortunately, due to time constraints, he did not make any progress. Thinking of the last experience of entering this space, Lu Yongchang quickly focused his thoughts on this line of dim text. There are no miracles. No knowledge about the miniaturization of fusion reactors appeared in his mind. Just when Lu Yongchang was confused, a line of faint text appeared between the two technologies of controllable nuclear fission and fusion reactor miniaturization. The next moment, a somewhat dim white line connected them. Prerequisite: analysis of sonoluminescence phenomenon. Thinking of the scene where controllable nuclear fusion technology appeared in his mind, he made some guesses about the system in his mind. This technology tree system can only guide him to the correct research direction, but cannot give him knowledge out of thin air. However, this is enough. In scientific research, the most taboo thing is to go in the wrong direction. With the right direction, Lu Yongchang believes that with his own ability, he can solve those so-called scientific research problems. The next second, he looked above the technology tree. Electric propulsion system. Quantum communication technology. At the top of the technology tree is a line of highlighted text. Level 1 civilization. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly. His eyes filled with disbelief. Is this just a first-level civilization? So what should the second-level civilization master? As his thought came to mind, a line of increasingly bleak text appeared at the top of the technology tree. Initial mastery of energy weapons. The moment he saw this line of words, Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. It's actually an energy weapon. That. What about level 3 civilization? There was a flash of greed in his eyes. As a scientist, future technology, even if it is just a name, has a fatal attraction for him. Nothing happens from the system. There was a bit of regret in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Just as Lu Yongchang was immersed in exploring the system, a gentle knock on the door came from outside the classroom. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Lu Yongchang and Guan Huoyang opened their eyes at the same time and looked towards the classroom door. Come in. The door is unlocked, Guan Huoyang said in a deep voice. The next moment, the classroom door slowly opened. Several professors with white temples walked into the classroom with solemn faces. The first time the leader, the old man, entered the classroom, he set his sights on the blackboard behind the podium. After a cursory glance at the blackboard and projector screen, a trace of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes. Then, he turned to look at Lu Yongchang. After seeing Lu Yongchang looking at him without any timidity, the surprise in the old man's eyes became more intense. Professor Guan, this is the genius student you are talking about? Guan Huoyang nodded slightly. Dean Tian, let me introduce you. This guy is a sophomore student in the Department of Physics. His name is Lu Yongchang. As he spoke, he turned to Lu Yongchang and said, This is Tian Jishuan, the Dean of the School of Materials Science and Engineering at Sandaiki University. Just ask him if your new material is reliable. Chapter 4, Stealing People? Dean Tian. H. Lo. Lu Yongchang quickly stood up and greeted the old man. Tian Jishuan nodded with a smile, and then turned his eyes to the blackboard behind the podium. Although the first half was only the most basic knowledge of controllable nuclear fusion, the use of various diagrams and formulas still made Tian Jishuan's eyes light up. With such standard and appropriate formula deduction, if you are self-taught, this is simply a perfect scientific research seedling, especially when he saw the new material deduction steps. His eyes completely lit up, regardless of whether the result is correct or not. At least the deduction process is clean, refreshing, and full of unique beauty. Don't talk anymore. This student wants it. Tian Jishuan's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look at Lu Yongchang standing aside with a smile. Lu Yongchang. Right. Seeing Lu Yongchang nodding, Tian Jishuan continued. Are you interested in coming to study at our materials college? I will directly recommend you a place as a graduate student. Lu Yongchang was stunned. Is this a move to love talents? Hey! Old man Tian, you can't do this as a human being. Guan Huoyang became anxious in an instant. It's so good. Why is it poaching? Tian Jishuan obviously didn't take Guan Huoyang's words seriously, and continued to say with a smile. Boss Lu, I think you are very knowledgeable in materials science. Are you self-taught? Lu Yongchang subconsciously glanced at Guan Huoyang beside him, nodded slightly and said, Yes, I taught myself everything. Tian Jishuan's eyebrows suddenly raised. Good guy. This is meeting a real genius. He quickly suppressed the excitement in his heart and said in a calm tone, It's pretty good that you can reach this level through self-study. However, there are still some flaws. So, if you come to our School of Materials Science to study, I will guarantee you a place as an outstanding young student. Lu Yongchang looked at the old man in front of him angrily and funny. If he hadn't been reborn, he would have been deceived. Outstanding youth? In his last life, he was the chief scientist of the People's Federation. So the attraction of this young outstanding person to him is basically zero. As for flaws, are you kidding me? This is the best material that has been proven through countless practices. But, as a sophomore undergraduate, Lu Yongchang naturally cannot say that. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Dean Tian, how about you should take a look at the molecular formula of this material first? Tian Jishuan was slightly startled. This was somewhat beyond his expectation. According to his usual experience, these young people will already be dizzy if he continues his carrot and stick operation. How? Is this kid still thinking about this conclusion? Old Tian, this is someone from my physics department. Guan Huoyang's face turned slightly red, and he reiterated. Tian Jishuan glanced at Guan Huoyang angrily. Okay. Those from the Department of Physics and Materials are all students from Sandaiki University. Professor Guan, as the Dean of the School of Materials Science, I should promise some benefits to talents. Don't you think so? Guan Huoyang's face froze instantly. This is fatal. Tian Jishuan is the dean, but Guan Huoyang is not. Bang! Just when the atmosphere started to become awkward, the door to the classroom was pushed open. Old Tian, what you said just now. Are you trying to deceive everyone in my physics department? A loud voice came from the classroom door. This is the voice of Jiang Yongqing, Dean of the School of Nuclear Physics. Guan Huoyang's eyes showed a bit of joy. On the other hand, Tian Jishuan's face showed a bit of embarrassment and annoyance. Jiang Yongqing strode into the classroom and immediately looked at the blackboard. The moment he saw the writing on the blackboard, his eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder this old guy Tian Jishuan wants to rob people. If he couldn't retain such a genius, he would probably be scolded in the spine by the professors in the department. Classmate Lu Yongchang. Right. I am Jiang Yongqing, the dean of the School of Nuclear Physics. I don't care what Tian Jishuan tells you. Whatever his materials department can give you, my physics department can give you. Lu Yongchang blinked his eyes a few times, with deep helplessness and doubt in his eyes. Why did the scene become like this? What about the joint review by professors that we agreed on? Why did it become a people-grabbing convention? At the last moment, Professor Guan Huoyang was the first to come to his senses, cough slightly, and bring the topic back. Ahem! Dean Tian! Dean Jiang! Let's take a look at this conclusion first. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Yingxing's lips, and he nodded slowly. Okay. Since Professor Guan believes in student Lu so much, let's see if there are any loopholes in your deduction process. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. It can be considered to be on the right track. Dozens of professors sat down one after another, took out pens and paper, and began to check what Lu Yongchang wrote on the blackboard. Lu Yongchang, on the other hand, sat quietly on a chair nearby, waiting for these professors' questions. Student Lu, can you show me how to derive the formula in the third line on the left? A younger professor spoke first. Lu Yongchang nodded, stood up, went to the left half of the blackboard, and found the third row of calculations. It's very simple. We just need to make a few simple transformations. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang picked up the paper and pen beside him, and with 2 swipes, the specific evolution process of the calculation was displayed on it. The doubt in the young professor's eyes dissipated instantly. He stood up and bowed gently to Lu Yongchang. Thank you. Jiang Yongqing raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. I didn't notice it just now, but now I realize that this guy Lu Yongchang's math skills are probably better than most people here. This strengthened his determination to keep Lu Yongchang in the physics department. Physics and mathematics have always been inseparable, especially in modern physics. If you don't have any mathematical skills, you may not even be able to understand the questions. As time went by, the professors who asked the questions became older and older, and the questions they asked began to get to the point. Lu Yongchang naturally passed all the tests and answered every question perfectly. Any question? Lu Yongchang picked up the mineral water bottle he'd brought before class, took a sip, moistened his dry throat, and asked. There was silence in the classroom. Lu Yongchang looked at Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongqing, who had the right to speak. But obviously, the two of them were still immersed in the blackboard deduction steps. Tian Jishuan's pupils shrank slightly, and his face was full of disbelief. As for Jiang Yongqing, his face was full of shock and excitement. As for the other professors, the expressions on their faces were even more exciting. Ahem. Yongchang, please go back to the dormitory first. We still need to discuss it carefully. Guan Huoyang realized the seriousness of the problem from everyone's looks, and immediately said to Lu Yongchang, in the past few days, don't run around. Try to be active in school. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, turned around, pushed open the classroom door and walked out. Chapter 5. Convening a meeting of the whole hospital. When Lu Yongchang left, the classroom fell into silence again. The professors looked solemnly at the blackboard in front of them. After a long time, Tian Jishuan slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This kid is extraordinary. Jiang Yongqing on the side also nodded in agreement. That's right. At least, I don't see any logical loopholes. Guan Huoyang's pupils shrank slightly, and he looked at Jiang Yongqing beside him with a surprised expression. Dean Jiang, you mean this plan is feasible? Jiang Yongqing hesitated for a while. Maybe it's because my level is too low. After all, I don't specialize in controllable nuclear fusion. As he spoke, Jiang Yongqing turned to look at Tian Jishuan. Dean Tian, what do you think of the molecular formula of the new material? Tian Jishuan's eyes showed a bit of bitterness, and he slowly shook his head and said, I don't know. What? How can it be? All the professors exclaimed in surprise. Even Jiang Yongqing was shocked and said, Old Tian, don't be joking. When it comes to material science, you are one of the best at Sandaiki University. Even you can't figure out this material? The bitterness in Tian Jishuan's eyes became more and more obvious. He sighed deeply, stood up and walked towards the blackboard. He stood in front of the projector screen, reached out and slowly brushed the slightly rough projector screen, and murmured to himself. Materials, the more I know, the more ignorant I feel. The molecular formula of this new material. I can confirm that it has never appeared anywhere, although I don't know what the performance of this material can reach. But it definitely has amazing high temperature and high pressure resistance properties. I have a hunch that this panel book and the deduction process of new materials are the best part. After hearing this, everyone was moved. Everyone present is engaged in scientific research, so they naturally understand the concept of scientific research intuition. In scientific research work, scientific research intuition often plays a great role. Although this statement is very mysterious. But this is the fact. The more top scientists are, the more accurate their scientific research intuition is. Kekulé discovered the structure of the benzene ring, and Mendeleev discovered the regularity of the periodic table of elements. These amazing scientific research results are more or less assisted by scientific research intuition. In many cases, the scientific research intuition of top scientists can often take shortcuts in many complicated roads. Jiang Yongxing glanced around at the professors around him with a solemn expression, and said in a deep voice, "Since you said so, Old Tian, I suggest that a meeting of the whole hospital be held immediately. All professors from the School of Materials and School of Nuclear Physics must be present." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yongxing added again, "In addition, let the professors from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory come out and discuss this plan. If it is really feasible, perhaps, the day when our Xia Kingdom will rise will be today." Sandaika University. The weather in early September is the hottest time. The blazing sun penetrated the dense leaves and cast countless light spots on the asphalt road. No one could have imagined that one day in the future, the sun would personally drag human civilization into the abyss. Lu Yongchang walked quietly on the asphalt road. Countless complicated expressions flashed in his eyes. In his mind, he was still replaying the scene of the helium flash in his previous life. "Do you know why I did this? I like you." Bits and pieces of images of Su Yutong working as his assistant in his previous life kept flashing in his mind. Lu Yongchang clenched his fist slightly. In his previous life, he gave up all love for his children for the sake of scientific research. As a result, not only did he fail to respond to the feelings of those around him, but even human civilization was indirectly destroyed in his hands. In this life, he must make up for all his regrets. The brightest star in the night sky. Lu Yongchang looked stunned, with a look of nostalgia in his eyes. This is the ringtone he has used for many years. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket and looked at this familiar and ancient gadget. The nostalgia in his eyes getting stronger. The phone screen lights up. Seeing the call information displayed on the screen, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement. He swiped the phone screen with trembling hands and answered the call. "Mom?" Lu Yongchang's voice was choked up. The next moment, a gentle female voice came from the microphone. "Yongchang? What's wrong with you? Why does the sound weird?" Lu Yongchang quickly adjusted his emotions and said with a forced smile, "It's okay. I choked on a sip when I was drinking water." "Mom, what's the matter?" "It's nothing. I just wanted to ask you what your plans are next. After all, you are also a sophomore." Lu Yongchang was silent for a while and said firmly, "Mom, I am going to engage in scientific research." "What? Scientific research work?" A male voice came from the other end of the microphone. "What's so good about scientific research? I didn't let him go to this physics department at that time because I was afraid of something like this happening. Now it's better." There was a bit of a smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes. That was the voice of his father, Lu Guqing. Faced with Lu's father's complaint, Lu's mother Zhou Qingru interrupted him angrily. Okay. Please stop saying a few words. Let your son choose his own life. Yongchang, since you have decided to do scientific research, my mother supports you. Don't worry about your dad. I will talk to him properly. That's it. If you encounter any difficulties, just call back." Before Lu Yongchang could speak, the call was hung up. Listening to the busy tone on the phone, Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. His father, Lu Guqing, is a businessman. Thanks to this, he has been accustomed to living a privileged life since he was a child. Because of this, Lu Guqing's plan for his future has always been to take over the family business and become a leisurely rich man. But, whether in his previous life or this life, Lu Yongchang did not follow his father's plan. Beijing, in a small villa. Hey! Qingru! Just spoil him! Okay, what kind of messy scientific research are you doing? A middle-aged man wearing casual home clothes sat on the sofa and said angrily, "That thing is so tiring, and it may not be able to achieve anything." Next to the man sat a gentle woman with long hair reaching her waist. Hearing her husband's complaint, the woman chuckled. "You? Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you still know Yongchang's temperament? The more you don't let him do it, the more he will have to wade into troubled waters. Just let him go. When the time comes and you hit a wall, you will naturally turn around." His wife's words made Lu Guiqing's eyes suddenly light up. "That makes sense." Naturally, Lu Yongchang didn't know what happened at home. At this time, his thoughts were on controllable nuclear fusion. I don't know how those professors judged that plan. Chapter 6 Xiao was luck. Sandaika University. Conference room. Hundreds of professors and researchers took their seats. "Everyone, I called you here today mainly to verify the plan of an undergraduate student." Jiang Yongqing sat on the stage and spoke into the microphone with a serious face. As soon as he finished speaking, the quiet conference room exploded with a bang. What's going on? Dean Jiang? Undergraduate student's plan? This also requires a whole department meeting? Hey, I still have an experiment that I haven't finished yet. It looks like I have to work overtime again today." All the researchers sighed. It's not surprising that they complained. As researchers, it's normal for them to have heavy research tasks. It's easy to complain about a meeting during working hours. Let alone the purpose of this meeting is to verify the plan of a young undergraduate. Jiang Yongqing coughed hard and suppressed the noise in the conference room. "This is a plan for controlled nuclear fusion. Dean Tian Jishuan and I have both read this plan. Unfortunately, we are a little unsure. In order not to miss this possible solution, we have no choice but to hold a meeting of the whole hospital. I hope that professors and researchers can understand." A look of shock flashed across the faces of all the professors present. Not sure? These are Tian Jishuan and Jiang Yongqing. It was a plan that neither of them could grasp. In just 2 sentences, a hint of interest quietly appeared in the eyes of all the professors. Bang! The door to the conference room was pushed open. More than a dozen professors in white coats filed in. The leader of the middle-aged man has a standard Chinese character face, and his eyes are full of excitement. "Old Jiang, where is the controllable nuclear fusion plan you just mentioned?" The moment they saw the visitor, the professors in the conference room gasped. This big boss is out? Wasn't he ordered to study controllable nuclear fusion in the laboratory? Could it be that the plan proposed by this undergraduate student is really..." While the professors in the audience were whispering, Jiang Yongqing stood up from his seat with a smile and walked towards the middle-aged man. "Ha! Fong Su! Long time no see." Fong Su glanced at Jiang Yongqing angrily. "Dean Jiang, don't do this with me. We are doing experiments in the laboratory. After hearing what you said, we interrupted the experiment and ran out. If you can't give me a satisfactory result, I won't spare you." Jiang Yongqing had been dealing with Fong Su for more than 10 years, so he naturally knew that his words were all joking. He immediately smiled and patted Fong Su on the shoulder. Okay. What other experiments are you going to do?" "I'll tell you," he said. "If this plan is really feasible, our Xia kingdom will probably be ahead of everyone else." Hearing this, Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of surprise. In his impression, as the dean of the School of Nuclear Physics, Jiang Yongqing had never spoken with such high praise. "Oh," Fong Su said calmly. "According to what you said, you are very confident in that undergraduate?" Jiang Yongqing nodded slightly, his expression slightly serious. "It's not just me. Even this old boy Tian Jixiang can't grasp this plan." As soon as these words came out, Fong Su's expression changed slightly. After all, Jiang Yongqing does not specialize in controllable nuclear fusion, so he may still miss something. But Tian Jixiang is a real expert in the materials department. That's an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences. Fong Su suddenly became more energetic. He nodded slightly and said, "In that case, let's start the meeting." Jiang Yongqing turned around and scanned the venue to make sure everyone was present, then reached out and turned on the projector in the conference room. The next moment, several high-definition photos appeared on the projection screen in the conference room. "Everyone, this is the plan written by that undergraduate student." Da-da-da. Swiss. Swiss. Swish. In the huge conference room, the only sounds left were the clock on the wall and the sound of the pen tip rubbing. Every professor frowned and carefully checked the various calculations on the projector. As the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su's eyes were filled with shock. "Old Fong, how are you?" Seeing Fong Su's expression, Jiang Yongqing lowered his voice and asked, Is this plan feasible? Fang Su withdrew his gaze with a complicated expression and glanced at Jiang Yongxing strangely. Are you sure this is a thing created by an undergraduate student? Jiang Yongxing smiled and nodded. Of course. This kid is a student in Professor Guan Huayang's class. He was caught in a daze during class. Then this kid ran directly onto the stage, picked up a whiteboard marker and wrote down this plan. Seeing the look on Fang Su's face getting weirder and weirder, Jiang Yongxing suddenly became anxious. Don't believe it. I have all these videos. Fang Su opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. This thing really shocked him too much. As the person in charge of the nuclear physics laboratory, if he was ranked second in his understanding of controllable nuclear fusion, no one present would dare to be ranked first. Old Jiang, do you know, the writing on this blackboard is more complete than the plan in our laboratory. Comparing his plan, I have found 3 loopholes in our plan. This is just a quick glance. Do you know what this means? As soon as Fang Su said these words, even Jiang Yongxing froze on the spot with a dull expression. This means that the level of this sophomore undergraduate is even higher than Fang Su? How can this be? Fang Su is an academician of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences. Jiang Yongxing swallowed, stretched out his hand to gently hold his forehead, and murmured to himself. Wait, I'm a little dizzy. You mean, not only did you not find any mistakes in his plan, but you even found several loopholes in our plan by comparison? Seeing Fang Su nodding, Jiang Yongxing felt an explosion deep in his mind. Snapped. His face turned red, and he slapped the conference table in front of him. The huge sound attracted the attention of all professors and researchers present. Good. Very good. This is my great fortune for the Xia Kingdom. Jiang Yongxing's lips trembled slightly with excitement. Controllable nuclear fusion. This is a controllable nuclear fusion plan. If it really succeeds, not to mention the academic status of Sandaiki University, even the national power of Xia State will rise to a higher level in an instant. Perhaps infected by Jiang Yongxing's high mood, Fang Su's face was full of excitement at this time. Dean Jiang, I apply to report this matter to the parliament immediately. As for that new material, I apply to start preparation experiments immediately. If we can really succeed, the rise of our Xia Kingdom will be just around the corner. Just as the two were excited, an inappropriate voice came. No! I object. Chapter 7 I object. No! I object. Harsh sounds echoed in the conference room. Jiang Yongxing turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. After seeing the speaker, Jiang Yongxing's pupils shrank slightly. It's him. Mao Jingquan. What do you mean? Jiang Yongxing frowned and asked. Mao Jingquan sneered. What do I mean? Don't you know? This is a scam. Can a sophomore undergraduate student write a plan of this level? My senior dean? Can you think carefully about it? Is this really possible? If you ask me, this is just a young man trying to impress people. In my opinion, the most important thing to do now is not to report it to the police, but to uncover this stinky boy who is sensationalizing. Our Sandaiki University does not welcome such opportunistic students. Jiang Yongxing's frown deepened. Vice President Mao, I won't say this is impossible. As scientific researchers, we should seek truth from facts. Tell me, have you found any loopholes in this plan? Mao Jingquan's expression changed slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he said, Loophole? Isn't this loophole still obvious? Where does a sophomore student get this knowledge? What's more, I also watched the derivation process of the new material. In just a few strokes, a new material appeared on the tip of the pen? Are you kidding? What about the experimental data? What is the difference between a plan without experimental data and a fantasy? Mao Jingquan's words moved the hearts of many professors present. Yes, this plan seems perfect, but the biggest flaw is that it is not supported by any experimental data. To put it harshly, this plan is just an idea on paper. Jiang Yongxing sneered. At this time, he was already a little angry. In his opinion, this is simply making excuses. Vice President Mao, tell me, where will a sophomore undergraduate go to do experiments and obtain data? As a scientific researcher, what you should say is definitely not impossible. Fang Su, who was on the side, couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up and asked, Vice President Mao, you just said that this plan lacks experimental data? Mao Jingquan nodded naturally. As the deputy dean of the School of Nuclear Physics, he believed that he had the right to question the plan written by this mere undergraduate. Fang Su sneered. Do you know that this plan is even more complete than the plan of my nuclear physics laboratory? Do you know how many experiments it took to arrive at the results of the physics laboratory plan? You don't know anything. You just say it's impossible. As a vice president, I can't see any scientific research spirit in you. Fong Su didn't show any mercy to Mao Jingquan. After all, as the head of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fong Su is not under Mao Jingquan's jurisdiction. Mao Jingquan looked at Jiang Yongxing with an ugly expression. Dean Jiang? You? Why? Jiang Yongxing sighed slightly and waved his hand to interrupt Mao Jingquan's unspoken words. Okay, Vice President Mao. I see you are tired too. Go home and have a good rest. You don't need to worry about the affairs in the college for the time being. Mao Jingquan's pupil shrank suddenly. He looked at Jiang Yongxing in front of him in disbelief, and said with an angry smile, Dean Jiang? Are you going to attack me, the deputy dean, for a sophomore undergraduate? Hearing this, Jiang Yongxing's eyes became more disappointed. He shook his head slowly. Mao Jingquan, I'm not attacking you because of a sophomore undergraduate. I am here for scientific research and for the future of Xia country. Yes, this plan is not supported by any data. But tell me, if this plan is true, according to your solution, how much loss will our Sendaiki University? No, our Xia kingdom suffer? Mao Jingquan's face became increasingly ugly. He nodded angrily, turned around, left his seat, and walked towards the door of the conference room. Humph. I want to see if you can solve the problem of controllable nuclear fusion with this sophomore undergraduate. After saying these harsh words, Mao Jingquan reached out and opened the door of the conference room and walked out. Bang! There was a dull sound when the conference room door closed. Jiang Yongxing smiled bitterly and shook his head. Fong Su, I'm telling you a joke. Fong Su shook his head thoughtfully and said, Lao Jiang, your school of nuclear physics should be reorganized. The vice president doesn't even want to do research anymore. How can this be embarrassing? Jiang Yongxing was silent for a moment, nodded, and then turned his attention to the professors and researchers in the audience. Seeing Jiang Yongxing's meaningful eyes, all the professors and researchers lowered their heads and acted like ostriches. Some senior professors were slightly shocked. It seems that the School of Nuclear Physics is going to cause quite a stir. Okay, everyone must have read this plan. Right. If you have any doubts, feel free to speak out. After a few minutes, Jiang Yongxing, who received no response, chuckled. Since no one has any doubts, let's start voting now. The content of the vote will naturally be whether this plan needs to be submitted to the parliament. After an hour, Jiang Yongxing brought Fong Su to his office. He walked straight to the desk, reached out and picked up the microphone on the desk phone, and pressed a special button. A few seconds later, a voice came from the phone. Hello, Professor Jiang. What can I do? Please transfer me to the Xia Kingdom Council. I have something to report about controllable nuclear fusion. Okay, wait. After a short wait, a steady male voice came from the microphone. Hello, Dean Jiang. I am Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology of Xia State. Jiang Yongxing's eyes moved slightly. It was Hong Qiming, the Minister of Science and Technology, who answered the call. It seems that controllable nuclear fusion is becoming more and more important in the eyes of Xiaogua's senior officials. Hello, Minister Hong. I need to report something to you. Jiang Yongxing told the whole story in full. Dean Jiang, are you serious? A sophomore undergraduate student wrote a highly feasible controllable nuclear fusion plan on the blackboard. Jiang Yongxing smiled bitterly and turned to look at Fong Su beside him. He had guessed that such a situation would arise, so he specially brought Fong Su with him. Fong Su hurriedly stepped forward and took the phone from Jiang Yongxing. Minister Hong, this is Fong Su. Yes, it's true. I can guarantee that this plan is extremely feasible. Good. Fong Su put the landline microphone back in place and hung up the phone. How to say? Jiang Yongxing looked at Fong Su eagerly. Fong Su said with a solemn expression. Minister Hong said that the matter is of great importance and he needs to report to the Speaker of Parliament No. 1. Chapter 8 Chairman. President of Parliament No. 1? Jiang Yongxing took a breath. Why? Why did you end up making trouble at No. 1? Fong Su looked a little heavy and said softly. There is something you may not know yet. Iter side. Something seems to have happened to Xiaogua. Jiang Yongxing's complexion changed instantly. What? Something happened to Iter? Iter. The full name is the International Thermonuclear Fusion Experimental Reactor Project. That is a superconducting tokamak device that can produce large-scale nuclear fusion reactions. As one of the member states, Xia State can use this device to obtain a lot of useful controllable nuclear fusion information. As for why not build one yourself? The reason is simple. Expensive and troublesome. The entire ITER project took 13 years and cost 1.5 billion yuan. Although Xia State has developed well in recent years, spending so much money to build a test machine is still a bit too extravagant. After all, it is still unknown whether the Tokmak device can carry controllable nuclear fusion. If money and time are wasted, and a big guy with no effect is created, wouldn't it be a huge loss? Beijing. Within the first ring. A place that cannot be found on the map. Hong Qiming stood at the door of the office and knocked on the door solemnly. Enter! An elderly voice came from inside the door. Hong Qiming slowly opened the door and walked in. An old man with gray hair was sitting behind his desk and looking at him quietly. The old man's eyes were full of wisdom and confidence, as if he had everything in the world under his control. Number 1. Hong Qiming greeted the old man respectfully. The old man put down the pen in his hand and said slowly, Minister Hong, I heard that you have something very important to report to me. Hong Qiming nodded quickly and truthfully told the old man what had been reported by Sandaika University. Number 1's face gradually became serious. Is this true? Hong Qiming hesitated for a while, nodded and said, It should be true. Academician Fong Su. You should remember it. Right. Number 1 nodded and said, Of course, I remember that Xiaoguo's latest controllable nuclear fusion results were achieved by his team. Right. This matter has anything to do with him? Hong Qiming nodded again and affirmed. Fong Su and the professors from Sandaika University made a preliminary evaluation of the plan. He is very confident in this plan. Number 1 was silent for a moment again. He reached out and pulled out a document from the pile of documents on the side and handed it to Hong Qiming. Let's not talk about this first. Take a look at this document. Hong Qiming reached out to take the document with a puzzled look on his face. The moment he saw the title, a trace of anger appeared in his eyes at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is impossible. It is absolutely impossible for our Xia State scientists to do such a despicable thing. Number 1 sighed deeply, a little worry appearing in his eyes. He slowly shook his head and said, Possibility and impossibility. This is not something we have the final say on. The ITER project has long wanted to kick us out. So it doesn't matter whether our scientists have done this or not. Hong Qiming hesitated to speak. But this reputation is so unpleasant. Hong Qiming bit his back teeth hard and looked at the document in his hand again. The document describes in detail the behavior of Xiaoguo's scientific researchers stationed in the ITER project, who stealed important experimental data without authorization. Then, what should we do? Is it possible that we can just watch ITER falsely accuse us? Number 1 said calmly. In addition to false accusations, they also asked us to voluntarily withdraw from the ITER project. This news is expected to be officially released tomorrow. Boom. Hong Qiming felt that the blood vessels in his brain exploded in an instant. How? It doesn't make sense. This is simply too deceiving. Number 1 spoke slowly. I let you read this document. Not for anything else, but to tell you one thing. Next, Xiaoguo can only rely on ourselves in its research on controllable nuclear fusion. So, you should understand what to do. Right. Facing Number 1's meaningful gaze, Hong Qiming's expression froze slightly. Yes. Don't worry, Number 1. I'm going to Sandaika University right now. In the evening, Lu Yongchang returned to the dormitory after wandering around the campus for a day. Hey! Brother Lu. You are finally back. As soon as he opened the dormitory door, his roommate Wu Qi's voice came from the dormitory. Brother Lu, why were you so angry in the big things class today? Facing the roommate's curious questions, Lu Yongchang sneered and didn't know how to explain it for a moment. Is it possible to tell him that he was reborn? After pondering for a moment, a barely understandable reason slowly emerged in his heart. Ahem. I took the time to research something some time ago. When I was in class, my brain suddenly twitched, so I went on stage to write about it. Wu Qi's eyes became more curious. Research? What did you study? By the way, why did Professor Guan keep you here? He won't let you drop out of school. Right. Lu Yongchang. Drop out of school? Why dropped out? Not to mention dropping out of school. He will probably be entering higher education soon. Of course, he definitely couldn't say this to Wu Qi. Well, the professor thought my research was valuable, gave me recognition, and then let me come back. Wu Qi. Gone? Wu Qi looked at Lu Yongchang in surprise. Don't fool me. They all say Professor Guan is very strict. Lu Yongchang quickly changed the topic. What happened in the big things class this morning didn't spread, did it? Wu Qi quickly shook his head, his expression a little more serious. Don't worry. Except for the classmates in class. No one else knows about it. Lu Yongcheng's eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Wu Qi in front of him in horror. Are you serious? In this era of popular eating, he is even ready to become famous in one fell swoop. Wu Qi did not speak, but turned around and took out a piece of A4 printing paper from the side and handed it to Lu Yongcheng. Confidentiality agreement. Seeing a line of large black characters on the A4 paper, Lu Yongcheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. Unexpectedly, Professor Guan was so reliable that he even asked all his classmates to sign a confidentiality agreement. But? Fair enough. The sun has not yet begun to change. If Xiaoguo wants to become the leader of the Earth-Human Federation, he can only rely on this last chance to overtake in a corner. As a native of the Xia Kingdom, Lu Yongcheng naturally hopes that everyone in the Xia Kingdom can survive this future disaster. As for how to live, he has already thought about it. Since the destruction of the sun is a foregone conclusion, he can only lead the Xia Kingdom within 20 years. Lead humans to escape from the Earth. Only the endless starry sky above our heads is the only way to survive in the future. Chapter 9 Sonoluminescence Phenomenon. Early the next morning, at dawn, Lu Yongcheng got up and left the dormitory. This is a habit he developed in his previous life. In the early morning of September, there was a slight coolness in the wind. Looking at the deserted main street of the university, Lu Yongcheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Where should he go? Perhaps it was a habit left over from his previous life. But Lu Yongcheng, who had no research tasks in his hands, always felt empty in his heart. I don't know how the review of the controllable nuclear fusion plan I proposed went. Nothing will happen. Right? Although he was confident in the plan, he had little confidence in who he was at this time. Now he is just an ordinary sophomore undergraduate student at Sandaika University. Thinking about it now, he himself felt that this was a bit reckless. But thinking that he only had 20 short years, Lu Yongcheng felt helpless. He has no time to waste. There are 8 billion humans living on the Earth. We want to send all 8 billion humans into space and go to the next habitable planet. The level of technology required for this is extremely exaggerated. Originally, in his plan, out of 8 billion humans, only 10 million humans could escape, which would be considered extremely lucky. But since he learned about the existence of the technology tree system, his mind suddenly became more active. Perhaps, as long as you climb the technology tree fast enough, all humans can escape the Earth alive. If first-level civilization doesn't work, then second-level civilization. If it doesn't work again, he didn't believe it. Even a third-level civilization couldn't do this. Lu Yongcheng was wandering around the campus aimlessly, while thinking about his plans for the next 20 years in his mind. Suddenly, he saw a familiar building out of the corner of his eye. A completely white building. This is the library of Sandaika University. Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly, then turned and walked towards the library. Entering the library, Lu Yongcheng subconsciously followed his muscle memory to find his favorite seat in his previous life. No one takes a seat. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. But, what is good to see? Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly. He thought of the information prompted by the technology tree system. Prerequisite: analysis of sonoluminescence phenomenon. It seems that I need to find some books on the phenomenon of sonoluminescence. Reading time always flies by. In the blink of an eye, more than 2 hours passed quickly. Lu Yongcheng closed the book in front of him and thoughtfully wrote down a few key points on the A4 paper in front of him. Bird-tailed mantis shrimp. The so-called sonoluminescence phenomenon was first discovered in a creature called the sparrow-tailed mantis shrimp in nature. When the bird-tailed mantis shrimp attacks its prey, it can eject the front end of its prey limb in 1/50th of a second, with a top speed of over 80 kilometers per hour, and an acceleration comparable to that of a bullet. In this process, the phenomenon of sonoluminescence can be produced. The phenomenon of sonoluminescence has also been studied by countless researchers. The principle is very simple. When a mechanical wave acts on a liquid, a mechanical wave cavitation phenomenon will occur in the liquid. That is, bubbles will be generated in the liquid, and the bubbles will then collapse to a very small volume. During the collapse process, an extremely high temperature will be generated inside the bubble, and at this moment, a flash of light will emit. Lu Yongcheng keenly grasped a key element. Extremely high temperatures will occur inside the bubbles. It seems, this fusion reactor miniaturization technology is about to break through from this small bubble. After all, The initiation of nuclear fusion requires high temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius as a prerequisite. Hello, classmate. May I ask, is there anyone else sitting here? While Lu Yongchang was immersed in reviewing various papers and materials, a slightly cold female voice came into his ears from the side. This sound. Why does it sound familiar? He suddenly raised his head and looked around him. The moment he saw the visitor, Lu Yongchang's heart twitched suddenly. Is her. Obviously, Lu Yongchang's radical actions frightened the girl in front of him. She took a step back in fear and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. If anyone can. There's no one. Just sit down. Lu Yongchang interrupted the girl's words directly. And then he forced a stiff smile on his face. I was a little scared just now. And my reaction was a little big. I'm sorry. The girl smiled, waved her hand, and said repeatedly, It's okay. It's okay. I asked too abruptly. With that said, the girl sat directly and generously on the seat next to Lu Yongchang. Looking at the girl's side face, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a hint of trance. It's like going back to the previous life. The same was true for Chen Yutong at that time. Sitting quietly on the chair next to him to help him handle various scientific research tasks. As if aware of Lu Yongchang's gaze, the girl raised her head and looked at him. Hello? The girl looked at Lu Yongchang with a puzzled face and said softly, What's the matter? He suddenly came back to his senses, bit the tip of his tongue hard, and relied on the severe pain to pull himself out of the memory fragments. It's okay. I just think you look familiar. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang forced himself to turn his head and focus on the paper in front of him. The girl looked at Lu Yongchang's side face with a strange look on her face, and subconsciously moved to the side. Total feeling. This man's eyes were a bit strange. She regretted sitting in this position. As for Lu Yongchang, he naturally didn't know what Xiao Jiuzhou was in the girl's heart. At this time, he had already been attracted by a paper on the relationship between sonoluminescence phenomenon and cold nuclear fusion. The moment he saw this thesis title, Lu Yongchang's breath suddenly suffocated. Is it possible? Has anyone developed the fusion reactor miniaturization technology? Impossible. In the previous life, even controllable nuclear fusion was only successfully developed in 2040, let alone the miniaturization technology of fusion reactors. In other words, according to normal development, real controllable nuclear fusion technology will take another 10 years to appear. Lu Yongchang quickly flipped through the literature in his hand. After a long while, he exhaled slightly, and a bit of relief flashed in his eyes. It's him who thinks too much. This paper is just a guess without any in-depth research. It can be said that it is equivalent to a useless manuscript. No wonder. He had never seen this paper in his previous life. He glanced at the author of the paper. Tao Yuda. If you have a chance, you can go talk to him. Although the paper is of little use, this scientific research intuition is still quite accurate. If he is truly a malleable talent, Lu Yongchang would not mind including him in his future R&D team. Click, 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 click. While Lu Yongchang was thinking there was a sound of a ballpoint pen ratcheting from the side. Chapter 10, Law of Lopida. Right. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. In my impression, he seemed to have gotten angry once because of this voice. After all, during intense scientific research tasks, the rhythmic clicking sound of the ballpoint pen ratchet is simply a life-stimulating tool. He looked in the direction from which the sound came. Well, the girl next to her was holding a pink ballpoint pen in her hand. She frowned and looked at an exercise book in front of her, while her right hand was unconsciously pressing the button of the ballpoint pen. There was a look of helplessness in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He remembered. In his previous life, it was because of Su Yutong's habit that he rarely got angry during a scientific research mission. From that time on, Su Yutong got rid of this habit. But now, apparently, she hasn't corrected this bad habit. Lu Yongchang knew very well that if she didn't solve the problem at hand quickly, she would probably. This clicking sound must accompany him all day long. In desperation, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, turned his head, and asked in a low voice, Classmate, have you encountered any problems? Su Yutong was startled, and the movement of pressing the ballpoint pen on his head suddenly stopped. Seeing that it was Lu Yongchang who was asking the question, a trace of vigilance flashed in her eyes. Could it be that this boy finally got up the courage to strike up a conversation with her? At that moment, Su Yutong had already thought of at least 3 ways to refuse. I said, have you encountered any difficulties? Lu Yongchang noticed the vigilance in Su Yutong's eyes, and pointed helplessly at the exercise book in front of her, and then at the ballpoint pen in her hand. The sound is a bit noisy. The two looked at each other speechlessly. Gradually, an embarrassed look appeared on Su Yutong's face. There was a little shyness on both sides of her cheeks. She nodded slightly and said, "I'm sorry for disturbing you. I will try my best to restrain this habit," Lu Yongchang said with a look of helplessness and reluctance. "Show me the question. Perhaps I can help you solve it." "Are you kidding? Trying to be restrained?" He didn't want to be disturbed while he was reading the paper. Sure enough, women would only slow down the progress of his research. "Really?" A look of surprise appeared in Su Yutong's eyes. And then, he hurriedly placed the exercise booklet in front of Lu Yongchang. Then, he looked at Lu Yongchang expectantly. Seeing Su Yutong's appearance, an image suddenly emerged in Lu Yongchang's heart. Hamster. At this time, Su Yutong looked like a large hamster, holding a melon seed in his hand and staring blankly at him. Lu Yongchang sighed again and turned to look at the exercise book in front of him. Extremely basic question type of finding the limit. Do you know how to use Lopeda's law? This question is, okay, after just one answer. It's very simple. With that said, Lu Yongchang was about to return the exercise book to Su Yutong. But obviously, he overestimated Su Yutong at this time. Seeing Su Yutong looking around at a loss while writing, Lu Yongchang sighed again. Forget it. Let me write out the steps for you. As he spoke, he picked up the pen in his hand, quickly wrote down the standard problem-solving steps on an A4 paper in front of him, and then handed it to Su Yutong along with the exercise book. Compared with ballpoint pens, Lu Yongchang is more accustomed to fountain pens. He loved the swishing sound the pen made when writing on paper. Thank you. Thank you. Su Yutong subconsciously took the exercise book and said thank you softly, looking at the delicate pen writing on the A4 paper. Su Yutong subconsciously glanced at the round handwriting on his draft paper, with a hint of embarrassment and curiosity in his eyes. Can I ask your name? I'm Su Yutong from the Department of Applied Physics. Lu Yongchang did not turn his head, but said his name impatiently. Lu Yongchang. He had already wasted nearly 5 minutes just solving problems and talking. Really? Women will only become a stumbling block on his research path. While sighing in his heart, Lu Yongchang moved his eyes to another paper. A brief analysis of the influencing factors of sonoluminescence phenomenon. At this time, he had completely forgotten the guilt he felt towards Su Yutong not long ago. Of course, even in retrospect, he had good reasons to convince himself. Similar to the life and death situation of human beings, there are a lot of reasons why it is inappropriate to fall in love. What's more, the Su Yutong at this time is not the Su Yutong in the previous life, and she doesn't feel good about herself at all. As for Su Yutong, after being frustrated by Lu Yongchang, he turned around with an embarrassed look and continued to study the exercise book in front of him. Ding dong. A message alert came from the mobile phone nearby, interrupting Lu Yongchang's flipping through the paper. He raised his head slightly and looked at the mobile phone on the table. A news item appears on the lock screen. Xiaogua announced that it will withdraw from the ITER plan. Shocked. The reason behind Xiaogua's withdrawal from the ITER plan was actually moral corruption. How could researchers do such a thing? Lu Yongchang's heart skipped a beat. He remembered. At this time, Xiaogua was brutally targeted in the ITER plan. In desperation, he had to voluntarily withdraw from the ITER plan. This also lays hidden dangers for the future. The time when Xia State successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion technology was more than 2 years later than Western countries. Therefore, Xiaogua did not have much say in the final League of People. It wasn't until Lu Yongchang succeeded in becoming the chief scientist of the People's Academy of Sciences that Xiaogua's status began to gradually improve. Only then did Lu Yongchang know that behind Xiaogua's voluntary withdrawal from the ITER plan, there was actually a series of frame-ups. Damn! Lu Yongchang looked at the mobile phone on the table with cold eyes. As a Xia man, he will never allow such a thing to happen again. So what if you exit ITER? He wants all countries targeting Xia Kingdom to know that Xia Kingdom has the final say in the future world. Lu Yongchang quickly packed up the things on the table, stood up and prepared to leave. He can't wait. He needs to take the initiative to ask Professor Guan Huoyang for the results of his review. Hey, you want to leave? Su Yutong's unique cold voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly and left without saying much. TCH. So cold. Su Yutong looked at Lu Yongchang's back and curled his lips. You deserve to be single all your life. The next moment, her attention was attracted by the A4 paper left by Lu Yongchang on the table. Looking at the dense calculations and symbols on it, She reached out her hand to cover her slightly open lips in surprise. She thought this boy was at the same level as her. Now it seems that he is probably a big shot who is studying for graduate school or PhD. There was something strange in Su Yutong's eyes, and the seeds of curiosity gradually took root in her heart. Chapter 11. I believe in Xia's scientists. Sandaika University. Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Bang! A loud noise came from the deepest office. Several researchers' hands trembled slightly, stopped what they were doing, and looked up towards the deepest office. Academician Fong. What's going on? A researcher asked softly to the person next to him with doubts in his eyes. The researcher who was questioned slowly shook his head, his face also full of confusion. I don't know. Our recent experiment didn't fail either. Why did Academician Fong suddenly lose his temper? Just when everyone was confused, the door to the deepest office was opened. Fong Su walked out of the office with a flushed face. Damn! How could Iter do this? The laboratory was quiet, and Fong Su's muttering to himself was particularly clear. The researcher who just spoke plucked up the courage and asked Fong Su softly. Academician Fong. Iter, what's wrong? Hearing the question, Fong Su suddenly raised his head and glanced at the researcher who asked the question. Then, he said with an ugly face. Iter said, our scientists from Xia State copied the experimental data without authorization and took it out. Laboratory. Wow! As soon as Fong Su said these words, there was an uproar in the nuclear physics laboratory. Academician Fong. Is this true? When he heard the researchers questioning, Fong Su's expression became even more ugly. He shook his head vigorously and said, of course it's impossible. The scientists said by our Xia kingdom are all upright and upright gentlemen. Not only are their scientific research levels high, but their moral character is also first-rate. They will never do such a shameful thing without authorization. Then, how is it going to deal with this matter? A researcher asked with an anxious look. You know, this kind of behavior is an untouchable bottom line in every research institution. Not to mention an international organization like ITER. It is just an ordinary private laboratory. Once caught stealing data, the thief will pay an extremely heavy price. A trace of pain flashed in Fong Su's eyes. The next moment, he slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Xiaogua announced, voluntarily withdrawing from the ITER plan. As Fong Su said these words, the discussion in the nuclear physics laboratory disappeared instantly. Every researcher looked at Fong Su with an incredulous look. This news was just announced this morning. Fong Su said with some difficulty. Everyone, we need to carry the banner of controllable nuclear fusion research ourselves in the future. Suddenly, Fong Su's eyes moved slightly. Everyone, suspend your research tasks and concentrate on preparing a new type of material. With that said, Fong Su opened a computer in the laboratory and downloaded Li Yongcheng's blackboard photo to the computer. At the same time, at the gate of Sandaika University, a black Audi A6 slowly passed the security booth and drove into Sandaika University. Without stopping at all, the Audi A6 drove straight towards the nuclear physics laboratory. Tuk tuk tuk. Lu Yongcheng stood at the door of an office with an anxious look on his face, stretched out his hand and knocked on the door. The door is unlocked. Come in. Professor Guan Huayang's voice came from the office. Lu Yongcheng quickly turned the door handle and pushed open the door. It's you. Professor Guan Huayang looked slightly startled when he saw the visitor. Then, he quickly put down the pen in his hand, stood up and greeted Lu Yongcheng. Why? Yongcheng, what can you do? Ever since attending the hospital meeting yesterday, Guan Huayang regarded Lu Yongcheng as a scholar who was equal to him. This equal standing refers to academic status. Even in Guan Huayang's view, although Lu Yongcheng is only a sophomore, his academic status is much higher than his. After all, Guan Huayang thinks that he is just an ordinary university professor. But Lu Yongcheng is most likely a rising star in academic circles, who has completed controllable nuclear fusion. Lu Yongcheng didn't notice Guan Huayang standing up to greet him. He said with a slightly ugly face. Professor Guan, have you seen the news? Guan Huayang paused suddenly, and the expression on his face was slightly gloomy. You mean, about ITER? Lu Yongcheng nodded slightly. Guan Huayang took a deep breath and waved to Lu Yongcheng. Yongcheng, sit down first. Seeing Lu Yongcheng sitting on the chair, he also slowly sat down and said, Yongcheng, I believe that our Xia State scientists will not do such a thing. I believe that there must be some hidden secret in this incident. Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly. As a reborn person, he certainly knows that Guan Huayang's speculation is absolutely correct. But, with his current status, he cannot reveal the truth to the public. Even Lu Yongchang could imagine that the senior officials of Xia State would not be able to announce the truth. All the humiliation will fall on those scientists. In everyone's opinion, the scientist who made the copying data operation was the culprit. The guilt on them was not completely washed away until more than 10 years later. But, it's too late. Thinking of this, Lu Yongchang clenched his fists hard. Professor, how were the results of yesterday's review? After a moment of silence, Lu Yongchang took the initiative to change the topic. He was afraid that he could not help but tell the truth that he knew. Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Guan Huaoliang had a faint smile on his face. Sure enough, he is still young. It's only been one night, and I couldn't help but ask. He chuckled and said, After you left yesterday, Dean Jiang and Dean Tian proposed to convene a hospital-wide meeting. Lu Yongchang's expression remained as usual. Full hospital meeting? Unexpected? He didn't think that just a few professors could thoroughly understand this plan. You don't seem surprised at all? A hint of surprise flashed in Guan Huaoliang's eyes. Could it be that the young man in front of him had expected this result? Lu Yongchang nodded calmly. Of course I'm not surprised. After all, Dean Tian is not a scholar who specializes in controllable nuclear fusion. It's normal for him to be unsure. Guan Huaoliang looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Although he knew that Lu Yongchang was telling the truth, the scene of a young man in his early 20s, talking eloquently to several professors about their main areas of study is really a bit magical. Can be biased. This young man has the qualifications to talk. Ahem. Then if I told you that your plan was approved by the House of Representatives meeting, and your plan was reported to the Xia State Council, would you be surprised? Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. So fast? Has this been reported to the Xia State Council? Chapter 12 Stud is a kind of wisdom. Professor Guan Huaoliang, who got the answer from the expression on Lu Yongchang's face, laughed with satisfaction. He said cheerfully, After yesterday's meeting, Dean Tian and Academician Fang decided to submit your proposed controllable nuclear fusion plan to the Xia Kingdom Parliament. And the Parliament will decide whether to follow your plan. Experiment? Academician Fang? Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Could it be? Is it Academician Fang Su? That academician of Xia National Academy of Sciences, who single-handedly promoted the development of controllable nuclear fusion? It can be said that in the previous life, without the early preparation laid by Academician Fang Su, Lu Yongchang would not have been able to successfully take over Xiaogu's first controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor. Sandeki University has a nuclear physics laboratory. You should know this. Right. Seeing Lu Yongchang nodding, Guan Huaoliang picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip of strong tea and continued. Academician Fang Su is the person in charge of this nuclear physics laboratory. Lu Yongchang's eyes were slightly shaken. It's really him. It seems that his somewhat reckless operation this time really worked. On the second day after his rebirth, he established a relationship with Xia Kingdom's top scientist. Academician Fang Su is amazing. He is in the field of controllable nuclear fusion. Obviously, Professor Guan Huaoliang admires Academician Fang Su very much. Lu Yongchang looked at the expression of admiration on Guan Huaoliang's face and couldn't laugh or cry for a moment. Others don't know how powerful Academician Fang Su is. Doesn't he still know? Under the collective monopoly of all Western powers, he has single-handedly pushed Xia's controllable nuclear fusion technology to the level it has been for decades. This is Academician Fang's greatest achievement in the future. Jingle bell! A rapid ringing of the phone interrupted Professor Guan Huaoliang's interest. TSK. Professor Guan Huaoliang frowned slightly, tooted softly, and picked up the phone. Who is it? I'm Guan Huaoliang. But the next moment, the expression on Guan Huaoliang's face gradually became serious. What? Minister Hong is here? Okay. I get it. Lu Yongchang, he is with me now. Okay. I'll take him there right away. Guan Huaoliang hung up the phone with a strange look on his face. Yongchang, you don't have anything else to do next. Right. Without waiting for Lu Yongchang's reply, Guan Huaoliang said to himself, Forget it. Even if the sky falls, you have to come with me first. Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Professor. What happened? Guan Huaoliang's eyes became more and more strange. Boss Lu, have you ever chatted with a ministerial member? Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. Teach, Professor? Guan Huaoliang glanced at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said softly. It seems that the matter of Itera has made the Xia Kingdom Council a little angry. I didn't expect that this matter could actually bring out the Minister of Science and Technology. Sandeki University. Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Hong Bu, Lu Yongchang will be here soon. Fong Su looked solemnly and said to Hong Qiming in front of him. Hong Bu, number 1. What did you say about this matter? Hong Qiming glanced at Fong Su meaningfully. What are you talking about? ITER, or Lu Yongchang's controllable nuclear fusion plan. Fong Su gritted his teeth slightly and said in a deep voice. Both. Hong Qiming was silent for a while, seeming to consider his words. After a long time, he slowly said, Academician Fong, you have to believe that Xia Guo will never kill the goose that lays the goose to lay the eggs for such a small profit. Fong Su's pupils shrank slightly. He got it. Just as he thought, there was another hidden secret in the ITER matter. Yes, but we quit ITER. Isn't that? Hong Qiming gently raised his hand and made a gesture, interrupting Academician Fong's unfinished words. Academician Fong, I believe that without ITER, our Xia country can independently develop controllable nuclear fusion technology. Since the founding of the country, our country, Xia, has never slowed down its development because of these little things. Right. Fong Su's eyes trembled. And then he nodded slightly. What's more, if the plan proposed by Lu Yongchang can really achieve controllable nuclear fusion, I personally think that withdrawing from ITER may be a good thing. Can you understand me? Facing Hong Qiming's meaningful eyes, Fong Su suddenly had an idea in his heart. He figured it out. Once Lu Yongchang's plan is proven to be effective, Xia State, as a member state, will naturally need to share its technology with other member states. But now, Xia Guo has withdrawn from ITER. In this way, if the plan is effective, this controllable nuclear fusion technology can at least bring several years of technological leadership to Xia country. By then, Xia State's comprehensive national strength will be able to reach a higher level. Only, this also means that Xia Guo has invested all his chips in this sophomore undergraduate student. Of course, if Lu Yongchang knew these thoughts of senior officials, he would naturally respond with a smile. Stud is a kind of wisdom. In his previous life, relying on his precise scientific research intuition, he more than once made heavy bets on scientific research directions that everyone was not optimistic about. This also allows Renlian's technological level to advance rapidly in just a few years. There are underground city clusters large enough to accommodate billions of people. And interstellar spaceships are being built. All of this is the result of Stud. Only, in the most important gamble, Lu Yongchang failed. Because of this, human civilization has come to an end. The door to the nuclear physics laboratory slowly opened. A somewhat stooped figure and a tall figure appeared at the gate. Hong Qiming's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly turned his head to look at the tall and straight figure. With just one glance, Hong Qiming nodded affirmatively in his heart. Good. Full of energy and looking decent. Hong Bu, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yongchang, a sophomore undergraduate student in the Department of Physics at Sandaiki University. This is Professor Guanhuoyang. Fong Su's voice sounded from the side. This is our Minister of Science and Technology of Xia State, Hong Qiming. Guanhuoyang and Lu Yongchang hurried forward to say hello. Looking at Lu Yongchang's expressionless face, Hong Qiming's eyes flashed with curiosity. LV Yongchang. Right. You don't seem to be afraid of me? The corners of Lu Yongchang's mouth raised slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. I didn't do anything wrong. Why should I be afraid of you? Facing Lu Yongchang's rhetorical question, Hong Qiming was slightly startled, then immediately put his hands on his hands and burst into laughter. Okay. Classmate Lu Yongchang, we have verified your plan. It can be said that it is very feasible. I think you should also know about ITER. For this reason, Number 1 specially sent me a message to give me a task. I wonder if you dare to take this task. Chapter 13 Chief Engineer. Lu Yongchang fell into silence. Fong Su and Guanhuoyang on the side cast concerned glances at him. Under everyone's gaze, he nodded slightly. Certainly. Ha ha ha. Good. Hong Qiming laughed loudly and clapped softly. As expected of a young man from Xia Kingdom. Responsible. The next moment, Hong Qiming changed the topic. From now on, you are no longer a sophomore at Sandaiki University. He is the chief engineer of Xia State's controllable nuclear fusion project. Academician Fong Su is your deputy. There was silence in the laboratory. Fong Su, Guanhuoyang, and the researchers in the laboratory all cast their incredible eyes on Hong Qiming and Lu Yongchang in front of them. What Hong Bu just said. Seriously? Lu Yongchang was a little excited. Unexpectedly, the Xia State Council at this time was even more reckless Then he imagined, how dare he, a sophomore undergraduate, be allowed to preside over such a huge plan. Now, he can complete his plan faster, perhaps considering Li Yongchang's age at this time. Hong Qiming looked a little solemn and added, "Li Yongchang, you have to think about it carefully. The task assigned on the first is to initially achieve controllable nuclear fusion within 1 year. At least, our own controllable nuclear fusion in Xia State must achieve the same effect as its heir." Hearing this, Fang Su's pupil shrank suddenly. You know, Xia State currently doesn't even have its own controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor in the true sense. This task, can it really be done? Different from the anxious expressions of everyone around him. A faint smile appeared on Li Yongchang's face. He nodded slightly. "I accept this task. Furthermore, I can assure you that within 1 year, Xia State will completely master the controllable nuclear fusion technology." "What? Yongchang, what nonsense are you talking about?" As Li Yongchang finished speaking, Fang Su and Guan Huoyang on the side exclaimed in surprise. Guan Huoyang even scolded Li Yongchang. "Li Yongchang, such a major scientific research matter is not something you can just talk about casually. Why don't you apologize to the Ministry of Hong quickly?" As he spoke, Guan Huoyang lowered his head and apologized to Hong Qiming. "Hong Bu, this kid Li Yongchang is still a sophomore after all, and sometimes he can't speak clearly." Hong Qiming naturally didn't take this little thing to heart. He chuckled and waved his hand to interrupt Guan Huoyang's words. Then, he looked at the slightly immature Li Yongchang in front of him with interest. "Do you know what you just meant?" Li Yongchang's expression remained calm. "Of course. Hong Bu, I know what I'm talking about." Guan Huoyang reached out to cover his eyes and lamented deeply. What a sin! He even doubted whether he should bring Li Yongchang here. Li Yongchang didn't make any unnecessary explanations. He just took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and handed it to Hong Qiming. "Hong Bu, if what I said is true, please take a look at the contents of the USB flash drive before making a decision." Hong Qiming raised his eyebrows slightly and reached out to take the USB flash drive handed over by Li Yongchang. "Haha, I am becoming more and more interested in you. You should know the consequences of deceiving a ministerial member." "Right." As he spoke, Hong Qiming turned his attention to Fang Su. "Academician Fang, please do me a favor and project the contents of the USB flash drive so that we can see what surprises he has brought for us." Fang Su stepped forward with a look of helplessness and took the USB flash drive from Hong Qiming's hand. When passing by Li Yongchang, he sighed deeply. He had a hunch that Xiaogui had lost the bet. He even found it a little funny. "Xiaogui, why would you place your bet on such a young boy?" As for Li Yongchang, he looked like an old god. The contents of the USB flash drive were the result of a long night of typing on the keyboard in his dormitory last night. There isn't much. Just detailed drawings of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor. The workload was huge. But thanks to the potential that was forced out of him in his previous life, he managed to finish it. A few minutes later, a projector was brought over. As the projector was connected to the computer, Fang Su reached out and inserted the USB disk into the computer interface. The moment he saw the files in the USB flash drive, a flash of surprise flashed across Fang Su's face. At the same time, he subconsciously double-clicked the left mouse button to open the file. The next moment, a detailed drawing appeared on the snow-white wall. "This is..." Hong Qiming's pupil shrank suddenly. He looked at the drawings in front of him and muttered to himself. Not only Hong Qiming, but Fang Su and all the researchers in the laboratory were stunned on the spot, staring blankly at the drawings in front of them. As the person in charge of the nuclear physics laboratory, Fang Su immediately combined the drawing in front of him with the simple diagram on the blackboard. He swallowed slightly and asked in a hoarse voice, "Lu Yongchang, is this a detailed drawing of a controllable nuclear fusion reactor?" Lu Yongchang naturally smiled and nodded. "Of course. To be precise, this is a detailed drawing of the reactor. Now, do you believe what I say?" Hong Qiming also recovered from the shock and looked at Li Yongchang in front of him, his eyes sparkling. "Good boy, did you do this by yourself?" Although he already had the answer in his heart, he still didn't believe it. Complete such a drawing alone. Although he doesn't know much about scientific research, he also knows how much knowledge is needed to complete such a drawing. Under normal circumstances, this kind of drawing requires the cooperation of several people or even several teams to complete. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, confirming Hong Qiming's question. Hong Qiming's eyes trembled slightly. Although he could not understand the drawing, he was not sure of its authenticity and reliability. But he could see from the expressions of Fang Su and the other researchers how amazing the drawing in front of him was. Fong Su on the side exhaled slightly and glanced at Lu Yongchang with complicated eyes. Just now, he felt that it was a wrong decision to hand over such an important task to this young boy. But now, he decided to take back his unspoken words. Where is this little boy? This is simply not human. Fong Su cursed in his heart. In the entire history of Xia Kingdom, he had never heard of anyone being able to complete the blueprints of a large-scale equipment single-handedly. Although this is only a part of the drawing of the controllable nuclear fusion reactor, it is amazing enough. How long did it take you to complete this drawing? Fong Su asked with a trembling voice. Lu Yongchang quietly glanced at Fong Su's face and said with a smile. Almost more than a year? Fine. More than a year is considered acceptable. What a fart. Fong Su's expression was a little distorted. It only took you more than a year to build such a complicated thing? Then these researchers have spent nearly 10 years on dogs. Chapter 14 Stellar Simulator and Tokmak Device. Faced with Fong Su's doubts, Lu Yongchang could only curl his lips slightly. This is what I have said more than anything else. If Fong Su knew that he spent a whole night drawing out this drawing, he would probably be on the dissecting table by now. Right? It's just a drawing of a reactor. And it's still far from an entire controllable nuclear fusion reactor. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words full of Versailles connotations, Fong Su's mouth twitched twice. In his 45 years of life experience, Lu Yongchang should be the best person he has ever seen. Right? But soon, he noticed something strange. Etc. This reactor. Fong Su's voice made everyone's hearts twitch. Hong Qiming couldn't help but look at him. Could it be? Is there something wrong with the drawings of this reactor? This is not a Tokmak device! Fong Su shouted in surprise. There was a hint of smile in the corner of Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of academician Fong, I really couldn't hide it from him. Of course, this is not a Tokmak device. This is a stellarator. Lu Yongchang chuckled and said, if my calculations are correct, ITER's controllable nuclear fusion duration should be within 30 minutes. Right. Fong Su's eyes moved slightly and nodded slightly. Yes. The latest experimental results show that the fusion reaction lasted for about 26 minutes. Could it be that? Ha. Lu Yongchang smiled faintly. If nothing happens, soon, ITER will touch the ceiling of the Tokmak device. Fong Su's pupil shrank suddenly. You mean, the Tokmak device is not the optimal solution to achieve controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded and confirmed Fong Su's statement. How is that possible? If that's the case, wouldn't it mean that humans have been going down the wrong path for decades? Fong Su froze on the spot and muttered to himself. He couldn't accept what Lu Yongchang said. Lu Yongchang naturally understood Fong Su's complicated mood at this time. In the previous life, in order to break the monopoly, all the scientific research power of the Xia state was invested in the research and development of the Tokmak device. However, no matter how hard we try, the controllable nuclear fusion cannot be maintained for more than 30 minutes. At that time, this was a fatal blow to the confidence of all scientific researchers. If Fong Su hadn't learned about the flaws of the Tokmak device by chance, Xiaogua would have made a huge mistake on the road to achieving controllable nuclear fusion. How can I verify your statement? Fong Su is indeed the top scientist in Xia Kingdom. After a brief moment of confusion, he reacted immediately and asked Lu Yongchang in a deep voice. Lu Yongchang shrugged and said with an understatement, it's very simple. You just need to find a basic stellarator. Use the material I deduced to build a reactor, and then ignite nuclear fusion. It will naturally be verified. Fong Su's eyes moved slightly. He remembered that there was indeed an outdated stellarator device in the laboratory that he had bought at a large price. Etc. Hong Qiming's loud voice suddenly sounded from the side. You guys, can someone explain to me what the stellarator and Tokmak device mean? As he spoke, Hong Qiming turned his attention to Lu Yongchang. Seeing this scene, Guan Huaoliang and Fong Su took a step back and handed the stage to Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang thought for a moment and then said, Hong Bu, you should know that controllable nuclear fusion requires a strong magnetic field to restrain the nuclear fusion material. Right. Seeing Hong Qiming nodding, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. That's easy to explain. Otherwise, he also needs to explain the principles of controllable nuclear fusion from the beginning. Although it can be solved in a few words, it is still a bit troublesome. Simply put, the Tokmak device requires plasma current to generate a toroidal spiral magnetic cage. But the stellarator does not. It can directly generate a twisted toroidal magnetic cage through an external coil. Then, what's the difference between the two? Don't they both produce magnetic fields? Hong Qiming showed a trace of confusion in his eyes. Snapped. Lu Yongchang lightly snapped his fingers. That's the point. In the tokamak device, the plasma current reaches tens of millions of amperes. Such a huge current will inevitably cause countless problems. For example, distortion mode, magnetic surface tearing, magnetic island generation, etc. All of this reduces the ability to confine the plasma. The consequences range from a flameout to an explosion. While speaking, Lu Yongchang made an explosive gesture. Hong Qiming nodded in understanding. Although he didn't understand the various professional terms spoken by Lu Yongchang, he understood the last sentence. Will the tokamak explode if left alone? Hong Qiming looked at academician Fang Su standing next to him with a complicated look. Facing Hong Qiming's gaze, Fang Su could only nod helplessly and said, there is a possibility. But so far, the tokamak device has not experienced such a serious failure. Not now. But what about in the future? Lu Yongchang said calmly. When the fusion maintenance time is increased to 30 minutes, serious consequences may occur. Fang Su stiffened suddenly and exclaimed, you mean the tokamak device will explode after 30 minutes of fusion? Lu Yongchang nodded with a complicated expression. Yes. This is also the biggest trap of the tokamak device. Although the colloidal magnetic field formed by the plasma current makes the construction of the magnetic cage very simple, high temperature and ultra-large current will eventually lead to some unexpected occurrences. Fang Su suddenly realized. So that's it. That's it. What about the stellarator? Hong Qiming swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice. He suddenly had a feeling that the young-looking sophomore student in front of him was like an old professor who had been immersed in this field for decades. Even Fang Su looked like a student in front of him. Hearing Hong Qiming's question, Lu Yongchang said lightly, the stellarator is simple. It only needs to use the external coil to create a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage inside. And that's it. Hong Qiming. So simple? Then why didn't we use a stellarator before? Fang Su glanced at Lu Yongchang angrily and explained again. The difficulty of the stellarator is the manufacturing of the external coil. First of all, the shape of the external coil is irregular, which is a major difficulty in manufacturing. On the other hand, in order to form a strong enough magnetic field, the material of the coil is preferably a superconducting coil, which makes it even more difficult. After all, there is no breakthrough in room temperature superconducting technology yet. Lu Yongchang's faint voice came from the side. What if I can solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials? Chapter 15 Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory. What? As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, Fang Su's eyes widened slightly, and he exclaimed, can you solve the problem of room temperature superconducting materials? Fang Su's reaction made Hong Qiming frown on the side. Normal temperature superconductivity. I remember. Our country should have this technology. Right. Last time, I saw a report that a famous academician of the Academy of Sciences had made a breakthrough in room temperature superconducting technology. Fang Su glanced at Hong Qiming helplessly and said softly, Bu Hong, what you are talking about should be the paper published by academician Hu Changping in the journal Nature some time ago. Hong Qiming's eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes, you have a good memory. Academician Fang. I'm talking about the paper written by academician Hu Changping. What? Can't that technology be used? Fang Su had a bitter smile in his eyes, and slowly shook his head. Although the superconducting material manufactured by academician Hu Changping achieves superconducting phenomenon at room temperature of 15 degrees Celsius, this actually has prerequisites. It is achieved under a pressure of 267 billion pascals, which is about 1 million times the standard tire pressure. What's more, the material used by Professor Hu Changping to produce superconductivity in the diamond pressure chamber is extremely small. It even needs to be expressed in the unit of measurement picoliter. Seeing the doubt flashing in Hong Qiming's eyes, Fang Su quickly added, picoliter is a unit of measurement, and 1 picoliter is about 10 carat -9 milliliters. Hong Qiming took a sharp breath. Now he understood completely. Such harsh conditions. So few materials. It is simply a fantasy to apply this technology to controllable nuclear fusion. Fang Su swallowed slightly and murmured to himself. So far, I have not heard of any country that has truly mastered this technology. Then, he took a deep breath, calmed down his mood, and spoke again, speaking decisively. A truly room temperature superconducting material needs to achieve superconductivity at room temperature and pressure. This difficulty is very huge. Hong Qiming frowned. When he heard Lu Yongchang's words, he was even a little excited. Lu Yongcheng's understatement and determined look created an illusion for him. That is, room temperature superconducting technology is very simple. But now, under Fang Su's basin of cold water, Hong Qiming's somewhat heated mind gradually calmed down. He turned his head and looked at Lu Yongcheng, who was standing in front of him. He frowned and asked, "Are you sure you can solve room temperature superconducting materials?" The corners of Lu Yongcheng's mouth raised slightly, and he nodded slowly but firmly. Yes, room temperature superconducting technology is difficult. But in his previous life, this technology had already been conquered. Moreover, the scientist who solved this difficult problem for Xiaogua was none other than Lu Yongcheng himself. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "I need a standard carbon nanomaterials laboratory and a few helpers. If nothing else happens, give me a few days, and I can put the results in front of you." Fang Su's eyes moved slightly, and he obviously learned some hidden information from Lu Yongcheng's words. He looked at Lu Yongcheng in surprise, and his voice suddenly rose an octave higher. "Are you sure carbon nanomaterials can achieve room temperature superconductivity?" Lu Yongcheng was silent for a while, and he understood a message from Fang Su's curious eyes. "How about you come and watch me do it?" Fang Su. "It's not impossible." Perhaps realizing that he had revealed his intentions, Fang Su's eyes flashed with embarrassment. "Ahem. I'm not curious. Mainly because I'm worried that you are not familiar with the use of those experimental equipment." Lu Yongcheng. Carbon Nanomaterials Laboratory. Sandaika University. "Lu, student Lu. Please see if this laboratory can meet your requirements." As he said this, Fang Su's eyes showed a bit of dissatisfaction. As an academician, this is the first time for him to be a guide for a sophomore undergraduate. Fang Su felt even more awkward when he thought that he might even become this undergraduate's deputy in the future. "No, we have to think of a way. Or, let Lao Jiang get this kid a professorship." It sounds better to say it this way. At least no one would say that he, a dignified academician, was working under an undergraduate student. The more Fang Su thought about it, the more reliable it became, and he immediately approved the proposal in his mind. "Ah, sneeze!" Lu Yongcheng, who was walking in front, suddenly sneezed. He turned his head and glanced at Fang Su behind him with a suspicious look on his face. "I always felt that there was a chill coming from behind me just now. It shouldn't be Fang Su scolding him, right?" Facing Lu Yongcheng's meaningful gaze, Fang Su's expression suddenly froze. Then, he forced a forced smile on his face. "Student Lu, please see if this laboratory is suitable. If it is not suitable, we may have to go farther away to find a better laboratory." Lu Yongcheng turned back thoughtfully and looked at the instruments in the laboratory. After looking at it, Lu Yongcheng showed a bit of disgust in his eyes. That's it? In his previous life, he wouldn't have even looked at a laboratory with this configuration. But now, why? Just make do with it. Tony Stark can knock out the Mark I with his bare hands in a cave, so he can naturally create room temperature superconducting materials in this backward laboratory. Barely enough. Lu Yongcheng responded to Fang Su's question calmly. As for Fang Su, the moment he heard Lu Yongcheng's words, his eyes suddenly widened. Reluctantly, "Do you know that this is the best carbon nanomaterials laboratory at Sandaika University? I'm not bragging. This laboratory can at least be ranked among the top 10 in the current Xia Kingdom." Lu Yongcheng glanced at the aggrieved Fang Su next to him with a speechless face. "Didn't you just say that if it doesn't work, find a better laboratory?" Fang Su. I was being humble. Do you understand being humble?" Lu Yongcheng raised his hands and said softly in a coaxing tone. Okay. I take back what I said. This laboratory is very advanced and very good. Is it okay now?" Fang Su. He swore that he had never been so speechless in his life. He followed Fang Su without saying a word. He wanted to take a closer look to see how much this sophomore undergraduate weighed. It's not like you can't even recognize the name of the experimental equipment, right? Thinking of this, a smile flashed in Fang Su's eyes. You know, in the Sandaika laboratory, many experimental equipment have just been updated. Not to mention Lu Yongcheng, an undergraduate. Even he was a little unfamiliar with it. Chapter 16. Is this also a talent? Huh? This scanning electron microscope is great. Lu Yongcheng's voice came from the front. It should be the latest model. Right. Fang Su suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Yongcheng. Huh? This Fourier transform infrared spectrometer is also new. Right. Besides, not bad. I said the wrong thing just now. I didn't expect that there are some good things in this laboratory. Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of surprise. The names of every instrument are correct. Even for the latest machines. Lu Yongchang accurately reported their names. Do you know these instruments? Fong Su hesitated for a moment and asked. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su with a strange expression. Of course I know him. If I don't even know the instrument, what am I doing here? Fong Su's breath suddenly suffocated. What he said made sense. And he couldn't refute it. But, isn't this too counterintuitive? Most graduate students, not to mention undergraduates, may not be able to recognize all the equipment in this laboratory. How did you recognize Lu Yongchang? An undergraduate who had just entered his sophomore year? Seemingly seeing Fong Su's doubts, Lu Yongchang chuckled and explained. I have read a lot of papers, so I naturally understand these equipments. Fong Su looked a little strange. But, at least it's a reasonable explanation. Yongchang, let me ask you a very important question first. Fong Su's eyes flashed with confusion. Do you really know how to use these instruments? In other words, have you ever used these instruments? Lu Yongchang shook his head without any hesitation. Of course I haven't used it. Academician Fong. I am only a sophomore undergraduate. How can I have access to these high-end instruments? Fong Su suddenly became anxious. Then why don't you tell Minister Hong? Lu Yongchang smiled and interrupted Fong Su. However, I know how to use these instruments. So don't worry. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang turned to look at an instrument next to him and opened his mouth to tell the detailed usage process. Listening to Lu Yongchang's usage process without any mistakes, Fong Su froze on the spot. After a long time, he struggled to ask, did you come from reading literature? Lu Yongchang nodded and cast a strange look at Fong Su. Of course. Otherwise? Fong Su. He took a deep breath, then stretched out his hands to rub his somewhat stiff face. All right. Maybe there really are geniuses in the world. When do we start? Fong Su chose to change the topic. Lu Yongchang looked at the several researchers in white coats waiting at the entrance of the laboratory and raised his eyebrows slightly. Now! Looking at Lu Yongchang's smooth operation explanation, Fong Su fell into silence again. Did you learn this from the paper? Didn't you say you haven't touched the experimental equipment? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a crazy expression. In just half an hour, Lu Yongchang has operated 3 instruments one after another. Originally, in Fong Su's imagination, Lu Yongchang should be a pure theoretical worker. In other words, Lu Yongchang will make many mistakes during actual operations. This situation is very common. After all, there is a huge gap between theory and practice. For materials technology, a small operational error will lead to a huge difference in the final result. Fong Su was even ready to wipe Lu Yongchang's ass. But the scene that happened in just half an hour completely shattered Fong Su's worldview. Lu Yongchang's series of operations were as smooth as a veteran in the laboratory. Not only was there no mistake at all, but he even noticed many important points that Fong Su didn't pay attention to. Yes, I have indeed never touched experimental equipment in my life, Lu Yongchang said lightly with a faint smile on his lips. That's right. These so-called latest experimental equipment are all leftover from his previous life. Fong Su looked like he had eaten shit. Then you, Academician Fong. Sometimes talent is still very important. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached out and patted Fong Su's shoulder gently. You understand? Right? Fong Su. After finally overcoming his inner shock, Fong Su curiously asked Lu Yongchang, why did you choose carbon nanomaterials to achieve room temperature superconductivity? Hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang slowly stopped what he was doing and said softly, when 2 layers of parallel graphene are stacked at an angle of about 1.1 degrees, a superconducting effect will occur. Fong Su's pupils shrank slightly. Is this true? Lu Yongchang smiled and said, you can give it a try. Aren't there so many free instruments nearby? A few hours later. Oh my god, it's actually true. Fong Su looked at the instrument screen in front of him in shock. Yongchang, how did you discover this phenomenon? Lu Yongchang leaned down to operate the equipment on the experimental table and said softly, I calculated it, but I have never seen the actual scene. Fong Su was a little speechless. You dare to say this even if I haven't seen it before? Then, what if it's wrong? Doesn't this mean that everything is lost? It can't be wrong. Lu Yongchang straightened up, his eyes shining with confidence. I have confidence in myself. Fong Su. I don't know why, but since meeting Lu Yongchang, Fong Su feels that the time he is speechless has obviously increased a lot. 3 days later, Lu Yongchang and Fong Su stared at the display screen of the scanning electron microscope. On the screen, there is a section of material that looks like a cylinder. Yongchang, is this what you are talking about? Carbon nanotubes? Are you sure this carbon nanotube can achieve room temperature superconductivity? Fong Su's face was filled with suspicion. It's not surprising that he was suspicious. In fact, he basically did nothing during the past 3 days, apart from playing tricks and running errands. Lu Yongchang did all the really important operations alone. As an academician who has led a team all year round, I have to say that this is really an extremely novel experience. Faced with Fong Su's doubts, Lu Yongchang did not speak. Instead, he manipulated the microscope and continuously changed several observation angles with a serious expression. It wasn't until he saw the standard nanotube structure on the screen that Lu Yongchang took a long breath of relief. That's right. This is it. After saying that, Lu Yongchang estimated the time, with a look of regret in his eyes. It's a pity. According to the current manufacturing speed, we won't be able to see the results until at least tomorrow. Fong Su glanced at Lu Yongchang's side face full of regret, with a strange expression. Is this a pity? It took 4 days to produce an experimental sample of room temperature superconductivity. Isn't that fast enough? You know, the time it takes for any new material to come out is measured in years. Chapter 17, 10 centimeters of black wire. Early the next morning, Fong Su opened the door of the laboratory with a pair of panda eyes. Looking at the busy researchers in the laboratory, Fong Su had a trace of confusion in his eyes. Where is Lu Yongchang? He quickly grabbed a researcher who was passing by and asked, Lu, where did Lu Yongchang go? The researcher's eyes showed some surprise, and then he pointed to the depths of the laboratory. Professor Lu has arrived a long time ago. When we came, he was busy in the laboratory. I don't know since when Lu Yongchang became Professor Lu. In the words of these researchers, Fong Su didn't bother to correct their names. After all, after seeing Lu Yongchang's skillful and confident scientific research methods, not to mention these researchers, even Fong Su felt a little admiration from the bottom of his heart. If he hadn't known Lu Yongchang's identity, he would probably have mistakenly thought that Lu Yongchang's true identity was a senior professor. After retracting his reverie, Fong Su quickly turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. 6:45. He was secretly speechless. Sure enough, everyone's success is not accidental. Fong Su sighed in his heart and walked faster towards the depths of the laboratory. Perhaps because he heard the approaching footsteps, Lu Yongchang moved his eyes away from the device in front of the experimental table. Seeing the dark circles on Fong Su's face, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's wrong with you? Fong Su smiled and waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, Hey, it's okay. I just couldn't sleep last night. Why don't you go and take a rest? Lu Yongchang said with concern. Anyway, I don't have any tasks today. I just need to test the superconducting properties of carbon nanotubes. A flash of excitement flashed in Fong Su's eyes, and he cursed. Get some rest. This is the reason why I got the dark circles under my eyes. And you still let me rest? Where are the wires? Let me see. Seeing academician Fong's excitement, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but laugh. He turned sideways and let out the device on the experimental table, a glass cover with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Fong Su hurriedly took 2 steps forward and came to the glass cover. Through the glass cover, he clearly saw a black wire about 10 centimeters long connected to 2 metal probes. The wires are very thin. According to the naked eye, it is almost as thick as a hair. Fong Su stretched out his hand, bit his fingers, and lightly tapped the glass cover. Is there a vacuum in here? Lu Yongchang shook his head and denied. Of course not. It is just a small clean room now. You don't want to see some dust affecting the experimental results. Right. But soon. He spoke again and added. To be precise, it is not a vacuum environment yet. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang pointed to the vacuum equipment beside him. Fong Su raised his eyebrows slightly. The amount of information contained in this sentence is huge. Could it be said that this material can also achieve superconductivity in a vacuum environment? Lu Yongchang reached out and took out an A4 paper full of words from the experimental table and handed it to Fong Su. According to my calculations, the properties of superconducting wires composed of carbon nanotubes are extremely stable, and the normal operating temperature range is between -50 degrees Celsius and 80 degrees Celsius. Fong Su's eyes suddenly lit up, and he quickly asked, Where's the air pressure? Within 2 standard atmospheres. His. Hearing Lu Yongchang's answer, Fong Su took a sharp breath. Good guy. If it is as calculated by Lu Yongchang, this superconducting wire composed of carbon nanotubes can be used in almost any corner of the Earth, even in the deep sea where the pressure is extremely high. You only need to install a section of pressure-resistant pipeline. This also means that the power industry in Xia State will usher in earth-shaking changes. Yongchang, do you know what you did? Thinking of the series of changes that will happen in the future, Fang Su stood there blankly and muttered to himself. A smile appeared in the corner of Lu Yongchang's eyes, but he did not speak. Of course he knows what this piece of wire means. Although these technologies are somewhat advanced for the current Xia State, it is not enough to cope with future disasters. After admiring the carbon nanotube wires on the experimental table, Fang Su said solemnly, "Let's start testing." Knowing that the first test of the room temperature superconducting coil was about to begin, all the researchers in the laboratory put down their unfinished scientific research tasks and gathered around Lu Yongchang. This is a chance to witness history. No one would want to miss this opportunity. Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and carefully reached out his hand to connect the metal probes at both ends of the wire to the testing instrument. Although he is very confident in the materials he makes, who can say accurately about material science? Perhaps there was an accident during the manufacturing process, causing the inclination angle of the carbon nanotubes to change by 1 degree. Or for some other reason. It can be said that as long as there is a slight error, the production of this room temperature superconducting material will fail. While he was thinking wildly in his mind, he turned on the switch of the testing equipment. Start powering up. A number appeared on the test instrument screen. Resistor value, 0W. Success? Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement. More electricity! Fang Su's excited voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang immediately turned the knob and slowly increased the current. After seeing the resistance value without any fluctuation on the instrument screen, all the researchers in the laboratory let out soft exclamations. Unlike the researchers around him, Lu Yongchang still had a serious expression on his face. The testing is not over yet. He also needs to test the performance of this material in a low-pressure environment. Lu Yongchang winked at Fang Su, who was standing aside. Fang Su nodded slightly and turned on the vacuum equipment on the side. As a low humming sound came, the air in the glass cover was gradually sucked out, seeing the value on the barometer slowly decreasing. Even Lu Yongchang broke into a cold sweat. You know, superconducting materials react extremely violently to environmental changes. In past superconducting materials, any slight change in temperature or pressure would directly lead to the disappearance of the superconducting effect under the action of such a strong current. Once the superconducting effect of the wire disappears, even if the resistance value is small, extremely powerful heat will be generated instantly. As a result of, naturally, this is the only normal temperature superconducting wire in the world. Tens of seconds later, looking at the calm resistance curve on the screen of the test instrument, Lu Yongchang finally showed a bright smile on his face. He gently wiped the sweat on his forehead, raised his right hand high, and shouted loudly, "Success! We made it!" Fang Su, who was on the side, turned off various instruments with excitement, rushed to Lu Yongchang excitedly, and patted his shoulder vigorously. "Good job! We have the room temperature superconducting technology. Academician Fang, we should prepare for the transformation of the stellarator." Lu Yongchang quickly pulled away from the joy of success and said in a deep voice. Fang Su nodded excitedly. "I'm going to notify the laboratory staff right away, and we'll start the renovation of the stellarator this afternoon." Chapter 18, Transforming the Stellar Simulator. Half a month later, inside the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaiki University, Lu Yongchang sat quietly in an office assigned to him alone. He frowned slightly, and the pen in his hand quickly calculated some calculations on the A4 paper in front of him. Half a month later, the normal temperature superconducting wire made of carbon nanotube material has been completed. It must be said that the power of the state machine is extremely huge. The moment he learned of the breakthrough in room temperature superconducting material technology, Hongbu personally issued the manufacturing order. Although Lu Yongchang has a complete carbon nanotube preparation plan in his hands. But, because of the manufacturing process problems at this time, the Xiaoshen Group, the only company in the entire Xia Kingdom that was responsible for manufacturing high-precision equipment, was able to mass-produce superconducting wires that met the standards. As for those foreign companies, Hong Qiming is not a fool. If he really wants to give them the order, it is estimated that within a few days, several major Western countries will be able to master room temperature superconducting technology, stimulated by a large amount of funding and administrative orders. Xiaoxing Group's carbon nanotube wire manufacturing capacity continues to expand. In just half a month, room-temperature superconducting wires worth hundreds of millions were shipped to the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University. At this time, an old-style stellarator device had been installed in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory. However, at this time, all the outer spiral wires of the stellarator have been removed by the staff. As for the inner cavity of the stellarator, it was replaced with a newly manufactured inner cavity a few days ago. The material used in the new inner cavity is naturally the new material Lu Yongchang introduced on the blackboard. According to material testing, the reactor cavity made of this new material can perfectly withstand the hundreds of millions of degrees high temperature when nuclear fusion reactions occur. In addition, during material testing, Fong Su was surprised to find that this new material could perfectly resist radiation damage caused by nuclear fusion. While Fong Su was pleasantly surprised, a hint of admiration for Lu Yongchang suddenly rose in his heart. Such powerful material was actually deduced on paper by a sophomore undergraduate. Fong Su couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. At this age, he is really living like a dog. Naturally, Lu Yongchang didn't know what Fong Su was thinking. At this time, he was sitting in the office and carefully checking the size parameters of this stellarator. According to Fong Su, this stellarator was originally used for research in Country D. As for why it is no longer used, naturally, we return to the original question. It is extremely difficult to manufacture a stellarator. Different from the regular spiral shape of tokamaka, the shape of the stellarator is simply like a messy ball of yarn. The position of each wire needs to be carefully calculated to ensure that it can generate a magnetic field at a specific angle. At this time, Lu Yongchang was completing this work. He needs to calculate the precise position of each superconducting wire based on the size parameters of the stellarator to ensure that a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage can be formed in the inner cavity of the stellarator to confine the extremely high-temperature plasma. Body. Call! Lu Yongchang gently put down the pen in his hand and took a long breath. After several days of calculation, we finally achieved gratifying results. According to his calculations, these superconducting coils can provide a strong magnetic field with a strength of up to 100 T. This will be the most powerful man-made magnetic field on Earth. This 100 T strong magnetic field can perfectly confine the fusion plasma of hundreds of millions of degrees in the center of the reactor cavity. He stood up, walked slowly to the office door, and gently turned the door handle. The sound of the office door opening attracted Fong Su's attention. Huh? Have you completed the calculation task? Seeing the relaxed expression on Lu Yongchang's face, Fong Su flashed a look of surprise at his eyes, and asked immediately, "How many days has it been?" With all the calculations in mind, it will only be a little more than 3 days. Right? Can Lu Yongchang complete such a complex calculation task in 3 days? Fong Su didn't believe it in his heart. Seemingly seeing the doubt in Fong Su's eyes, Lu Yongchang chuckled and said, "Of course it's done." As he spoke, he handed a stack of A4 paper to Fong Su. "How about you check it?" Fong Su took the A4 paper handed over by Lu Yongchang with a surprised look on his face. Fong Su swallowed slightly when he saw the dense calculation formulas above. Although he didn't want to admit it, he seemed to be confused about the calculation method above. "Ahem, I believe your calculations." With that said, Fong Su returned the stack of A4 papers to Lu Yongchang with a serious face. "How about, let Tianhe-1 check your calculation results?" Lu Yongchang was stunned, nodded slightly, and agreed to Fong Su's proposal. Regarding controllable nuclear fusion, all research resources are given priority to Sandaika Nuclear Physics Laboratory. As soon as the application was submitted, the usage time of Tianhe-1 was allocated. Fong Su carefully input each result calculated by Lu Yongchang into the computer, and then Tianhe-1 performed the calculations. At this time, the role of supercomputers was fully revealed. In just half an hour, the calculation results appeared in front of Fong Su and Lu Yongchang. Success? The release of the superconducting wire layout plan means that the stellarator transformation plan has reached the final step. Coil supports with specific angles are installed outside the stellarator. These brackets can hold the coil in place. After all, for the stellarator, once the position of the external superconducting coil shifts even a little bit, it means a disaster. Once the internal annular magnetic cage is destroyed, the plasma with hundreds of millions of degrees will directly contact the surface of the inner cavity. I believe no one wants to see such consequences. Therefore, when completing the final modification of the stellarator, both Lu Yongchang and Fong Su were very alert, fearing that there would be any small mistakes. 3 days later, the renovation work of the old stellarator is completely completed. "Yongchang, When will we start the first ignition experiment? Fong Su's voice sounded from the side. Unconsciously, Fong Su regarded Lu Yongchang as his superior. Before every research decision, he would first ask Lu Yongchang's opinion. Now you can! Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed. He looked away from the calculation A4 paper on his desk and said in a deep voice, Academician Fong, please report it. This afternoon, we will start the first ignition experiment. As Fong Su applied to Hong Qiming for the first ignition experiment, some changes also occurred in Sandaika University. Dozens of soldiers from the Special Forces entered Sandaika University in civilian clothes, and all the main roads leading to the nuclear physics laboratory were blocked. Even on some high-rise buildings near the nuclear physics laboratory, snipers have already set up sniper rifles and observation equipment in advance. It is no exaggeration to say that even a bird cannot fly safely through the nuclear physics laboratory at this time. All this is to ensure that the controllable nuclear fusion experiment is not interfered by any external unknown factors. Chapter 19 Ignition. Naturally, the changes within Sandaika University cannot be hidden from some thoughtful people. What's going on? So why are these roads closed? Several boys were walking in Sandaika University, with depression written all over their faces. Could it be that there's a big shot in the school? A boy looked at the blocked road and made a guess. Another boy shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, It's probably not a big shot. I looked at the forum just now, and it seems that all the roads leading to the nuclear physics laboratory are blocked. What? Nuclear physics laboratory? Are you saying there are going to be some nuclear tests there? The boy nodded solemnly. I wonder if you have heard the news. The Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University has been conducting research related to controllable nuclear fusion, coupled with the news from ITER some time ago. Do you think it's possible that the Nuclear Physics Laboratory is conducting controlled nuclear fusion experiments? This guess is obviously much more reliable than the previous one. If this is really the case, wouldn't it mean that my country, Xia, will soon master controllable nuclear fusion? Hearing the words of the classmates next to him, the boy who made the guess rolled his eyes angrily. How is that possible? This is controllable nuclear fusion. I guess this is an experiment. Last time I heard my mentor say that it will take at least several years before controllable nuclear fusion is truly mature. At the same time, inside the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University, everyone, cheer up! Check the working status of each component of the stellarator. If there are no problems, prepare to power on and start the first fusion test. Following Lu Yongchang's order, the researchers in the laboratory came to their workstations one after another and began to conduct investigation work. The cooling system is normal. The laser generator is working. The superconducting coil is in good condition. As reports came one after another, the expressions on the faces of Lu Yongchang and Fong Su gradually became serious. When the last inspection work was completed, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement, and he gave the order firmly. Start powering on! The researcher on the side pulled the switch, and a low hum slowly sounded, and an extremely powerful current instantly passed through the superconducting coil outside the stellarator. Magnetic field strength? Lu Yongchang asked loudly. A researcher responsible for monitoring the magnetic field strength responded loudly. The current magnetic field strength is 50 T. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. A magnetic field strength of 50 T is enough. After all, this is just a test, not the actual start of controlled nuclear fusion. Then, the first ignition experiment of controllable nuclear fusion starts now. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed a few buttons on the computer in front of him. A little deuterium-tritium gas mixture is injected into the reactor. The next moment, the heating device starts. Under the operation of the heating device, the deuterium-tritium mixed gas will be heated to extremely high temperatures until it completely turns into a plasma state. The plasma deuterium and tritium mixture will be firmly constrained in its orbit by the strong magnetic field inside the stellarator. Countless parameters flashed on the computer screen in front of him, and various colorful curves and numbers jumped up and down in Lu Yongchang's eyes, forming a beautiful picture. Almost ready! Get ready to light the fire! Lu Yongchang shouted in a deep voice. Fong Su on the side swallowed slightly and pressed a button on the console in front of him. The next moment, an extremely high-intensity laser shined directly on the plasma deuterium-tritium mixture. Boom! The curve on the temperature sensor instantly drew a beautiful curve and began to climb upward at a slope of nearly 90 degrees. In just a few seconds, the temperature of the plasma deuterium and tritium mixture reached hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The fusion fire is lit. Nuclear fusion has begun. At extremely high temperatures, A deuterium atom and a tritium atom react to produce a helium atom and a neutron. In this process, a huge amount of energy is released. The temperature has reached critical point. A large number of neutrons detected. A researcher looked excited and shouted in a hurry. The eyes of everyone present moved slightly. As professionals, they all understood the hidden meaning of this sentence. The nuclear fusion reaction has already occurred in the inner cavity of the stellarator in front of us. Looking at the extremely stable data on the computer screen, Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of excitement. We succeeded? Perhaps because of being too excited, Fong Su's face turned red and his lips trembled slightly. In comparison, Lu Yongchang's reaction was much duller. I saw the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. After all, it was just an ignition experiment. Because this is just an ignition experiment, the amount of deuterium and tritium gas is not very large. After a few minutes, the fusion fuel was exhausted, and the fusion reaction in the reactor slowly stopped. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he immediately shouted loudly, "Quick! Check the status of the stellarator! Now is not the time to be happy!" Several researchers lowered their heads and looked at the computer screen in front of them. The cooling system is in good condition, and the external temperature of the stellarator is currently stable. The first reports came from a distance. Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice, "What is the outside temperature now?" 25 degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. It appears that the cooling equipment is in good working order. The next second, he turned to the researcher on the other side and asked loudly, "How is the condition of the reactor?" "The reactor is in good condition and no radiation damage has been detected." Only then did Lu Yongchang reveal a bright smile on his face. The first stage of controlled nuclear fusion has been a complete success. The next thing to consider is the control system for controllable nuclear fusion, and the selection of power generation devices. Is it to continue the glorious tradition of mankind boiling water? Or is it another more advanced solution? These questions circled back and forth in Lu Yongchang's mind. Snapped! A hand slapped him hard on the shoulder. Lu Yongchang trembled slightly and woke up from his thoughts. Turning around, he saw Fong Su looking at him with a smile on his face. "I said, the ignition was successful. What are you still thinking about here? Come on! Come on! I'll treat you tonight. I'll take you out for a nice meal to celebrate." That night, a piece of news was quietly launched on the official website of Sandaika University. "Warm congratulations to Sandaika Nuclear Physics Laboratory for successfully operating controlled nuclear fusion. At the same time, the hot searches for scars have also been quietly changed. Xiaoguo's first controlled nuclear fusion experiment was a complete success." In just a moment, countless netizens who were eating melon late at night crowded into the comment area. "What the hell? Really? Is this successful? I remember that Xiaoguo was seen to have just quit ITER. Could it be that the rumor is true and Xiaoguo really stole relevant information? Kill the guy upstairs. Isn't this killing the goose that lays the egg? I don't believe Xiao would do such a stupid thing. Not to mention these unlucky things. I believe that even without ITER, we can develop our own controllable nuclear fusion device." Chapter 20 Across the Ocean. Across the ocean, the United States. Inside the Oval Office of the President inside the White House. A Chinese newspaper lies quietly on the President's desk. The big red characters on the newspaper are particularly bright against the black and white background. "Good news! The controlled nuclear fusion ignition of the Sandaika University Nuclear Physics Laboratory was successfully ignited." Bang! There was a sound of slamming on the table. The presidential desk, made of mahogany, trembled violently. Fuck! A fat middle-aged man with blonde hair sat behind his desk. His face flushed, and he shouted sternly, "Damn it! Anthony, can you explain this to me?" Hearing the angry scolding of the middle-aged man in front of him, the man known as Anthony took a step forward, shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Mr. Trump, I don't think there is anything to explain." "What? There's nothing to explain? Is this the reply you gave me as the Minister of Defense?" The muscles on both sides of the blonde middle-aged man's cheeks trembled slightly, and even his golden bangs trembled twice. "Tell me, Anthony, what did you tell me then? As long as Xiaoguo is kicked out of the ITER project, we can always maintain a leading position in controllable nuclear fusion." Trump vividly imitated Anthony's tone of voice. "If I remember correctly, these are your exact words, Bar?" Anthony looked at this scene with an ugly expression. "What now? Anthony, tell me, what is written in this newspaper?" Trump angrily picked up the newspaper on the table and threw it on the floor in front of Anthony. The corners of Anthony's mouth twitched slightly. He lowered his head and read the newspaper carefully. Then, he said in a deep voice, "Your Excellency, I can't read Chinese." Obviously, Anthony's reply completely exceeded Trump's expectations. Trump opened his mouth slightly and looked at Anthony in front of him in disbelief. "Anthony, you? Okay. Very good." Trump even laughed angrily. "You can't read Chinese? Then let me tell you what is written on it." The newspaper said that Xia State has successfully conducted a controlled nuclear fusion ignition experiment. "Do you understand?" Anthony's face was expressionless, and he nodded slightly. "Yes." "So?" Trump sneered. "This is your reply to me?" Anthony took a deep breath. "Your Excellency, I hope you will take a good look at this report before speaking, instead of complaining directly to me. As one of the ITER member states, Xia has naturally mastered some controllable nuclear fusion technology. In my opinion, there is basically no need to worry about this so-called ignition experiment. They are still far away from truly mastering controllable nuclear fusion." The expression on Trump's face softened a bit. After calming down, some doubts flashed in his eyes, and he asked again, "You mean?" Anthony stretched out his hand and pointed behind him. "Your Excellency, please let professionals explain these professional knowledge to you." With that said, Anthony turned sideways and said behind him, "Professor Collins, now is your time." An old man with gray hair walked forward slowly on crutches and saluted Trump respectfully. "Hello, Mr. President." Trump frowned slightly, and after pondering for a moment, he asked softly, "If I remember correctly, you should be the leading professor who was sent to ITER a few years ago." "Right." Professor Collins' eyes flashed with excitement. "Yes, Mr. President. I didn't expect you to still remember me." Trump nodded slightly and said with a slightly arrogant expression, "What? Do you want to explain something to me?" Professor Collins nodded quickly, and then said with a somewhat hurried look, "Your Excellency, President, I think you don't need to worry about this news about Xia country at all." Trump's eyes moved slightly, and he gestured for him to continue speaking, while he adjusted himself to a more comfortable sitting position. "I have read reports from Xiagua. The controllable nuclear fusion device they use this time is a stellarator, not a traditional tokamak device." Upon hearing this, Trump frowned tightly. He was somewhat impressed by the tokamak device. After all, a large part of the tokamak device planned by ITER was manufactured at the expense of the United States. But what kind of stellarator is that? What's this again? He looked at Professor Collins in front of him with some confusion. "Professor, the stellarator you just mentioned." Seeing the doubt in Trump's eyes, Professor Collins suddenly realized. "Your Excellency, you don't need to know what a stellarator is. You just need to know that the stellarator device is an equipment that has been eliminated by us. The reason for elimination is simple. It is too expensive to build and too difficult to manufacture, which can easily lead to failure of nuclear fusion. I can probably guess the origin of the stellarator at Sandaika University in Xia State. It should be a nearly scrapped stellarator from country D a few years ago." Trump looked at Professor Collins in disbelief. "Are you sure? A scrapped stellarator can also successfully ignite nuclear fusion?" Obviously, Trump doesn't quite believe what Professor Collins said. Professor Collins nodded vigorously. "Your Excellency, President, you should know that the quality of products made by Chinese people is always good. I estimate that this is also the reason why Xiagua can succeed. But this outdated gadget is definitely not reliable. Therefore, you can see that Xiagua's controllable nuclear fusion can be maintained for only 2 minutes. Perhaps you don't know that ITER's tokamak device can already extend the maintenance time of controllable nuclear fusion to 26 minutes. These words of Professor Collins made Trump's stiff face warm up a lot. "Then, according to your opinion, Xia's research on controllable nuclear fusion. Impossible. It is absolutely impossible for Xiagua to complete the research on controllable nuclear fusion on the stellarator," Professor Collins said decisively without any hesitation. "The stellarator has long been proven to be a thankless road." After hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Trump's face. As long as Xia cannot master controllable nuclear fusion, the status of the United States will not be shaken. "It's just, Mr. President, there is something I want to tell you." There was a hint of hesitation in Professor Collins' eyes. "Say," perhaps because he had just received good news. Trump nodded slightly, with a faint smile on his lips. "Your Excellency, the President, the United States should also build its own controllable nuclear fusion device," Professor Collins said with an anxious look. "We can't always share experimental results with ITER. In the next experiment, ITER is planning to extend the controllable nuclear fusion time to more than 30 minutes. If it succeeds, perhaps The era of human beings mastering controllable nuclear fusion is coming, and we in the United States should prepare in advance. Chapter 21 Meeting Chairman Lee. Professor Collins' words made Trump frown. He was silent for a long time, and then slowly said, "This is indeed a problem. Like Xia, the United States currently does not have its own controllable nuclear fusion device." Trump's muttering made Professor Collins' eyes suddenly light up. He quickly echoed, "You are right, Your Excellency. We need a fusion reactor that truly belongs to us." Trump pondered for a moment. "Give me a moment, Professor. Congress, if there is no exact time, there is no way to approve it." Faced with Trump's meaningful look, Professor Collins hesitated for a moment. "Maybe about 10 years? Trump frowned instantly. 10 years? Professor, are you kidding me? Stop talking about me. Congress will never agree to this plan." Professor Collins sneered and hurriedly spoke again. 5 years? I believe that within 5 years, the Americans' own fusion reactor will appear. Trump nodded with satisfaction. At the same time, within the first ring of Xia Kingdom's capital city, in the building that could not be found on the map, Hong Chiming knocked on the office door again with a serious face. "Enter." Hong Chiming took a deep breath to calm down the agitated mood in his heart, and then reached out and pushed open the slightly heavy wooden door. "Number 1. Hong Chiming lowered his head slightly and saluted the old man behind the desk. Seeing Hong Chiming, the old man's face was full of smiles. He stood up slowly, walked to Hong Chiming, nodded and said, "Not bad. Good job." A smile appeared on Hong Chiming's slightly serious face. He nodded slightly and whispered, "I didn't expect that this kid Liu Yongcha could be so powerful." A look of sadness flashed in Number One's eyes. "Yes, I have read all the reports you sent 2 days ago." The next second, Number One changed the topic and said with a serious face, "Chiming, what do you think of this guy Liu Yongcha?" Hong Chiming's pupils shrank suddenly. The words Number One made a vague guess arise in his heart. Could it be said that preparations are made on the first? He didn't dare to hide anything and immediately told everything he saw. After listening to Hong Chiming's words, Number One nodded thoughtfully. "It seems that this kid is very suitable for you. I'm going to train him to be a leader of the new generation. What do you think?" Hong Chiming took a deep breath, and then said solemnly, "Number One, I think Liu Yongcha can shoulder this responsibility." A satisfied smile appeared on Number One's face. "In that case, you can bring him to my place in 2 days. I want to see him in person." "What? Want to see me on the first?" Even Liu Yongcha, who was used to meeting all kinds of big shots in his previous life, couldn't help but be a little surprised at this time. He didn't expect that Number One would notice him so quickly. But what's the reason? It's just an ignition experiment of controlled nuclear fusion. But it's not enough for Number One to notice him. Liu Yongcha, who had been thinking for a long time without getting an answer, had a flattering smile on his face and moved closer to Hong Chiming. "Hong Bu, do you know why Number One wants to see me?" Hong Chiming glanced helplessly at Liu Yongcha, who was smiling playfully in front of him. He was wondering from the bottom of his heart, why is this guy Liu Yongcha not afraid of him at all? After all, he is also a ministerial-level congressman. Although he was a little puzzled, he still told Liu Yongcha everything he knew. "The meaning of Number One is to prepare you to become a leader of the younger generation. You must be prepared." After the words fell, not only Liu Yongcha, but also Fang Su beside him, his pupils suddenly shrank. Liu Yongcha suppressed the smile on his face and asked in a deep voice, "Minister Hong, is this really what Number One said?" "Absolutely no lies." Hearing Hong Chiming's decisive response, Liu Yongcha's eyes flashed with excitement. If it can really happen, then he will be a little more sure of the disaster in the future. Originally, in his plan, it would take him about 3 years to achieve his current achievements. But now, in less than a month, he completed all the early planning. "Hong Bu, when do we set off?" Hong Chiming glanced at the little boy in front of him with a slight smile. "Tomorrow. I will take you to see Number One in person." The next day, at the entrance of a mysterious building in the first ring of Beijing, a black Audi A6 slowly stopped. After the car door opened, a middle-aged man got out of the car first, followed by a college student with a slightly green face. "Yongcha, when you meet Number One, please stop talking nonsense and be serious. You know?" Hong Chiming's eyes showed a bit of uneasiness. As Liu Yongcha's guarantor, if something really went wrong, he probably wouldn't be able to live with it. Liu Yongcha nodded slightly and said nothing. When Hong Chiming saw this, his eyes showed a bit of smile. "I didn't expect that your kid would be nervous sometimes. Right. I have never seen you like this before in front of me. Hong Qiming's teasing voice brought Lu Yongchang back from his thoughts. A bit of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Nervous? He wasn't nervous. Just now, he was just thinking about how to make number one pay attention to the development of aerospace technology. However, since Minister Hong said this, he agreed silently. You can't refute him at this time. Right? As a former chief scientist, his emotional intelligence is not that low. Don't worry. Number one is easy to talk to. Seeing that Lu Yongchang was still silent, Minister Hong's smile became even wider, and he reached out and patted his shoulder gently. Let's go. Don't keep number one waiting. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The rhythmic knocking on the door sounded in the quiet corridor. Enter! An old man's voice came from inside the door. The heavy wooden door slowly opened, and the familiar and simple office appeared in front of Lu Yongchang. There was a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. In his last life, he was a frequent visitor to this office. Lu Yongchang. Right. The first time he saw Lu Yongchang, a smile appeared on the old man's face. And then he slowly stood up from his chair and walked to him. Number one looked Lu Yongchang up and down and praised him repeatedly. Not bad. Not bad. He is a talented person. He reached out and patted Lu Yongchang on the shoulder. On behalf of Xiaogua, thank you. As he spoke, number one actually bent down towards Lu Yongchang. Number one! Hong Qiming on the side saw this. His eyes showed a bit of anxiety, and he said repeatedly, Number one! Never do it! Lu Yongchang also reacted immediately, and immediately prepared to help number one sideways, but was firmly pinned to the spot by number one's left hand, and he forcibly accepted the bow. Number one? You are? Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly. I just did what a scientific researcher should do. Number one, who stood up, couldn't help but be moved when he heard these words. What should be done? Okay. A few days ago, I asked Minister Hong what he thought of you. Originally, I thought Minister Hong was a little partial to you. But now it seems that Minister Hong didn't tell the truth. Saying that, number one smiled and glanced at Hong Qiming, who was standing aside with a sneer on his face, and spoke again to confirm. You boy, good. Very good. If all the young people of Xia Kingdom are like you, why should Xia Kingdom not rise up? Chapter 22 Counselor Li's Suspicion. Facing number one's affirmation, a faint smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. Looking at Lu Yongming's slightly dull expression in front of him, number one's eyes showed a bit of surprise. In his impression, almost no one could maintain such a calm posture under his praise. Number one pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Yongchang, what do you think of the future direction of Xia Kingdom's technological development? As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Qiming's eyes showed some excitement. Coming! Judging from the attitude in front of number one, he can be sure that as long as Lu Yongchang answers this question in a satisfactory manner, the important task of leading the new generation will inevitably fall on him. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Like Hong Qiming, he also realized the meaning behind number one's words. Before entering the office, Hong Qiming's words of advice flashed through his mind. Although he knew the hidden meaning of Hong Qiming's words, he could not answer this question in a satisfactory manner. The scene of a helium flash in the sun was still flashing in his mind. How dare he slow down? Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and slowly said, Number one, I think Xiaogua should set its sights on the universe. Hong Qiming was slightly stunned, and then a hint of urgency flashed in his eyes. This kid. I clearly told him not to talk nonsense. Lu Yongchang continued, minding his own business. Currently, we have successfully ignited the spark of nuclear fusion. It can be said that Xia State is only half a step away from completely mastering controllable nuclear fusion. Number one, as a scientific researcher and a scholar, I have the obligation to remind you that controllable nuclear fusion technology is very important and related to the destiny of the country. Xia Kingdom is now at the turning point of the times. The door to the new world is right in front of us. Whether we push it open or retreat, everything depends on our next actions. Number one frowned slightly and looked thoughtfully at Lu Yongchang, who was talking in front of him. Yongchang! You? Hong Qiming on the side was a little out of breath. He lowered his voice and shouted to Lu Yongchang, trying to interrupt him. Number one suddenly raised his left hand and made a gesture to interrupt Hong Qiming's movement. He glanced at Hong Qiming meaningfully and said slowly, Let him finish. Then, number one turned to look at Lu Yongchang again and said meaningfully, What do you mean? Xia State needs to develop controllable nuclear fusion as soon as possible? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Not only that, Xiaogua needs to set its sights beyond the Earth. Beyond Earth? That's right. Lu Yongchang's eyes were firm. He ignored the doubts in the eyes of Yen number 1 and Hong Qiming and continued. The moon. Mars. Or outside the solar system. Ahem. Yongchang. Hong Qiming coughed and reminded. That's a bit far. Number 1 shook his head slowly, with a smile in his eyes. It doesn't matter. Young people. Some dreams are always good. Hearing number 1's comments, Hong Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. He quietly glared at Lu Yongchang. This brat. In front of number 1. I really dared to say anything. When I get back, I have to teach him a lesson. As for Lu Yongchang, there was a trace of regret in his eyes. Sure enough, it's still too early to say this now. After a year, when the sun's aging begins to show signs, he can officially put his plan on the table. Now, what he needs to do is to accumulate various necessary technologies for the stars and seas plan in a year's time. Number 1 was silent for a moment, then spoke again. Yongchang, don't worry. The controllable nuclear fusion project will be the focus of Xia State's development in the next few years. Now, what you need to do is to perfect the controllable nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory as much as possible. When the time is right, Xiaogua will naturally build a controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Lu Yongchang nodded silently. Okay, you can go out first. Minister Hong and I still have something to say. As soon as the office door closed, Hong Qiming said eagerly. Number 1. This guy Lu Yongchang is just too young. Okay. Number 1 said with a smile on his face. I know what you mean. Of course I know that this guy Lu Yongchang is a malleable talent. I kept you here for another reason. With that said, Number 1 handed a document in his hand to Hong Qiming. Hong Qiming breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to take the document handed over by Number 1. The moment he saw the document, Hong Qiming frowned tightly. This is the investigation result of the Xi'an National Security Bureau Number 2. Number 1 said lightly. Hong Qiming's pupil shrank suddenly, and his hands holding the document trembled slightly. It turned out to be information from the 2nd Security Bureau of Xia State. This is an intelligence department on par with the CIA of the United States, MI5 of country Y, and the KGB of the Soviet Union. Number 1 had a deep look in his eyes and whispered. According to the investigation, although Lu Yongchang had excellent grades in the past, he didn't seem to show any extraordinary qualities. Hong Qiming swallowed slightly. You mean, Lu Yongchang has a problem? Number 1 shook his head slowly. It's not a problem. I've also seen his parents' information, and it's very clean. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get into this office. Number 1's tone was very flat, but there was a chill behind Hong Qiming's back. He quickly asked, What do you mean? Number 1 did not reply immediately, but pressed a button next to his desk. Have the results come out? Number 1 said in a calm tone. The next moment, a calm male voice came from the office. From entering the office to leaving, it lasted a total of 11 minutes and 25 seconds. During this period, Lu Yongchang's heartbeat fluctuated twice, and at the same time, his pupils contracted, etc. A series of conditions. When? The first time was in response to your question, and the second time was before leaving the office. Number 1 nodded thoughtfully and asked again. What did the psychological evaluation say? According to the assessment, Lu Yongchang should not have any bad intentions, and everything he said should be true from the heart. But he was hiding something. Number 1 nodded slowly. That's right. Ever since he met Lu Yongchang, he had this feeling in his heart. There was a huge secret hidden in Lu Yongchang's heart. Hong Qiming swallowed slightly and asked in a low voice. Number 1. How about we first remove the title of Chief Engineer of Controlled Nuclear Fusion from Lu Yongchang? The corners of Number 1's mouth raised slightly, and a meaningful smile appeared on his wrinkled face. Not urgent. Having secrets is not a problem. Everyone has secrets, including the NU. As he said that, Number 1's eyes briefly stayed on Hong Qiming's face. Hong Qiming's heart skipped a beat. After a pause, Number 1 continued. I just need to know that he has no ill intentions towards Xiaogua. What's more, he has made such a great contribution to controllable nuclear fusion. Xia State is definitely not a country that is trying to kill the donkey. Hong Qiming looked at Number 1 in confusion. Then, Number 1 thought for a moment and said slowly, let him continue to be the chief engineer. In addition, start the second experiment as soon as possible. I hope that within a year, The light of fusion can shine on the land of Xia Kingdom. Chapter 23 Public Opinion Grows. The next day, before anyone noticed, a piece of news quietly appeared on the front page of the newspaper. Xiaogua's controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor plan is officially launched today. Of course, there is no surprise that this news has also appeared on the hot search list for scars. For a time, it attracted countless comments from netizens. Ah, this is the official launch of the controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor plan? I remember. Didn't I just successfully ignite it 2 days ago? Isn't the progress too fast? Can someone please explain to me? What does this news mean? Here comes the explanation. The successful ignition only shows that Xiaogua can ignite nuclear fusion in a controllable nuclear fusion device. It is still far away from truly mastering controllable nuclear fusion. However, the current experimental reactor is where the real research begins. Controlled nuclear fusion. I see. But this is fast enough. I hope Xiaogua can give it a big deal and be the first to develop controllable nuclear fusion. I think Xian. I heard people say that the controllable nuclear fusion technology over ITER is almost mature. Everyone should know that it is time to kick out the Xia Kingdom. At the same time, an article appeared on something. It's all in vain. It is impossible for a stellarator to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. As time went by, the impact of this article gradually began to grow. Repost, like, share. The power of the internet is extremely huge. In just over 10 hours, this article reached the top of the list of trending searches for scars. After returning from number 1, Lu Yongchang turned around and entered the nuclear physics laboratory of Sandaika University without taking any rest. He needs to start the second controlled nuclear fusion experiment as soon as possible. Only by truly achieving long-term controllable nuclear fusion in a stellarator can he propose to number 1 the construction of a fusion demonstration reactor. What the H.L. is written here? I'm furious. Just as Lu Yongchang was leaning on his desk studying various data collected from the first ignition, the door of the office was pushed open, and Fong Su's angry voice came from the door. Seeing Fong Su's face turn red, Lu Yongchang was stunned, and immediately put down the pen in his hand and asked, "What's going on? Which researcher got the data wrong again?" Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Fong Su shook his head repeatedly, then took out his mobile phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen and placed it in front of Lu Yongchang. Look at what is being said on the internet. I'm really pissed off. Any clown can come out and say a few words. There was some confusion in Lu Yongchang's eyes, and he looked at the phone screen on the table with curiosity. Seeing the somewhat familiar interface, he instantly became happy. Hey! Academician Fong. You are still shopping somewhere. Fong Su glanced at Lu Yongchang angrily. What the HL? I don't shop for that stuff. This is a link sent to me by a friend of mine. Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head, reaching out to drag the screen. It's all in vain. It is impossible for a stellarator to achieve controllable nuclear fusion. The moment he saw the title, he raised his eyebrows slightly, and the look on his face became more serious. The article is not very long, only a few hundred words. However, the content is a bit dazzling. In the first half of the article, the difference between the stellarator and the tokamak device is very objectively described, and it is emphasized that the stellarator is a device that has been eliminated by Western countries. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang raised his head and looked at Fong Su with a surprised look on his face. What's going on? Isn't it well written? These are indeed facts. Fong Su sighed deeply. Keep reading. Lu Yongchang glanced at Fong Su suspiciously, then dragged the screen to look down again. Gradually, he sensed a problem. Just looking at the first half, this article is a popular science article, but in the second half, it's a little crooked. First of all, the article states that ITER's tokamak device can sustain fusion reactions for up to 26 minutes, thereby highlighting the flaws of the stellarator. After all, in the first ignition experiment, the stellarator only carried out the fusion reaction for about 2 minutes. Secondly, the article directly states the scientific research funding that Sandaika University received for this stellarator project a full $1 billion. At the end of the article, the author criticized the Sandaika University Nuclear Physics Laboratory in extremely fierce terms, making money, enjoying great success, and wasting Xia's public resources. Sandaika University and the Nuclear Physics Laboratory are simply said to be worthless. Did you see it? I don't know who the author is. If you want me to know, I have to. The sound of Fong Su gritting his teeth came from the side. Different from Fong Su's reaction, Lu Yongchang closed the webpage lightly and returned the phone to Fong Su. Seeing Lu Yongchang's reaction, Fong Su's emotions became a little incoherent. He reached out and took his cell phone with a confused look on his face. Yongchang, aren't you angry? In his opinion, this article is basically equivalent to pointing their noses and yelling. As an academician of the Academy of Sciences, Fong Su asked himself. He still couldn't swallow this breath. When he thought about it, Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Project, would only be angrier. But the fact slapped Fong Su in the face. Lu Yongchang chuckled and shook his head slowly. It's just some confusing ideas published by an internet celebrity. There's no need to be angry. Why? Do we still have to put down what we are doing and go online to write an article to refute it? Fong Su was speechless for a moment. Lu Yongchang looked down at the data on the table and said lightly, We are scientists. We don't need to care about these temporary honors and disgrace. I believe that as long as we successfully operate controllable nuclear fusion on the Stellarator, these so-called rumors will naturally disappear. Don't forget what controllable nuclear fusion means to Xia country. After speaking, Lu Yongchang focused all his attention on the information in front of him. As for Fong Su, he was stunned in place with a complicated look on his face. Unexpectedly, he has lived for more than 40 years. And yet a young boy in his early 20s has not seen it thoroughly. Controlled nuclear fusion is not a matter of personal honor or disgrace. This is a battle over the fate of the country that has never happened in a century. Although Lu Yongchang put the matter down, Jian Yongqing, dean of the School of Nuclear Physics at Sandaika University, could not let it go. After all, this is a slander against Sandaika University. He immediately reported the whole matter to Minister Hong Qiming. Okay, I understand. I will let someone investigate this matter. Hong Qiming's solemn voice came from the microphone. Chapter 24. The second nuclear fusion experiment begins. Xia Kingdom, capital city. In a small villa, a man wearing high-end designer clothes and a pair of flat glasses on his nose was staring intently at the computer screen in front of him. The picture on the computer screen is an author's backstage. On the home page of the author's backend, an article has received countless likes and comments. The camera zoomed in, and the title of the article gradually became clear. It was the article published on a certain website criticizing Sandaika University. Looking at the gradually increasing number of likes and comments, a sneer appeared on the corner of the man's mouth. This article should bring him a lot of benefits. While thinking about it, he pressed F5 on the keyboard. The web page refreshes. The article that was supposed to appear on the homepage turned gray. What happened? The man stood up from his chair with a loud sound, his face uncertain. A bad guess slowly emerged in his mind. He moved the mouse, moved the cursor to the gray article title, and lightly clicked the left mouse button. Hello, Deng Haochu. This article of yours is suspected of. To put it simply, it is a 404. Looking at the line of dark red Chinese characters in front of him, Deng Haochu's expression suddenly changed. Damn it! He quickly dragged the mouse and switched the web page to the income interface. A big zero egg caught his eye. Bang! Deng Haochu raised his hand and slapped the computer table in front of him, causing the computer screen to tremble. Damn Sandaika University! Deng Haochu knew in his heart that this kind of thing would only be done by people from Sandaika University. This matter is not over yet. A cold light flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. Thinking of the tens of millions of dollars in income that had disappeared out of thin air, a flash of physical pain flashed across Deng Haochu's face. A week later, as this article was deleted and banned from the entire internet, the negative public opinion it caused gradually disappeared. At this time, Sandaika University once again entered a state of martial law. The reason is simple. The second controlled nuclear fusion experiment will soon be launched in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University. Inside the library of Sandaika University, Su Yutong frowned and raised his head from the exercise book in front of him, subconsciously looking towards the seat next to him. Still as usual. Empty. She closed her eyes slightly and sighed deeply. Since the last time she met Lu Yongchang, she has been following him like a demon, coming to the library at the same time every day, trying to encounter him again. However, after running into obstacles for more than 10 consecutive days, her slightly restless heart gradually calmed down. Perhaps the graduate student just came to the library once in a while. Yutong? Just as Su Yutong was deep in thought, a crisp shout came from the side. Su Yutong trembled slightly and looked back suddenly. Seeing the person coming, her tense body relaxed slightly. Chen Yun? Why are you here? Chen Yun glanced at Su Yutong angrily and said loudly, What? I can't come yet. I don't know what's causing your convulsions, but you sit in a small corner of the library every day. Could it be that you are waiting for someone? Su Yutong's eyes flashed with panic as his worries were exposed. You? Don't talk nonsense. This is the library. Please keep your voice down. Qingyun glanced sideways at Su Yutong again. Keep your voice down? Why don't you look around to see if there is anyone else? Su Yutong was slightly startled, then quickly stood up and looked around. The huge library was empty. What's going on? Qingyun sighed deeply, with a look of helplessness in her eyes. My eldest lady, didn't you read the school announcement yesterday? Su Yutong shook his head with a confused expression. Qingyun stepped forward and took Su Yutong's right hand. Let's go back to the dormitory with me. The school issued an announcement last night, requiring all students not to leave the dormitory unless necessary. I really don't know how you came out today. If I didn't know you come to the library every day, I wouldn't know where to find you. Su Yutong's eyes became more and more confused. Why? Qingyun dragged Su Yutong toward the dormitory. Why? Are you pretending to be stupid, or do you really not know? Our school's nuclear physics laboratory is going to conduct its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. Inside the nuclear physics laboratory, Lu Yongchang looked solemnly at the star simulating device in front of him, which was like a messy ball of yarn. Get ready to start. Lu Yongchang didn't say any more nonsense and spoke directly to Fang Su, who was standing aside. Fang Su nodded slightly, turned around and gave an order to the researcher beside him. It's a familiar process again. After the switch was opened, a buzzing sound was heard, and an extremely powerful current passed through the superconducting coil, forming a closed, twisted ring-shaped magnetic cage in the inner cavity of the stellarator. During the interval when the heating device started to warm up, Fang Su asked Lu Yongchang with a worried look on his face. Yongchang, how long do you think this experiment can extend the maintenance time of controllable nuclear fusion? Hearing this question, Lu Yongchang glanced at Fang Su with a strange expression. How long can it be extended? In Lu Yongchang's view, except that the stellarator at this time was not connected to a generator. Its basic structure was not much different from that of the large fusion reactors of later generations. At least, the necessary parts are already available. Brother Su, I think this question depends on how long you want to maintain it. Fang Su's pupils shrank suddenly. What this means? Before I had time to think about it, the researcher on the side shouted loudly. Professor Lu, the warm-up work is completed. Before he could explain to Fang Su in detail, Lu Yongchang said directly in a deep voice. Inject deuterium and tritium gas. Get ready to light the fire. At the moment when the deuterium and tritium gas turns into high-temperature plasma in the inner cavity of the stellarator, a laser beam instantly shines on the surface of the deuterium and tritium plasma. In just a few seconds, the fusion fire was ignited again. A large number of neutrons detected. The nuclear fusion reaction occurs normally. Reports came one after another. Lu Yongchang looked a little solemn. Pay close attention to the balance of deuterium and tritium substances. If it is insufficient, add it immediately. Different from the last experiment, Lu Yongchang's purpose this time is to maintain controllable nuclear fusion for a long time. Therefore, it must not be like the last experiment, where the fuel burned out after the fusion reaction took place for a while. How's the cooling situation? Lu Yongchang asked in a deep voice. The researcher responsible for monitoring the temperature immediately responded. The cooling system is working in good condition. The surface temperature of the stellarator is 25 degrees Celsius. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. 27 minutes. When he saw that the nuclear fusion reaction sustained longer than ITER's record of 26 minutes, Fang Su's face was full of excitement and anxiety. Naturally, they were excited that they had set a new record. Perturbed. It reminds me of what Lu Yongchang said before about the 30-minute threshold for the tokamak device. Time passed by minute by minute. The 30-minute threshold passed with Lu Yongchang's ordinary expression. He looked up at the time and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. It's been 35 minutes. It's almost time. Get ready to stop. Under the methodical operation of a group of researchers, the heating system slowly stopped, and the current flowing through the superconducting coil gradually weakened. Finally, the flame of nuclear fusion slowly extinguished in the stellarator. Chapter 25 revealing the shady story? Beijing. In an extremely inconspicuous small bungalow, Ding Haochu sat on the slightly worn sofa with a gloomy expression. This is the studio for a small show. The program is very small and can only be seen on some extremely unpopular channels. But this is his only means of counterattack. Snapped. The lights in the studio came on. Ding Haochu looked around, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. To put it bluntly, this studio is indeed a bit crude. except for a green screen behind it. There were only two slightly worn sofas left. Directly in front is a camera. Surrounded by a group of extras sitting on small benches acted as the audience. Looking at the expressionless faces of the extras, Deng Haochu sighed deeply. The only thing that gave him some relief was that the beautiful host was quite eye-catching. Mr. Deng, the show is about to start. Our show is live. So, there are some words you need to pay attention to. The female host had a sweet smile on her face and said softly to Deng Haochu. Deng Haochu nodded repeatedly. But deep in his eyes, there was a hint of contempt. Just a studio like this. Still live broadcasting? What a joke. Which TV station can allow such a program to be broadcast live? The host naturally saw the contempt in Deng Haochu's eyes. She didn't take it to heart. After all, she knew very well that the program team had no money. Otherwise, we wouldn't invite a certain celebrity to be a guest. She turned around and looked at the camera in front of her. When the red light on the camera came on, she said in a brisk and clear voice, "Hello, fellow viewers. I am the hostee, and the theme of this show is the recently hot controllable nuclear fusion project. The program team specially invited an expert in the field of nuclear fusion. Mr. Deng Haochu. Mr. Deng, can you tell us about the field of controllable nuclear fusion?" With that said, the hostessee turned to look at Deng Haochu. Perhaps because it was his first time on a TV show, Deng Haochu's face was a little stiff, and he greeted the camera unnaturally. "Hello everyone. My name is Deng Haochu. A few days ago, Xiaogua announced that it would withdraw from the ITER project. This news shocked me. Then, what is the ITER plan?" The hostee asked appropriately. Deng Haochu hurriedly explained the contents of the ITER plan, and then continued, "I estimate that withdrawing from the ITER plan will have a huge impact on Xia's controllable nuclear fusion project. If nothing else, we will again it lags behind Western powers." The hostee looked at Deng Haochu in surprise. "But not long ago, Sandaika University announced the successful ignition of the first controllable nuclear fusion project. How should you explain this?" A flash of light flashed in Deng Haochu's eyes. "Coming. That's the question he wants to hear." The corners of Deng Haochu's mouth twitched, and a sneer appeared on his somewhat stiff face. "As a professional who has been studying controllable nuclear fusion, I can tell you this clearly. The news about the successful ignition of nuclear fusion at Sandaika University contains a lot of water. First of all, the controllable nuclear fusion device used by Sandaika University is a stellarator device that was eliminated by Country D. This device has now been abandoned by all major Western countries. Secondly, Sandaika University's controllable nuclear fusion can be maintained for only 2 minutes. The hostee nodded thoughtfully. "What do you mean?" 2 minutes of controllable nuclear fusion. What effect can this have?" Deng Haochu's eyes flashed with a bit of ridicule. "Even if Ultraman fights a little monster, it will take 3 minutes. Right." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of laughter from the surrounding audience. Hearing someone's response, Deng Haochu's spirits instantly lifted. "I can tell you another data. ITER's controllable nuclear fusion maintenance time has reached 26 minutes. The gap between the two can be said to be worlds apart." The hostee interrupted Deng Haochu again. "According to what you mean, Mr. Deng, Sandaika University's controllable nuclear fusion maintenance time will definitely not exceed the current record held by ITER." "Right." Deng Haochu, who was repeatedly interrupted, glanced at the host with some dissatisfaction. "No wonder you are still the host of a small show, considering that the program was still being recorded." Deng Haochu could only suppress his depression. "That's right. If I remember correctly, Sandaika University will conduct its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment today. As expected, they will experience the pain of the stellarator device in this experiment." Deng Haochu looked at the host meaningfully and said, "Oh, Mr. Deng, you mean, is there a fatal flaw in the design of the stellarator?" After hearing the host's question, Deng Haochu smiled meaningfully and nodded. "Certainly, controllable nuclear fusion requires extremely high temperatures. The plasma temperature in the fusion reactor is at least hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. The biggest problem with the stellarator is its complicated mechanism. Once something goes wrong, the plasma with hundreds of millions of degrees will directly contact the inner cavity of the stellarator. TSK. 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 This picture is beautiful just thinking about it." As he spoke, Deng Haochu's expression gradually became wilder. "I can also tell you a secret. Sandaika University relied on this dilapidated stellarator device to obtain 1 billion in scientific research funding from the Xia State Council. In my opinion, this is nonsense. Where is this scientific research? This is simply making money. Wow. In just a moment, there was a burst of discussion from the audience. Seeing the eager eyes of the surrounding audience looking at him, Ding Haochu felt great satisfaction. The expression on the host's face became a little strange. Ahem, Mr. Ding. Our program is a live broadcast. Please be careful with your words. As if he was getting more interested, Ding Haochu ignored the host's physical reminder and continued to say loudly, What? What happened to the live broadcast? Some time ago, I exposed the shady story of Sandaiki University on somewhere, but the post was blocked. From this, we can see how many shady things Sandaiki University has done secretly. Today, I will expose Sandaiki University in front of a broad audience. The hostess looked at the crazy Ding Haochu in front of her, and for a moment, she didn't know what to do. After all, she was just a small host. Faced with this unexpected situation, she had no idea how to deal with it. Just as the stage was in chaos, a staff member suddenly ran onto the stage, leaned over, and said a few words in hostess's ear. What? The hostess looked at the staff in front of her in shock. Is what you said true? Seeing the staff member nodding, he subconsciously glanced at Ding Haochu, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. Chapter 26 Xia Kingdom News. Ahem. The hostess coughed lightly and interrupted Ding Haochu's somewhat passionate speech. Mr. Ding, there is news that I think you should listen to. Ding Haochu, who was interrupted again, was like a magician who was interrupted from casting a spell. His face turned red, and he looked at the host in front of him angrily. You? Can't you just let me finish my sentence? An apologetic smile appeared on the host's face. And then he said softly, According to reports, Sandaiki University's second nuclear fusion experiment was a complete success. The modified stellarator successfully maintained controllable nuclear fusion for 35 minutes, breaking the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Ding Haochu's pupils dilated slightly, and stood there blankly. Mr. Ding? There was a hint of cunning in the host's eyes, and he reminded softly, Mr. Ding, did you hear what I just said? Ding Haochu suddenly came back to his senses. His face suddenly turned pale, and he murmured to himself, No, it's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Mr. Ding, this is an announcement from Sandaiki University. The hostess reminded kindly. The corner of Ding Haochu's mouth twitched, and he shouted loudly, Impossible. It's definitely a shady plot. It is absolutely impossible for the stellarator to run stably for 35 minutes. Bang! Just as Ding Haochu was yelling in the studio, a loud noise came from the door. Everyone's eyes turned toward the studio door. I saw several men in police uniforms walking into the studio with serious faces and walked directly in front of Ding Haochu. Is it Ding Haochu? Please come with us. As he spoke, the leading policeman took out his ID from his pocket and waved it in front of Ding Haochu. Thinking of how he would be treated next, Ding Haochu's eyes darkened and he fell to the ground. The leading man frowned and stretched out his hand. Take him away directly. After speaking, the man showed an apologetic smile to the host and the surrounding extras. In this way, under the gaze of everyone, Ding Haochu, who had fainted, was dragged out of the studio by several police officers. Evening. In a villa in Beijing. As usual, after finishing his meal, Lu Guiqing sat on the sofa, reached for the remote control beside him, turned on the TV, switched the channel to the news channel, and waited for the daily news program. As the hand of the wall clock on the wall pointed to the number 7, a familiar melody came from the TV. Hello, dear viewers. Welcome to today's Xiaoguan News. The latest news from our station is that the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaiki University in Beijing conducted its second controlled nuclear fusion experiment this afternoon. The experiment was a complete success and extended the controllable nuclear fusion maintenance time to 35 minutes, breaking the previous record of 26 minutes set by ITER. Upon hearing this, Lu Guiqing's pupils dilated slightly, and then he clapped his hands suddenly. Amazing! The nuclear physics major at Sandaiki University is indeed a top major. Zhou Qingru's slightly disgusted voice came from the kitchen nearby. I said, what are you yelling about over there? I don't want you to help collect a bowl. Hearing his wife's complaint, Lu Guiqing sneered and quickly shut his mouth. The latest news from our station is that the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project is appointed by a sophomore undergraduate student from Sandaiki University. Before Lu Guiqing could react, the TV screen changed. In the TV image, a boy wearing white short sleeves was holding a whiteboard pen and wrote the last line of letters on the blackboard. Under the leadership of classmate Lu Yongchang, Sandaika Nuclear Physics Laboratory broke through many technical difficulties in one fell swoop and successfully realized controllable nuclear fusion technology in the laboratory. At the same time, various clips of Lu Yongcha doing research in the laboratory were shown on the TV screen. At this time, Lu Guiqing was already a little unable to react. He stood up slowly, looked at the TV in front of him with disbelief, and shouted loudly, "Qingru! Qingru! Come and take a look!" Zhou Qingru's impatient voice came from the kitchen. "What are you looking at? Don't you know I'm still washing dishes? Our son is on the news." As soon as he finished speaking, a clanking sound came from the kitchen. The next moment, Zhou Qingru quickly ran to the living room wearing an apron, looking slightly panicked. "What? What's going on? What happened to our son?" Lu Guiqing opened his mouth, but didn't say a word. He felt that at this moment, no words could express the shock in his heart. He could only weakly point to the TV screen in front of him. Is this our son?" Zhou Qingru stared at the TV screen blankly, a look of shock gradually appearing in his eyes. Perhaps because the controllable nuclear fusion project is more important, Xiaoguan News spent a full 5 minutes on this news. During this period, there was a full 2 minutes to introduce Lu Yongchang. The TV screen flickered slightly and returned to the news host's interface. "News from our station." Lu Guiqing and Zhou Qingru heard every word of what was posted in the news. At this time, the two of them were still standing blankly in front of the TV, looking at the TV screen with blank expressions. After a long time, Lu Guiqing swallowed slightly and came to his senses. This brat did such a big thing without saying a word. I have to make a phone call and teach him a lesson." With that said, Lu Guiqing changed hands and went to get the mobile phone on the coffee table. The next moment, Zhou Qingru glared at her husband. "What are you going to do?" Lu Guiqing jerked his hands and said with a sneer to his wife, I'll call our son and ask him what's going on." Zhou Qingru rolled her eyes and said angrily, "Is it okay to ask about this kind of thing casually? If there is any confidentiality issue involved, do you want to kill Yongchang?" Lu Guiqing's face froze, and he slowly retracted his hand. "Then, let's just wave like this." Just as the two were entangled, a phone rang. It's Zhou Qingru's mobile phone. Zhou Qingru's expression moved slightly, and she quickly leaned over and grabbed her mobile phone on the coffee table. The moment she saw the caller's number, Zhou Qingru showed an excited smile. "It's Yongchang's call." Lu Guiqing's eyes moved, and he immediately urged in a low voice, "Pick it up. You should pick it up quickly." Zhou Qingru nodded repeatedly and hurriedly answered the phone. "Mom?" As soon as he turned on the speakerphone, Lu Yongchang's voice came from the phone. "Yongchang, what happened when it was posted on the Xia Kingdom news? What kind of nuclear fusion are you doing now?" Before Zhou Qingru could speak, Lu Guiqing on the side couldn't wait to ask. Forehead. There was a bit of hesitation in Lu Yongchang's voice. Zhou Qingru glared at Lu Guiqing and quickly added, "Yongchang, don't listen to your father. If there are any confidentiality regulations involved, you don't need to tell us." A chuckle came from the other end of the phone. "It's not that it's confidential or not, but I didn't expect that this matter would be on the Xiaoguan News. Yes, I am indeed researching controllable nuclear fusion technology now. Then you are now the chief engineer of Xia State's controllable nuclear fusion project?" Lu Guiqing's question once again stunned Lu Yongchang. Unexpectedly, Xiaoguan News actually revealed this matter. However, this is not a shameful thing, and Lu Yongchang naturally admitted it openly. Lu Guiqing and Zhou Qingru looked at each other for a long time, and then Zhou Qingru slowly said, "Yongchang, remember to take care of yourself." When Lu Yongchang on the other end of the phone heard this, his nose was slightly sore, and he choked for a moment. Chapter 27. When are you going to graduate? As Xiaogua's news plays, the Scarf Hot search list is updated rapidly. Shock! A sophomore at Sandaika University turned out to be. The controlled nuclear fusion experiment was a complete success, and he turned out to be the chief engineer. 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening is the time when most ordinary people surf the internet. Such an eye-catching title naturally attracted the attention of many people. Within a few minutes of the news being posted, the comments section was completely flooded. Wait, did I read that correctly? Sophomore student, chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project? Is today April Fool's Day? That's what Xiaoguan News said upstairs. It should be true. Hack. 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 What the HL? But I'm uneducated, so I can go all over the world with just one word. Look at other people's sophomore year, and then look at my sophomore year.jpg. Holy shit. Isn't this my classmate? Upstairs. Tell your story. At this moment, the lights are brightly lit in the Sandaika Nuclear Physics Laboratory. In the office, Lu Yongchang put down the mobile phone in his hand, with a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. He had just finished a phone call with his parents. Thinking of his mother's last words of advice, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. Although my parents lived well in the previous life under the protection of the Xia Kingdom and the People's Federation, but, as the chief scientist, he is destined to have no time to accompany them. Or, take time to go back and see them? An idea slowly emerged in the back of his mind. But the next moment, he shook his head and shook this thought away. The sword of Damocles still hangs high above the heads of all mankind. And he cannot stop. Tuck, tuck, tuck. A rhythmic knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lu Yongchang straightened his expression and said softly, "Come in. The door is unlocked." The office door slowly opened, and Fong Su's figure appeared at the door of the office. His face was full of smiles. "Congratulations, Mr. Lu, for becoming famous in one fell swoop." Lu Yongchang rolled his eyes angrily and closed the lid of the pen in his hand. "Brother Su, you won't be like those common people and come to me for this matter, right?" Fong Su quickly shook his head and denied. "Of course not. Dean Jiang asked me to bring you a message." "Huh? Dean Jiang?" Lu Yongchang became interested instantly. "What does Dean Jiang want from me?" Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a strange expression, and said softly, "Dean Jiang asked you, when do you plan to graduate?" Lu Yongchang. "Huh? Graduation?" Lu Yongchang's expression gradually became weird. After saying this, he remembered that he seemed to be an undergraduate who had just entered his sophomore year. "Well, can I graduate? Speaking of which, I haven't written my graduation thesis yet." Lu Yongchang reached out and touched the tip of his nose with some guilt. Not to mention the graduation thesis. How long has it been since he went to class? I guess the teachers in their own profession have almost forgotten about me. Right? Fong Su also looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange look on his face. To be honest, this is the weirdest undergraduate student he has ever seen. Although he has not even completed his undergraduate thesis, he is able to lead academicians to complete the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion. Fong Su frowned for a moment and murmured to himself. Dean Jiang didn't even say anything about this question. Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su with sweating profusely. "What should we do? Is it possible that I go back to class now? Can I still make up for my grade points?" Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. "No, no, no. This is not okay." "Go back to class? Joke. Controlled nuclear fusion is just one step away. But the chief engineer has gone back to college to take sophomore courses? Listen to it for yourself. Is this true?" Fong Su pondered for a moment. Then his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "There is a way. You don't need to worry about your grade points. I believe that the leaders of the school will not hinder your graduation procedures because of this matter. The focus now is on the graduation thesis." After speaking, Fong Su showed a bit of anxiety in his eyes. He felt that the leaders of the hospital would not come to check Lu Yongchang's graduation procedures because of the graduation thesis. This is the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. If you tell anyone, an academician-level scientist has not even graduated from university. I believe the faces of the leaders in the hospital don't look good either. Only, Fong Su also considered a problem. There is no formal graduation thesis, which is ultimately a stain on the resume. How about you integrate the data from our laboratory and publish an article in Science? Consider this your graduation thesis. How do you feel? The corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly, and he nodded helplessly. Then, this is the only way. Okay. His undergraduate thesis is a piece of science. So when he is selected as an academician in the future, he is not allowed to submit papers to aliens? Lu Yongchang complained in his heart. Then I'll start sorting out the data now. Fong Su shook his head repeatedly. No hurry. No hurry. Why do you need to do such a simple job? Let's do this. I'll ask one of my doctors to help you complete this paper. Just keep doing your job. Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched again. Good guy. Let the doctor help him complete his undergraduate thesis. Isn't this a little overkill? Correct. Fong Su said lightly. Bu Hong may come to see you in 2 days. Lu Yongchang's face froze slightly, and the matter of his graduation thesis was immediately forgotten. Hongbu? What's wrong? Fong Su pondered for a moment and continued. I guess I should take you to see number 1. After all, long-term controllable nuclear fusion has been achieved in the laboratory. After all, It's time for Xia State to start preparing to build a demonstration reactor. Right? Lu Yongcheng's heart moved slightly. Demonstration pile. This is not like the small stellarator in the laboratory. That is a large piece of equipment that is to be used by the Xiagua power grid. However, this involves a problem. The demonstration reactor is not just about igniting nuclear fusion. At least he needs to generate electricity. Right. You can't spend a lot of money to build something that can't generate electricity, but can only ignite nuclear fusion. Right. So, shouldn't we consider generator options? Hearing Lu Yongcheng's question, Fong Su was slightly startled and subconsciously asked, Generator? What's the alternative but to boil water? Lu Yongcheng smiled bitterly and shook his head. This is indeed the truth. In the history of human development, from the steam age to the information age, it seems that we have never been able to escape the fate of boiling water. Even the most advanced controllable nuclear fission power station currently relies on boiling water to generate electricity. Even in the previous life, all nuclear fusion power stations on the Earth use the simple and crude method of boiling water. As he sighed, his eyes moved slightly, and a memory fragment flashed in his mind. Perhaps you can try a magnetic fluid generator? Chapter 28 Magnetic Fluid Generator. The concept of magnetic fluid generator actually appeared very early. It is a device that uses conductive fluid, such as air or liquid, to move relative to a magnetic field to generate electricity based on the Hall effect. Since the step of mechanical energy conversion is omitted, its power generation efficiency has also been significantly improved. In fact, in his previous life, he had imagined using this technology to generate electricity, but because time was too tight and there was no extra time for in-depth research, I had no choice but to choose the relatively simple method of boiling water to generate electricity. But this time, he has absolutely plenty of time. Lu Yongcheng's eyes flashed with excitement. He reached out and grabbed a piece of white paper and spread it flatly on his desk. Brother Su, come and take a look at this plan. As he spoke, Lu Yongcheng picked up the pen beside him, took off the pen cap, and started drawing directly on the white paper. Seeing Lu Yongcheng's actions, Fong Su's eyes showed some doubts. This, a simple method of boiling water to generate electricity. Do you still need any solutions? There are so many controllable nuclear fission power stations in Xia. Wouldn't it be enough to copy just one plan? With this thought in his mind, Fong Su took a step forward and looked carefully at the white A4 paper in front of Lu Yongcheng. Looking at the straight and neat lines on the paper, Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of wonder. Your drawing skills are amazing. Lu Yongcheng suddenly paused and then explained with a smile. Hey, I learned it blindly on my own. Otherwise, how could I have drawn those simple diagrams on the blackboard? Fong Su nodded with admiration. This is not something you can learn by simply studying. At least, not him. Not to mention him. Even among the academicians of the Academy of Sciences, there are probably not many people whose drawing skills can reach this level. The office gradually fell into silence. Apart from the breathing of the two people, the only sound left was the rustling sound of the pen in Lu Yongcheng's hand scratching on the white paper. This is... Fong Su raised his eyebrows sharply. As the lines of the drawing gradually improved, he could see what Lu Yongcheng was drawing. Magnetic fluid generator? Lu Yongcheng did not stop what he was doing. Chuckled, nodded and said, That's right. It's a magnetic fluid generator. In my opinion, this is simply the most suitable device for controllable nuclear fusion. Bar none. Fong Su frowned instantly. After pondering for a moment, he said with a heavy tone, Yongcheng, I know that the magnetic fluid generator has a very high power generation efficiency. But the magnetic fluid generator has several fatal flaws, and this technology is not yet mature enough. Would it be a bit too reckless to use it rashly for controllable nuclear fusion? The pen in Lu Yongcheng's hand suddenly paused. He slowly raised his head to look at Fong Su, smiled and shook his head. What's the difficulty? The current limitations of magnetic fluid power generation technology are nothing more than two difficulties. First, magnetic fluid power generation technology requires inert gas containing trace amounts of alkali metals such as potassium and cesium as a working fluid. Second, the high temperature environment under normal operation of the magnetic fluid generator. Am I right? Fong Su's eyes narrowed slightly, and he nodded slightly. This first one is still a bit difficult to solve at the moment. We don't have the technology to produce inert gases on a large scale yet. According to the current technical means, if a magnetic fluid generator is used, even if the working fluid can be recycled, the cost will far exceed our expectations. Lu Yongchang stared at Fong Su meaningfully, with a faint smile in his eyes. Brother Su, are you sure we don't have the technology to create inert gases yet? Fong Su frowned slightly, and after carefully recalling it in his mind, he slowly shook his head. I'm sure, at least as of last week, I haven't seen the relevant technology in Xiagua, or even in international journals. Lu Yongchang did not speak, but took a deep look at Fong Su, and then picked up the pen again and started writing on the paper. Seeing this scene, Fong Su frowned even deeper, and an inexplicable feeling of irritation came from the bottom of his heart. Vaguely, he had a premonition. It seems that I have overlooked something extremely important. But Fong Su couldn't figure out what it was exactly. Yongchang? Fong Su's eyes showed a bit of urgency, and he asked Lu Yongchang in a low voice. What kind of technology is it? You should tell me quickly. Lu Yongchang still didn't speak, and just tapped the tip of his pen on the desk. Fong Su, who was attracted by Lu Yongchang's movements, lowered his head and looked at the white paper in front of him. A line of delicate pen writing appeared on the white paper. 21H plus 31H42E plus 10N plus 17.6 MeV. This is the reaction formula of deuterium and tritium fusion. Seeing this extremely familiar reaction, Fong Su immediately froze on the spot. His lips trembled slightly, and a smile gradually appeared on both sides of his cheeks. That's it! That's it! No wonder he always felt that he had overlooked something important. After considering all the external factors, he ignored the most important internal factors. Unlike ordinary thermal power generation and nuclear fission power plants, deuterium and tritium fusion produces helium as its own product. Hydrogen-2 and hydrogen-3 undergo a fusion reaction under high temperature conditions to produce helium-4 and neutrons. This is simply high school physics knowledge. But he, the academician, ignored it. Fong Su smiled bitterly and shook his head. In this case, the first difficulty has been solved. The smile in Lu Yongchang's eyes became more and more obvious. The second difficulty is still difficult for us now? Fong Su was stunned for a moment, then suddenly reached out and slapped his head. Ouch! My brain! What happened to me recently? The new materials in the stellarator reactor can resist the high temperatures of controlled nuclear fusion. Could it be said that they cannot resist the low temperature of 2000-3000 K when the magnetic fluid generator is working? Fong Su became more and more excited as he thought about it. He put his hands behind his back and kept circling around Lu Yongchang's office. Yeah, helium can be produced in a deuterium-tritium fusion reactor. It is still a high-temperature gas of hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. We don't even have to expend energy to heat it up. This is simply the perfect power generation solution. Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and handed the sketch on the table to Fong Su. Brother Su, see if our Sandaika University has any talents in this field. If so, make a prototype as soon as possible. We strive to complete the first controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor within half a year. Fong Su felt excited, reached out to take the sketch handed over by Lu Yongchang, and nodded vigorously. Good. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee that within 2 months, you will be able to see the prototype of the magnetic fluid generator. Chapter 29 Approval of Project Establishment. 2 days later. One ring of Beijing. Looking at the quaint buildings in front of him, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of sadness. Let's go. Number 1 is waiting for you. Seeing Lu Yongchang stop, Hong Qiming hurriedly urged. By the way, are you ready with the things I asked you to prepare? Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, shaking the briefcase in his hand. Isn't it just a budget table? It's been prepared a long time ago. Hearing this, Hong Qiming breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. I won't accompany you in this time. You need to handle everything by yourself. Remember? Be calm and don't say anything unrealistic like last time. Lu Yongchang nodded helplessly. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Standing in front of the heavy wooden door, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, raised his hand, and knocked gently on the door. Come in. A short, powerful voice came from inside the door. Squeak. As soon as he opened the door, Lu Yongchang saw number 1 sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a smile on his face. Yongchang, you gave me a surprise. Number 1 stood up with a smile and walked to Lu Yongchang's side. Sit down. Number 1 took the lead and sat on the sofa nearby. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, but without refusing, he sat across from number 1 generously. What are you going to do next? Number 1 asked directly without any polite words. After hearing the question from number 1, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate at all and said directly, I suggest that a controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project be launched immediately. Number 1 frowned slightly. Demonstration pile? So fast? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. At present, we already have relatively mature controllable nuclear fusion technology. I think this is an opportunity. Opportunity? Number 1 raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with interest. That's right. An opportunity to catch up and surpass the United States. An opportunity for Xia Kingdom to take off again. Lu Yongchang's eyes flickered and he said word by word. Pupil number 1 shrank suddenly. He stared at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said softly, You said similar things when we met last time. Didn't Hong Qiming tell you to be calmer? If something is unrealistic, don't say it. Lu Yongchang looked solemn and shook his head slowly. Minister Hong reminded me. But in my opinion, if you don't even dare to have such an idea, Xia country will never be able to catch up with the United States. Maybe in your opinion, controllable nuclear fusion is just a better power generation device. It can bring inexhaustible and low-cost energy to Xia country. Am I right? Number 1 fell silent. After a long time, he asked again, Isn't it? Of course not. Lu Yongchang was a little excited. Controllable nuclear fusion means the key to a new era. This new era refers to the interstellar era. With controllable nuclear fusion as an energy source, we can look further ahead. The moon, Mars, and even the entire solar system. With nuclear fusion as an energy source, the Xia Kingdom can definitely take the lead in entering space. Seeing the calm look on Number 1's face, Lu Yongchang became cruel and opened his mouth to take a powerful shot. I already have some ideas about the fusion reactor miniaturization project. If it succeeds, Number 1, think about it. Our aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter planes have nuclear fusion as energy source. Now, even Number 1 can't keep calm. With a sigh, he stood up from the sofa and stared at Lu Yongchang in front of him with burning eyes. Is everything you said true? Facing Number 1's burning gaze, Lu Yongchang's heart beat violently. Originally, these words were not included in his plan. After all, the Xia Kingdom in this life has accelerated its progress by several years compared to the previous life. Logically speaking, according to the current development speed, Xiaogua will definitely be able to escape from the solar system in 20 years. But, I don't know why, but he always feels a little worried. Perhaps it was because he had truly experienced the feeling of powerlessness when a helium flash broke out. At this time, Lu Yongchang was like a soldier suffering from a phobia of insufficient firepower. However, what he suffers from is a phobia of technological insufficiency, especially after seeing the cutting-edge technologies in the technology tree system in his mind. He deeply realized a problem. Compared to the universe, human beings are too small. Of course. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said firmly, Call. Number 1 exhaled a deep breath. How sure are you? The moment he said these words, Number 1's eyes shone like never before. He had to admit that he was moved by Lu Yongchang's words. The moment he heard these words, a smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. He knew that he had made the right bet again. 90%. Lu Yongchang looked at Number 1 with firm eyes. I can issue a military order. Within half a year, the small fusion reactor project will definitely break through. Okay. A bit of excitement flashed in Number 1's eyes. In that case, then I will believe you for once. The current Xia Kingdom can still afford to gamble. Lu Yongchang hurriedly struck while the iron was hot, opened the briefcase placed aside, took out a document, and handed it to Number 1. Number 1, this is the budget table discussed by the laboratory. About the fusion demonstration reactor. Number 1's breath hitched sharply. The next moment, he glanced at Lu Yongchang meaningfully. You kid, have you been ready to convince me? What should you do if I don't agree? Lu Yongchang's face fell, and he smiled bitterly and said, Number 1, you shouldn't do such a thing. Right. Don't you want to see Xiaogua getting better and better? Number 1 was stunned, then laughed loudly. You're right. I didn't expect that at my age. I can't see things thoroughly like you. With that said, Number 1 reached out and took the document in Lu Yongchang's hand and looked at it carefully. After seeing the last string of numbers in the budget table, Number 1's expression suddenly changed. Ahem, Number 1. This is a nuclear fusion power station after all, so it's normal that the cost is a bit high. Seeing the sudden change in Number 1's expression, Lu Yongchang hurriedly explained. But I assure you, once the nuclear fusion power station is completed, the benefits it will bring are extremely exaggerated. Number 1 looked at Lu Yongchang helplessly. Don't worry. I won't go back on my promise. 50 billion. Xiaogua can still get it. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Number 1 took the budget form and sat back at his desk. Then, he picked up the pen on the desk and wrote 4 big Chinese characters on it. Approval of the project. Chapter 30. This is an undergraduate thesis. United States. Science, Editorial Department. Adam sat on the chair in the editorial office, yawned and looked at the clock on the wall. It's 5 o'clock in the evening. It's time to get off work. He stretched out and dragged the mouse to cross out the files on the computer desktop. As a science editor, he needs to review a large number of manuscripts submitted from all over the world every day. Among these manuscripts from all over the world, a conservative estimate is that only 10% of them are truly valuable. As for the reason, very simple. Science is the world's top journal. Countless scientific researchers hope that it will include and publish their papers. This is not only an affirmation, but also a status symbol. This also led to a very helpless situation. In addition to serious scientific researchers, there are also many wild scientific researchers who also contribute articles to Science magazine. These wild scientific researchers have a name dedicated to them. Citizen scientists. Referred to as civil science. It is no exaggeration to say that at least half of the emails Adam receives every day are from these citizen scientists. The conclusions inside are even more shocking than the last. Watermill cutting atom technology. Anti-gravity device. Perpetual motion machine. It can be said that in Adam's mailbox, there are no papers that you can't think of, and no papers that you can't see. Adam sighed deeply as he dragged a file from his computer into the trash. This article is a typical civil science paper. The author of the paper claims to have solved Goldbach's conjecture. But when he opened the file and began to look at it carefully, he was horrified to find that the author didn't even understand what Goldbach's conjecture was. God, Michigan. Look, you should really come and read this paper. Adam muttered to himself while deleting the paper. As Adam finished speaking, a beautiful blonde editor sitting next to him had a smile on his lips and turned to look at him. What? What weird paper have you reviewed again? Adam stopped what he was doing, turned the swivel chair under him, and complained to Michigan. Lou. Then the author thinks Goldbach's conjecture proves 1 + 1 is equal to 2. Michigan. Lou was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Oh my God, Adam. I really don't understand why you always get to review these weird papers. Adam shrugged helplessly. Who knows? Ding dong. Just as Adam was about to get up and leave his seat, a crisp reminder sounded from the computer in front of him. Damn, another submission. Adam looked at Michigan, Lou, who was doing nothing next to him, angrily. This is not fair. I reviewed 15 papers all day today. Among them, 14 are scrap manuscripts. Michigan. Lou smiled and closed the computer in front of her, shrugged and said, Really? Every time I pay a salary, I feel it's quite unfair. How about we switch? Adam. Then forget it. He sat back down in his seat with a smile. The moment he saw the title of the paper, his eyebrows raised sharply. Ouch! It's actually a paper on controllable nuclear fusion. Michigan. Look. Let's make a bet. I bet this paper is a waste. Hearing Adam's words, Michigan. Lou raised her eyebrows, dragged the office chair, and sat next to Adam. What's the bet? A dinner? Adam said as he clicked the mouse to open the file. If it's from Michelin, I'll bet you. Michigan. Lou glanced at the title of the email and pondered for a moment before saying. Adam's movement of controlling the mouse paused slightly. Michelin. This costs a lot of money. However, thinking about the experience of 14 consecutive scrap manuscripts today, Adam felt somewhat inexplicably confident. Okay. Just a Michelin restaurant. I can't believe that I can still read a normal paper when I get off work soon. While talking, the file in the mailbox was opened. Adam quickly dragged the mouse to the signature column. His. The moment he saw the signature, Adam gasped sharply. The second author of this paper is actually the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Xiaogua Sandoqi University? The corners of Adam's mouth twitched slightly. You owe me a Michelin meal. Don't forget it. The smile in Michigan. Lee's eyes almost overflowed. Adam shook his head helplessly. Michelin is Michelin. What I am more concerned about is the first work of this paper. This Liang Cheng. I don't seem to have heard of this name in the nuclear physics community. Michigan. Lou looked a little more serious. She frowned and thought carefully for a while, then slowly shook her head. I've never heard of this name either. Is he a newcomer? Adam shook and casually wrote down this string of letters in the notebook beside him. Probably not. Do you think a newcomer can get a first-class position on this kind of paper? This second thesis is from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandika University, Michigan. Liz shook her head slowly. I don't know either. Let's take a look at the content of the paper first. Adam nodded solemnly. When he learned that this paper came from Sandika University in Sioux State, the look on his face became much more serious. According to experiments, the stellarator device can effectively extend the maintenance time of controllable nuclear fusion? 35 minutes? WTF? Adam quickly dragged the mouse and directly dragged the content of the paper to the experimental data section. Looking at the dense experimental data in the paper, Adam's pupils dilated a bit. He murmured to himself, God, wasn't Xiaogui just kicked out of ITER? He could even imagine how exciting the expressions on the ITER people's faces would be once this paper was published in the journal Science, etc. Michigan. Low on the side suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. Adam, have you noticed? Adam looked at Michigan. Low sitting next to him with a puzzled look on his face. What's wrong? Michigan. Low pointed to the last page of the paper with a look of disbelief. Adam, don't you think the format of this paper looks familiar? Adam frowned and looked carefully at the last page of the paper. On the occasion of completing this graduation thesis, the first thing I want to thank is... Adam's pupils contracted violently. This is undergraduate thesis? The next day, United States, Stanford University. Professor Collins came to the office early as usual. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a rapid knock on the door. Professor Collins, who had just put his butt on the chair, frowned slightly. Who? Professor Collins shouted towards the door with a somewhat unkind tone. Professor, it's me. A somewhat panicked male voice came from the door. This is the voice of his student Eden. Professor Collins frowned and whispered, Come in. The next moment, the office door was pushed open, and a young man in his 30s rushed into the office in a panic. What happened? Professor Collins said angrily. Eden, I need an explanation. Eden walked up to Collins nervously and placed a document on the desk in front of him. Professor, this is a new paper published in Science. I think you might want to take a look. Collins' frown deepened. He glanced at Eden dissatisfied. Didn't I say not to disturb me before 9 o'clock in the morning? Hearing this, Eden's eyes suddenly showed a hint of urgency. Professor, this time is different. The Xiao Kingdom may be close to mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. Collins' expression suddenly changed. What did you say? He quickly picked up the paper on the table and read it carefully. Professor, is this true? Eden asked with an anxious look. Collins looked a little ugly and did not respond to the student's question immediately. How is it possible that a stellarator can achieve controllable nuclear fusion for 35 minutes? This is impossible. You know, he was the one who initiated the proposal to eliminate stellarators in the United States. Although he didn't want to admit it, the detailed data in the paper gave him one big mouth after another. Chapter 31 Technology Competition. No surprises. This issue of Science has caused quite a stir in academic circles in the United States and even the world. Especially when people discovered that this paper published in the world's top journal, Science, turned out to be an undergraduate graduation thesis. It has aroused heated discussions among countless people. This paper even became popular in academic circles. On Twitter, countless netizens expressed their shock. God! Why are there such big differences between people? WTF? You just graduated with a science subject as an undergraduate. What will you do next? Are all Xiao's undergraduates so good? Wait, why are your concerns so strange? Shouldn't you focus on the content of the paper? Since being kicked out of ITER, Xiao's controllable nuclear fusion technology has surpassed that of the United States. This is strange. I remember that ITER said that Xiaogui had stolen experimental data. Does Xiaogui really care about ITER's experimental data? At Trump, Mr. President, please come out and explain. Is the United States about to be surpassed by Xiaogui? At Trump, tell me, where does all our taxpayer money go? Unlike those netizens on the internet, who are watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously, there is a depressing atmosphere in the office of the President of the United States at this time. Bang! Trump, who had blonde hair, slapped the desk in front of him hard and looked at the man in front of him with a gloomy expression. Anthony, I need an explanation. Why does Xiao Kingdom suddenly possess such advanced controllable nuclear fusion technology? And what are they doing on the other side? There are so many top scientists, but they can't do a job for an undergraduate from Xiao State? Are you kidding me? You know what my fans are saying about me on Twitter? Anthony looked gloomy and opened his mouth. But no words came out. The white-haired Professor Collins on the side stepped forward and said in a hoarse voice, Your Excellency, this matter was my mistake. Siagua's research speed on controllable nuclear fusion has exceeded my expectations. Seeing Professor Collins speak, Trump's expression softened slightly. Then, Professor, what do you think the United States should do next? Collins' eyes flashed when he heard the president's question. After pondering for a moment, Collins slowly said, Your Excellency, the President, the United States must move faster. We must not lag behind Siagua in terms of controllable nuclear fusion. Trump nodded thoughtfully. Then, with a slight movement in his eyes, he picked up a document from his desk and handed it to Professor Collins. Professor, Congress has agreed to your plan and even provided 10% more funding. Professor Collins' eyes showed a bit of joy, and he stretched out his hand to receive the document. But Trump's voice rang out again. However, there is a condition. Congress requires that the first controllable nuclear fusion experimental device must be built within 3 years. Collins' expression changed drastically. Mr. President, this is impossible. 3 years is too short. Collins' head was shaking like a rattle. What a joke. 3 years to build a large tokamak facility? You know, ITER took more than 10 years to build. 3 years? I guess the foundation hasn't even been laid yet. I don't care about that. That's what Congress said. Trump shrugged and said indifferently, If you can't do it, someone will naturally take your place. Professor Collins' expression darkened. This is indeed true. This is fat. I don't know how many people in American academic circles are staring at this piece of fat. Thinking of this, Collins had a bitter smile on his face. In that case, then I'll try my best. Trump nodded with satisfaction and repeated meaningfully, Remember, you only have 3 years. Collins nodded bitterly. That night, Trump's Twitter account uploaded a video. In the video, Trump sat behind the president's desk with a serious face and said seriously, First of all, on behalf of the United States, I would like to congratulate Siagua for successfully operating controlled nuclear fusion in the laboratory. I have seen many people asking me a question on Twitter in the past 2 days. Is the United States going to be surpassed by Sia State? Or, how is the development of the United States controllable nuclear fusion technology? Here, let me respond to your questions in a unified manner. The United States has always been committed to the research of controllable nuclear fusion technology. From now on, ITER will restart the controllable nuclear fusion experiment. At the same time, the United States will build a large-scale controllable nuclear fusion experimental device within 3 years. Believe me, in 3 years, you will be able to use electricity from nuclear fusion. At the same time that Trump tweeted, the official Siagua News account posted a message. Siagua News, from now on. The Siagua Controllable Nuclear Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project has been officially approved. Due to the time difference, the time in Beijing at this moment is 6 o'clock in the morning. Even so, in just a few minutes, Siagua News' scarf was flooded with countless netizens watching the excitement. Good guy! I call him good guy! Is this a demonstration reactor? Does it mean, has controllable nuclear fusion technology matured? What the HL? Why do I feel like the sky has changed when I wake up? Interesting. The United States also released a news at the same time. Trump uploaded a video about controllable nuclear fusion on Twitter. If you are interested, you can check it out. Kneel down and beg the boss to move it. Please move +1. Plus 10,086. It has to be said that the efficiency of netizens is extremely powerful, especially when it comes to eating melons. They can always unleash unprecedented potential. Within 10 minutes, a high-definition video with subtitles was uploaded to the scarf. Some people even simplified the video content, converted it into text, and compared it with the content released by Siagua News. When the contents of the two were put together by someone who was interested, public opinion completely exploded. Holy shit! 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 It feels like Siagua is going to fight against Mikua. Don't tell me. It really smells like this. I think of the arms race that the United States engaged in before. As people started discussing, a new word instantly became a hot search topic for scarves. Technology competition. Under the instruction of Siagua's senior management, Siagua News' scarf account quietly updated another scarf. We will never forget the humiliation suffered by Siagua's scientific researchers in the ITER plan. Controllable nuclear fusion technology is the key to opening the door to the future interstellar era. Siagua will never give up controllable nuclear fusion technology to us. In just a few words, the already heated atmosphere on the scarf was directly ignited. Countless netizens burst into tears. How many years? Xiaogua finally got tough for once. I will not regret entering the Xia kingdom in this life. And I would like to grow flowers in the next life. Neat comments flashed under the Xiaogua news scarf. Chapter 32 Site Selection in Songhai Bay. After the demonstration reactor project was established, Lu Yongchang, the chief engineer, once again felt the long-lost sense of busyness. The first problem that needs to be solved is the location of the demonstration reactor. Like nuclear fission reactors, the construction environment of nuclear fusion reactors also needs to be carefully considered. The first and most important point: there should be plenty of water nearby, whether it is fresh water or sea water. After all, a large amount of heat is generated during the power generation process of a nuclear fusion reactor. Currently, the most economical and practical way is to use nearby water resources for cooling. Second point: the terrain is flat. Nuclear fusion reactors require the construction of a large number of supporting facilities. Can't all these supporting facilities be built in ravines? The third point is also the most troublesome point in the site selection process. The geological conditions are stable. Nuclear fusion reactors are not as dangerous as nuclear fission reactors. However, because they are deuterium and tritium fusion, there will still be a small amount of radiation hazards in the event of a leak. Considering safety factors, controllable fusion reactors are best built in places with stable geological conditions. In other words, nuclear fusion reactors must not be built near earthquake zones. After repeated screening, Lu Yongchang set his sights on a treasure land, Songhai Bay. The original reason why a nuclear fission power station was not built in Songhai Bay was mainly due to the geographical location of Songhai Bay. Once an accident occurs at the Songhai Bay nuclear fission power station, radioactive wastewater will accumulate in Songhai Bay for a long time. This will bring huge security risks to Xia country. But nuclear fusion power plants basically do not have this risk. In the event of an accident, the magnetic confinement device of the stellarator stops operating, and the nuclear fusion reaction inside will also quickly stop. As for radioactive hazards, this is the biggest difference between nuclear fusion and nuclear fission. Nuclear fission, both raw materials and fission products, are extremely radioactive. Even nuclear wastewater contains a large amount of radioactive materials. But nuclear fusion is different. Even if the fusion method currently used is deuterium-tritium fusion, only tritium atoms contain a small amount of radioactivity among the fusion raw materials and fusion products. This is completely controllable. Not to mention, in Lu Yongchang's plan, deuterium and tritium fusion is only temporary. The ultimate goal is helium fusion, which is known as clean energy. With the selection of the reactor construction site, the specific construction plan for the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor has also been released. Construction plan for controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. A document quietly went online. The biggest highlight in the document is the total man-hours required for this construction plan. 3 months. From the completion of the site selection to the completion of the construction of the pile. Everything according to Xiaogua's plan only takes 3 months. When this document was uncovered by someone who was interested, the entire Xia kingdom was in a state of excitement. On the hot search list for scars, Wang Feng, who was just about to hold 16 consecutive concerts, was pushed down from the top of the hot search list before he could secure his spot. The total working time is 3 months. The infrastructure maniac is back. Xiaogua's speed. This series of hot searches not only shocked Wang Feng, but also shocked netizens who were immersed in scars and eating melons. 3 months? Did you write it wrong? It takes 3 months to lay the foundation of my house. Manually smile sideways. Upstairs. Do you think the country will make mistakes on such an important document? Ha ha ha. From the above. I don't know what Xiaogua's name is in the world. Do you know what an infrastructure maniac is? JPG. The United States, don't believe rumors. Don't spread rumors. Thanks to the help of some enthusiastic netizens. A few hours later, there was also a storm on Twitter. WTF? 3 months? Jesus! Xiaogua is so crazy! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Can such a big project be completed in 3 months? In our country, 3 months is not enough time for workers to mix cement. At first glance, this comment was posted by a netizen from Western Europe, who was just watching the excitement and not taking it too seriously. After all, for Western Europe, where it takes 10 years to build a road, China's infrastructure construction speed is no different from myth. These comments on Twitter were naturally moved back to Xiaogua intact. For a time, The scarf was filled with laughter and laughter. Of course, while countless people of the Xia Kingdom were shocked and cheering for him, there were always some walking 500,000 who wanted to pick some thorns. Impossible. I don't believe it. Seeing is believing. Hearing is believing. Doesn't it mean what the document says? After the 3-month period is up, just take a photo to fool netizens, and then slowly build it up. This kind of thing doesn't happen. I have to say that this year's official account is really awesome. In response to the doubts of these netizens, the official account of Xiaoguan News released a scarf that day. Starting tomorrow, the official Douyin account of Xiaoguan News will launch a live broadcast function. The construction site of the Songhai Bay-controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor will be broadcast in real time in the live broadcast room. Welcome all netizen supervisors. As soon as the scarf was released, the number of comments exploded. 666. This official can handle it. But he is really angry when there are anti-fans. If I don't say anything else. Everyone, I'm going to set the alarm clock for tomorrow. Without further ado, I have to go to a carnival to celebrate. Damn it. Boss 666. Boss V. I'm 50. I haven't eaten in 3 days. It was 8 o'clock sharp the next morning. Countless netizens gathered in the official Douyin live broadcast room of Xiaoguan News. Above the dark screen, comments passed by quickly. Where is the person? Open the door. You have the ability to broadcast live, but don't have the ability to open the door? It's 8 o'clock. Open the door. The next moment, the dark screen suddenly lit up. When the brightness of the lens gradually returned to balance, the scene at the Convening fusion reactor construction site suddenly came into view. Thousands of excavators are neatly arranged on the left side of the camera. On the right side of the camera, there are thousands of construction vehicles responsible for various construction work. In the center of the camera are several huge compactors. After a short vacancy, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room increased exponentially. Hack. 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 Is this Dogwa Heavy Industries? I love it. The next moment, a voiceover appeared. A slightly sweet female voice. Hello, dear viewers. This is the Songhai Bay Fusion Demonstration Reactor construction site. Today is the first day of construction. What is in front of you now is the first construction team. In order to ensure the construction speed, there are a total of 3 construction teams in this demonstration reactor construction task. In the next 3 months, 3 construction teams will take turns building the Convening fusion demonstration reactor 24 hours a day. As the sound fell, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room increased a lot again. 3 construction teams. Sister, please show your face. Don't just talk. Under the supervision of a group of netizens, the dynamic compactor of the fusion demonstration reactor project hit the first hammer. Chapter 33 Recruitment. After the fusion demonstration reactor started construction, Lu Yongcheng's top priority became recruiting people. After all, there are only a dozen researchers in the Sandaika University Nuclear Physics Laboratory to complete the research tasks of the fusion demonstration reactor. It is definitely not enough to rely on more than a dozen researchers. For any technology, moving from the laboratory to commercial use means countless difficulties. This is even more true for large-scale technologies like controllable nuclear fusion. Although Lu Yongcheng has now solved the most critical problem of maintaining controllable nuclear fusion, they still need to solve countless problems if they want to realize the commercial application of controllable nuclear fusion. For example, the main control program of the nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. We can't build a demonstration reactor by then and have several researchers monitor various data in the reactor at all times like a laboratory. Right? Another example is the installed capacity of nuclear fusion demonstration reactors. Although Lu Yongcheng has finalized the power generation method of the fusion reactor, they have not made a specific plan. Therefore, in order to truly realize controllable nuclear fusion, Lu Yongcheng needs to at least expand the number of his researchers several times. Beijing University of Science and Technology. Lu Hezheng returned to his office with a frustrated face. As a professor of nuclear physics at Beijing University of Science and Technology, his original main research project was the tokamak device. After all, 2 months ago, the tokamak device was still the mainstream device for achieving controllable nuclear fusion. Only, after Lu Yongcheng wrote those blackboard writings, everything changed. Especially after the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaika University successfully operated controllable nuclear fusion. Almost all laboratories studying controllable nuclear fusion in Xia State stopped their projects. What follows closely is layoffs. Unfortunately, Lu Hezheng is a researcher who was laid off. This also led to an extremely embarrassing situation. He currently does not have any scientific research tasks on his hands. It would be a joke to say it out loud. As a professor at Beijing University of Science and Technology, I don't even have a scientific research task at hand. Lu Hejing sighed deeply when he thought of the responses he got from asking Xiao's major nuclear physics laboratories a few days ago. Because the Sanhai Bay-controlled nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project has begun construction. All major nuclear physics laboratories in Xiao are basically at a standstill. Why? Lu Hejing looked at the unchanging scenery outside the window and sighed again. Jingle bell! A shrill phone ring rang. Lu Hejing, who was looking out the window in trance, suddenly trembled. He suddenly looked back at the landline phone on the desk next to him, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Who else could call him at this time? Now, except for some university teaching tasks. He is already a complete idler. Lu Hejing frowned and walked to the landline, leaning his head to look at the LCD screen of the landline. A string of numbers I have never seen before. Lu Hejing's frown deepened. Could it be MLM phone call? That's not right. MLM calls can't even get through to this phone number. While thinking about it, Lu Hejing reached out and picked up the phone. Hello? A slightly calm male voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello. Are you Professor Lu Hejing from Beijing University of Science and Technology? Lu Hejing was stunned and nodded quickly. Yes. Yes. I am. You are? Hello. Professor Lu. I am Lu Yongchang from the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Sandaiki University. Excuse me. Some time ago, were you working as a researcher in the Nuclear Physics Laboratory of Beijing University of Science and Technology? The moment he heard these words, Lu Hejing's heart skipped a beat. Lu Yongchang. As a professor in the Department of Nuclear Physics. Could he not know what this name means? This is the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor. Lu Hejing swallowed slightly. A bit of excitement flashed in his eyes. Yes. Yes. I did work as a researcher there some time ago. Before he could finish his words, the voice of inquiry rang again on the other end of the phone. Professor Lu, there are still some researchers missing at the Convening fusion demonstration reactor. Are you interested? Lu Hejing's eyes suddenly burst into light. He nodded vigorously. Yes. I'm interested. Is this not interesting? This is a researcher on the controllable nuclear fusion demonstration reactor project. Okay. Professor Lu, please go to the Beijing railway station at 9:30 tomorrow morning. The high-speed rail ticket to Sanhai City has been bought for you. After arriving in Sanhai City, someone will naturally take you to the temporary research institute. Lu Hejing hurriedly asked. Then, Professor Lu, do you need me to provide the identity information to purchase the ticket? There was silence on the phone. After a while, a faint voice came from the phone. Don't worry, Professor Lu. The ticket has been purchased. You can check the text message on your mobile phone. After speaking, the phone was hung up before Lu Hejing could speak. Ding! A text message alert sounded. Lu Hejing hurriedly took out his mobile phone from his pocket, unlocked the screen lock and checked it. Mr. Lu Hejing, the high-speed train from Beijing to Sanhai City will depart on time at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please bring relevant documents and wait in the waiting hall in advance. In the afternoon of the next day, Lu Hejing dragged his suitcase out of Sanhai City railway station, looking at the train station with people coming and going in front of him. Lu Hejing was confused for a moment. Where should he go to find someone? While he was struggling, a man in military uniform walked up to him. Hello, Professor Lu. The man saluted him with an extremely standard military salute. I am Duzhen, and I have been ordered to pick you up and take you to the temporary research institute. In an instant, Lu Hejing felt countless odd eyes around him looking at him. Ahem. No need to salute. No need to salute. Then what? I am Lu Hejing. Let's go quickly, Lu Hejing said with some embarrassment. Duzhen chuckled, reached out and took the suitcase from Lu Hejing's hand, and walked forward. In just over an hour's drive, Lu Hejing passed 3 inspection checkpoints. He couldn't help but exclaim, Are the control measures at the demonstration reactor so strict? Duzhen, who was driving, smiled and nodded. Professor Lu, this is nothing. Sanhai Bay is now under full martial law. I estimate there is at least 1 brigade of troops stationed here. And, speaking of this, a mysterious smile appeared on Duzhen's face. I heard that Xia State even parked its aircraft carrier fleet near Sanhai Bay. Lu Hejing's pupil shrank suddenly, and he explained. Aircraft carrier fleet? Is this necessary? Duzhen shrugged while driving. I don't know. But the order I received is to send you safely to the Temporary Research Institute at all costs. Of course, it's not just you. We have to pick up more than 100 researchers in total. Chapter 34 Demonstration Reactor Completion. Squeak. The sound of brakes interrupted Lu Hujing's thoughts. Professor Lu, we are here. Du Jun's voice came from the driver's seat. Lu He, who had come back to his senses, was looking out through the car window. A temporary factory building appeared on the gravel-filled ground in front of him. Is this a temporary research institute? Lu Hujing's eyes widened slightly, and he said with a look of disbelief. To put it bluntly, this is definitely the crudest laboratory he has ever seen. Bar none. Du Jun, who was sitting in the driver's seat, stretched out his hand to scratch the back of his head and said with a smile, Professor Lu, we are running out of time. This kind of laboratory is already the limit of what we can do. If you don't talk about this, I will take you to see Professor Lu first. Lu Hujing followed Du Jun to the door of a temporary tin room. Professor Lu is inside, so I won't go in. Du Jun smiled and said to Lu Hujing, turned around and left. Lu Hujing looked at the extremely simple iron house, took a deep breath, and stepped into it. As soon as he entered the tin room, Lu Hujing saw a young man in his 20s sitting behind a desk with a serious expression, holding a pen in his hand and writing something on the table. Although the young man's face was a bit immature, Lu Hujing felt an aura full of contradiction in him. He had only seen this kind of momentum in those top scientists known as national scholars, although he had never met Lu Yongchang in person. At this moment, Lu Hujing was extremely sure that the young man in front of him was Professor Lu Yongchang, who single-handedly promoted the development of nuclear fusion. Perhaps he heard some noises, and Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in his work, slowly raised his head. The moment he saw Lu Hujing, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up slightly. He quickly put down the pen in his hand, stood up and greeted him. Professor Lu, please sit down quickly. Lu Hujing was slightly stunned. Professor Lu, do you know me? Lu Yongchang smiled and waved his hand. Don't call me that. I haven't graduated yet. Lu Hujing, seeing the shit-eating expression on Lu Hujing's face, Lu Yongchang smiled even more. Just kidding. Professor Lu, I have read your information. You should be responsible for the temperature control of the Tokmak device at Beijing University of Science and Technology. Right. A trace of surprise flashed in Lu Hujing's eyes. He didn't expect that Lu Yongchang, as the chief engineer of the nuclear fusion demonstration reactor, could remember his information so clearly. Seeing Lu Yongchang's gaze towards him, Lu Hujing nodded quickly and said, That's right. How about you also be responsible for the research on the demonstration reactor? Hearing Lu Yongchang's suggestion, a look of hesitation flashed across Lu Hujing's face. Professor Lu, what I studied before was the Tokmak device after all, and I didn't study the stellarator very deeply, so it really doesn't matter. Along the way, Lu Hujing really realized how much Xiaogui attached importance to the fusion demonstration reactor. Because of this, there was a trace of fear in his heart. If it is really because of his personal mistakes that serious problems occurred in the fusion demonstration reactor, then what will be the consequences? Lu Yongchang smiled and shook his head, and his tone softened again. Professor Lu, I don't think you need to worry about this problem. The design difficulty of the temperature control module on the stellarator is definitely lower than that of the Tokmak device. What's more, apart from you, 95% of the researchers in the Temporary Research Institute originally studied Tokmak devices. Lu Yongchang's words made Lu Hujing relax a lot. After all, everyone studies Tokmak, so there is no big difference. That's it. In terms of salary, we can give you the highest standard. But there is a condition. Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang's face instantly became serious. Lu Hujing looked at Lu Yongchang with some anxiety, and asked softly, Yes, what's the request? As long as it's not too excessive, I can accept it. Facing the talented people who single-handedly promoted the development of nuclear fusion, Lu Hujing kept his stance very low. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and waved his hand and said, It's not an excessive request. During the research period, all communication with the outside world needs to be cut off. This continues until the demonstration reactor is actually completed. Lu Hujing breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be just this requirement. Ever since he saw so many patrolling troops on the way here, he had been mentally prepared for this. He nodded repeatedly and said, It should be done. Professor Lu, don't worry. I will definitely cooperate in this regard. Lu Yongchang nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you can go and rest. Starting tomorrow, we will start studying the task. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 3 months passed quietly. As popularity declined, the number of viewers in Xiaoguan News' official Douyin live broadcast room also dropped by 90%. Just when everyone had forgotten about this incident, Xiaoguan News' Bib account quietly pushed a piece of news. Warm congratulations on the completion of Xiaoguan Songbei Fusion Demonstration Reactor Project. Boom! With the release of this news, the entire Xia Kingdom was in an uproar. Holy shit. 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 I have completely forgotten about this. Can anyone calculate the time and see if it is 3 months? I just did the math. It's exactly 90 days. If you include 2 31-day months, the construction task is even 2 days ahead of schedule. Why don't I believe it? Such a huge task can really be completed in 90 days? There won't be any quality problems by then. Right? I don't know what's going on upstairs. Xiaoguan News has been broadcasting the construction process on Douyin 24/7 for the past 3 months. Don't you believe it? This comment instantly reminded everyone who was eating melon in a scarf. In just a few minutes, Xiaoguan News' Douyin live broadcast room was crowded with hundreds of thousands of viewers. In the live broadcast room footage, for huge hemispherical buildings glow silvery white in the sun. After a brief silence, countless barrages floated across the screen. Damn. So handsome. What can you see from this distance? Can you move the camera closer? It is recommended that the brother above be investigated closely. I suspect that he is 500,000 hidden in the crowd. By the way, is this fusion reactor called the Songhai Bay Fusion Reactor? Shouldn't it be given a meaningful name? That's right. We strongly demand that the entire network of fusion reactors be named. Name collection +1. In just a moment, the rhythm of the barrage in the live broadcast room was distorted. Looking at the proposal to name the fusion demonstration reactor that filled the screen, the person in charge of the official Xiaoguan News account issued a scarf after seeking approval from the upper management. Xiaoguan Songbei Fusion Demonstration Reactor Network-wide Name Collection Campaign. Perhaps because the Bib official underestimated the enthusiasm of the people of Xia State. In just a few minutes, Bib even experienced a brief downtime. After the Bib server returned to normal operation, countless strange names appeared in the comment area for the name Bib. Hoi, Phoenix. These names are relatively normal. SpongeBob SquarePants, Patrick Star. Not surprisingly, these quirky names received the most likes. Chapter 35 Penguin Number 1. The 3-day public call for names has ended. The results of the nomination were also placed on the desk of Lu Yongchang, the project chief engineer. Looking at the name in front of him, Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly. He looked at the sweaty staff in front of him with a speechless expression. This name, can it be changed again? Patata Star. Do you think this thing can really be the name of a nuclear fusion demonstration reactor? By the way, can I have a name? The staff member's face turned red, and he nodded hurriedly. Of course. Of course it can be replaced. You are the chief engineer. Of course you have the right to name it. Lu Yongchang looked at the A4 paper in front of him that was filled with strange and weird names. He reached out and touched his chin. Lost in thought, the staff looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with an uneasy expression. To be honest, he was a little scared. Lu Yongchang also came up with a weird name for him. After all, he knew Lu Yongchang's age. Well, let's call it Pangu. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly and he said, Panga number 1 fusion reactor. How about it? The creation of Panga corresponds to the Xia Kingdom that has mastered controllable nuclear fusion. The staff member's eyes moved slightly, and there was a bit of excitement on his face. This is a good name. Okay. Deal. At this time, all the hardware facilities in the Panga number 1 fusion reactor have been installed. In addition to 4 reactors, it is equipped with 20 sets of large magnetic fluid generator sets. Each unit is equipped with 10 magnetic fluid generators. The rated power generation power of each magnetic fluid generator is 2,000 megawatts. After this conversion, the rated power generation power of the Panga 1 fusion reactor has reached an astonishing 400,000 megawatts. You know, the power generation of a 3 Gorges hydropower station is only 22,500 megawatts. A full 17 times difference. This is the power of nuclear fusion. However, no reaction occurred in the Panga 1 fusion reactor at this time. As for the reason, it's because of the main control program. Late at night? Why? A heavy sigh came from the internal control room of Panga 1. This is how to do all. The camera zooms in. An old man in his 60s with white temples frowned and looked at the green code on the computer screen in front of him. He shook his head from time to time, and then sighed deeply. The old man's name is Yuan Hongwei. and he is an academician of the Xia Academy of Sciences. When he was young, he led a team to develop a control program for controllable nuclear fission. And for this reason, he was elected as an academician of the Xia National Academy of Sciences. As the only person in the Xia Kingdom with relevant experience, he was naturally invited to be the main person in charge of this controllable nuclear fusion master control program development task. Next to Yuan Hongwei is a young man in his 30s. This is Yuan Hongwei's close disciple. It can be said that he has learned most of Yuan Hongwei's skills. But at this moment, both of them looked at the computer screen in front of them with melancholy expressions. Mr. Yuan, this thing can't be rushed. The main control program for nuclear fission has been developed for more than a year. This is nuclear fusion. The young man comforted softly. Hearing these words, Mr. Yuan's face froze, and the white beard at the corner of his mouth trembled slightly. Why isn't this urgent? This Pangda #1 fusion reactor is stuck here now. Now! Everyone in the entire institute is looking at us eagerly. Old Yuan's words caused the young man to fall into silence. After a while, the young man also sighed deeply. Mr. Yuan, it's not that I'm saying something depressing. To control the high-temperature plasma in the stellarator reactor, we must solve the turbulence problem that has troubled the physics community for countless years. In my opinion, this is almost impossible. There was a bit of bitterness in Mr. Yuan's eyes. How could he not know this truth? But he also knows how much Xia Guotashi is important to controllable nuclear fusion technology at this time. As an academician of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences, he is unwilling to give up. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a rhythmic knock on the door. Mr. Yuan was stunned for a moment, then quickly stood up and walked towards the door of the control room. It's so late. Who else would come here? There was a look of doubt in Mr. Yuan's eyes. Then he cleared his throat and shouted loudly toward the door. Ahem, who is it? Mr. Yuan? It's me, Lu Yongchang. Mr. Yuan was stunned again, then realized what he was doing and hurriedly reached out to open the door. Outside the door, Lu Yongchang's eyes showed a bit of exhaustion, but there was a faint smile on his face. Professor Lu, it's so late. Why are you here? Mr. Yuan quickly turned sideways to welcome Lu Yongchang in. Entering the main control room, Lu Yongchang glanced around. When he saw the computers on his desk that were flashing green lights, he sighed deeply. Mr. Yuan, is the fusion reactor main control program still unable to be completed? Hearing Lu Yongchang sigh, Mr. Yuan's eyes showed a bit of bitterness, and he slowly shook his head. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and asked again. Did you encounter any difficulties? Of course there are difficulties. Before Mr. Yuan could speak, a young man in his 30s who had been standing aside spoke. Mr. Yuan frowned slightly and scolded softly. Su Cheng, what are you talking about? Afterwards, Mr. Yuan straightened his expression and turned to look at Lu Yongchang. Professor Lu, give us some more time. Fusion reactors are different from fission reactors, and the things that need to be considered are a bit complicated. Lu Yongchang raised his eyebrows and looked at the young man beside Mr. Yuan. Mr. Yuan, is this your student? Mr. Yuan nodded and introduced. Su Cheng, your talent is pretty good. Lu Yongchang smiled at Su Cheng with a kind face and asked, can you tell me about the difficulties you just mentioned? Maybe I can help you solve it. Su Cheng glanced at Mr. Yuan subconsciously, seeing Mr. Yuan frowning and not objecting. Su Cheng swallowed slightly and opened his mouth to explain. Professor Lu, I won't go into details about the difference between fusion reactors and fission reactors. You must know this better than me. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Su Cheng continued. In a fission reactor, we only need to control the control rods in the fission reactor to compensate for fuel consumption and adjust the reaction rate. But fusion reactors are different. The movement of high-temperature plasma in a reactor is extremely complex, and this involves a difficult problem that has troubled the physics community for decades. The problem of turbulence. In other words, it is the Navier-Stokes equation, NS equation. To achieve perfect control of high-temperature plasma in the reactor, we must completely master the NS equation. This is the reason why the nuclear fusion main control program has been delayed in completion. Chapter 36 Existence and Smoothness of NS Equations. After listening to Su Cheng's words, Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. No wonder the main control program has not been completed for a long time. He clearly remembered that when they conquered controllable nuclear fusion in the previous life, the research team did not encounter any difficulties in the main control program. Therefore, he did not understand the main control program of nuclear fusion in detail. It wasn't until now that he finally understood it. If nothing else happens, the existence and smoothness issues of the NS equation will be solved by an American mathematician in about 5 years. And now, without theoretical support, the main control program is naturally difficult to develop. Fortunately, Lu Yongchang had done some research on the NS equation at that time, and he had some impressions of the original proof process. Lu Yongchang chuckled, nodded and said, I see. Is there any paper here? Such a rapid turn of events left Yuan Hongwei and Su Cheng unable to react for a moment. What? Su Cheng looked at Lu Yongchang in confusion. Why do you need paper in such a good way? As for Yuan Hongwei, he hesitated for a moment and pointed to the napkin on his desk. Does Professor Lu want that? Lu Yongchang. Ahem. I mean, the kind of writing paper. A 4-blank printing paper will do. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang took out the pen he carried with him from his pocket. Seeing Lu Yongchang's actions, Mr. Yuan frowned, looked at him strangely and said, Professor Lu, you don't want to solve the NS equation here, do you? Lu Yongchang chuckled, pulled out the chair next to him, and sat down. Of course. So, do you have A4 paper? Mr. Yuan winked at Su Cheng and said hesitantly, Professor Lu, the NS equation is not an ordinary thing. It is one of the 7 millennium problems. Lu Yongchang reached out and took the blank A4 paper handed over by Su Cheng, and nodded nonchalantly. Of course I know. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang lowered his head and briskly wrote a line of calculations on the A4 paper with the pen in his hand. Mr. Yuan, what should we do now? Su Cheng walked to Mr. Yuan and asked softly. Yuan Hongwei did not reply, but frowned and looked at the lines of calculations written by Lu Yongchang. Time passes bit by bit. The pile of A4 paper in front of Lu Yongchang had fewer and fewer blank spaces, replaced by densely packed and obscure calculations. The suspicion in Yuan Hongwei's eyes gradually dissipated. When he saw Lu Yongchang writing down an important line of calculations, his eyes instantly showed a hint of surprise. Wonderful! Afraid of disturbing Lu Yongchang in front of him, Yuan Hongwei lowered his voice and whispered, So this step can be deduced like this. As for Su Cheng, he was already confused, and his brain couldn't keep up with Lu Yongchang's writing speed. 2 hours flew by. The rustling of pens in the main control room suddenly stopped. Call! Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, then stood up and stretched his muscles. Proof? Has the proof been released? Yuan Hongwei's trembling, questioning voice came from the side. Lu Yongchang smiled, sorted out the A4 paper full of writing in front of him, and handed it to Yuan Hongwei. Certainly not. What's the result? Hearing Yuan Hongwei's question, Lu Yongchang smiled and said, Existence is so smooth. Yuan Hongwei's face turned red instantly. Professor Lu, are you really? For a moment, Yuan Hongwei couldn't find a word to describe Lu Yongchang in front of him. Now! The nuclear fusion main control program should be solved. Right? Lu Yongchang asked with a smile. Yuan Hongwei nodded vigorously, with a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Certainly, Professor Lu. Don't worry. If I can't solve the main control program of controllable nuclear fusion within half a month, you will blame me. The White House of the United States. There was a roar in the president's office. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Fake news. Albert's face turned red, with his golden hair on his head. He slapped the desk in front of him hard. It is absolutely impossible for Xiaogui to complete such a huge project in 3 months. Everything is fake. Fake news. Huh. Perhaps because he was too excited just now. Albert's old face was as swollen as a monkey's butt, and he was breathing heavily. Mr. President, I'm sorry to tell you that this is true. William Blair, director of the CIA, shrugged, stepped forward, opened the laptop in his hand, and placed it in front of Albert. What's this? Looking at the obviously accelerated construction video on his laptop, a trace of doubt flashed in Albert's eyes. This is the official 3-month live video of Xia State, William Blair explained expressionlessly. As you can see from the video, in just 3 months, Xia State built a new building on an open field full of gravel. A complete nuclear fusion demonstration reactor was built. After watching the entire video, Albert's face turned green. Where did this video come from? William Blair was silent for a moment before replying. Mr. President, this is the video that surfaced on Twitter this morning. After identification, the video does not contain any false elements. When he heard that the source of the video was Twitter, Albert's face turned even greener. Where's my phone? Let me see what's being said on Twitter. As he spoke, Albert hurriedly grabbed the phone and placed his fat fingers on the phone screen with difficulty. God, Xiaogua is so crazy. He completed this kind of construction task in 3 months. Jesus! Now I believe in the title of Xiaogua's infrastructure madman. Not talking about Xiaogua. Where is our fusion experiment pile in the United States? At Albert. Haha. The fusion reactor in the United States? I guess it's still on the drawing board right now. At Albert. Mr. President. We need an explanation. Looking at the comments on Twitter, Albert's face darkened. Professor Collins. Is Professor Collins here? As Albert's shouts ended, a gray-haired old man squeezed forward with a cane. He bent towards Albert with a fearful expression and said, Your Excellency, I am here. Humph. Albert snorted angrily. Tell me, where is our fusion reactor construction plan? There was some anxiety in the old man's eyes. Currently, we haven't started building it yet. Cough, cough, cough. Albert spit out the coke in his mouth, coughed hard for a while, and then looked at Professor Collins angrily. Professor, are you kidding me? It's been more than 3 months, and our fusion reactor is still on the map? Listen, from now on, build me a fusion demonstration reactor immediately. Collins' expression changed slightly. Mr. President, our plan is a nuclear fusion experimental device. The plan has changed. Albert waved his hand and shouted loudly. What Xiaogua can do, we can do too. From now on, build me a demonstration pile. Chapter 37 Unexpected Situation. 1 month later, Xiaoguasong Bay. The sea was calm, and an aircraft carrier was quietly docked in the sea more than 10 kilometers away from the shore for repairs. The camera zooms in, and you can clearly see that the guns and missile ports on the aircraft carrier deck are all open. Inside the aircraft carrier, the all-weather radar is operating at maximum power. To outsiders, this war fortress is simply a stopover for renovations. However, it is ready to attack at any time. On the shore, countless garrison soldiers patrol the designated areas in an orderly manner. Every soldier has all the safety on the gun in his hand. Since the past 2 days, the Shanghai Bay area has completely entered a state of military control. It is no exaggeration to say that in Shanghai Bay at this time, even a dog would be slapped twice if it passed by. The reason for all this is that the Pangu 1 fusion reactor on the shore of Shanghai Bay will start its first ignition test in the near future. Pangu 1 fusion demonstration reactor main control center. Lu Yongchang stood on the central console with a serious face, looking intently at the various data on the big screen in front of him. Get ready for the first ignition. Lu Yongchang slowly exhaled a breath and said in a deep voice. Attention of all departments. Start checking the operation of various equipment. As Lu Yongchang issued the order, all the researchers in the entire main control center started working with serious expressions. In the past few days, every researcher has been constantly reviewing the process of ignition operation of the fusion reactor, all just to avoid any mistakes at the moment of ignition of the fusion reactor. The cooling system is working fine. The reactor is working normally. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, Start powering on. As he finished speaking, a low hum slowly sounded from outside the main control room. The current reaches the critical value. Confirm that the magnetic field strength reaches the standard. A researcher stared at the computer screen in front of him and reported the report loudly. Turn on the heating equipment and inject fuel. As this order was issued, a look of sadness flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Finally, it's the last step. He looked serious and resolutely reached out to press the red button in front of him. Start the fire. In the reactor, a high-energy laser instantly heated the temperature of the deuterium and tritium plasma to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Lu Yongchang stared closely at the large screen in front of him that was responsible for monitoring various data of the fusion reactor. The neutron dose has increased significantly. The fusion reaction was successfully triggered. A hint of excitement flashed deep in his eyes. In less than half a year, will the light of fusion burn on the land of Xia Kingdom? A corner of the central control room of Pangu No. 1 reactor. Lu He looked solemnly at the fluctuating temperature curve in front of him. He reached out and gently rubbed his right eye. For some unknown reason, ever since he started the ignition process, his right eyelid began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. As a native of Xia, Lu Huzheng couldn't help but think of that old saying, jump right eye jump joy disaster. Although Lu Huzheng didn't really believe this in his heart. But, to be honest, his heart was pounding right now. Suddenly, he saw the temperature curve on the screen suddenly bounce upward. Although it was only for a moment, it frightened Lu Huzheng to the point of trembling in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand to adjust the glasses on the bridge of his nose and carefully checked the temperature curve. The temperature curve at this time was calm and returned to the normal fluctuation range again. It was as if the terrifying curve fluctuations just now were all illusory scenes. Lu Hejing swallowed slightly and grabbed the ballpoint pen and scratch paper beside him with slightly trembling hands. Lines of scrawled calculations appeared on the scratch paper. No. 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 A trace of blood appeared deep in Lu Hejing's eyes. The abnormal temperature fluctuation just now was definitely not just an accident. In such a precise instrument, any data fluctuation beyond the normal range should be taken seriously. But to the end, what went wrong? He was substituting the data from just a moment into the calculation. Looking at the calculation results, Lu Hejing's pupils instantly shrank to the size of a needle tip. Quick! Stop the fusion reaction! Something happened! Lu Hejing stood up suddenly and shouted loudly. In the quiet central control room, Lu Hejing's roar was particularly harsh. Lu Yongcheng's smile disappeared instantly. He didn't have time to think. The moment he heard Lu Hejing's voice, he reached out and pressed the force termination button in front of him. Buzz! There was a low humming sound. The current passing through the superconducting coil slowly decreases, and the magnetic field in the reactor gradually dissipates. The fusion reaction also weakens until it stops. Seeing the dose of Chinese characters on one side of the big screen in front of me decrease rapidly, there was a burst of discussion in the entire central control room. What's the situation? Isn't that Lu Hejing who is in charge of the temperature module? What happened? The current temperature is quite normal. At this time, Lu Yongcheng was staring at the big screen in front of him. It was not until he confirmed that the fusion reaction had completely stopped that he turned around and looked at Lu Hejing with a frown. The moment he saw Lu Hejing, Lu Yongcheng's heart trembled. At this time, Lu Hejing's face was pale. His hands were shaking slightly, and his pupils had shrunk to the size of a needle tip. He looked like he was overly frightened. Quiet! Lu Yongcheng shouted in a deep voice. The noisy discussions in the central control room gradually dissipated. Professor Lu, what's going on? Lu Yongcheng asked with a frown. Hearing Lu Yongcheng's question, Lu Hejing trembled slightly. And then, he hurriedly grabbed a few pieces of draft paper on the table and ran quickly to Lu Yongcheng. Professor Lu, look! As he spoke, Lu Hejing handed the draft paper full of scrawled writing to Lu Yongcheng's hand. This is the abnormal temperature data just now. And this is the temperature data I calculated 10 minutes later. Lu Yongcheng frowned and looked at the draft paper in front of him. The writing on the draft paper was very sloppy. It was obvious that he was in a hurry and panic when he was calculating the data just now. He carefully read the data on the paper. When he saw the forecast data 10 minutes later, his expression suddenly changed. How is this possible? Lu Yongcheng's exclamation made the atmosphere in the central control room even more depressing. Countless researchers looked at each other, and even Fang Su couldn't hold back. He walked quickly to Lu Yongcheng, frowned and asked softly, Yongcheng, what happened? Is there something wrong with the temperature module? Lu Yongcheng looked gloomy and handed the draft paper in his hand to Fang Su. Look at this data. Everyone, stop what you are doing and prepare to comprehensively troubleshoot. Chapter 38 Sudden Surge in Temperature Curve. All the researchers in the central control room were shocked. Troubleshoot. There was a malfunction. While all the researchers were confused, Lu Yongcheng did a few operations on the computer in front of him. The next moment, a temperature curve graph appeared on the big screen in the central control room. When they saw the abnormal curve in just a few seconds, all the researchers couldn't help but gasp. Lu Yongcheng looked gloomy and entered the curve data into the computer in front of him. In just a few seconds, the calculation results appeared on the big screen. Everyone present fell silent when they saw the temperature curve rising at a 90-degree slope after 10 minutes. This temperature rise curve, if Lu Hejing hadn't discovered it in advance, the Panga No. 1 fusion reactor might not have been saved. Professor Lu, if I remember correctly, this temperature curve should show the temperature of the magnetic fluid generator. Right. Lu Yongcheng frowned and said after thinking for a moment. After more than 10 minutes of buffering, Lu Hejing's heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He looked at the temperature curve on the big screen in front of him, with a trace of fear in his eyes. Hearing Lu Yongcheng's question, Lu Hejing suddenly came back to his senses, nodded repeatedly and said, Yes, it is the temperature of the magnetic fluid generator. Lu Yongcheng's frown deepened. The temperature of the magnetic fluid generator is abnormal. What is the reason? Yongcheng, come and take a look. There was something wrong with the generator power just now. While Lu Yongcheng was deep in thought, Fang Su's voice came over. Lu Yongcheng's eyes moved slightly, and he hurriedly ran towards Fang Su's location. At this time, Fong Su had already called up the generator power change curve when the fusion reaction occurred. The power curve is very smooth, always maintaining around 10% of the generated power. It seems that there is no problem. After all, this time it was just an ignition test, and not a lot of fusion fuel was put in. According to calculations, the operating power of the generator is probably between 10% and 15% of the rated power. But precisely this extremely normal curve hides an extremely huge problem. The moment he saw this smooth curve, Lu Yongchang understood what Fong Su meant. I understand. There's something wrong with the generator. The researcher responsible for monitoring the power of the generator looked at the smooth curve on the computer screen with a confused expression. This, Professor Lu. I see that this curve is quite stable. It should be fine. Right. After hearing the researcher's question, Lu Yongchang explained with a solemn expression. On the contrary, such a smooth curve means there is a problem. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse to the far left side of the curve. Look, the amplitude of the curve here is normal. At 9:18 in the morning, the fusion reaction started, and the reactor output energy. At the same time, the magnetic fluid generator also started operating, and the power generation began to slowly increase. Then, Lu Yongchang dragged the mouse again and moved the time to 9:23 in the morning. From 9:23, for 5 minutes, the generator power was maintained at 10% of the rated power. At this time, the fusion reaction in the reactor is the strongest. According to calculations, the generator power should have reached 15%, but it has been stable at 10%. Hearing this, the researcher also understood the meaning. His face instantly turned pale. His lips trembled slightly as he looked at Lu Yongchang and whispered, Lu, Professor Lu, I didn't pay attention. Lu Yongchang's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a comforting smile. He reached out and patted the researcher's shoulder. It's okay. Relax. It's normal for such a big thing to have some problems. You should really thank Professor Lu. If it weren't for him, in 10 minutes, we wouldn't be able to eat and walk around. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang smiled and looked at Lu Hejing aside. Lu Hejing was stunned and waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. This is just what I should do. Lu Yongchang waved his hand and said seriously, Professor Lu, don't say that. For this kind of thing, you can stand up and speak out the problem as soon as possible, which is worthy of our gratitude. After all, ordinary people would not have the courage to stop the fusion reactor at that time. Panga number 1. Inside the magnetic fluid generator room, Lu Yongchang and all the researchers were frowning tightly at this time. After several days of investigation, they only came to one conclusion. The magnetic fluid generator set is all normal. At least, in the physical sense, all magnetic fluid generators have no faults. This is trouble. Lu Yongchang frowned tightly and whispered. The worst happened. In such a large installation, failure is not a problem. It can even be said that every large-scale machinery will have more or less failures. But I can't find where the fault is, which is terrible. At this time, the research team was enveloped in a low-pressure atmosphere. Every researcher has a gloomy look on his face. The brightest star in the night sky. Suddenly, a burst of cell phone ringing broke the silent atmosphere in the generator room. Lu Yongchang quickly took out his mobile phone from his pocket. It's an encrypted number. His eyes moved slightly, and he answered the phone. Hello. May I ask who you are? Before Lu Yongchang could finish his words, an old voice came from the phone receiver. Ahem. Yongchang. I am number 1. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious, and he exclaimed, Number 1? Just for a moment, all the researchers looked at Lu Yongchang. Fong Su next to him looked at him in surprise, with a bit of surprise and envy flashing in his eyes. It turned out to be number 1. Yongchang, I heard that there was a small problem with the Pangu 1 fusion reactor. Hearing what number 1 said, a wry smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Okay. The problem with the generator has not been solved for a long time, and it has been reported to number 1. We encountered some trouble, but don't worry. I will solve it as soon as possible. There was silence on the phone for a while. Immediately, the voice of number 1 came again. Yongchang, there is no need to rush this matter. Investigate it slowly. Xiaogua is not in a hurry. Be sure to investigate the problem while protecting your own safety. Do you understand? Although number 1's words were very serious, they made Lu Yongchang feel a little warm in his heart. Don't worry. Number 1. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, number 1 sighed slightly. It's okay if the progress of Panga number 1 is slower. The point is, the lives of you and the scientific researchers around you are the most important. I know that every nuclear project has risks to one degree or another. But there's one thing I want you to remember. The future of Xia country needs scientists like you to support it. So you must pay attention to safety. Lu Yongchang was slightly moved. He never expected that his status in number 1's heart would be so high at this time. Don't worry, number 1. If there is danger, I will definitely arrange for everyone to evacuate as soon as possible, he said solemnly. I assure you that there will never be any accidents in the Panga number 1 fusion reactor. Chapter 39 Main Control Program Error. After a few minutes, the call was hung up. Lu Yongcha put down his mobile phone with a complicated expression and took a long breath. What do you say? What do number 1 say? Fong Su immediately approached Lu Yongchang, his face a little uneasy, and asked repeatedly, Does number 1 know about the situation of Panga number 1? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, turned towards the researchers, and said loudly, The call just now was from number 1. You must have guessed that number 1 already knows what happened to Panga number 1. As for what number 1 said, I can tell you completely. Listening to Lu Yongchang's words, every researcher present was moved. Unexpectedly, number 1 didn't blame us. Not only did he not blame us, but he also asked us to pay attention to our safety. Looking at the researchers talking in low voices in front of him, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath. Everyone, in the entire development process, this moment is the first time we have encountered such a difficult problem. But I believe we will be able to find out the reason behind it. The light of fusion will eventually bloom on the land of Xia. Now, let's start from the beginning and search again to see if we can find any clues. In just a few minutes, the atmosphere in the magnetic fluid generator room changed 180 degrees. Seeing the excitement in the eyes of all the researchers in front of him, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief. I have to say that this call from number 1 was so timely. Yongchang, tell me, is there something wrong with the control program? Just as Lu Yongchang and a group of researchers were discussing the possible causes of this failure, Fong Su's voice suddenly came from the side. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly suffocated. The next moment, he stood up from the chair and looked at Fong Su, who was thoughtful beside him, with burning eyes. What did you just say? Lu Yongchang's reaction shocked Fong Su. He hesitated and asked again. I said, could this be a problem with the main control system? Lu Yongchang suddenly clapped his hands and said excitedly, Yes, it's possible. So far, the only place we haven't checked is the main control system of the fusion reactor. Mr. Yuan, where is Mr. Yuan? A researcher reminded softly. Old Yuan is old and is still resting in the central control room. Lu Yongchang nodded lightly. Okay, I'll go find Mr. Yuan right now. Professor Lu, Mr. Yuan is old. Please wait. Fong Su looked a little worried in his eyes, grabbed Lu Yongchang, and reminded him softly. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. He probably understood what Fong Su meant. On the one hand, Mr. Yuan is the elder after all. On the other hand, at Mr. Yuan's age, he couldn't bear any big stimulation. So, when he speaks, he must pay attention to his words. After thinking clearly, he nodded slightly and said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Su. I'm measured. After hearing this, Fong Su felt a little relieved. Panga 1 Central Control Room. Lu Yongchang quietly came to Mr. Yuan, who was resting on the table, perhaps because of his age and lack of sleep. Mr. Yuan raised his head the moment Lu Yongchang sat on the chair. Yongchang? Why are you here? Are there any results from the examination? Even after he woke up, Mr. Yuan immediately became concerned about the condition of Panga number 1. Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. Seeing this scene, Mr. Yuan's eyes dimmed a bit, and then he sighed deeply. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said as slowly as possible, Mr. Yuan, after various inspections, no problems were found in the Panga number 1 fusion reactor. I wonder whether there is an accident in the main control system. As Lu Yongchang said these words, Mr. Yuan's expression changed instantly. What? Seeing Mr. Yuan's face change drastically, Lu Yongchang felt nervous and quickly added, Mr. Yuan, this is also a guess. It's possible. Yes. Why didn't I think of that? Mr. Yuan stood up from his chair with excitement. Lu Yongchang. Yongchang, you are right. If there are no problems with the outside world, then the problem can only lie in the main control program. Wait a minute. I'm going to check the source code of the main control program. With that said, Mr. Yuan sat back in his chair eagerly, opened the computer in front of him, and prepared to check the source code. Seeing Mr. Yuan's reaction, 3 big question marks appeared above Lu Yongchang's head. Mr. Yuan, aren't you angry? Mr. Yuan was stunned and subconsciously asked. Angry? Why am I angry? Lu Yongchang said with a slightly weird expression. Isn't this tantamount to questioning your level? Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Mr. Yuan also looked strange. Yongchang, why do you think so? I'm so happy that the problem was discovered before it's too late. Do you think of me as that kind of old fogey who doesn't know right from wrong? A trace of embarrassment flashed across Lu Yongchang's face, and he quickly changed the subject. Ahem. Mr. Yuan, please check the source code quickly. Seeing the embarrassed look on Lu Yongchang's face, Mr. Yuan smiled and shook his head. He reached out and patted his shoulder, then turned around again and focused on the computer in front of him. Half an hour flew by. Found it! There was a bit of excitement in Mr. Yuan's voice. That's it! How could such a malfunction occur? It turns out there was something wrong with that brat Su Qing's code. I checked for a long time at that time. Alas, I didn't expect that I didn't find this little loophole. Mr. Yuan's voice was full of emotion. It's really different now that I'm older. My energy is completely different from before. Lu Yongchang hurriedly stood up, approached the computer, and asked seriously, Mr. Yuan, what is going on? Is the problem serious? Mr. Yuan waved his hands cheerfully and said helplessly, It's not serious. It's just a small problem. Small problem? Then, seeing Lu Yongchang's confused look, Mr. Yuan explained with a wry smile. The reason for the low efficiency of the generator is precisely because of the existence of this bug. If the efficiency of the generator does not increase, a large amount of heat will accumulate in the pipes of the magnetic fluid generator. So, at a certain point, the temperature of the generator will start to rise dramatically. Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. Then, will it be troublesome to repair? A trace of anxiety flashed in his eyes. If it is troublesome, the plan to officially launch Pangu 1 will have to be postponed for a few more days. No trouble. No trouble. Old Yuan smiled even more in his eyes. Now that we know where the problem is, it will be easier to fix it. Give me 2 days. I guarantee that the magnetic fluid generator can operate normally. Chapter 40 Witness History. I have to say that Mr. Yuan is still very reliable. If you say it takes 2 days to modify, it will never be delayed until the 3rd day. The very next night, Lu Yongchang got the news that the main control program had been modified. In the next few days, Pangu number 1 conducted several more ignition tests. After ensuring that there were no accidents, Lu Yongchang applied to number 1 in the capital, Beijing, in office number 1. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The office door rang. Number 1 lowered his head while reviewing the documents on the table. Without raising his head, he said directly, Come in! Squeak! The office door opened. Hearing the sound of the door opening, number 1 subconsciously looked up. When he saw the visitor, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Minister Hong? Why are you here? Hong Qiming chuckled and said in a respectful tone. Number 1, I have brought you good news. Number 1 raised his eyebrows slightly, quickly put down the pen in his hand, and looked at Hong Qiming with burning eyes. Oh, then I want to hear the good news. Could it be that the problem of the Pangu number 1 fusion reactor has been solved? Hong Qiming was stunned, and then burst into laughter. As expected of number 1, I really can't hide this kind of thing from you. The corner of number 1's mouth raised slightly. A smile appeared on his face, and he said with some surprise, Really? Hong Qiming nodded vigorously. Not only that, I also brought an application from this guy Lu Yongchang. Huh? Apply? Number 1 frowned slightly and asked subconsciously. Hong Qiming smiled and took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to number 1's desk. This letter is what Lu Yongchang has repeatedly told me to deliver to you personally. Seeing Hong Qiming's serious look, number 1's eyes flashed with interest. This kid, number 1 chuckled, shook his head slowly, and then reached out and picked up the envelope. The envelope is well packed. Number 1 opened the envelope and took out a piece of letter paper. Looking at the few lines of pen writing on the letter paper, number 1's eyes became more and more surprised. After several tests, we can be sure that Pangu number 1 reactor has met all the conditions for ignition. On the 1st, I apply to officially start the Pangu number 1 fusion reactor at 12 noon tomorrow and complete the task of connecting to the grid. Number 1's face turned slightly red. A flash of excitement flashed in his eyes, and the next moment, his right hand hit the desk in front of him heavily. Okay. 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 Lu Yongchang is indeed our hope for the new generation of Xia Kingdom. Qiming, tomorrow, come with me to the Pangda No. 1 fusion reactor and let us witness history with our own eyes. That evening at 1900 hours sharp, the host of Xiaoguan News Channel announced a piece of news with a solemn expression. News from this station. Xia's first commercial controllable nuclear fusion reactor, Pangda No. 1, will be officially opened at 12 noon tomorrow. The entire launch process will be broadcast live by Xiaoguan News. After the news was reported, in just a few dozen minutes, the Xiaogua internet completely fallen. The scarf, which was originally filled with various celebrity scandals, was instantly flooded with this news. Pangda No. 1 is completed. Tomorrow at 12 noon, the Pangda 1 fusion reactor will start. The first commercial controllable nuclear fusion reactor in human history. Countless netizens expressed their excitement in the comment sections of these news. Xiaogua NB. Holy shit. 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 Is this done? I remember that the United States and ITER haven't even started the second ignition experiment yet. Right? Ha ha ha. Not to mention the second ignition. The fusion reactor in the United States is still on the drawing board. Gone! Don't talk about this a day in advance. How can I sleep tonight? Ha! Why not just stay up all night and watch the live broadcast tomorrow morning? Help! I'm going to die suddenly. Tonight, the number of people suffering from insomnia in Xia Kingdom suddenly increased several times. In this way, amidst everyone's expectations, the time slowly came to 10 o'clock in the morning the next day. Under the escort of a group of military vehicles, a Hongqi car with license plate 00001 slowly drove into Shanghai Bay. In front of the Pangda No. 1 demonstration reactor, the Hongqi car slowly stopped, looking at the four silver-white hemispherical buildings in front of him. A bit of sigh flashed in No. 1's eyes. Qiming, I never thought that controllable nuclear fusion would appear on the land of Xia Kingdom in just a few months. Hong Qiming smiled and nodded in agreement. Yeah, I didn't expect it either. When I first saw the news about ITER, to be honest, my heart trembled. I was really afraid that Xia would fall behind Western countries again. No. 1's eyes were full of smiles. Yes. Now it seems that ITER should regret it to death. That's for sure. If they don't drive us away, according to the agreement, we still need to share this technology with them for free. Hong Qiming laughed loudly. I estimate that in a few hours, some people will feel regretful in their intestines. Here you go. Hearing Hong Qiming's words, No. 1 also burst out laughing. Ha ha! It's so happy. It's really so happy. Let's go. Let's go in quickly and see how this guy Lu Yongchang is preparing. With that said, No. 1 took a step forward and took the lead to walk towards the interior of Pangda No. 1. As soon as they entered the central control room of the Pangda No. 1 demonstration reactor, No. 1 and Hong Qiming saw a busy look. Brother Su, has the reactor been inspected? Lu Yongchang stood on the podium and asked Fong Su loudly. Fong Su nodded vigorously and responded quickly. Everything is normal in the reactor. Where's the superconducting coil and Xiaogua power grid? Are they ready? No. 1 stood at the door of the central control room with a smile, watching this scene quietly. Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in work, did not notice Hong Qiming and No. 1 at the door. Fong Su, on the other hand, was the first to notice the two of them. No. 1? Why are you here? Fong Su shouted in surprise. His voice attracted the attention of all the researchers. After seeing No. 1 in person, every researcher put down their work and nodded to No. 1 immediately. As for Lu Yongchang, he quickly ran down from the podium and walked quickly to No. 1. What? Can I come? No. 1 looked at Fong Su and Lu Yongchang with a smile and asked softly. The corner of Fong Su's mouth twitched slightly. I can come! I can come! It's just, this thing is nuclear fusion after all. So if there is any danger, I believe you. No. 1 said decisively without any hesitation. Yongchang, tell me, can I believe you? Faced with this question, Lu Yongchang did not hesitate at all and replied loudly. Please rest assured, No. 1. Chapter 41. The light of fusion shines on the land of Xia Kingdom. Time passes minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, the hour hand of the clock on the wall pointed to the number 11. Zhao Zijia turned on the TV in the living room early despite the heavy dark circles under his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the remote control on the sofa and turned the TV to Xiaoguan News Channel. Looking at the endless advertisements on TV, Zhao Zijia's eyes flashed with anxiety. This live broadcast of the ignition of controllable nuclear fusion has not started yet. Xiao Zijie kept glancing towards the wall clock in the living room. It's already 11 o'clock. We agreed to start the fusion reactor at 12 noon. But there is only 1 hour left. Why hasn't the live broadcast started yet? Xiao Zijie subconsciously took out his cell phone and opened Penguin Group. What's going on? Where's the live broadcast we promised? I don't know. Has anyone seen it? Seeing that everyone had the same reaction, Xiao Zijie's frown relaxed slightly. He moved his fingers lightly and typed a line of words on his phone. Stop talking. I've been waiting since last night. If the live broadcast doesn't start, I feel like I'm going to die suddenly. The next second, several replies appeared in front of him. Ha ha ha. Let me tell you. Lao Zhao. You didn't really sleep all night. Did you? Don't tell me. It's really possible. Lao Zhao is really such a person. There was a bit of a wry smile in Xiao Zijie's eyes. Just when he wanted to respond to those words again, a highlighted message appeared in the Penguin Group. Stop Xuechuan. Turn on the TV. The live broadcast begins. The originally lively Penguin Group became deserted in an instant. Xiao Zijie quickly put down his cell phone and looked at the TV in front of him. At this time, the magnificent appearance of the Pengu 1 demonstration reactor suddenly appeared on the TV. There was some confusion in Xiao Zijie's eyes, and he murmured to himself, "Are you only going to show me the exterior scenes? What's the point of this?" As he said this, Xiao Zijie had a visibly disappointed look on his face, although he could understand Xiao Guanu's approach in his heart. But you can only see the same exterior scenery. To be honest, it is impossible not to be disappointed. Xiao Zijie reached out and grabbed the remote control and turned off the TV. He sighed deeply and tapped the screen of his phone listlessly, making a sighing expression in Penguin. Let's break up. It seems that there are only exterior scenes. What can we tell from this? Old Zhao, why don't you watch it again? The TV screen has been switched. When he saw this line of text, Xiao Zijie's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly grabbed the remote control and turned on the TV again. Really? The picture of the central control room appeared in front of Xiao Zijie. I saw a young man in his 20s, wearing a white coat standing on the podium in the center, with a solemn expression. It must be Lu Yongchang, the chief engineer of controllable nuclear fusion. Right. But the next moment, a figure behind the podium caught Xiao Zijie's attention. This is Chairman. Due to the angle problem, the chairman of the assembly at this time is standing in the far corner of the screen. Xiao Zijie rubbed his eyes vigorously. After confirming again and again, he picked up his phone and sent a message to the Penguin Group with trembling hands. Everyone, look at the lower right corner of the TV. The speaker is also here. This piece of news from Xiao Zijie obviously shocked all the diving members. Hack. Really? I saw it. Where is it? Why didn't I find it? Ha ha ha. In daily life, if you don't need your eyes, you can donate them to those in need. Inside the Pengu 1 demonstration reactor, Lu Yongchang looked solemnly at the big screen recording various data in front of him. The hour hand of the clock on the wall slowly points to the number 12. He took a deep breath, and his solemn gaze slowly scanned the people around him. Then, he spoke softly. Everyone, I am honored to witness this moment with you all. On Pengu 1, each of us has spent countless efforts. Regardless of success or failure, I believe that our names will always remain in the history of mankind. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang reached out and pressed the ignition button on the console in front of him. A familiar buzzing sound followed. In a very short period of time, the deuterium and tritium plasma was heated to hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Endless energy spurted out from the reactor of Pengu 1. At this moment, in the Pengu 1 demonstration reactor, the most powerful energy in the star system emerged spontaneously. Looking at the crazy rising values on the neutron dose detector, everyone's face showed excitement. But no one cheered. All this is just the beginning. The cooling system is working fine. The intensity of the fusion reaction is normal. The magnetic fluid generator starts working. The current power generation is 35% of the rated power. Reports came one after another, but Lu Yongchang did not dare to relax at all. The next step is crucial. Get ready to connect to the grid. Only when the electricity generated by the magnetic fluid is integrated into Xia's power grid can this fusion reactor be truly successful. A few minutes later, a researcher shouted excitedly. The grid connection was successful. The current power generation capacity is 200,000 megawatts. A trace of excitement flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. At this point, it can be said that the Pengu 1 fusion reactor has been 90% successful. What to do next? Continue to add fuel and push the power to the highest level. Upon hearing Liu Yongcheng's order, all the researchers' expressions instantly froze. This means that the next Pangu 1 fusion reactor will enter a full load state. In the next few minutes, every researcher stared at the big screen in the central control room, fearing something unexpected would happen. 80%, 90%, 99%. With the gradual addition of deuterium and tritium fuel, the fusion reaction in the reactor gradually becomes more intense. Even in the control room, everyone could feel a slight tremor under their feet. Professor Liu, the current generator power is 400,000 megawatts. There is nothing unusual about the reactor, and the generator set is working normally. A faint smile gradually appeared on the corner of Liu Yongcheng's mouth. There was a hint of trance in his eyes. And then he said in a deep voice, "Everyone, we succeeded." The next second, there was an overwhelming round of applause. Every researcher stood up from his chair and looked at the young man on the podium with reverence. They knew that the biggest contributor to Pangu number 1 was this young man, who was only 21 years old. "We succeeded?" Hearing the voice coming from the TV, Zhao Zijia's eyes suddenly turned red. He didn't have time to think too much. So he grabbed his phone, opened the penguin colony, and typed out a sentence with excitement. "The light of fusion shines on the land of Xia Kingdom." The next moment, everyone in the penguin group formed a formation consciously, looking at the rereading that filled the screen. Zhao Zijia took a deep breath. Finally, Xiaogua finally succeeded in being at the forefront of the world one day. Chapter 42. The mission of miniaturizing the fusion reactor begins. The moon waxes and wanes, and people have joys and sorrows. The joys and sorrows of people are not the same. While the whole country of Xia was celebrating, thousands of miles away, the country of America on the other side of the ocean fell into a state of panic and regret. The streets of Walton, USA. Countless citizens held banners and flags in their hands and marched toward the White House with great momentum. The chaotic scenes outside continued to attract Americans who stay at home. As American citizens joined one by one, the parade became longer and longer. Gradually, the outside of the White House in the United States was densely packed with people. "We need an explanation. Why expel Xiaogua from the inner plan? We need fusion." The bright banners have English letters and capital letters written on them. The security personnel of the White House seemed extremely weak in front of the hundreds of thousands of marchers. And inside the White House at this moment, President Abbott was holding his head of fluffy blonde hair, watching everything happening outside the White House through the window with a sad expression. "Why?" He sighed deeply and looked away from the window. "Your Excellency Albert, don't worry about these fools. They... Shut up! Anthony!" Albert looked at Secretary of Defense Anthony fiercely and scolded. "If it weren't for you, Xia State would have shared its nuclear fusion technology with us for free. Look at the good things you've done." Hearing Albert scolding, Anthony said with an ugly face, "Your Excellency, with all due respect, President, even if Xia has not withdrawn from the ITER project, they will not share nuclear fusion technology with us." Albert snorted coldly. "How do you know Xiaogua won't do this? I tell you, Anthony, no one understands Xia Kingdom better than me. I believe that Xia will abide by this contract." As he spoke, Albert suddenly turned his head and looked at Professor Collins. "Professor, how is our controllable fusion demonstration reactor project going? Don't tell me it's still on the drawing board after so many days." Professor Collins, who was suddenly involved in the war, froze and said with an uneasy look on his face, "Your Excellency, at present, construction has begun." Albert's face relaxed. "That's good news." "Oh!" Albert's eyes showed a bit of joy. "How far has it gone?" Professor Collins' mouth twitched slightly, lowered his head, and said softly, "Earth Foundation. WTF? Professor, are you kidding me?" Albert's face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Your Excellency, the construction team has been urging you many times." Professor Collins sighed deeply. "There is nothing I can do." Albert's eyes twitched twice. "I don't care about this. Tell those damn construction teams that I will see the demonstration reactor appear within a month. I don't care what method you use. I only give you 1 month. Do you understand, Professor Collins?" The third day of successful operation of Pangu 1. Although the controllable nuclear fusion project was successful, the research team did not disband. At Liu Yongcheng's request, all the researchers came to a secret nuclear laboratory in Xia Kingdom, the entrance of Da Xiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory. Hundreds of researchers looked at Liu Yongcheng in front of them with puzzled faces. "Yongcheng?" Fong Su pondered for a moment and decided to ask directly. What are you planning to do? Lu Yongchang chuckled and slowly glanced at the researchers in front of him. Everyone must be confused. Right. Seeing the researchers nodding, the smile on his face became more obvious. Everyone. We have completed the research and development task of controllable nuclear fusion. It's just, don't you want to go further? Fong Su frowned. As the person who has spent the longest time with Lu Yongchang, Fong Su had a vague idea in his mind. He probably guessed what Lu Yongchang wanted to do. Everyone. I have submitted a project application to the Great Elder. As for what the project is, Lu Yongchang chuckled and continued. I wonder if you are interested in miniaturizing the fusion reactor. Of course, if you don't want to participate in this research project, I won't force you to stay. After signing the confidentiality agreement, someone will naturally send you away. As soon as he finished speaking, there was an exclamation. What? Fusion reactor miniaturization technology? Isn't this a little too advanced? Is this really possible? Unlike others who looked surprised, Fong Su asked calmly. Yongchang, how sure are you of this technology? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, then slowly said, compared with controllable nuclear fusion, I only have a clue about miniaturization technology, and it is definitely more difficult. About 80% sure. Fong Su's pupils shrank suddenly. Despite his character, he couldn't help but exclaim at this moment. 80%? Are you sure you're right? You know, for things like scientific research, let alone 80%. The success rate of most scientific research projects is 20%, which is considered good. Fong Su even felt that Lu Yongchang in front of him had misinterpreted the success rate and failure rate. After all, in Fong Su's expectation, as long as the success rate of this project is 20%, it will be worth a try. Facing Fong Su's surprise, Lu Yongchang glanced at him speechlessly and murmured to himself. What a fuss! The success rate of 80% is already low enough. When I was working on Penguin, I was 99% sure. Fong Su. He smiled wryly and shook his head. I really don't know whether Lu Yongchang is too confident or whether he doesn't fully understand Lu Yongchang's strength. I'm participating. I'll join in too. How can such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity be without me? I will also participate. That is, when the time comes, I will be a researcher who has participated in 2 world-class scientific research tasks. Just when Fong Su was still doubting his life, the researchers on the side had expressed their attitudes one after another. Brother Su, what should I say? Lu Yongchang looked at Fong Su beside him with a smile. Have you thought about it? Fong Su's expression was slightly stern, and a light flashed in his eyes. Certainly. How can such a good thing be without me? Just as Lu Yongchang was leading everyone to prepare to settle in the Daxiao Bay Nuclear Physics Laboratory, a paper was quietly published in the latest issue of Nature on the unusual behavior of the sun in the past 2 months. With the publication of this paper, the Hubble telescope in space slowly turned its direction and projected in the direction of the sun. Chapter 43 Xiaogua Observatory. 3 days later. Yongchang, have you read the latest issue of Nature? While Lu Yongchang was sitting in his office struggling with the meaning behind the sonoluminescence phenomenon, Fong Su's voice came from the side. He was stunned for a moment, then looked up at Fong Su. Huh? I didn't look. What's wrong? Looking at Fong Su's mysterious face, a trace of doubt flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Nature. In my memory, nothing major happened in the academic world during this period. Then you really should go and see it. Fong Su's eyes became more mysterious. I have never seen such a fantastic thing in my life. A trace of uneasiness flashed in Lu Yongchang's heart. He frowned and asked softly, Brother Su, what is going on? Fong Su smiled and shook his head. You are just too impatient. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. An astronomical laboratory in the United States published a paper in Nature. According to their observations, there have been many abnormal data on the sun in the past month. Based on these observational data, the laboratory speculated a conclusion. Ha ha ha. Yongchang, you will never guess what their conclusion is. Just when Fong Su was halfway through his words, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly changed. After hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang murmured to himself. The sun has entered its aging period. Fong Su, who was about to say this absurd conclusion, looked slightly suffocated, and then looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Didn't you say you haven't read the latest issue of Nature? Lu Yongchang ignored Fong Su's words. At this time, he was already in a state of confusion. How could it be so fast? I remember in my last life, when this paper appeared, it should have been 2 months later. Could it be that? Are the changes in the sun accelerating? The horrific scene of the helium flash appeared in front of him again. Yongchang? Yongchang, what's wrong with you? Perhaps because Lu Yongchang's face was too ugly. Fong Su also panicked. While calling Lu Yongchang's name loudly, he turned to the researcher and shouted loudly, "What are you doing standing still? Call the medical staff." Lu Yongchang slowly waved his hand to stop the researcher's movements. "I'm fine. No need to call the medical staff." Fong Su frowned tightly and whispered, "Is this okay? Do you know what your face looks like?" Lu Yongchang swallowed slightly and said softly, "Brother Su, I need an astronomical telescope." Fong Su. Huh? Lu Yongchang suddenly reached out and grabbed Fong Su's arm tightly. "Brother Su, believe me, don't worry about the reason. I need an astronomy laboratory that can analyze solar data." Seeing the extreme fear deep in Lu Yongchang's eyes, Fong Su swallowed slightly. Although he didn't know what happened, he still nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Okay, I understand. Also, show me the latest issue of Nature magazine." Lu Yongchang gritted his teeth and added softly, when looking at the extremely familiar data in Nature magazine, the last trace of luck left in Lu Yongchang's heart was completely wiped out. The change of the sun is really ahead of schedule. This is unreasonable. Could it be that the change of the sun in the last life was not a natural phenomenon? A horrifying thought suddenly emerged in Lu Yongchang's heart. He quickly shook his head to get rid of the desperate thought in his mind. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on the door. Lu Yongchang did not raise his head, but just stared blankly at the Nature magazine on his desk. "Come in. The door is unlocked." Click. There was a snap of a latch, and the door opened. "Yongchang, I applied to Minister Hong." Fong Su's voice came. Hearing the news, Lu Yongchang's eyes lit up slightly. He raised his head and looked at Fong Su standing at the door. "Have you contacted a reliable astronomy laboratory?" Fong Su nodded slightly. "Minister Hong took your words seriously and directly contacted the Xiaobo Observatory. It's up to you now. When are you going to leave?" Lu Yongchang suddenly stood up from his chair and looked at Fong Su with burning eyes. "Of course now. You have to be fast. We may not have time to waste." Speaking of this, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with bitterness. Seeing this, the confusion in Fong Su's eyes became more intense. But he still nodded slightly. "I understand. There is a helicopter outside the laboratory now. You?" Before Fong Su finished speaking, Lu Yongchang grabbed the pen on his desk and walked out of the office door resolutely. 2 hours later, an armed helicopter slowly landed on the tarmac in front of the Xiaobo Observatory. Before the helicopter could stop, Lu Yongchang jumped out. The roar of the propellers overhead brought a look of nostalgia to his eyes. "Professor Lu, welcome." When the helicopter propeller slowly stopped, an old man with white temples came over to Lu Yongchang. "You are?" Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with doubts. "Ha! I forgot to introduce myself," the old man said cheerfully with a smile on his face. "I am Yi Nanging, the director of Xiaobo Observatory." Lu Yongchang was slightly startled and hurriedly saluted the old man with a respectful expression. "Old Yi, this kid is too blind to see Taishan. It's rude." Yi Nanging waved his hands with a smile and said nonchalantly, "Don't say that. Compared with controllable nuclear fusion, I, the director of the observatory, have nothing to say." Suddenly, Yi Nanging changed the subject. "By the way, I heard from Hongbu that you came here to study the sun's data?" Lu Yongchang nodded quickly. "That's right. What's the reason?" Mr. Yi frowned. "Is it because of the paper in Nature?" Seeing the change in Lu Yongchang's expression, Yi Nanging instantly knew that he had guessed correctly. As he led Lu Yongchang toward the observatory, he frowned and said, "Professor Lu, I didn't say that. This paper in Nature is very watery. There is no doubt that the sun is still in its middle age. When we read this paper, we also observe the sun. Although some data are indeed a bit abnormal, this definitely does not mean that the sun has entered an aging period." Listening to Yi Nanging's words, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with bitterness. In the previous life, that was it. Everyone feels that these small changes in the sun's data are just a coincidence. Because of this, humans lost 2 full years of escape time. Chapter 44. Are you a graduate of the astronomy department? Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of bitterness, and he slowly shook his head and said, "Mr. Yi, I have read the data in the paper. I'm not very optimistic about the future of the sun. In my opinion, we need to think carefully about the survival of human civilization." Yi Nanging, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at Li Yongchang with a frown. Professor Liu, isn't this too? Yi Nanging didn't finish his words. But Li Yongchang understood what he meant. It is nothing more than unfounded worries and exaggerating the facts. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, he even felt a little sad and helpless. Humanity's technological level is too low. But at this time, Li Yongchang did not argue with Mr. Yi. Without definite evidence, no one will believe whatever he says. Therefore, he said in a calm tone, Mr. Yi, whether it is yes or no, I'll wait until I get the observation data and make calculations. I also hope that I made a miscalculation. Yi Nanging frowned and glanced at Li Yongchang meaningfully. Okay, I will take you to the observation platform right now. Xiaogua Observatory. Observatory. A huge astronomical telescope is placed in the center. Hello, Mr. Yi. As soon as he entered the observation platform, a researcher greeted Yi Nanging respectfully. Mr. Yi smiled and nodded. Xiao Wang, point the telescope at the sun. Also, show Professor Liu the observation data from the past few days. The researcher known as Xiao Wang was slightly startled and turned to look at Li Yongchang. Gradually, his eyes grew bigger and bigger. Are you Professor Li Yongchang? Professor Liu, I am your idol. No. You are my fan. Bah! I am your fan. Xiao Wang looked at Li Yongchang excitedly and said incoherently, Professor Liu, can you sign your name for me? Li Yongchang. Yi Nanging. Obviously, Mr. Yi did not expect this situation, and glared at the researcher with an embarrassed look. Ahem. Xiao Wang. We will talk about the signature later. Complete the research task first. A trace of grievance flashed across Xiao Wang's face, and he walked towards the console with a grimace. Seeing this scene, Li Yongchang couldn't help but laugh and said, Don't worry. I won't forget the signature. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Wang's eyes flashed with excitement, and his walking pace became brisk. Mr. Yi looked at the smiling Li Yongchang next to him with a look of disgust on his face. Professor Liu, you are so popular. Look at this little king. He looks like a researcher under you. I even suspect that as long as you say something, he will jump to your side. Facing Mr. Yi's jealousy, Li Yongchang could only smile and spread his hands to express his helplessness. Before long, Xiao Wang came to Li Yongchang with a pile of documents. Professor Liu, these are the solar observation data from the last month. Look, do you need more? It may take some time to retrieve data for more than a month. But Xiao Wang's enthusiasm exceeded Li Yongchang's expectations. He waved his hands with a wry smile and said, Ahem. No. 1 month's worth of data is enough. An obvious disappointment flashed in Xiao Wang's eyes. Okay, Professor Liu. Call me if you need anything. Li Yongchang smiled bitterly and nodded. He never expected that he would actually enjoy the treatment of a star. When Xiao Wang left, Li Yongchang took a deep breath and looked at the documents in front of him solemnly. Seeing this scene, Mr. Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He had some doubts as to whether Li Yongchang could understand these extremely professional data. There's something wrong with these data, Li Yongchang whispered with a serious face. Oh, what's the problem? Mr. Yi quietly approached Li Yongchang and asked. Look, the magnetic field strength of the sun has increased significantly since half a month ago. In addition, there are problems with these data. As he spoke, Li Yongchang reached out and clicked on the document in front of him. If I guess correctly, solar flare activity should be more frequent during this period. Right. A trace of horror flashed in Mr. Yi's eyes. In just a few minutes, among such a large amount of data, Li Yongchang not only pointed out several problematic data, but even made an accurate judgment on the current condition of the sun. This strength. Professor Liu, are you a graduate of the Department of Astronomy? Yi Nanging looked at Li Yongchang in front of him with disbelief and asked subconsciously. Li Yongchang was stunned for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. Mr. Yi, I am from the Department of Physics of Sandaiki University. At present, I guess I haven't graduated yet. The diploma has not been issued yet. This is true. Some time ago, because he was busy with Panga No. 1, he had no time to go to Sandaiki University to receive his diploma. Mr. Yi swallowed slightly and looked at Li Yongchang in disbelief. Then those who are self-taught are self-taught. Li Yongchang fooled him with a ha-ha. Incredible. Yi Nanging's eyes were as wide as copper bells, and he muttered to himself. I have never seen anyone like you. Ahem. In order to prevent Mr. Yi from continuing to sigh, Li Yongchang coughed lightly. Mr. Yi, is there any draft paper here? I need to check something out. Mr. Yi nodded in amazement and took out a few blank A4 papers from the side. Are these enough? Lu Yongchang reached out to take the A4 paper, took out his pen from his pocket, and nodded. That's enough. That's enough. As he spoke, he sat on the chair and quickly wrote a line of calculations on the A4 paper. Yi Nanging quickly leaned over and stared at Lu Yongchang's handwriting. At the beginning, Yi Nanging could still keep up with Lu Yongchang's ideas. But after a few minutes, Yi Nanging raised his head in confusion and looked at Lu Yongchang, who was sitting there writing furiously with an unconfident expression. Is his strength too low? It shouldn't be. He still has some confidence in his math skills. Although it cannot deal with difficult problems in the history of mathematics, it is still easy to solve some problems in astronomy. But now, he didn't understand the changing process of Lu Yongchang's series of calculations. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his college career. That fear of being dominated by advanced mathematics. Half an hour later, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply and put down the pen in his hand with a solemn expression. How about it? Unknowingly, Mr. Ye's attitude towards Lu Yongchang changed drastically. Is there any result? Chapter 45 Prophecy, Global Aurora. Hearing the questions coming from beside him, Lu Yongchang sighed deeply. The worst outcome came out. The unusual activity of the sun was indeed pushed back 2 months. In addition, the sun is aging significantly faster than in the previous life. According to Lu Yongchang's calculations, in about 15 years, the sun will erupt again with a helium flash. The corners of Lu Yongchang's eyes twitched slightly. It actually shortened the time by 5 years. Professor Lu? Yi Nanging's urging came from the side. Lu Yongchang struggled to pull the corners of his mouth and showed an ugly smile. Taiyang, something happened. Half an hour later, Yi Nanging stared blankly at Lu Yongchang in front of him. Impossible. How is this possible? So far, the sun has only existed for 4.6 billion years. According to models, it can exist for at least 10 billion years. How could it enter the aging stage like this? Yi Nanging's face turned red, and his gray beard trembled slightly. He shouted loudly. This is absolutely impossible. Your calculation method is definitely wrong. There is no way the sun will enter the red giant stage in just over 10 years. Facing the emotional Yi Nanging, Lu Yongchang showed a trace of pity deep in his eyes. In the last life, countless scientists collapsed when they learned this incredible news. No highly educated person believes this conclusion. However, the facts are before mankind. The astrophysics edifice that mankind has spent countless time and energy building has been overthrown so easily. Mr. Yi, calm down, Lu Yongchang said softly. The calculation process is all here. I have just explained to you in detail all the steps that you can't understand. Do you think there are loopholes? Mr. Ye's expression suddenly suffocated. It was precisely because he knew that Lu Yongchang's calculation formulas could not find any loopholes that he found it difficult to accept all this. Mathematics doesn't lie. In mathematical models, the sun ages at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even in the near future, the sun will enter the red giant stage. He tremblingly raised his wrinkled hand and pulled off a strand of his beard. Hiss! Mr. Yi took a breath and murmured to himself. This is true. The next moment, Mr. Yi suddenly turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang, who was standing aside, and grabbed his arm with his skinny right hand. Professor Lu, then, what should we do now? Lu Yongchang looked serious and said word by word. Go to the council chairman. Beijing, within the first ring road, in the office of the speaker. Yongchang? The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Congressman Li had a faint smile on his face. What? Why did you come to me when you didn't study your fusion reactor miniaturization task carefully? Lu Yongchang's face was full of bitterness. He shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, President, I have something very important to report to you. Seeing the serious look on Lu Yongchang's face, Counselor Li's expression gradually became serious. He put down the pen in his hand and said to Lu Yongchang solemnly, Go ahead. Lu Yongchang took a deep breath and said slowly, Senior Counselor, the sun has entered a stage of rapid aging. According to predictions, it will enter the red giant stage within 10 years and explode with a helium flash within 15 years. By then, human civilization will cease to exist. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, the office of the speaker fell into silence. After a long time, the congressman took a deep breath. He frowned tightly and tapped the knuckles of his right hand on the desk unconsciously. Yongchang, what you just said, are you sure they are all true? Looking at the strong suspicion in the chairman's eyes, Lu Yongchang nodded helplessly. Senator, if you don't believe it, you can find some astronomy experts to verify my speculation. Counselor Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. Yongchang, it's not that I don't believe you. It's just that you are a little too outrageous. Lu Yongchang fell into silence. The speaker is right. To be honest, if he hadn't been reborn and witnessed the scene of the helium flash explosion, he wouldn't have believed what he said. The sun in its prime will enter the red giant stage within 10 years, and will erupt into a helium flash within 15 years? To put it bluntly, the Speaker of Parliament treated him well by not kicking him out directly. Senior Counselor, Mr. Yi from the Xiaogua Observatory is right outside the door. How about I call him in, and you ask him for his opinion? Seeing the chairman of the council nodding, Lu Yongchang quickly opened the door and pulled Yi Nanging in. The chairman frowned and looked at Yi Nanging, who was standing next to Lu Yongchang. Mr. Yi, do you think Yongchang's prediction is likely? Facing the speaker's question, Yi Nanging nodded bitterly. President, I didn't find any loopholes. Although he had expected Yi Nanging's answer. When the chairman heard this sentence, his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhead in an instant. Da-da-da. The sound of knuckles tapping on the solid wood desk filled the entire office. Even though Lu Yongchang was very anxious, he still waited honestly for the chairman of the parliament to make a decision. After all, in the face of a disaster of this level, without Xiaogua's help, he would never be able to make a turnaround. Since you both say so, I will believe you for once, the chairman of the parliament said with a solemn expression. I will immediately convene a meeting to verify this situation. If the situation is true, we may have to start thinking about options. After saying that, the congressman leaned back on his chair and sighed again. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. Senior Speaker, according to my speculation, extremely strong aurora will erupt in the skies around the world tonight. This is a sign that the sun has completely entered its aging phase. The chairman's eyes moved slightly. As the chairman of the parliament, he naturally knows some basic common sense. Auroras generally only appear over the Antarctic or the North Pole. As for the global aurora outbreak, the last time this happened was in 1958, when solar activity exploded violently. The current solar activity is obviously not enough to support the explosion of such a magnificent scene. Therefore, he nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. If a global aurora really breaks out, I think your inference will be more convincing. As he said that, the chairman of the assembly glanced at Lu Yongchang meaningfully. That night, in the Xia Kingdom's Great Hall, an emergency meeting that invited most of the Xia Kingdom's astronomers and physicists kicked off. Chapter 46 is the foundation of the astronomy building shaken? Xiaogua Great Hall. A group of Xia Kingdom's top physicists and astronomers sat down one after another. The chairman of the parliament sat at the front of the hall with a serious face. There was a deep worry in his eyes. Ahem. The speaker reached out to straighten the microphone and cleared his throat. Seeing everyone in the audience looking at him, Counselor Li pondered for a moment and then spoke. Professors and academicians, I called you here in a hurry today because I just learned some news. As he spoke, Counselor Li reached out and turned on the projector in the Xiaogua Great Hall. A paper appeared on a huge projection screen. Seeing this paper, all the professors and academicians present frowned. A slight discussion followed. This is the paper that was published in Nature a few days ago? Yes, this paper is quite impressive to me. Chairman Li took out this paper at this time. What does he want to explain? I don't know. Maybe the sun has really entered the aging stage? Nonsense. How is this possible? Seeing the commotion in the audience, Counselor Li looked a little more serious again. Quiet. Based on the data in the paper and the observation data of the Xiaogua Observatory in the past month, Professor Lu Yongchang came to a conclusion after calculation. The sun is aging at an unprecedented rate. According to model predictions, the sun will become a red giant within 10 years and have a helium flash in 15 years. Counselor Li's voice paused slightly, and he added again. This calculated data has been verified by Yi Nanging of the Xiaogua Observatory. After the words fell, there was silence in the huge Xia Kingdom Great Hall. The pupils of all participants instantly shrank to the shape of needlepoints. More than 10 seconds later, there was an uproar. What? How can it be? Professor Lu Yongchang? Isn't he studying controllable nuclear fusion? Why did he suddenly start studying astronomy? I heard that he is still a sophomore undergraduate. Isn't this a joke? But, Mr. Yi actually approved Professor Lu's calculation results. Doesn't that mean? Don't make random guesses yet. Let's wait for the speaker to explain. After a few minutes, The chatter gradually died down. Counselor Lee glanced around the audience and spoke again. To be honest, I don't really believe in this conclusion. I'm calling you all together today to conduct a verification. As he spoke, the picture on the projection screen changed. Looking at the neat rows of calculations above, every professor frowned deeply. This is the latest solar model built by Professor Lu Yongchang. Let's see if you can find any loopholes. In addition, according to this model, it is estimated that around 2250 tonight, extremely strong aurora phenomena will occur around the world. The moment they heard these words, everyone turned and looked out the window. The sky outside was pitch black, with no sign of an aurora. The speaker raised his wrist and looked at his watch. 21:56. There is less than an hour left until the predicted time. Academician Yang Jianchuan. What do you think of this statement? Counselor Lee looked calm and asked softly. Academician Yang Jianchuan, who was named, frowned and muttered to himself. It's impossible. Although there was an extremely strong auroral event in 1958, it was during a strong outbreak of solar activity. According to recent observational data, solar activity falls far short of this standard. Counselor Lee nodded lightly. That means that the possibility of a global aurora happening is extremely small at present. Right. Seeing Academician Yang Jianchuan nodding, Congressman Lee took a deep breath. That means that once a global aurora really occurs in an hour. At this point, Representative Lee stopped talking. Everyone here is not a fool, and naturally understood the meaning of the congressman's long words. After a moment of silence, Counselor Lee spoke again with a solemn expression. Professors, it's still early. Let's demonstrate Professor Lu's model first. 22:35 p.m. All the professors and academicians frowned as they watched the deduction process on the projection screen. Mr. Yang, do you see the problem? An academician showed some worry in his eyes and asked softly to Yang Jianchuan beside him. Yang Jianchuan slowly shook his head. I don't see the problem. Even after looking at this model, I think there is something wrong with the stellar model we built before. What? The academician was shocked and said repeatedly. This, Mr. Yang, you can't make this joke. As a leading figure in the Xia Kingdom's astronomical community, Mr. Yang rarely made mistakes in his judgment in astronomy. It is precisely because of this that Mr. Yang's views will directly affect the judgment of most people. Mr. Yang looked solemn and sighed deeply. I hope not. Humanity's history is too short, and its technological level is too low. The only star we can really contact is the sun. So, it is normal even if the model is wrong. Seeing the unacceptable expressions on the faces of several professors around him, Mr. Yang softened his tone slightly. Of course, maybe our model is right. But there are some problems with the sun that we don't know about, which leads to this strange phenomenon. After hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the professors softened a little. After all, once the basic model of stars goes wrong, it means that the foundation of human astronomy has been completely shaken. This is unacceptable to every scientific researcher. Ahem. The voice of the congressman clearing his throat came from the stage. Everyone, have you found any loopholes? In other words, does anyone have any objection to the results of this deduction? Time passed slowly bit by bit. The huge Xia State Great Hall was silent. Hundreds of professors and academicians lowered their heads, not daring to look at the speaker on the stage. Several senior astronomy and physics academicians also sighed and shook their heads helplessly. Seeing this scene, Congressman Lee's eyes flashed with disappointment. He slowly closed his eyes and sighed deeply. In that case, then, before he could finish his words, an exclamation came from the audience. Aurora! Aurora really happened! Congressman Lee opened his eyes suddenly and turned to look out the window. A brilliant red light appeared over the Capitol. The red light gradually spread across the sky. Under the reflection of the aurora, the originally bright moon was also dyed with a layer of blood, as if foretelling the future of mankind. Chapter 47 Accurate Prophecy. Looking at the brilliant red aurora outside the window, Congressman Lee swallowed slightly. The extremely beautiful scene in front of him made him feel a strong sense of suffocation. The aurora predicted by Lu Yongchang has already appeared. The red giant stage 10 years later, and the helium flash 15 years later. Counselor Lee shook his head, not daring to think about the future scenario in detail. Xia Kingdom. Magic City. Zhao Zijie sat on the balcony, quietly looking at the bright moon in the sky. The evening breeze of early summer blew on my body, bringing a slight chill. He took out his mobile phone from his pocket, opened Penguin Group, and skillfully found the chat group where his friends chatted. So boring. Zhao Zijie's fingers trembled slightly, and he typed a line of words on his phone. He then raised his phone and recorded a video of his surroundings. I'm the only one on the balcony. Ugh, so boring. Zhao Zijia's words about Versailles instantly aroused everyone's contempt. Shit! If I remember correctly, Lao Zhao should be in the Magic City. Such a big open-air balcony. I'm so sore. TSK! I can even imagine Lao Zhao's face when he said this. Damn it! Is this the world of rich people? I don't envy you at all. Boss, what do you think of my pendant? Looking at the complaints passing by on the screen, Zhao Zijia had a faint smile on his face. Just as he was about to type and chat with his friends, a statement caught his attention. Old Zhao, there's something wrong with the video you took. Zhao Zijia's expression froze slightly, and a chill instantly came from behind him. He typed the keyboard quickly and complained. Damn it! Don't scare me at night. It would have been better not to say this. But once it was said, those who had just spoken in the group began to speak out in fear of causing chaos in the world. Old Zhao, turn on the front camera of your phone and look behind you. I just saw a face. What a human face. It's clearly a white figure. Zhao Zijia swallowed slightly. Although he is an atheist, he still felt a little uncomfortable when he saw these remarks at about 10 o'clock in the evening. Just as he was about to leave the balcony and return to the room, the person who just spoke again. What are you talking about? I watched the video carefully just now. At 28 seconds, the moon you took was glowing with a red light. If you don't believe it, take a look for yourself. The penguin colony was silent for a few seconds, and the next moment, countless messages flooded the screen. The blood moon is coming, and the world is in chaos. It's over. It's over. No more talk. I'm going to stock up on dry food for a few years. In addition to these uproarious news, some people clicked on the video again and watched it out of curiosity. Wait! The moon in the video is indeed a little red. I saw it too. Zhao Zijia frowned and looked at his phone, subconsciously clicking on the video he had just taken. As the playback progress reached 28 seconds, his pupils shrank slightly. He saw it too. There seems to be a faint layer of red light floating on the surface of the moon. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. No! It's not the moon that emits red light. The whole sky glowed with a faint red light. He picked up his phone with trembling hands and shot a video again. Look outside. Why is the sky in Shanghai starting to glow red? A few seconds after the message is sent. Damn! I'm here too. I'm in Hangzhou. Yamashiro too. The sky in Sakura country is also glowing red. As time went by, the red light in the sky became brighter and brighter. Gradually, an extremely gorgeous red ribbon appeared in front of Zhao Zijia's eyes. Bang! There was a loud noise. The brightly lit city suddenly fell into darkness. At the same time, screams came from all around. Zhao Zijia hurriedly took out his mobile phone. 2250. There is no signal on the mobile phone. That night, Zhao Zijia fell asleep in panic and uneasiness. Early the next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, he grabbed the mobile phone placed by the bedside. Thank God. There's a signal. He tentatively turned on the bedside lamp. Powered on. He turned on the TV and tried to search the internet for what happened last night. According to the latest report from Xiaogua Observatory, a solar flare suddenly broke out at around 22:42 yesterday evening, which brought extremely powerful solar wind. Therefore, at 22:50 last night, large or small earthquakes occurred all over the world. Aurora phenomenon. The outbreak of this solar flare has brought great losses to Xia State. First of all to the power system. The host's voice sounded in Zhao Zijia's ears. He subconsciously turned on the penguin colony. 999 plus messages are unread. Damn it! It's actually Aurora. It's unscientific. Doesn't the Aurora only appear in the North and South poles? Look, if you were asked to study, you would have to herd cows. Now you know you were wrong. Right? There was a red Aurora event in 1958. But according to the description, it shouldn't be exaggerated this time. Logically speaking, this year should not be the solar active period. So how could something like this happen? How do I know this? You have to ask the scientists at the observatory. Looking at the chat records one by one, Zhao Zijia's panic subsided a little. It turned out to be just a solar storm. Only, seeing the expert on the TV station seriously explaining the causes of the aurora, Zhao Zijia gradually felt a little worried in his heart. Really? Just a solar storm? Compared with Xia State, the United States suffered greater losses. It was daytime in the United States at that time, facing the sun. The extremely powerful solar wind not only destroyed most of the power system in the United States, but even caused the loss of several aircraft. Even most civilian satellites in the United States have been destroyed by solar wind. There is no electricity, no communication equipment. At this moment, the United States seems to have returned directly to the steam era. Within the first ring of Beijing, office of the Speaker, the scene of yesterday's meeting kept flashing in Congressman Li's mind. After the aurora appeared, Councillor Li initiated a vote. The content of the vote is naturally about this prophecy about the sun proposed by Lu Yongchang. Not surprisingly, all the astronomy and physics professors present voted in favor. Councillor Li frowned and tapped his knuckles lightly on the solid wood desk. What should he do to let Xia country survive such a disaster? Tuck tuck tuck. There was a knock on the door. Councillor Li looked slightly startled and said softly, "Come in!" The door to the office slowly opened, and Lu Yongchang's figure appeared at the door. Chapter 48 Space Agency. President. Lu Yongchang greeted Councillor Li respectfully. "Yongchang, you are finally here." The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Councillor Li breathed a sigh of relief. "You should know the result of yesterday's meeting, right?" After hearing Councillor Li's question, Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. Passed unanimously. To be honest, he was not surprised at all by this result. Faced with such rigorous deduction steps and accurate predictions, Lu Yongchang did not believe that anyone would doubt what he said. What should Xiagwa do next?" After a moment of silence, the chairman of the council slowly asked. Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed, and he responded word for word. "Senior Counselor, in my opinion, only the universe is the real way out. Only by leaving the solar system can we truly protect Xia Kingdom." The speaker fell silent. Leaving the solar system? Can human technology really achieve this? The speaker's voice was hoarse. "Isn't it possible to immigrate to Mars?" The proposal to immigrate to Mars was actually proposed by academician Yang Jianchuan in person after the meeting last night. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head and vetoed the chairman's proposal. "I'm afraid not. The moment the solar helium flash breaks out, even Mars is unsafe. The only safe place may be outside the solar system." The counselor closed his eyes in pain. After a long time, he spoke again, his voice getting hoarse. "According to your plan, how many people in the Xia Kingdom can survive?" Lu Yongchang couldn't help but froze when he heard the chairman's question. How many people survived? This is indeed a problem. Lu Yongchang fell into deep thought. According to the current population growth rate of Xia Kingdom. Seeing Lu Yongchang fell into silence, the chairman showed a bitter smile. "Can there be 10,000 people?" Lu Yongchang. "Sure enough. There aren't even 10,000 people." Seeing Lu Yongchang's strange eyes, the counselor's eyes became even more painful. There are a total of 1.5 billion Xia people, but they can't even protect 10,000 of them. "Ahem. Speaker, you may have misunderstood," Lu Yongchang said with a strange expression. "According to my plan, after excluding some old people and patients who are not suitable for interstellar navigation, and then counting the natural growth rate in the next 15 years, there should be about 1 billion people in Xia State. Escaped successfully." Silence fell in the office. "Yongchang, do you know what you are talking about?" The council leader looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a strange expression. 8 billion people traveling to the stars? Are you telling me a science fiction story?" Lu Yongchang looked at the chairman of the assembly and said seriously. "Senior Counselor, in the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion, you should know that I have done everything I said." The chairman of the council looked a little moved, and then he nodded slightly and acknowledged Lu Yongchang's words. "Senior Counselor, perhaps the plan I mentioned is a bit crazy, but for the sake of the future of the people of Xia country, I hope you can completely believe me." The chairman of the council stared deeply into Lu Yongchang's eyes. A long time. He took a deep breath. "Good. I trust you. Our news is that from now on, Xia State will establish a space agency, and the first director will be Lu Yongchang, the father of controllable nuclear fusion. The primary mission of NASA is..." In the evening, Xiaoguan News Channel broke a piece of breaking news. In just half an hour, the 4 words, Space Agency, topped the trending search list for scars. "What the hell? NASA? Xiagwa is going to enter space. I think it's a good opportunity to enter space now. After all, the United States is being devastated by solar storms, and I can't even take care of it now. Ha, that makes sense. No. Am I the only one who noticed that the first director was Lu Yongchang? If I remember correctly, he should be only 20 years old. Right. If you count the false years, you should be 21 years old now. His. So terrifying. He is 21 years old and is the director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. I am 21 years old and am a college graduate. So, can anyone tell me what kind of power this space agency has? Isn't it just a verbal check? Don't say that. If what is said in Xiaogua's news is true, the power of this space agency can be described in 8 words, below 1 person. Above 10,000 people. WTF? The next day, at noon, the Xia Kingdom Great Hall was packed with seats. Everyone here is the top scientist in Xia Kingdom. Physics, chemistry, material science, biology. It can be said that the Xia Kingdom's top wisdom is gathered in the Xia Kingdom's Great Hall at this time. Lu Yongchang, wearing a decent high-end suit, straightened his expression and walked slowly onto the stage. Everyone, I am Lu Yongchang, the first administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Next, I will explain to you NASA's plans for the next 3 years. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse lightly. A PPT is presented to everyone through the projector and projection screen. Moon Palace Project. Just for a moment, there was a burst of whispers in the Xia Kingdom Great Hall. Lu Yongchang ignored the comments in the audience, cleared his throat, and explained to himself. The Moon Palace Project. The full name is the Moon Surface Automatic Mining Project. This project is expected to be officially put into production at the end of this year, and is mainly responsible for obtaining the abundant helium-3 resources on the moon. In addition, we can also obtain large amounts of ilmenite and various rare earth minerals from the moon. Before anyone could react, Lu Yongchang clicked the mouse again. PPT screen switching. Nanshimen Project. The Nanshimen Project. This project is expected to be officially completed by the end of next year. The main contents of the project include Zun Series aerospace fighter jets and Luenio Series aerospace aircraft platforms. The main purpose of the project is to deal with threats from aliens and silicon-based life forms. At the same time, this is also the first step for Xia State to move toward cosmic civilization. Boom! As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, the Xia Kingdom Great Hall fell into complete chaos. The flashlight of the camera in the hands of the reporters in the back row flashed crazily. Every academic master turned to discuss the scene in front of him with his companions. This is just nonsense. Why would Chairman Li give such an important task to such a little kid? A white-haired academician stood up angrily and kept muttering. What's the point of attending a meeting full of nonsense like this? Mr. Chiu, be patient. Yang Jianchuan stood up with a wry smile and patted the old man's thin back. Mr. Chiu, I know these projects look very unreliable. There are many people with mixed eyes now. Professor Lu will not announce it yet. After these reporters leave, Mr. Chiu, believe me, the truth will eventually come out. Xiaogua has reached a dead end. Yang Jianchuan's low words fell into Mr. Chiu's ears. Mr. Chiu trembled slightly, glanced at Yang Jianchuan beside him with a complicated expression, and slowly sat back in his chair. If that's the case, then I'll take a closer look at what Lu Yongchang is doing. And Xiaogua, you are doing well. Why are you on the dead end? Scenes like this happened in every corner of the Xia State Great Hall, in order to prevent the leakage of information from causing social unrest. Basically, no one else knew about the news that the sun was entering its aging stage, except for the scientists who attended the meeting. Quiet! Lu Yongchang lightly knocked on the table and opened the next PPT again. Heaven Plan. Chapter 49 Human Deep Space Voyage Fleet Plan. The 4 large characters with a slight light golden color appeared on the projection screen, causing everyone's pupils to shrink suddenly. Heaven. In the legend of Xia Kingdom, heaven is the highest ruling center in mythology. In the hearts of every Xia people, heaven has a replaceable meaning. The Heavenly Court Plan. The full name is the Human Deep Space Voyage Fleet Plan. The project will complete initial construction within 15 years. The first target planet of the Tianning project is Proxima Centauri, which is 4.22 light-years away from us. Lu Yongchang's calm words echoed in the Xia Kingdom Great Hall. At the same time, the PPT pictures on the projection screen kept switching, and the main content of the Heavenly Court project was constantly presented in front of everyone. All the academicians and professors in the audience were shocked and speechless. An idea appeared in everyone's mind involuntarily. How dare this Lu Yongchang? Colonizing extrasolar planets in 15 years? You wouldn't dare to write a science fiction novel like this. At the very back of the auditorium, the flashlights flickered with increasing frequency, almost forming a dazzling white light. The shutter buttons of the cameras in the hands of all the reporters were almost broken. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Yongchang stood on the stage and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I briefly introduced the three major plans. He lowered his head and scanned the faces of everyone in the audience. Sure enough, almost every academician and professor had expressions of disdain and suspicion on their faces. He twitched the corner of his mouth, with a faint smile on his face, and then said into the microphone again, "This meeting ends here. Reporters, please leave first." Lu Yongchang's words caused a slight commotion in the Xiaogua Great Hall. Should the reporter leave first? There was no such statement originally. The doubts in the eyes of everyone in the auditorium became even stronger. Lu Yongchang obviously did not intend to give any explanation. He just stood quietly on the stage and looked at the reporters in the last row of the Xiaogua Great Hall with a serious expression. However, at this kind of meeting, no one wanted to touch Lu Yongchang's bad luck. After all, as the first administrator of NASA, Lu Yongchang holds real power in his hands. 5 minutes later, when all the reporters left the Xia State Great Hall, Lu Yongchang winked at the soldiers standing guard at the door. Bang! The 4 doors of the Great Hall were closed together, making a uniform dull sound. Seeing this scene, all the academicians and professors' pupils shrank. This is... something big happened? Everyone, what I am going to talk about next is related to national security, Lu Yongchang said meaningfully. Therefore, please sign a confidentiality agreement. While talking, several soldiers began to distribute confidentiality agreements to academicians and professors in turn. What? You actually have to sign a confidentiality agreement. It's related to national security. What happened? As soon as Lu Yongchang finished speaking, all the young professors couldn't hold their breath and started talking in low voices with their companions around them. Some senior academicians sitting in the front row had a flash in their eyes. Academician Yang, this should be the truth you just told me. Right. Mr. Chiu signed his name on the confidentiality agreement and glanced meaningfully at Yang Jianchuan beside him. Yang Jianchuan signed his name solemnly and said softly, Mr. Chiu, now I can tell you the truth. If I told you that Xia Kingdom, no, humans have less than 15 years to survive, would you believe it? The white-haired academician Qiu Tianzhong's pupil shrank suddenly. Even he couldn't suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed in a low voice. What did you say? Seeing the people around him looking at him, Qiu Tianzhong quickly put on a forced smile on his face, waved his hands and said, It's okay. It's okay. When everyone around him turned their heads, Qiu Tianzhong hurriedly pulled Yang Jianchuan's sleeve and asked in a low voice, What did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean humans still have 15 years left? Just as Yang Jianchuan was about to answer, Lu Yongchang on the stage interrupted him. Since everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement, I will tell you directly. Everyone, humans still have the last 15 years to escape. To be precise, all living things on Earth have the last 15 years to escape. Lu Yongchang's words were like dropping an atomic bomb on the peaceful venue. In just an instant, the originally peaceful Xiaogua Great Hall became as noisy as a noisy vegetable market. Lu Yongchang stood on the stage and looked at the people in the audience quietly without saying a word. He knew in his heart that such shocking news really needed to give everyone some time to digest. Gradually, the discussion in the auditorium gradually disappeared, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Lu Yongchang on the stage. Only then did he gently click the mouse to switch the PPT displayed on the projector. I believe everyone here is aware of a paper published in Nature some time ago. The recent activity of the sun should have caused trouble to many people, especially last night's global aurora, which went against all the rules summarized in the past. After rigorous calculations and deductions, we found that the sun has entered the aging period ahead of schedule, and it's aging much faster than we expected. According to model predictions, the sun will enter the red giant stage within 10 years, during which time the sun will engulf Mercury and Venus at once. In 15 years, the sun will erupt with a helium flash. At that time, as the planet closest to the sun, the Earth will be completely melted by the light of the helium flash. There was dead silence in the Xia Kingdom Great Hall. Qiu Tianzhong sat on the chair with blank eyes, his dry and thin hands tightly grasping the armrest next to the seat. How is this possible? This is not common sense. Qiu Tianzhong's Wangru roared crazily. As a master of physics in Xia State, Qiu Tianzhong couldn't accept this fact for a while. In just over 10 years, the sun will consume most of the energy in the body. According to common sense, this energy is enough to support the burning of the sun for billions of years. Where did this energy go? This does not comply with the law of conservation of energy. Qiu Tianzhong stood up abruptly. His withered hands trembled slightly, and shouted sharply. If such a thing really happened, it would be a disaster. It is not only a disaster for the Earth civilization, but also a disaster for the human knowledge system. Looking at the old man standing swaying in his seat, a trace of pity flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He had seen too many scenes like this in his previous life. The higher your knowledge, the less you can accept such changes in the sun, because it goes against all the laws of human cognition. Chapter 50 Analysis of Sonoluminescence Phenomenon. Lu Yongchang slowly shook his head. If the sun is affected by something unknown to humans, it will comply with all laws. Qiu Tianzhong paused and stood there blankly, looking at Lu Yongchang with empty eyes. Then, what kind of thing can affect the sun? Lu Yongchang shook his head again. I don't know. He told the truth. Even in previous lives, humans have not found out the reason for the sudden change in the sun. Of course, this also has something to do with the time when humans discovered the mutation. In the last life, humans didn't have much time to study the causes of the sun's anomalies. All resources were allocated to dungeon and starship projects. Even now, the time point for the sun's mutation has changed, and Lu Yongchang has a vague guess in his mind. Perhaps, the sun's changes are man-made. Of course, this so-called man-made thing is definitely not caused by the civilization on Earth. But due to lack of evidence, he could not freely express his speculation. Perhaps it was Lu Yongchang's words that gave academician Qiu Tianzhong some hope, and his expression gradually relaxed a little. Then, what should we do now? Qiu Tianzhong is not a fool. Since this matter can be discussed openly in the Xia State Great Hall, it naturally proves its reliability. The leader of Xia Kingdom will never make such a stupid mistake. Qiu Tianzhong's question also reminded everyone present. Since the situation is irreversible, solutions are what really need to be considered. Seeing everyone's eyes turn to him again, the tense look on Lu Yongchang's face relaxed a little. He lightly pressed and dragged the mouse to open a PPT again. As I said before, the first thing that Xia Kingdom needs to complete now is the Moon Palace project. Of course, according to the current level of science and technology in Xia Kingdom, or human beings, it is impossible to realize the Moon Palace project. After saying that, Lu Yongchang shrugged helplessly. The faces of all the academicians and professors present here darkened slightly. That's right. So far, the only people who have actually landed on the moon are the astronauts who participated in the American Apollo program decades ago. And Xia Kingdom, although the lunar exploration program has been launched, there is still a long way to go before manned landing on the moon. Therefore, the urgent task now is to climb the technology tree, Lu Yongchang said while clicking the mouse. The projector's light flickered slightly, and the names of 3 technologies slowly appeared on the screen. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology, electric propulsion technology, aerospace aircraft technology. After the meeting, Lu Yongchang went directly to the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory without any pause. At this time, construction has begun around the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory. According to Chairman Li's plan, the Daxiaobei Nuclear Physics Laboratory will be expanded to 10 times its original size. After the expansion is completed, the laboratory will be renamed Xia State's First Laboratory. The first task of the Xia Kingdom's first laboratory is to lead all Xia Kingdom people to space. Daxiaoan Nuclear Physics Laboratory. No. Inside the Xia Kingdom's #1 laboratory, Lu Yongchang looked seriously at the transparent container filled with water placed in the center of the test bench. This is a container that the laboratory spent several days building to conduct sonoluminescence experiments. Yongchang, are you sure that the sonoluminescence phenomenon is related to nuclear fusion? Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang beside him with some anxiety and asked in a low voice. This thing, to be honest, he didn't look very reliable. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly. I'm sure. Fong Su's eyes lit up slightly. Oh, how are you sure? Did you see any papers? Lu Yongchang glanced sideways at Fong Su and said 5 words. Follow my intuition. Fong Su. Get ready to start the experiment. Lu Yongchang did not explain too much to Fong Su, but directly said to the researcher responsible for the operation. The next moment, the ultrasonic generator under the transparent container started operating. A burst of fine ripples instantly appeared on the water surface inside the transparent container. Lu Yongchang's eyes were fixed on the monitoring data beside him. When he saw that the ultrasonic oscillation frequency displayed on the computer screen reached the target value, a light flashed in his eyes. Quick! Inject gas! The researcher on the side swallowed slightly and hurriedly pressed the button on the operating table. A string of fine bubbles appears at the bottom of the clear container. Under the action of buoyancy, the bubbles slowly rise. A magical phenomenon occurred. Under the action of ultrasonic waves, the bubbles shake back and forth in the liquid. The next moment, When the bubble collapsed to its smallest volume, a faint light was released from it. Success! A hint of excitement flashed in Lu Yongcheng's eyes. Immediately, he suddenly turned his head and looked at the researcher beside him. Has all the data been recorded? The researcher typed on the keyboard quickly, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Professor, all data has been recorded successfully. Okay. Lu Yongcheng's eyes became more joyful. Transfer all the experimental data to my computer. I need to retreat for a while. Don't disturb me. By the way, Brother Su, continue to experiment with different solutions and different frequencies of ultrasound. I need more data. With that said, Lu Yongcheng strode towards his office. Inside the office, Lu Yongcheng frowned tightly as he looked at the densely packed data on the computer in front of him. In the sonoluminescence phenomenon just now, the temperature at the moment of bubble collapse was not very high. It's only about 100,000 degrees Celsius. For controllable nuclear fusion, which can easily reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius, it is 100,000 degrees Celsius. Not even suitable for carrying shoes. If he wants to achieve controllable nuclear fusion by relying on sonoluminescence, he must first solve the upper limit of bubble collapse temperature. No matter what, the temperature inside the bubble must be allowed to reach the basic temperature that triggers nuclear fusion. Right? The most straightforward way to solve this problem is to establish a mathematical model. As for the influencing factors that affect bubble collapse temperature, it is no exaggeration to say that Lu Yongcheng can draw the most basic inferences with his own toes. It is nothing more than the frequency of the ultrasonic wave, the type of solution, or in other words, the shape of the container. This was also the reason why he specifically warned Fong Su before retreating. Any mathematical model requires a large amount of experimental data to support it. Seeing all kinds of data continuously appearing on the computer, Lu Yongcheng took a deep breath. Then, he reached out and picked up the pen placed aside. Bore. The sound of the pen cap being pulled off is clear and loud. The next moment, his eyes changed instantly. The exciting time has begun. The quiet office was suddenly filled with the rustling sound of pen tip rubbing against scratch paper. Chapter 51 Lies from the Strategic Deception Bureau? That night, as the major media compiled the press releases, all major social media in Xiao Kingdom were instantly detonated. On the Scarf Hot Search list, 10 red and black hot search terms appeared in unison. Moon Palace Project, Nanchaman Project, Heaven Plan. Professor Lu is awesome. These 10 hot searches directly caused the server to crash. Countless melon-eating netizens rushed into the comment area to express their excitement. Hack. Hack. What happened? What happened? What happened? As long as I accept my own weakness, I will be invincible. Ahem. Sorry. I went to the wrong set. The current editor is getting more and more outrageous. Are the contents of this science fiction novel directly published in the news? Please pay attention to the troubles upstairs. This is the meeting just held by the Xiaodhua Space Agency. These things were all proposed by the first director, Professor Lu. Can anyone tell me what year it is now? I suspect I have traveled through time. Why do I smell the time when the United States and the Soviet Union were fighting for hegemony? Xiaodhua's well-known military forum was naturally no exception. It was immediately exploded by this news. After dinner, Zhao Zijia sat in front of the computer in the room and opened the browser as usual. He entered a domain name into the browser's URL bar with great skill. Tap the enter key lightly. The web page quickly jumped to a military forum. Different from the past. This time, there was a line of big words marked in red on the homepage of the military forum. The contents of the NASA meeting are revealed. Zhao Zijia frowned slightly. During this period, the name of NASA can be said to be resounding all over the country. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever there is a network and signal, almost no one is unaware of this newly established department. But how does this space agency meeting have anything to do with a military forum? There was some confusion in Zhao Zijia's eyes. He dragged the mouse and subconsciously clicked on the highlighted red and bold title. Moon Palace Project. Automatic Moon Mining Plan? It will be put into production by the end of this year? WTF? Zhao Zijia let go of the mouse and stretched out his hand to rub his eyes. He even doubted himself whether he had seen it wrong. Why did Xiaodhua suddenly propose a moon mining plan? Not to mention anything else. Xiaodhua has not yet truly achieved the goal of landing people on the moon. Right. Just like this. Wouldn't it be a fantasy to put the lunar mining project into operation by the end of the year? Professor Lu. Are you crazy? Zhao Zijia murmured to himself. Then opened the penguin colony, took a screenshot of the news in front of him, and sent it. Have you seen this news? Today is not April Fool's Day. Right? Dee. Soon! A rapid message tone sounded. Zhao Zijie hurriedly opened the penguin colony again to check. Old Zhao. You didn't know until now. Did you? Friendly reminder. This Moon Palace plan is the easiest to implement among the 3 major plans. Old Zhao. You should finish reading the news before talking. Looking at the news among the penguins, Zhao Zijie's pupils shrank slightly. 3 major plans? Or the simplest one? Zhao Zijie quickly closed the interface of the penguin colony and dragged the mouse to check it carefully. Gradually, Zhao Zijie's eyes became strange. The Nanchaman project, which has Zun series air-to-space fighter jets and Luanio series air-to-space carrier platforms, is actually designed to resist alien invasion? WTF? Will it be completed by the end of next year? As he scrolled the mouse wheel, the specific information of the Nanchaman project appeared in front of his eyes. Zun series air and space fighter aircraft. Body length, 30 to 50 meters. Maximum takeoff weight, 80 to 100 tons. Cruising speed in the atmosphere, 11.2 kilometers/second, second cosmic speed. Maximum speed outside the atmosphere, 16.7 kilometers/second, third cosmic speed. It uses dual fusion engines, and the power system is an electric propulsion system. The main weapons and equipment include small laser rapid-fire cannons and ultra-high-speed medium and long-range air-to-air missiles, can be equipped with nuclear warheads. The Luan Bird series that follows is even more outrageous. The total length of the fuselage is 500 meters. The wingspan is 1,300 meters. The maximum takeoff weight is 300,000 tons. The cruising speed in the atmosphere is Mach 2. And the speed outside the atmosphere can reach the third cosmic speed. As for the weapons systems, they include high-energy pulse laser cannons, high-power particle diffusion cannons, and large missile silos. Seeing this, Zhao Zijie swallowed slightly. This thing. Is this really a technology we can have next year? Thinking that this was only the second plan, Zhao Zijie hurriedly scrolled down the page. His heavenly plan. Good guy. Just by looking at the name, Zhao Zijie can imagine how outrageous this thing must be. First, he looked at the estimated completion time for the project. Within 15 years, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing the excitement of the first 2 projects, he suddenly felt that the 15-year heaven plan seemed to be the most reliable. But soon, he decided to take back his youthful and ignorant words. Human Deep Space Fleet Plan. In the plan, the entire heavenly fleet consists of 1,000 survival-type starships, 500 material-type starships, and 1,000 combat-type starships. Among them, 1,000 survival-type starships can carry nearly 1 billion Xia people. And on average 1 starship can carry 1 million Xia people. The maximum flight speed of the entire heavenly fleet will reach 1/10 the speed of light. As for the destination of the heavenly fleet, it is Proxima Centauri, 4.22 light-years away. Zhao Zijie took a deep breath. With trembling hands, he opened the penguin colony again and typed 3 exclamation points in the chat box. Ha ha! Another child was frightened. Seeing the replies from the group of friends, Zhao Zijie smiled bitterly and reached out to type on the keyboard. No, this is nothing. This thing is obviously something from science fiction. Right. How can this be discussed in the Xia Kingdom Great Hall? As soon as Zhao Zijie's words of complaint came out, someone replied, Old Zhao, you are still too young. Remember the original Star Wars plan proposed by the United States? Zhao Zijie's pupil shrank suddenly, and his finger-tapping speed increased instantly. You mean, this is something created by the Bureau of Strategic Deception? The next second, a screenshot was sent to the Penguin Group. The screenshot shows the hot search list for scars. Congratulations to Professor Liu Yongchang for succeeding as the director of the Bureau of Strategic Deception. Zhao Zijie. He smiled wryly and shook his head. Also, no normal person with an online IQ would believe this kind of thing. However, in his mind, the gorgeous scene of auroras filling the sky a few days ago suddenly flashed across his mind. Zhao Zijie's heart moved slightly when he thought that the two were only less than a day apart. There won't be any contact. Right. But soon. He shook his head to get rid of his random thoughts. It shouldn't be possible. It is estimated that, as Netizen said, it is just a lie. From the Strategic Deception Bureau. Chapter 52 U.S. Response, Pathfinder Project. At the same time, across the ocean in the United States, the Walton White House. In the Oval Office of the President, Abbott's face turned red, and his small eyes stared intently at Secretary of Defense Anthony and CIA Director William Blair in front of him. William Blair. Don't you want the title of Director of Intelligence anymore? Albert's roar made the two of them tremble. William Blair's eyes twitched slightly. Your Excellency the President. Shut up. Albert grabbed the document on the desk and threw it in front of William. I don't want to hear any excuses from you. Just tell me what our CIA is doing. Damn it. The Xia Kingdom on the other side is already preparing to rush out of the solar system. And what about us? We are still repairing electrical equipment across the country? Fuck. William Blair lowered his head and looked at the document lying at his feet. On the document, the words, Moon Palace Project, stung his eyes. He was silent for a moment and then slowly said, Your Excellency, our intelligence agents in Xia State did not obtain any information about this plan before the meeting began. I suspect this is just a smoke bomb thrown by Xiagua. Do you remember the Star Wars plan we came up with decades ago? As soon as William Blair finished speaking, Anthony on the side also spoke. Your Excellency, my views are the same as Director Williams. These three plans of Xiagua, in my opinion, it is impossible to realize them. The two people's words made Albert's face relax a little. You mean, Xiagua's three so-called space programs are all bluffs? What about the new space agency? Is it possible that Xiagua's newly established department is also trying to bluff people? According to the intelligence, Professor Liu Yongchang has quite a lot of power. William chuckled and asked, Your Excellency, will you appoint a 21-year-old young man to be the director of NASA? Albert shook his head without even thinking about it. Are you kidding me? A 21-year-old brat should be talking about love in college. William shrugged, spread his hands, and looked at the president in front of him with a smile. Albert was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. He nodded slightly. I probably understand what you mean. Then, in your opinion, how should we deal with these smoke bombs released by Xia State? The response on Twitter in the past 2 days has not been very good. We must come up with a countermeasure as soon as possible. There was a wry smile in William's eyes. Twitter! Twitter! Twitter again! How could the United States have such a president? He sighed softly in his heart, and then looked at Anthony beside him for help. This kind of thing has nothing to do with the CIA. Anthony pondered for a moment. His eyes flashed, and he said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, President, I think it is necessary for us to launch the Mars landing plan. Albert's pupils shrank slightly, and the look on his face suddenly became much more serious. Landing to Mars? Are you sure? Anthony nodded slowly but firmly. Although the authenticity of Xiagua's three plans is not high, we can draw a simple conclusion from them. Currently, Xia State is paying more and more attention to space. In order to stabilize the United States' future position, we must take the lead in mastering space hegemony. That afternoon, the White House of the United States held an emergency press conference. Abbott stood at the podium at the press conference and cleared his throat. Everyone, welcome to the White House press conference. In the solar storms of the past few days, the United States suffered extremely serious losses. However, thanks to our strong national power, we have returned from the steam age to the modern era in just a few days. While talking, Albert made a funny move. There was a burst of laughter from the audience. Okay, let's get down to business, or my secretary will glare at me again. The laughter from the audience became louder and louder. After receiving a look from the little secretary as he wished, Albert straightened his expression and spoke again. Everyone, on the road to seeking the future of mankind, the United States has never slowed down. I announce that from now on, the United States will launch a manned landing plan on Mars. Project codename, Pathfinder. As Albert's words fell, the press conference fell into silence. More than 10 seconds later, a burst of noisy discussion broke out. Your Excellency, may I ask, is this decision of the United States due to the three plans just released by Xia State? Mr. President, does this decision by the United States mean that the arms race will start again? Your Mightiness. Looking at the excited reporters in the audience, Albert frowned slightly. He stretched out his hand and pressed it in the air. The buzz gradually died down. Soon, the press conference fell into silence again. But the expressions on the reporters' faces were completely different from a few minutes ago. Every reporter is like a shark that has smelled blood. With eyes full of excitement, Albert glanced around the audience and said in a deep voice, The purpose of launching the Pathfinder project is to find a second Earth for mankind. Everything the United States does is for the future of mankind. As for Xiagua's Moon Palace project and Nanchaman project, I sincerely hope they can transform the contents of science fiction novels into reality. After speaking, Albert did not stop at all. let alone give the reporters time to ask questions, and turned around and left the press conference. Seeing the president turn around and leave, there was a slight commotion at the press conference. Editor-in-chief. Big news. Big news. Believe me, this will definitely be on the front page of our newspaper. While all the reporters were still confused, a voice rang from a corner. I saw a man in a suit holding up his mobile phone excitedly, talking excitedly, and walking quickly towards the gate. This is reporter from the Wharton Post. Many reporters recognized the man's identity. His behavior also alerted everyone, and reporters picked up the phone one after another to report the press conference to the editor-in-chief. In just 2 or 3 hours, the Washington Post was the first to launch today's latest newspaper. Moon versus Mars. Who will win in this space battle? After the Wharton Post, other newspapers followed suit, and the headlines in the newspapers became more exaggerated than the last. A second arms race? Space hegemony. Siagua's ambition was completely exposed. Chapter 53 Solution Selection. Liquid lithium. In the information age, news spreads extremely fast. In just a few hours, all the news about what happened in the United States was posted online. Even the official Scarf account of Siagua News also released a scarf. Similar to the United States, everything Sia does is for the development of mankind. This scarf received tons of likes and comments in just a few minutes. Good guy. I call him good guy. That makes sense. Everything we do is to deal with aliens. As for who the aliens are, ahem, we all understand. Damn it. The talent upstairs. Let me tell you, the current situation should be regarded as Arms Race 2.0. Right? Be bold and forget the word should. To be precise, it's now the space race. Stop talking. I bet on Siagua winning. As for why, just because we have Professor Liu. They don't. Beijing. Within the First Ring Road, Chairman Li sat quietly in his office, with a document placed on the desk in front of him. The content of the document is clearly the details of the American Pathfinder project. Hee. Chairman Li chuckled and threw aside the document recording the details of the American Pathfinder plan. Minister He. Next. Start to gradually reduce the scale of irrelevant industries. All resources from the Xia Kingdom will be given priority to the Space Agency. He Jie, the Minister of Finance of Xia State. His pupil shrank suddenly, and he couldn't help but exclaim, Senior Counselor, I'm afraid this will have a huge impact on Xia State's economy. Counselor Li glanced at He Jie calmly and said softly, This is an order. In addition to reducing the scale of irrelevant industries, starting from today, the export of any resources is prohibited. In addition, steel and various mineral resources are imported from abroad at all costs. Remember, this is an order. He Jie's pupils were shocked. He couldn't even imagine what kind of impact these orders would have on the Xia Kingdom today. These measures are implemented slowly, so that the public does not notice any abnormalities. Counselor Li pondered for a moment, and then added again. The current Xia Kingdom cannot withstand too much trouble. Yes. Promise to complete the mission. He Jie swallowed slightly, and shouted loudly with a firm expression. Lu Yongchang, who had been secluded in the office for several days, naturally had no idea what was happening outside. Of course, even if he knew, he would probably just sneer at most. What time is it? Why are we still holding on to the competition? Not to mention, at this time, his mind was filled with all kinds of complicated calculations. The huge desk is already filled with all kinds of scratch papers filled with writings. Snapped. Lu Yongchang breathed a long sigh of relief and slapped the pen in his hand on the solid wood desk. Succeeded. He stared blankly at the scratch paper in front of him and muttered to himself. On the draft paper, there is a series of extremely beautiful calculations. He stretched out his hand to rub his somewhat red eyes and took a deep breath. After 3 days, during these 3 days, except for the necessary time for eating and sleeping, he never stopped writing. The hard work paid off, and he finally succeeded in establishing a mathematical model of the sonoluminescence phenomenon. Looking at the mathematical model he had spent so much effort to build, Lu Yongchang filled in the various parameters with an anxious expression. Soon, the calculation results came out. Looking at the calculation data on the draft paper, Lu Yongchang's pupil shrank suddenly. He never imagined that this kind of material would be needed to achieve small-scale controllable nuclear fusion. Lithium metal. The various properties of metallic lithium instantly appeared in his mind. Lithium, a metallic element, is a silvery white soft metal, and is also the metal with the smallest density. The melting point is 180.54 C. From this perspective, Metallic lithium can really serve as a solution. After all, it only needs to be heated to above 180.54 C to turn it into a liquid. Lu Yongchang looked at the calculation results in front of him and fell into deep thought. To be honest, using liquid lithium as the reaction solution is a bit unexpected. But if you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, lithium metal also has its own unique uses in atomic reactors. While thinking about the feasibility of using liquid lithium as a reaction solution, he stood up from his chair and walked slowly toward the office door. Click! The sound of the office door opening immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the laboratory. Yongchang, you figured it out! Fong Su's eyes lit up, and he took the lead to greet Lu Yongchang. How is it? Have you solved it? Lu Yongchang raised his head, shook the draft paper in his hand, and nodded slightly. Hey! You have dark circles under your eyes! The moment he saw Lu Yongchang's face, Fong Su was shocked. You haven't slept for the past 3 days? Fong Su's reaction obviously shocked Lu Yongchang. The movement of his hand suddenly stopped, and he subconsciously raised his hand to touch around his eyes. It's not that exaggerated. I slept for 10 hours in the past 3 days. Fong Su looked strange. 10 hours? Okay. You better go get some sleep first. If you die suddenly because of this, Chairman Li won't be able to peel off my skin. Lu Yongchang waved his hands indifferently. Don't worry. It's okay. Do the experiment first. We don't have so much time to waste. Seeing Lu Yongchang's appearance, Fong Su could only wink at the researcher on the side with a look of helplessness, and then sighed softly. Okay. You are the boss of the laboratory. You have the final say. Speaking of which, what do you want us to do? Hearing Fong Su's question, Lu Yongchang subconsciously turned his head and looked at the reaction container placed aside. He frowned slightly and shook his head slowly. No. We need to change the container. Contact the factory. We need to order a special container. Fong Su frowned when he heard this. Custom-made a container? This will take a lot of time. I'll tell the factory in advance what solution you plan to use. As he spoke, Fong Su picked up paper and pen from the side and prepared to record Lu Yongchang's requirements for the container. Liquid lithium. Lu Yongchang's calm words echoed in the laboratory. Fong Su's movements in his hands paused momentarily. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a horrified expression and exclaimed, What? Liquid lithium? This is too dangerous. You know, lithium is the most mobile metal among the known elements. Therefore, the danger of simple lithium is extremely high. If you are not careful, it will burn and cause an explosion. Chapter 54. The test machine comes out. Fong Su looked at Lu Yongchang in front of him with a complicated expression, and the ballpoint pen in his hand trembled slightly. Solid lithium is dangerous, let alone liquid lithium heated to above 180.54 C. Now, Lu Yongchang actually told him that he would use liquid lithium as the reaction solution for controllable nuclear fusion. That's nuclear fusion, the most violent reaction in the entire star system. Not only Fong Su, but all the researchers and professors around him looked strange after hearing that liquid lithium was used as the solution. Ahem. Professor Lu. How about, let's think about it again. Lu Hejing on the side cleared his throat and persuaded him in a good voice. Lu Yongchang glanced around and saw a bit of a wry smile on everyone's faces. Well, to be honest, he also felt that this solution was not very safe. But which experiment related to nuclear physics is truly safe? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and walked to the demonstration whiteboard next to the laboratory. He reached out and picked up the black marker beside him and wrote a series of complex and beautiful calculations on it. Guys, this is a mathematical model of the sonoluminescence phenomenon. To ignite nuclear fusion in solution, we must make the temperature at which the bubbles collapse reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. And this can only be achieved by liquid lithium. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang waved his right hand quickly and wrote down the detailed calculation process on the whiteboard. Fong Su looked thoughtfully at the calculations on the demonstration whiteboard and nodded slightly. As one of the top academicians, Fong Su quickly followed Lu Yongchang's explanation and came up with the answer. He sighed softly and said helplessly, If the mathematical model is not wrong, then liquid lithium may really be our only choice. Lu Yongchang chuckled. In my opinion, liquid lithium is not a helpless choice. On the contrary, it is the best choice for small fusion reactors. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang wrote a symbol heavily on the demonstration whiteboard. Li 6. The moment he saw this symbol, Fong Su's pupil shrank suddenly. He got it. He understands everything. Yongchang, are you planning to take advantage of the physical properties of lithium-6? A trace of excitement flashed in Fong Su's eyes, and he subconsciously stretched out his right hand and rubbed his nose vigorously. Yes! Yes! You are right! Liquid lithium is the best choice for small fusion reactors. Seeing Fong Su with an excited face, a smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. As expected of Fong Su, got the point right the first time. Unlike Fong Su, all the researchers and professors around him were looking at Lu Yongchang in confusion. Naturally, Lu Yongchang didn't hold back for too long and started to explain directly. Lithium-6 atoms have a physical property that is easily overlooked. When bombarded with neutrons, it releases tritium atoms. After hearing Lu Yongchang's explanation, the expressions on everyone's faces suddenly suffocated. I see. Once the deuterium-tritium fusion reaction is triggered, a large number of neutrons will naturally be released. After these neutrons bombard the surrounding liquid Li-6, the liquid Li-6 will release a large number of tritium atoms. In this way, compared with the Pangdu-1 fusion reactor, the small fusion reactor does not even need to replenish tritium gas. It only needs to regularly replenish the cheapest deuterium gas to maintain the operation of the fusion reactor for a long time. Yongchang, I'll contact the factory right away, Fong Su said with excitement. I didn't realize it just now, but now it seems that this is simply the best solution to miniaturize the fusion reactor. 3 days later, a huge iron factory building was erected out of thin air in an open space 1 kilometer away from the Xia Kingdom's #1 laboratory. In the center of the factory building, there is a dark black cylindrical container. The container is about 2 meters high and about 1 meter in diameter. At the bottom of the container is a huge ultrasonic generating device. This seemingly simple container is a test machine for a small fusion reactor. Looking at the device in front of him, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a hint of sadness. It has to be said that after gathering most of Xia Kingdom's resources, the progress of the experiment has been accelerated without limit. 3 days ago, Fong Su had just finished contacting the factory. In just 1 hour, the test machine drawings of the small fusion reactor were placed in front of Lu Yongchang. Next, not only did Xiagua complete the manufacturing of the test machine within 3 days, but for safety reasons, Xiagua also specially built a metal factory building in the open space to serve as a temporary experimental site. Yongchang, when will we start the experiment? Fong Su turned his head and looked at the testing machine in the center of the factory, with a trace of passion flashing in his eyes. This is a small fusion reactor. As a top academician in the field of nuclear fusion, Fong Su knows the value of this thing better than anyone else. Unlike large fusion reactors, small fusion reactors will not be used in the civilian field. They will only shine in the military field. Fong Su's heart began to beat violently when he thought that in the future Xia's aircraft carriers, submarines, or fighter planes would all use nuclear fusion as energy source. No rush. Let's wait for someone first. Lu Yongchang's faint words came from the side. Waiting for someone. Fong Su was suddenly startled and asked subconsciously, who are you waiting for? Lu Yongchang looked past Fong Su and looked into the distance. Here we come! Fong Su quickly turned his head and looked in the direction Lu Yongchang was looking. I saw a black Hongqi car slowly driving towards the iron factory building. The license plate number is naturally the familiar series of numbers. The congressman is here? Fong Su was taken aback and exclaimed softly. Let's go! Lu Yongchang adjusted his clothes. It's time for us to greet him. So small. Yongchang, are you sure this thing can perform controlled nuclear fusion? As soon as he saw the test machine, Counselor Li questioned Lu Yongchang. Faced with the doubt, Lu Yongchang naturally responded with a smile. Senior Counselor, the size of this thing doesn't matter. It's just a test machine now. If it succeeds, it can be made even smaller. When the time comes, it will be no problem even if it is installed in your car. Counselor Li smacked his lips, obviously not particularly convinced by Lu Yongchang's words. The power generation power of this thing shouldn't be comparable to Pangdu 1. Right. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly suffocated. Is not this nonsensical? What is Pangdu #1? It covers an area of 20 square kilometers alone. How big is this small fusion reactor? Seeing Lu Yongchang deflated, Fong Su's face suddenly showed a knowing smile. However, it is a joke, and the boss is frustrated, and the subordinates still need to help explain and maintain. Ahem. Congressman, the power is naturally different depending on the size. Fong Su continued. According to estimates, the power of the small fusion reactor in front of you should be about 1,000 megawatts. The congressman's long eyebrows raised sharply. 1,000 megawatts. This power is not small. Chapter 55. Preliminary Mastery of Fusion Reactor Miniaturization Technology. This gadget has such high power generation? The chairman of the Senate glanced at the small fusion reactor test machine in the center of the factory with some surprise. 1,000 megawatts. This is an extremely terrifying power generation. You know, the power of a household diesel generator is about 3 to 10 kilowatts. Even the Nimitz class aircraft carrier that the United States is proud of has a total power of only about 280 megawatts. In other words, the black cylinder in front of you, which is about half a person tall, can drive an aircraft carrier effortlessly. Thinking of this, a fiery color flashed in the eyes of the chairman of the council. If this technology matures, in time, Xiaogua will have the absolute right to speak on Earth. When will the experiment begin? The speaker asked somewhat eagerly. There was a hint of hesitation in Fong Su's eyes. This is a nuclear test after all? After hesitating for a long time, he said softly, President, how about you stay away? Don't underestimate this black cylinder. It's filled with liquid lithium. If something unexpected happens. A look of horror flashed in the chairman's eyes. Liquid lithium plus nuclear fusion. Even a layman like him knows how dangerous this thing is. But he still shook his head slowly. No! Senior Counselor? Fong Su suddenly became anxious. Senior Counselor, your safety. The chairman of the council glanced at Fong Su indifferently. The unquestionable look on his face instantly interrupted Fong Su's unsaid words. Don't worry about me. Since Professor Lu Yongchang has not backed down, how can I, the chairman of the parliament, have the nerve to be a coward? Yongchang, start testing. Lu Yongchang on the side nodded slightly, then turned to the researchers responsible for the control and shouted loudly. The experiment begins. Start the heating. As Lu Yongchang finished speaking, a researcher quickly lowered his head and pressed a few buttons on the console in front of him. A low humming sound began to sound. This is... A trace of doubt flashed in the chairman's eyes. Lu Yongchang hurriedly explained. The melting point of metallic lithium is 180.54 C. So a period of preheating is required before the fusion reactor is started. The speaker nodded slightly. Approximately how long will it take? About 10 minutes. It should be faster once the technology matures. That's right. That's right. The council chairman nodded repeatedly, his eyes becoming more and more brilliant. 10 minutes of warm-up time is perfectly acceptable. After all, under normal circumstances, this kind of fusion reactor will only be loaded on aircraft carriers or submarines. For aircraft carriers and submarines, a startup time of more than 10 minutes is not too short. Professor Lu, the metallic lithium has been completely melted. A researcher shout came from the side. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. Start the ultrasonic generator. Inject a deuterium-tritium mixture. As Lu Yongchang's order was issued, a string of fine bubbles slowly rose from the bottom of the black container. Under the vibration of ultrasonic waves, the bubbles begin to shrink regularly. When the bubble shrinks to the extreme, a dazzling light emanates from the core of the bubble. At that moment, the temperature inside the bubble rose directly to 150 million degrees Celsius. The deuterium-tritium fusion reaction was ignited. A large number of neutrons detected. One researcher shouted excitedly. At the same time, the neutron dose detector nearby also sounded sirens. Looking at the smoothly running curve on the computer screen, Lu Yongchang slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Is this a success? The chairman of the parliament put his head in front of the computer screen, looked at the dense curves and numbers on it, swallowed slightly, and asked in a low voice. It's done! Lu Yongchang showed a bit of joy on his face and said decisively. At the same time, deep in his consciousness, a flash of fluorescent green light slowly emerged. The next moment, his consciousness came to that mysterious green space again. On the tree-like structure, a bit of crystal white light slowly lit up. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology, preliminary mastery. The first experiment lasted about a minute. Because no matching generator was installed, the energy emitted was dissipated into the surrounding air through the heat sink. After the experiment came to an end, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment, turned to Chairman Li and said, Chairman, I have something to tell you. Counselor Li raised his eyebrows slightly, then nodded slightly. Go ahead. Fong Su, who was standing aside, saw this and was about to leave, but Lu Yongchang grabbed his arm. Brother Su, you should also listen to this. Seeing this scene, the doubt in Congressman Li's eyes became more intense. Senior Counselor, I need to summon all the scientific researchers in the aerospace field in Xia State. Representative Li's pupils shrank suddenly. All scientific researchers in the aerospace field. This is a big deal. What are you going to do? After a moment of silence, Counselor Li asked softly. Lu Yongchang didn't hesitate at all and said softly, Aerospace plane. The transportation efficiency of traditional rockets is too low. Xia State needs more advanced transportation methods. After hesitating for a moment, he added again, Senior Counselor, if possible, I need the engineers responsible for manufacturing the J-30. In addition, there are engineers who built the Long March 10th launch vehicle. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Su turned his head to look at Lu Yongchang and shouted in a low voice, Yongchang, these engineers are important weapons to the country, so we can't mess around. After saying that, Fong Su hurriedly apologized to the chairman. Chairman, Yongchang doesn't know the rules. The chairman raised his hand gently, interrupting Fong Su's words. The next moment, he glanced meaningfully at Lu Yongchang, who looked resolute, and nodded with a chuckle. Good. Since you need these engineers, I will transfer them to you. Fong Su stood there blankly. Crazy. All crazy. These engineers are all Xiaoguo's treasures. Can you borrow this at will? Then, what about the research on J-30 and Long March 10th? Fong Su looked at Chairman Li in disbelief. As an academician of the Xiaoguo Academy of Sciences, Fong Su naturally knows some secrets that ordinary people don't know. Xiaoguo started research projects on the J-30 and Long March 10th as early as 5 years ago. After 5 years, Fong Su estimated that these two extremely important projects should have reached the most critical stage. Chairman Li chuckled lightly, and a gleam flashed in his eyes. Stop! Stopped? When did you stop? Fong Su's eyes suddenly widened. Can this kind of research task also be stopped? Could Congressman Li be bluffing him? Seeing Fong Su's surprised look, a faint smile appeared on the chairman's face. And then, he said firmly, Stop it now! I said. Chapter 56 Emperor Jingpu's heart is moved. Not to mention how shocked Fong Su was by Chairman Li's words. At least, Lu Yongchang has truly seen the courage of this session of the Xia State Parliament Speaker. Just do it. The worst-case scenario is to start over from scratch. Professor Lu, I have left the fate of the country in your hands. The speaker looked at Lu Yongchang meaningfully and said slowly, Don't let me down. Lu Yongchang looked serious and nodded vigorously. When are you going to start research on the aerospace plane project? Lu Yongchang frowned slightly when he heard the question from the Speaker of Parliament. Although there are currently several engineering teams working together near the nuclear physics laboratory, they want to completely complete the construction of these laboratories. A conservative estimate is that it will take at least about a month. A month-long gap period is something Lu Yongchang cannot accept. After pondering for a moment, Lu Yongchang said, President of the Parliament, the highest standard aerospace laboratory in Xia Kingdom. Before Lu Yongchang could finish his words, the speaker raised his eyebrows and interrupted him. Xiaoguo National Aerospace Research Institute. The Long March 10th carrier rocket mission is carried out there. Is that enough? Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment. Then a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and he nodded repeatedly. That's enough. That's enough. Then, Speaker, I will report there tomorrow. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Fong Su suddenly became anxious, regardless of the fact that Lu Yongchang was still talking to the chairman of the parliament at this time. He directly grabbed Lu Yongchang's arm and whispered, Are you crazy? The miniaturization of fusion reactors has not been completely completed yet. Lu Yongchang was stunned again and turned to look at the test machine that was turning off in the center of the venue. The next second, he took a deep breath and looked solemnly at Fong Su beside him. Brother Su, this difficult task is left to you. Fong Su. Huh? Aren't you the chief engineer? Fong Su felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running past in his heart. Why did the task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor suddenly fall on him? But obviously, Lu Yongchang didn't care about Fong Su's words. He waved his hand casually and followed the chairman of the council and walked out. Faintly, Fong Su also heard the conversation between the two. Yongchang, why don't you complete the task of miniaturizing the fusion reactor first? The chairman's voice was a little uneasy. Fong Su, is it okay? Hey, it's okay. Chairman, please don't worry. Lu Yongchang said carelessly. I know Fong Su's abilities. The most important part of this fusion reactor is completed. All that's left is to put a SHL on it. It's very simple. I believe Brother Su. Fong Su. He slowly turned his head and glanced at the test machine. A matching generator has not yet been designed. And the cooling device is not perfect. Is this called a SHL? Blanche. Fong Su couldn't help but curse in his heart. Su country. Emperor Jingpu sat behind his desk, looking at the documents in front of him. A look of contemplation flashed across his face. In the past 6 months, too many things have happened internationally. First, the Xia kingdom next door was framed and withdrew from the Adair plan. Subsequently, in just a few months, Xia state actually achieved overtaking in a corner and mastered the controllable nuclear fusion technology before all other countries. Looking at the Pangu 1 fusion reactor data officially reported by Xia state, Emperor Jingpu couldn't sit still. Su state is different from Xia state. Although heavy industry is developed, it does not have that large population after all. He estimated that 2 of the fusion reactors of the size of Pangu 1 could completely meet all the energy needs of the Soviet Union. This is a huge opportunity for the Soviet Union. In addition to the petroleum raw materials needed for industrial production, the Soviet Union, which has controllable nuclear fusion, can completely abandon inferior energy sources such as oil and natural gas. The Su country, which already has poor economic conditions, can save a lot of money. Somebody come! The more Emperor Jingpu thought about it, the more excited he became, and he shouted loudly outside the office door. The next second, the office door opened, and a sturdy man looked at Emperor Jingpu with respect. Your Excellency, what are your orders? Tell the Ministry of Foreign Affairs that I need to go to Xia Kingdom in 2 days. Emperor Jingpu said in a tone that left no room for doubt. That night, Xia State's #1 laboratory. Tuck, tuck, tuck. There was a knock on Lu Yongchang's office door. Lu Yongchang, who was immersed in preparing for the aerospace aircraft project, was stunned when he heard a knock on the door. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at the clock on the wall. 21:50 p.m. It's so late. Who else is coming here? The door is unlocked. Come in! Squeak! The office doorknob was turned. Looking at the figure standing outside the door, Lu Yongchang quickly stood up and greeted. Hong Bu? Why did you come here in person? Hong Qiming waved his hands helplessly and walked into the office with a wry smile. Stop talking! Ever since Naoshizi Taiyang's accident, I haven't gone to bed before 12 o'clock. Hearing this, Lu Yongchang's eyes flashed with a smile. Hong Bu came to me to complain today. While talking, Lu Yongchang stood up and made a cup of tea for Hong Qiming. Authentic Westlake Longjing. This was brought to me by the researcher below. I am usually reluctant to drink it. Hong Qiming reached out to pick up the teacup and smelled it gently. Oh, it smells pretty good. You kid, if you don't learn well at a young age, are you going to put away the gift now? Hong Qiming looked at Lu Yongchang with a half smile. Although I am the Minister of Science and Technology, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to say these things in front of me? Lu Yongchang touched his nose helplessly. Bu Hong, you can't say that. I bought this from him at the market price. If you don't want to drink it, don't waste my tea. Hong Qiming burst into laughter, took a sip of tea and said in a deep voice. Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. I'm here this time to ask a question for the chairman. Lu Yongchang quickly put down the teacup in his hand and straightened his expression. Hong Bu, please tell me. Emperor Jingpu of Su State will come to Xia State in half a month. Hong Qiming said meaningfully. The news has not spread yet. Guess what it's for? Lu Yongchang's brows instantly wrinkled. Emperor Jingpu of the Su Kingdom? After all, why did he suddenly come to Xia Kingdom? Suddenly, an idea flashed in Lu Yongchang's mind. Controllable nuclear fusion? Lu Yongchang asked in a low voice. Snapped. Minister Hong snapped his fingers with approval. Yes. According to the intelligence from Xiaogua's Second Security Bureau, Emperor Jingpu is very interested in the Panga fusion reactor. Chapter 57 Xia needs allies. Lu Yongchang suddenly realized after thinking for a moment. Indeed, for the Soviet Union, controllable nuclear fusion has an irreplaceable attraction. After all, the Soviet Union has begun building a large number of nuclear fission power stations since the last century. What did the chairman ask you to ask me? Upon hearing Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming's eyes flashed with unknown meaning, and he responded softly. The chairman of the council asked me to ask you how Xiaogua should handle this matter. Lu Yongchang's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously said, Bu Hong, I don't want to get involved in this kind of political affairs. Hong Qiming was stunned, chuckled, waved his hands and said, I said the wrong thing. What the chairman means is, how should Xia country deal with controllable nuclear fusion technology? Lu Yongchang suddenly realized. That's what I was asking, he said without hesitation. Of course, take it out. Hong Qiming's brows instantly wrinkled. Take it out? What's the reason? You know. The speaker and a member of the House of Representatives held a meeting for several hours over this matter. It can be said that almost every congressman advocates that Xiaogui should have controllable nuclear fusion technology in its hands. This time, I came to ask Liu Yongchang to go through a process. After all, as the first administrator of NASA, Liu Yongchang also has a great say in this kind of matter. Originally, in Hong Qiming's view, Liu Yongchang was the least likely person to agree to the outflow of nuclear fusion technology. This is the hard work he developed himself. Hong Qiming has been sitting in the position of Minister of Science and Technology for so long. And this is the first time he has seen a scientist willing to give away the results of his hard work to others. Perhaps because of the dim lighting, Liu Yongchang did not notice the look on Hong Qiming's face at this time. He thought to himself and said, Hong Bu, facing the next disaster, it is impossible for Xia Kingdom to survive alone. We have to have some reliable allies. No matter how you look at it, the Soviet Union is the goal we must strive for. The look on Hong Qiming's face relaxed a little. Liu Yongchang's statement was also mentioned by some members at the meeting. But, then why not wait a few years? Hong Qiming whispered. Yongchang, Xia State is now in a stage of rapid development. As long as we hold nuclear fusion technology in our hands, Xia country will be able to turn around completely in just 3 years. Liu Yongchang slowly shook his head. That's too late. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 years, the changes in the sun will be known to everyone. Hong Qiming's pupil shrank suddenly. So fast? Liu Yongchang nodded slightly. Don't forget, the abnormality in the sun was first discovered by a laboratory in the United States. This sentence instantly awakened Hong Qiming. There was a bit of bitterness on his face. It seems Xiaogui's current measures are still too conservative. With that said, Hong Qiming briefly explained to Liu Yongchang several resource bans issued by the chairman of the parliament. After listening, Liu Yongchang fell into deep thought. For a long time, he slowly exhaled a breath. Hong Bu, I have an idea. The next day, at the entrance of Xiaogui National Aerospace Research Institute, 3 armed helicopters painted in military green landed slowly. As the first director of Xia State Space Agency and the hope of Xia State's future. At this moment, Liu Yongchang's personal safety issue has received great attention. You may not be able to feel it in the laboratory. But once he went out, Liu Yongchang completely felt that the chairman of the parliament attached great importance to his safety. 3 heavily armed helicopter gunships were considered a small scene. According to Hong Qiming, if it weren't for the fact that the helicopter was too slow, the council leader would have wished to send a few J-20s to escort them. This is still in the interior of Xia Kingdom. Liu Yongchang has no doubt that if he needs to go abroad one day, Xia Kingdom will even send an aircraft carrier fleet to escort him. When the helicopter stopped, Liu Yongchang jumped off the deck of the helicopter in the middle, looking at the National Aerospace Research Institute with its door open in front of him. Liu Yongchang's eyes flashed with excitement. Here, he will lead Xia Kingdom to take the first step towards the Sea of Stars. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Liu Yongchang noticed the difference between the National Aerospace Laboratory and other laboratories. In the laboratory, researchers wearing white coats can be seen everywhere. The faces of every scientific researcher were filled with nervousness and solemnity. This is completely different from the laboratory at Sandaika University. However, when Liu Yongchang thought about it, it was normal. After all, this is the place where Xiaogui studies the Long March 10th heavy lift launch vehicle. Hello, Professor Liu. Just as Liu Yongchang stood at the door and watched the scientific researchers busy, a hoarse voice came from the side. He quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. I saw a middle-aged man with white temples and a pair of thick gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose looking at him apologetically. Professor Liu, I'm sorry. I just received the order from above yesterday. We were still sorting out the experimental equipment and couldn't make time to pick you up at the moment. Liu Yongchang twitched the corners of his mouth and showed a kind smile. It's not in the way. It's not in the way. If I remember correctly, you should be academician Chao Liankai. Right. A strange look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. He nodded slightly and said, Professor Liu, do you know me? The corner of Liu Yongchang's mouth twitched twice, and he said with some embarrassment, I have seen your name in college textbooks. Chao Liankai. He suddenly realized that in terms of level, the young man in front of him, who was several levels higher than him, was still a sophomore. Chao Liankai wiped the sweat from his forehead with an embarrassed look, silently complaining about the efficiency of Sandaika University. He would have to call and ask about that guy Jiang Yongxing another day. Is it so difficult to issue a diploma? Ahem. Chow Liangkai coughed hard and tried to change the subject to ease the awkward atmosphere at the moment. Let me introduce myself. Chow Liangkai is an academician of the Xiaogua Academy of Sciences and currently serves as the director of the Xiaogua National Aerospace Research Institute. While speaking, Chow Liangkai stretched out his right hand towards Lu Yongchang. Seeing this, Lu Yongchang quickly stretched out his right hand and firmly grasped Chow Liangkai's callous right hand. Academician Chow, can you help summon the scientific researchers in the institute? Lu Yongchang said in a deep voice. I need to hold a meeting first to arrange the next tasks. Chow Liangkai readily agreed. Of course, he didn't dare to disagree. Just last night, he received an order from his superiors. The command is simple. Only one sentence. Unconditionally obey any arrangement of Professor Lu Yongchang. Chapter 58 Hall Thruster Solution. More than 30 minutes later, in the conference room of Xiaogua's National Aerospace Research Institute, at Chow Liangkai's urging, all the scientific researchers in the institute quickly sat down in their seats. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the conference table, glanced around the crowd solemnly, and then reached out and turned on the projector. Everyone! I believe everyone has received the notice from the upper leadership. The Long March 10th Heavy Lift Launch Vehicle project will cease development from now on. Although everyone present received the news last night, at this moment, every researcher's face still showed a bit of sadness and reluctance. With a 5-year research cycle, it is no exaggeration to say that the Long March 10th Heavy Lift Launch Vehicle project is like a child carefully cared for by these researchers. I am also a researcher, and I can feel the pain in your hearts. However, I think you all know Xiaogua's current situation very well. Feeling the heavy atmosphere in the conference room, Lu Yongchang took a deep breath, and then pressed the left mouse button. Xiaogua needs a more effective way of promotion. The changing lights of the projector attract everyone's attention. Electric propulsion technology. Electric propulsion? This is impossible. In just a moment, the conference room became noisy. Voices of doubt then reached Lu Yongchang's ears. As the director of the research institute, Chow Liangkai's face changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Yongchang, who looked indifferent, with confusion. Ahem. Seeing the discussion in the conference room getting louder and louder, Chow Liangkai had to stand up and cough lightly. Professor Lu, the electric propulsion system you are talking about is a hall thruster? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly, with a smile in his eyes. What? Academician Chow has research in this area? Chow Liangkai's pupil shrank suddenly. Hall thruster. It is indeed a hall thruster. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. Professor Lu, if you want to use hall thrusters instead of chemical fuel rockets, I advise you to give up early. There was some doubt in Lu Yongchang's eyes. How do you say this? Chow Liangkai sighed slightly. Professor Lu, you must be interested in the specific impulse of the hall thruster. Right. Lu Yongchang's expression condensed slightly, and then he nodded. Seeing this scene, the bitterness in Chow Liangkai's eyes became even stronger. The hall thruster project was studied by our institute a long time ago. At first, we were all confident in it, and many academicians even believed that the hall thruster was the most perfect propulsion system. Unfortunately, reality is always much crueler than imagination. In the laboratory, the maximum thrust of the hall thruster is about 200 millinewtons. Speaking of this, Chow Liangkai sighed deeply again. Professor Lu, what can you do with 200 mn? In the atmosphere, you can push a few pieces of A4 paper. Right. Just like this. Do you think the hall thruster can still replace traditional chemical rockets? Facing Chow Liangkai's doubts, Lu Yongchang chuckled lightly and said calmly. Academician Chow, don't worry yet. It's not too late to listen to what I have to say before making any judgment. As he spoke, Lu Yongchang gently clicked the mouse again. Academician Chow, please ask, what was the power of the original hall thruster in the institute? Chow Liangkai looked at a black cylinder on the projection screen and couldn't help but be stunned. What is this? With all his knowledge, he couldn't recognize the object in the picture? Hearing Lu Yongchang's question, he subconsciously answered, probably around 20 kilowatts. Lu Yongchang understood. The next moment, a mysterious smile appeared on Lu Yongchang's face. What if I said that I can increase the power to more than 1,000 megawatts? Chow Liangkai took a sharp breath. Even though he had experienced many storms, he couldn't bear the shock in his heart and jumped up from the chair next to the conference table with a loud sound. What did you say? 1,000 megawatts. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Lu Yongchang's mouth, and he nodded slightly. Chow Liangkai's pupils trembled slightly. He swallowed slightly and asked in a hoarse voice. Professor Liu, do you know what 1000 megawatts is? Is it possible that you want Panga number 1 to provide energy for it? Speaking of this, Chao Liancai's heart moved slightly. A crazy idea slowly emerged from his mind. Could it be that? He suddenly turned his head and looked at the projection screen aside. Panga 1 is not like that. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded, and continued. However, there is indeed a miniaturized fusion reactor. What? What the HL? What the HL? In an instant, several exclamations sounded in the conference room. Ignoring these noises, Lu Yongchang straightened his expression and pointed at the projection screen. Let me introduce it to you. The latest achievement of Xia State's first laboratory. Fusion reactor miniaturization technology. What you see in front of you is the core part of the small fusion reactor, which is equivalent to the reactor of Panga 1, 2 meters high and 1 meter in diameter, currently rated at 1000 megawatts. After the words fell, the conference room fell into silence. Chao Liancai stood blankly at the conference table, his hands trembling slightly because of excitement. Professor Liu, is what you said true? It's not that he doesn't trust Lu Yongchang's words. It's all so incredible. Not long ago, the Panga 1 fusion reactor was launched. Just over a month later, the fusion reactor miniaturization technology was placed in front of him. Chao Liancai even stretched out his hand and grabbed his thigh hard. Hiss. It hurts. Of course it's true. Lu Yongchang looked solemn. Yesterday, under the witness of Chairman Li, the first ignition experiment of the small fusion reactor was a complete success. Although the design of the supporting power generation device has not yet been completed, I can guarantee that within a month, the small fusion reactor technology will be completely mature. Chao Liancai took a deep breath. I have to say, he was moved. 1000 megawatts of power. Even in the simplest and crudest multiple conversion, the thrust of the Hall thruster using a small fusion reactor can have a full ton of thrust. What about the heat and loss issues? Chao Liancai's heart moved slightly, and he remembered a very important question. Ordinary wires cannot withstand the strong current of a small fusion reactor. Lu Yongchang chuckled and clicked the mouse again. How about room temperature superconducting coils? What? Chao Liancai's eyes suddenly widened. Xia State already has room temperature superconductor technology? Otherwise, I could have missioned Chao. How do you think we built Panga 1? Lu Yongchang asked cheerfully. Because of the confidentiality agreement involved. Most scientific researchers are not aware of the black technology contained in Panga 1. Chapter 59 Sugua, I can pay any price. Chao Liancai's breathing was a little rapid. Room temperature superconductors, plus a 1000 megawatt small fusion reactor. The combination of the two is definitely not as simple as 1 plus 1 is equal to 2. Chao Liancai swallowed slightly, and turned his gaze to the young man standing aside. Unimaginable. All of this was the result of the 21-year-old young man in front of me. Half a month later, a flight from the Soviet Union slowly landed on the straight runway of Beijing Airport. As the plane door opened, the figure of Emperor Jingpu appeared on the plane ramp. Your Excellency, welcome to Xia country. When Emperor Jingpu walked down the gangway, a staff member from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs hurriedly came forward to say hello. Emperor Jingpu is very talkative. A friendly smile appeared on his face, and he nodded slightly to the staff member of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Hello. Hello. Looking at that friendly smile, the staff of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs couldn't help but feel a chill in their backs. He quickly turned sideways, stretched out his hand and said, Mr. Jingpu, Chairman Li is waiting for you at the Diaoyu Island State Guest House. The smile on Emperor Jingpu's face grew stronger. He nodded slightly and followed the staff's guidance and entered a black Hongqi car. Xiagua, the reception room of Diaoyu Island State Guest House. Emperor Jingpu sat to the left of Chairman Li. Chairman Li, congratulations to Xiagua for mastering controllable nuclear fusion technology. Facing Emperor Jingpu's compliment, Counselor Li had a faint smile on his face. He nodded slightly and said, Thank you. After speaking, Counselor Li picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip of the tea inside. Emperor Jingpu, thanks. What about behind? Is this gone? He glanced at Chairman Li's leisurely and contented expression, and there was a hint of helplessness deep in his eyes. Chairman Li, I came to Xia State this time mainly to discuss a cooperation project with your country. Oh, what kind of cooperation project? A smile flashed in the chairman's eyes, and he said lightly, Mr. Jingpu can speak out boldly. Based on the friendship between our two countries, I believe that most projects will not be a problem. The look of helplessness in Emperor Jingpu's eyes became more and more intense. Facing Congressman Li, who was pretending to be dumbfounded, he could only sigh deeply. Chairman, I'll just tell you the truth. How to sell Xia's controllable nuclear fusion technology. As Emperor Jingpu finished speaking, the living room instantly became quiet. Emperor Jingpu looked at Counselor Li next to him anxiously. Although he did not show any strange expression, Congressman Li on the side was still keenly aware of a hint of panic in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. Several minutes passed. Why? Counselor Li sighed softly. Mr. Jingpu, controllable nuclear fusion is a technology just developed by Xia State. In principle, we are not prepared. A flash of disappointment flashed in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. To be honest, this result was within his expectations. But he still said with some reluctance, what if I said that the Soviet Union can pay any price? Representative Li's voice paused slightly, while his expression did not change at all. However, considering the friendly relationship between your country and our country, we can share this technology with your country. Emperor Jingpu. Seeing Counselor Li's expression as normal, Emperor Jingpu sighed deeply in his heart again. It seems that Congressman Li has long been eyeing this fat piece of his. Make a price. Chairman. Emperor Jingpu leaned back in his chair and said helplessly. How much does it cost? The chairman chuckled. And something that Hong Qiming said to him some time ago came to mind. Chairman, Professor Liu suggested that we use nuclear fusion technology to exchange some necessary resources. Chairman Li slowly shook his head. No, I don't need money. A trace of doubt flashed in Emperor Jingpu's eyes. And then, there was a trace of vigilance in his eyes. Senior Counselor, territorial integrity is the uncompromising bottom line of the Soviet Union. Counselor Li's mouth twitched slightly. Don't worry. I don't want land. Xia Kingdom needs resources. A lot of resources. After some friendly negotiations and discussions, Emperor Jingpu and the chairman of the council signed the cooperation regulations. In the next year, the Su state will transport large quantities of iron ore, copper ore and nickel ore to the Xia state. In addition, the Su state will also need to pay a large amount of rare earth resources to the Xia state. In exchange, the Soviet Union also obtained controllable nuclear fusion technology as it wished. A few days later, Xiaogua News Channel broadcast this news. Recently, Emperor Jingpu of Su State visited Xia State. Chairman Li had a friendly conversation with him and reached an agreement on controllable nuclear fusion. As soon as the news was broadcast, the entire Xia Kingdom was in an uproar. The hot search list of scarves is updated rapidly. Xiaogua sells controllable nuclear fusion technology? How much did the Soviet Union pay for controllable nuclear fusion? There are countless comments under the Xiaogua News official scarf account. Xiao! What does this mean? Are you selling controllable nuclear fusion technology? What are the top leaders of Xia State thinking? This is controllable nuclear fusion. We are the only ones in the world who have it. No. You sold the controlled nuclear fusion just for such a small amount of minerals? Are you crazy? The one upstairs. This is not a bit of mineral. According to the reported data, the resources paid by the Soviet Union this time even exceed $2 billion. No matter how much. It doesn't make sense. Xiaogua finally took the lead once. But now he wants to give up his advantage? Among the squabbling comments, one stood out and received the most likes. Is it possible that Xia State has mastered more advanced fusion technology, so it sells relatively backward technology to others? Damn it! What you said makes sense. As we all know, Rabbit's technology usually has 3 generations. The first generation is sold, the second generation is used, and the third generation is tested. Not only the country, but also foreign countries were shocked by the cooperation agreement between Su and Xia. There was even more controversy on Twitter. Does Xiaogua even sell controllable nuclear fusion technology now? Su can buy it, but can our country buy it? Ha. What do you want to eat? Don't you know the relationship between Su State and Xia State? I think I can give it a try. At Albert. Your Excellency. Come on. Since we can't research controllable nuclear fusion, why don't we just buy a ready-made one? Ha. I think Albert will ignore you. Surprisingly, President Abbott immediately liked the tweet and then responded. I'm considering this matter. Believe me, no one knows Xia country better than me. Chapter 60. Packaged and sold controllable nuclear fusion technology. Just as foreign countries were quarreling over this matter, Xia's Ministry of Science and Technology quietly released a draft on packaged sales of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The statement is very simple. Only a few lines. Controllable nuclear fusion reactor technology. $1 billion US. Controllable nuclear fusion magnetic fluid generator technology, $1 billion US. Normal temperature superconducting technology, $1 billion US. Routine maintenance and installation work, $500 million US. Package sale price a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, $2.8 billion US. Note: Xia Kingdom only accepts mineral resources of equal value and does not accept any form of cash or other forms of assets. The above is the entire content of this draft. It's more of a quote than a draft. Magic City. Zhao Zijia stared at the news on his phone with his mouth open. What the hell? Sold in packages. Controlled nuclear fusion technology? Can these words be said together? Could it be a spoof of news? He quickly glanced at the press room. Xia State Ministry of Science and Technology. Zhao Zijia couldn't help but fell into silence. I always feel like there are so many things in my mouth that I want to spit out. But I don't know where to start. With a flick of his finger, he shared the news with the Penguin Group. What the hell? Did I read it wrong? Controlled nuclear fusion is packaged and sold? Blanchett. Buy it in a package and get a 20% discount. It's very Ginka-like. Looking at the reactions of the group of friends, Zhao Zijia gently typed a line of text. I don't know why, but now I am more and more convinced that Xiagua has mastered the second-generation nuclear fusion technology. Zhao Zijia's words immediately attracted a chorus of approval. That makes sense. It's just Rabbit's traditional performing arts. Base slot. Number 6. Give way. Give way. Our company specializes in refurbishing nuclear warheads, polishing submarines, recycling second-hand aircraft carriers, repairing leaks on aircraft carriers and submarines, overhauling nuclear reactors, maintaining and refurbishing space shuttles, and scrubbing dust on the surface of satellites during high-altitude operations. Amidst the bragging chat, a reply caught Zhao Zijia's attention. Am I the only one who noticed the last note? Xia Kingdom only accepts mineral resources of equal value in exchange. Zhao Zijia's eyes moved slightly, and he quickly opened the news interface to check it carefully. This item is indeed noted in the precautions. This is strange. Logically speaking, Xia Kingdom does not lack mineral resources. It is even a major exporter of ores. Why now? Suddenly started using nuclear fusion technology to acquire ore resources? Zhao Zijia subconsciously turned on the computer next to him and searched the browser for the ore export volume of Xia State in the past year. You wouldn't know this if you didn't search it, but you'll be shocked if you search it. In just half a year, Xia's ore export volume has dropped to a freezing point. Zhao Zijia licked his dry lips. A hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He quickly found the Xia Kingdom's ore import and export data for the past 2 years. Looking at the comparative data on the computer screen, Zhao Zijia took a sharp breath. In just half a year, the export volume of Xia State's ore resources dropped by 90% year-on-year. Correspondingly, Xia's ore resource imports increased by 50% year-on-year. Is something big going to happen? Zhao Zijia swallowed and muttered to himself. With the release of this draft, the entire international situation suddenly turned into chaos. The White House of the United States. Damn, what is Xiagua doing? Albert looked at the documents in front of him, the corners of his eyes twitching violently. Professor Collins, who was standing aside, said softly with an uneasy look on his face. Your Excellency, President, I think we should purchase this technology from Xiagua. Professor Collins, what did you say? Albert raised his head suddenly and looked at Professor Collins in front of him in disbelief. When will the United States purchase technology from Xiagua? Professor Collins' eyes were filled with bitterness. Your Excellency, I know this is difficult to accept, but there's no way around it. If other countries purchase controllable nuclear fusion technology from Xia, we will be passive. Albert's face gradually turned red. He stretched out his hand and slapped it hard on the solid wood desk in front of him. Damn Xiagua. Fuck. Where is our controllable nuclear fusion technology? Professor Collins, answer me. Where is our nuclear fusion technology advanced? Professor Collins was silent for a moment and then slowly said, A quarter of the construction plan has been completed. Snapped. Albert stretched out his hand, slapped his forehead, and murmured, Oh God! Then all our early investment has been in vain? Facing Albert's question, Collins nodded solemnly. I think so. I'm afraid. Your Excellency, according to intelligence, Xia's fusion reactor uses a stellarator structure, which is completely different from the experimental reactor we are building. So, Albert sighed deeply and waved his right hand feebly, interrupting Collins' words. Just now, he had a premonition. the United States is going to decline in his hands. Unlike the United States, all countries in Western Europe were in a state of madness at this time. Controllable nuclear fusion technology. That is controllable nuclear fusion technology. Jiliwa made the first decision and dialed Xiaoguo's number. Hello. I need to purchase a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. 2.8 billion mineral resources. Give me some time. Geely Congress will come up with it. The staff member who answered the phone had a smile on his face. Do you need other services? For example, outsourcing construction projects? I believe Xiaoguo's construction speed will satisfy you. The Prime Minister of Geely had a hint of emotion in his eyes. This is a charging issue. We only need to add another $200 million and or resources. The Prime Minister of Geely showed a bit of bitterness in his eyes. Forget it. Forget it. He is still worried about 2.8 billion in mineral resources. Add another 200 million? Wouldn't this cost him his life? Seemingly aware of the Prime Minister's difficulties, the staff member smiled and said, Actually, it doesn't necessarily require mineral resources. Lithography machine technology, or other high-end technologies, can be used for exchange. The Prime Minister of Geely State took a breath and said with difficulty, I need to discuss it. Please hurry up. After all, Gaul has also sent a message. The staff reminded kindly. Okay. I will give you an answer as soon as possible. The Prime Minister of Geely wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly hung up the phone. Looking at the quotation in front of him, the Prime Minister of Geely had a thought in his mind. Perhaps the Xia Kingdom, which they had suppressed for decades, was about to rise completely. Chapter 61 Sakura Country? Sorry, not for sale. The turmoil over Xiaoguo's package sale of controllable nuclear fusion technology is getting bigger and bigger. Just after Western European countries purchased nuclear fusion technology, the United States on the other side of the ocean finally couldn't sit still. In the end, Albert failed to withstand the pressure from all sides and dialed Xiaoguo's national hotline. Ahem. Representatively. Long time no see. In the office of the President of the White House, Abbott frowned and said against his will, Mr. Speaker, it's a pleasure to have this conversation with you. Hearing the voice coming from the transoceanic phone call, Congressman Lee suddenly showed a bit of smile in his eyes. President Albert. H. Low. How are you lately? On the other side of the ocean, Albert's mouth twitched slightly as he listened to the voice on the phone. How are you? Is this a question that should be asked on the national hotline? But thinking of the purpose of this call, Albert could only hold his nose and said, Well, thank you, Chairman, for your concern. I'm in good health recently. That's good. Good health is the most important thing. Mr. Albert, at your age, you have to take care of yourself. The meaningful voice from the microphone made Albert's forehead covered with black lines. What does this mean? What do you mean by my age? What's wrong with me at my age? If he hadn't thought that he had something to ask for, Albert would have wanted to curse directly into the phone. Ahem. Chairman, let's get down to business, Albert said with a stiff face. I heard that your country is selling controllable nuclear fusion technology to foreign countries? The smile in the chairman's eyes grew stronger. Of course. What? President Albert is interested in this technology? Hasn't the United States developed this technology yet? Albert's face suddenly darkened. Damn it. Naturally, he heard the ridicule in the speaker's words. Although he wanted to hang up the phone directly, he had to lower his head because he was under the eaves. Well, the United States has naturally mastered controllable nuclear fusion technology. Albert rolled his eyes and lied casually. It's just that the technology is still in the laboratory and has not yet fully matured. You know, those researchers are very lazy. Congressman Lee chuckled lightly and changed the subject in a very relaxed tone. Oh, then the purpose of Mr. Albert's call this time is not to complain to me about the low efficiency of your country's researchers. Right. Albert. Ahem. He coughed hard twice, and then said with some embarrassment, That's not why. After some friendly negotiations, the United States finally purchased a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. When Xiaoguo announced that the United States had purchased a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology, all Xiaoguo people, no, all countries were shocked. Ha. Good guy. I call you good guy. I thought the United States could be tougher. Unexpectedly, it still can't resist the temptation of controllable nuclear fusion. Is there anyone who can count how many copies of Xiaoguo's controllable nuclear fusion technology have been sold so far? There is no official notification, but I guess all the big Western countries have bought it. I have to mention our big Saudi investors here. I heard that they not only bought a complete set of technology, but even spent a lot of money to buy Siagwa's construction team. What a big dog. That's our good brother. Unlike many Western developed countries, Sakura country, located next to Sia country, is not very comfortable. Please! Our country really needs this technology. In the reception room of the Diaoyu Island State Guest House, the Prime Minister of Sakura State looked solemn and bent towards counselorly. Unlike other countries, Sakura country is surrounded by the sea. As an island nation, Sakura country is extremely lacking in domestic resources. The electricity from nuclear power plants is the source of most of their domestic electricity. Originally, the nuclear fission power station could barely meet the needs of Sakura country. However, the successive earthquakes and tsunamis in recent years have sounded the alarm to Sakura country's senior officials. Nuclear fission power plants are too dangerous. But Sakura country cannot do without nuclear power plants. Therefore, when they learned that Sia Kingdom was selling controllable nuclear fusion technology, the top brass of Sakura Kingdom were the first to sit still. In order to show their sincerity, Sakura Kingdom specially sent their Prime Minister to go to Sia Kingdom to negotiate in person. Only, sincerity being sincerity, the results don't seem to be very good. Looking at the Prime Minister of Sakura country, who was bowing to him in front of him, Chairman Lee gently picked up the teacup on the side of the table and took a sip of the tea in the cup. Sorry, we don't sell this technology. The moment he heard these words, the Prime Minister of Sakura Kingdom suddenly turned pale. He straightened up quickly and bowed again. The extent of bending this time was much greater than the last time. He even hit his knees with his head. Please be sure to sell it to Sakura country. The conditions can be negotiated. Sakura country is willing to pay any price for this. Chairman Lee put down the teacup in his hand, and his expression became a little serious. He stood up slowly and looked at the Prime Minister of Sakura country in front of him with extremely stern eyes. Sia's technology will never be sold to a country that doesn't even dare to recognize history. Not now. And never in the future. Did you hear that clearly? The Prime Minister of Sakura country's face turned red. He straightened up and pursed his lips as if he wanted to say something else. But Chairman Lee interrupted his movement with a sudden wave of his hand. Come here. See the guests off. In just a few hours, Sakura country's attempt to purchase controllable nuclear fusion technology was rejected, causing heated discussions on the bib. Ha ha ha, well done. We can't sell this technology to these little Sakura people who are living a good life. Isn't there a nuclear fission power plant? Let them live with the nuclear power plant from now on. Am I the only one who thinks this is bad? If Siagwa's senior officials do this, they will lose Siagwa's credibility. Credit? What credibility? Have you ever seen the United States talk about credibility in the past? Previous Siagwa, hello everyone. I am Siagwa. I am very civilized and reasonable. If you have any problem, you can come to me. The current Siagwa, hello everyone. I am Siagwa. And I am the truth. Chairman Lee was sitting in his office, looking at the domestic response to this matter, with a flash of relief deep in his eyes. How many years? This is the first time that Siagwa has been so proud in the world. It's refreshing. It's really refreshing. Finance Minister Hijia, who was standing aside, also had excitement in his eyes. Senior Counselor, our resources should be barely enough at this time. Although a set of nuclear fusion technology only requires $2.8 billion in ore resources, it cannot support the large amount. The chairman of the parliament nodded slightly, thought for a moment, and then said, No hurry. These ores will be smelted in the factory first. Store it well after the smelting is completed. How to use it specifically, waiting for news from Liu Yongchang. Chapter 62 Hardcore Refutation of Rumors. Tuck tuck tuck. As soon as the speaker finished speaking, there was a rapid knock on the door. Enter! The council member frowned slightly and spoke in a short but powerful tone. The next moment, the office door was pushed open. Outside the door, Hong Qiming's face turned slightly red, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Minister Hong? What happened? Seeing Hong Qiming's appearance, the chairman's eyes showed some confusion. In his impression, Hong Qiming had never been so out of his mind. President! Good news! Good news! Hong Qiming shouted loudly. The news just came from Fong Su that the small fusion reactor project has been successful. The congressman's body shook violently. Before he could fully react, Hong Qiming blurted out his second sentence. Not only that, Professor Liu has successfully developed the first-generation Hall thruster. Now, even the chairman of the parliament can't hold himself back. What? So fast? Counselor Lee stood up from his chair with a loud sound and looked at Hong Chiming with excitement. When will the experiment start? Hong Chiming swallowed slightly. Currently, the military is transporting small fusion reactors to the Aerospace Research Institute. It is estimated that in 2 hours, Professor Liu will start the first experiment. The entrance to a highway in Xiaogua. What's going on? Well, why is this highway closed? In a Havel car. A man frowned and looked ahead. Isn't there a car accident? Next to the man is a gentle woman with long shawl hair. The woman rolled down the window and looked forward. It shouldn't be a car accident. There's not a single car on the highway. It's probably just the entrance that's closed. Hearing this, the man's eyes flashed with anxiety. He reached out to unbuckle his seat belt and pulled open the car door. Hey! What are you doing? The woman's expression changed slightly, and she quickly reminded loudly, This is a highway. Don't mess around. The man paused for a moment, then turned to look at the woman helplessly. I'll go to the toll station to ask about the situation. I'll be back soon. A few minutes later, the man walked to the highway toll booth window. Looking at the staff inside, the man pondered for a moment, then stepped forward and said, Brother, what's going on this highway? What happened inside? Hearing the man's voice, the staff member raised his head and glanced at the man, then shook his head helplessly. I don't know either. I just received an order from my superiors that this section of the highway will be closed for half an hour. The man nodded thoughtfully. An order from a superior? Could it be that he was transporting some important supplies? The next moment, a burst of sirens and roars attracted the man's attention. The man quickly turned his head and looked in the direction of the sound. The next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. In the sky, 5 armed helicopters roared past. He could even see the air-to-surface missiles hanging underground from the armed helicopters. At the same time, 3 police cars with sirens sounding appeared in his sight. 3 police cars lined up in a herringbone shape to clear the road ahead, followed closely by 6 military vehicles painted in military green. There are several heavy machine guns with a cold glow on the roof of the military vehicle. In the center of the military vehicle convoy is a heavy truck, with 5.0 vision in both eyes. The man could barely see clearly what was loaded on the heavy truck. A black cylindrical object. When the toll booth staff was not paying attention, he quickly took out his mobile phone and took a photo of the truck. What's going on here? Seeing the man's hurried look, the gentle woman frowned slightly and asked softly, Did the staff give you any reason? There was a bit of excitement in the man's eyes, and he put his hand in front of his mouth and made a shushing gesture. The woman's expression suddenly suffocated. Although she didn't know what happened, she still shut her mouth immediately. The man quickly jumped into the car. After closing the car door, he breathed a sigh of relief. After relieving his nervousness, he said to the woman with a mysterious face, You will never guess what happened. What's going on? The woman frowned even deeper. The country is transporting military supplies, the man said, taking out his mobile phone from his pocket and showing the photos he took. Did you see? Police cars are clearing the way and military vehicles are escorting us. This posture is definitely for transporting military supplies. Seeing the man's vow, the woman turned her head suspiciously and glanced at the photos on her phone. A cylindrical object glowing black. What is this? The man frowned and slowly shook his head. I don't know. What new type of weapon might it be? As he spoke, the man opened his cell phone scarf. Hey! Don't spread this photo blindly. The woman's face changed slightly, and her voice became shrill. The man ignored the woman's words and just stared at the phone screen blankly. There is no need for me to upload it. The official has come out to refute the rumors. As the man spoke, he raised his phone to the woman's eyes. The woman subconsciously looked at the phone screen. The latest scarf from the official account of Xiaogua News. Urgent refutation of rumors. Today, many sections of highways in Xia are closed, and there are rumors on the internet that they are transporting military supplies. Xiaogua News hereby refutes the rumor. This is not military supplies. The photo of the black cylindrical object that appeared on the internet is the latest small fusion reactor prototype developed by Xiaogua. It is not the so-called military material. The woman subconsciously took the phone, stretched out her finger, and dragged it to the comment area under the scarf. I'm a fool. I would like to call it the most hardcore rumor refutation in history. Shua, you might as well call this military supplies. Are you the one who refutes rumors like this? What did I say? Rabbit's traditional skills have indeed reappeared. Ha ha ha. I sympathize with Western countries for a second. I just bought the first generation technology. And in the blink of an eye, Xiaogua took out a second-generation prototype. Are you sure it's a prototype? Why does it look like a finished product to me? If you don't believe the rumors, don't spread them. If the official says it's a prototype, then he is the prototype. Rabbit, guess whether I still have a third-generation product in my hand? Xiaogua National Aerospace Research Institute. The basic principle and structure of the Hall thruster are not very difficult, and can even be said to be quite simple. The main factors limiting its effectiveness are power and loss issues. Therefore, after Lu Yongchang solved the two major problems, the progress of the Hall thruster research progressed a lot in an instant, with the vigorous cooperation of Chao Liangkai and a group of top engineers. In just over 10 days, the prototype of the first-generation Hall thruster appeared in front of everyone. Chapter 63 Trial Run. 100 knots. On the test bench in the Research Institute, a square engine with a dark black color radiates a mysterious color. This is the result of everyone's research in these 10 days. Improved Hall thruster. To be more precise, it is the Hall propulsion unit. Next to it is a small cylindrical nuclear fusion device. At this time, the small nuclear fusion device was completely larger than it was at the beginning due to the installation of various facilities. But even so, it is still the slimmest among all large generators. The injection port of the Hall propulsion unit is facing a concrete wall made of special materials. The purpose of this wall is simple. Block the jet wake of the Hall propulsion unit. The working fluid used in the Hall propulsion unit is a high-temperature helium ion flow produced by nuclear fusion. Therefore, the temperature of the jet wake of the Hall propulsion unit is extremely high. It can even reach hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Professor Liu. All inspections have been completed, and the Hall propulsion unit can start trial operation at any time. When he heard the report coming from beside him, Lu Yongchang looked a little more serious. He nodded cautiously. Get ready to start the trial run. Yes. Following Lu Yongchang's order, the eyes of all the researchers in the institute suddenly became excited. Although this is not the first Hall thruster in human history, but this is definitely the first Hall thruster in human history with a thrust reaching the KN level. As the small fusion reactor slowly started up, a low humming sound sounded. The small fusion reactor is working fine. The power output is normal. Prepare to activate the Hall propulsion unit. Academician Chao Liangkai on the side swallowed slightly and pressed the button on the console in front of him with his right hand trembling slightly. The next moment, a faint blue plasma stream appeared at the jet port of the Hall propulsion unit. As the operating power of the Hall propulsion unit continues to increase, the light of the plasma flow gradually becomes stronger. The thrust data displayed on the screen in front of everyone also gradually increased. 1 knot! 10 knots! 50 knots! 100 knots! Thrust data gradually stabilized. Chao Liangkai on the side stared blankly at the thrust figures in front of him. The next moment, a touch of excitement burst out in his eyes. It worked. We succeeded. 100 knots. 10 tons of thrust. This is 10 tons of thrust. Chao Liangkai's lips trembled slightly, and his eyes stared obsessively at the faint blue light in front of him. Beautiful. So beautiful. This faint blue flame symbolizes that human aerospace technology has entered a new era. Chemical fuels, at this moment, have become a thing of the past. After a brief period of joy, Lu Yongchang took the lead to calm down. Okay, let's stop the Hall propulsion unit first. Stop? Why stop? Chao Liangkai frowned subconsciously. Let's strike while the iron is hot and test the various data of the Hall propulsion unit. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Academician Chao. Before that, why don't you take a look at that concrete wall? Chao Liangkai was stunned and turned to look at the concrete wall in the distance. I saw that a deep pit had been burned out in the center of the 1-meter-thick concrete wall. Seeing that the wall was about to be burned through, he realized and hurriedly pressed the stop button. Facing Lu Yongchang's teasing eyes, Chao Liangkai couldn't help but blush. He became angry and said, Damn it. Who is responsible for this wall? What kind of bullshit material are you using? I can't hold it for just a few minutes. Are you cutting corners for labor and management? Director Chao. Yes, I am in charge. A researcher took a step forward with a wry smile. The materials used were approved by you, and they are already the best quality batch. Chao Liangkai. An hour after the test run ended, Hong Qiming finally arrived at the Aerospace Research Institute from the capital. Originally, Congressman Li planned to come in person, but due to some trivial matters, the task finally fell to Hong Qiming. Hong Bu? Why are you here? Seeing Hong Qiming, Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of surprise. Didn't you just return to the capital this morning? Hong Qiming glanced at Lu Yongchang with a resentful look. What do you think? I, the Minister of Science and Technology, am almost becoming your errand boy now. If you think about it carefully, that seems to be the case. Ever since Lu Yongchang appeared, he, the Minister of Science and Technology, has slowly become the mouthpiece between the Speaker of Parliament and Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang, who knew he was in the wrong, sneered and didn't reply. Hong Qiming did not continue this topic. He straightened his expression and said, What should I say? Is the experiment about to start? Lu Yongchang. The experiment is over. Hong Qiming. What the h-l? It's over. Then didn't he come here in vain? Hong Qiming looked like he had eaten shit. Ahem, but I can tell you the result. Seeing Hong Qiming's gradually changing expression, Lu Yongchang hurriedly said, The trial run was a complete success. The thrust of a single hull propulsion unit is 100 knots. Hong Qiming was slightly startled and muttered to himself. 100 knots. Well, 1 kilogram is approximately equal to 9.8 newtons. Lu Yongchang. Almost 10 tons of thrust. 10 tons? So little? Hong Qiming's brows frowned instantly. I remember that the maximum takeoff thrust of the CS-6 engine of the Boeing 747 can reach about 105 tons. Right. Is 10 tons of thrust a bit too little for an aerospace aircraft? Lu Yongchang chuckled. Minister Hong, you still didn't understand what I said. The thrust of a single hull propulsion unit is 10 tons. I never said that only one hull propulsion unit can be installed on an aerospace plane. Hong Qiming's pupils shrank suddenly. He swallowed slightly and said hesitantly, You mean we can install a large number of hull propulsion units on an aerospace plane? Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and shook his head quickly. Huh? A trace of doubt flashed in Hong Qiming's eyes. Yongchang, what do you mean by nodding and shaking your head? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and said slowly, It's like this. Although in theory, hull propulsion units can be installed without restrictions, the actual situation is not like this. We need to comprehensively consider the size and purpose of the aerospace aircraft and calculate a reasonable thrust. Hong Qiming nodded in understanding, then waved his hand and said, Hey! Why are you telling me these professional things? Just tell me how many hull propulsion units you plan to install on the first aerospace plane. I have to report to the chairman. Lu Yongchang laughed dumbly, shook his head and said, 10! Chapter 64 Have you ever heard that bricks fly away if you are so powerful? Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, Hong Qiming had no reaction. But Chow Liankai on the side couldn't help but exclaimed, 10 hull propulsion units? Didn't we say before that 5 propulsion units are enough? Huh? Hong Qiming narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Yongchang, don't talk nonsense about this. When the time comes for the chairman of the council to blame, I won't be able to hold it back. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly, shook his head, and hurriedly explained. Our plan from the beginning was indeed to install 5 hull propulsion units. Although the thrust of 50 tons is not comparable to large passenger aircraft such as the Boeing 747, it is enough for smaller aerospace aircraft. It's even more than enough. Hong Qiming's eyes became more confused. Then why? Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and then said, In the original design, the maximum flight altitude of the first-generation aerospace plane was within 2,000 kilometers, which is the Earth's low Earth orbit. Then I thought about it carefully. Since I was going to make an aerospace plane, why not just make the best one? It is better to double the number of hull propulsion units and enlarge the aircraft frame. Although the manufacturing difficulty may increase slightly, the performance of this first-generation aerospace aircraft will be greatly improved. According to calculations, this aerospace plane will be able to take off directly from the ground to the moon. The fuel it carries will be enough to support 2 round-trip flights between the Earth and the moon. Hong Qiming gasped suddenly. Good guy. What did he hear? Take off directly to the moon? Can we go back and forth twice? Looking at academician Chow Liangsai's widened eyes, Hong Qiming suddenly felt that he could not control the situation. Etc. Etc. Professor Lu, are you sure what you are talking about is verified data? Seeing Lu Yongchang nodding in affirmation, Hong Qiming's pupils shrank slightly. And then he reached out and took out his mobile phone from his pocket. Wait a minute. I need to report the situation to the speaker. A few minutes later, Hong Qiming hung up the phone with a complicated expression. What did the speaker say? Lu Yongchang asked Hong Qiming curiously. Facing Lu Yongchang's question, Hong Qiming glanced at him with a strange expression, and then slowly shook his head. I really don't know what kind of ecstasy soup you poured into the chairman of the council. Congressman Lee asked me to fully cooperate with your research plan. If you need anything, just tell me. Lu Yongchang looked slightly startled, as if he had thought of something. His eyes moved slightly, and he said directly, Minister Hong, in this case, I really have a problem that I need your help with. Hong Qiming's voice suddenly paused, and his expression became even weirder. You go ahead. But I have already agreed in advance that we will not do anything that violates our principles. Lu Yongchang. He smiled bitterly and touched the tip of his nose with his hand, and said angrily, Hongbu, you think too highly of me. I don't dare to do such a thing that violates the principles. Back to business. Lu Yongchang looked a little more serious. The first-generation aerospace plane is short of 3 pilots. Pilot? Hong Qiming waved his hand nonchalantly and said, This is a small matter. When the time comes, I'll take you directly to the Air Force Brigade to pick someone. And that's it. To Hong Qiming's surprise, Lu Yongchang shook his head and rejected his proposal. Hongbu, I'm afraid this won't work. Aerospace aircraft pilots have higher requirements. I'm afraid the Air Force Brigade can't meet their requirements. Hearing Lu Yongchang's words, a look of astonishment flashed across Hong Qiming's face. WTF? Even the pilots in the Air Force group can't meet the requirements? He glanced at Lu Yongchang in surprise. And after pondering for a moment, he said, Yongchang, don't you know the pilots in the Air Force Brigade? If ordinary pilots can't meet the requirements, you can definitely choose those golden helmeted ace pilots. Don't worry. Those pilots are absolutely very skilled. Lu Yongchang smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's not a matter of flying skills. Huh? Hong Qiming became more and more confused. According to my expectation, this aerospace plane will need to carry out multiple missions to the moon. In my opinion, flying skills are a secondary option. Lu Yongchang said meaningfully. Sufficient space flight experience is what aerospace aircraft pilots need most. Unlike ordinary aircraft in the atmosphere, aerospace planes are powerful enough to easily solve most unexpected situations in the atmosphere. After all, as the old saying goes, bricks fly with great force. What aerodynamics? It doesn't exist. As long as the power is strong enough, even a brick can help you fly out of the solar system. In addition, when the aerospace aircraft is performing its mission, it spends most of its time outside the geosynchronous orbit. Therefore, sufficient space flight experience has become one of the necessary conditions for a space plane pilot. After listening to Lu Yongchang's explanation, Hong Qiming nodded slightly. I see. In that case, let me go to the Xiaogua Astronaut Research and Training Center to help you take a look. When the time comes, I'll help you find 3 astronauts who have been in space. That'll be okay. Right? After hearing Hong Qiming's words, Lu Yongchang pondered for a moment and slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not yet. Minister Hong, don't forget, this aerospace plane is not a rocket. The pilot must take into account the flight mission within the atmosphere. Hong Qiming clicked his tongue lightly. This is troublesome. It is necessary to not only master the skills of flying in the atmosphere, but also have sufficient experience in space flight. There are also a series of other age and physical fitness requirements. Although no investigation has been conducted, Hong Qiming can still conclude Xiaogua should not be able to find talents who meet this standard. Not to mention Xiaogua. It is estimated that it would be difficult to find such talents on the entire Earth. Hong Qiming's eyes moved slightly, and he said softly, How about I select 3 astronauts and send them to the Air Force Base for training for a period of time? Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. That's a good idea. But then a concern came to his mind. This training at the Air Force Base, how long will it take? Hong Qiming frowned and slowly shook his head. I'm not very clear about this either. I guess it will take half a year to a year. No, it's too slow. Lu Yongchang frowned and glanced at the calendar next to him. April 3rd. Give them at most 1 month of training time, Lu Yongchang said decisively. After 1 month, I estimate that Xiaogua's first aerospace plane can be manufactured. Chapter 65. Space Station Project Cancelled? Xiaogua Astronaut Scientific Research and Training Base. Baishuan walked out of the centrifuge cockpit with empty steps. As a Xiaogua astronaut, overweight adaptation training is his daily fixed training program. Although he has trained for countless days and nights, the pain caused by the centrifuge has not eased at all. He slowly exhaled a breath and turned to look at the centrifuge behind him. I don't know when Xiaogua's space station project will be completed. Thinking of this, Baishuan's eyes dimmed a bit. He had heard some rumors recently The upper management seems to be canceling the original space station project. Even some planned manned space missions face the risk of being cancelled at any time. Thus, what is the future for these astronauts? Baishuan sighed deeply. Just as he was packing up his messy mood and preparing to head to the next training facility, a broadcast sound came from the loudspeaker next to him. Baishuan, Hongfan, Xiaowani, today's training mission is cancelled. Please go to the lobby on the first floor immediately after hearing the announcement. Baishuan's eyes moved slightly. Hongfan, Xiaowani. Not only did he know these two people, but he was also very familiar with them. To be precise, the three of them are all preliminary members of the Xia State Space Station project. Could it be that? Is the space station project making progress? Thinking of this, Baishuan's eyes flashed with excitement. Elevator entrance. Brother Xian. A crisp call came from behind Baishuan. Baishuan's eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look. The moment he saw the visitor, a faint smile appeared in his eyes. Wani, how's your recent training going? Speaking of which, we haven't seen each other for several days. Right. Xiaowani smiled and nodded. I've taken leave these days, so it's normal for Brother Xian that you can't see me. Ask for leave? Baishuan's eyes moved slightly, and he asked quickly. What happened? Xiaowani fell into silence. After a long time, she sighed softly and whispered, I may have to quit. What? Quit. Baishuan's pupils shrank suddenly, and he explained. At the same time, another hoarse male voice sounded from a distance. Wani, what did you say? Do you want to quit? Hearing this highly recognizable voice, Baishuan quickly turned around, stretched out his hand in the direction of the voice, and said low. Brother Xian, what's going on? It's so good. Why is Wani quitting? Hongfan hurriedly ran to the two of them, and asked in a low voice. Baishuan shrugged and cast doubtful eyes on Xiaowani, who looked gloomy next to him. Tell me, what's going on? Well, why are you suddenly quitting? Have you forgotten that the three of us are a group? Xiaowani bit her lips gently. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. I got the exact news from the elders in my family a few days ago. The Xia State Space Station project has been confirmed to be cancelled. So, the moment Xiaowani's voice fell, Baishuan and Hongfan's breath suddenly suffocated. Although he was somewhat expecting this result, Baishuan still couldn't control his emotions the moment he heard the exact news. He stretched out his hand and slammed the wall next to him. Damn! What happened to Xiaogua? Why was the space station plan suddenly cancelled? Xiaowani slowly shook her head. I don't know the specific reason, but I heard that it was the order personally issued by the chairman of the council. This sentence completely shattered the remaining luck in the hearts of the two of them. Hongfan's eyes dimmed instantly. After a long time, he asked in a hoarse voice. Then, what should we do? The three astronauts fell silent. Baishuan sighed deeply. Yeah. What should they do? They have been preparing for the space station project for several years. Not only the various trainings on the ground, but also the space missions. The three of them have carried out more than once. As an astronaut who has carried out several space missions, after experiencing the zero-gravity environment in space, he always imagined being able to return to space one day. The space station project proposed by Xiaogua some time ago is the best way for him to return to space. But now, with just one sentence, all their efforts have been in vain. Baishuan deeply experienced the feeling of the collapse of the Taoist heart. Ding! The sound of the elevator arriving broke the silence between the three of them. The elevator is here. Let's go down. Baishuan had a very sad smile on his face and took the lead towards the elevator. The moment he entered the elevator, Baishuan's eyes flashed with deep confusion. The radio told him to get down. Was it to tell them the news alone? The elevator runs very fast. In just a few dozen seconds, with a crisp beep, the elevator door slowly opened. The incandescent sunlight shines on the snow-white tiles, bringing an extremely strong reflection. Baishuan subconsciously closed his eyes. The strong light signal passes through the retina, through the optic nerve, optic chiasm and optic tract, and then through the superior colliculus arm to the pretectal area. In response to electrical signals from the oculomotor nerve, the pupillary sphincter begins to contract. In just a few seconds, Baishuan got used to the strong light in the hall. In the bright hall, two tall men stood. Baishuan's eyes moved slightly. He recognized the man facing them. That was Hong Qiming, Minister of Science and Technology of Xia State. Minister Hong, why is he here with us? Xiaowani's whisper came from the side. Baishuan quietly moved his lips. I don't know. Just take a step and see. Anyway, we already know the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, Hong Fan and Xiao Wani suddenly showed a bitter smile in their eyes. That's right. Now is the worst-case scenario. They're coming! The moment he saw Bai Yishuan and the others, Hong Qiming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he greeted the three of them loudly. Why are you standing there in a daze? Come here quickly! Lu Yongchang slowly turned around and looked at the three of them with deep eyes. The moment he saw the three of Bai Yishuan, he frowned subconsciously. How does it feel? Are these three so-called elite astronauts not in good mental condition? Before he could say anything, Hong Qiming on the side smiled and started introducing. Everyone, please introduce me. This is Professor Lu Yongchang, the first director of the Xiaohua Space Agency. Professor Lu. These three are the three reserve members of the original space station project. I remember, they must have experience in 3 space flights. As soon as Hong Qiming finished speaking, the eyes of the three people suddenly lit up. NASA? Chapter 66. Are you interested in participating in this project? The three of them looked at each other. Hong Fan couldn't hold his breath and asked first. Professor Lu, please ask, is Xiaohua Space Station project really going to be cancelled? Lu Yongchang was slightly startled. Has the Xiaohua Space Station project been cancelled? He looked at Hong Qiming next to him with a puzzled look on his face. Hong Bu, the Space Station project. A wry smile appeared at the corner of Hong Qiming's mouth. Professor Lu, you are also the director of the Xiaohua Space Agency. Why don't you tell me that you don't know about such a big thing? Lu Yongchang. Ahem. Seeing the guilty expression on Lu Yongchang's face, the helplessness in Hong Qiming's eyes became more intense. He sighed deeply, and then explained. A few days ago, the chairman of the parliament personally ordered to stop the Xiaohua Space Station project in the middle of the process. Why? Hong Fan's indignant voice came from the side. Is the chairman ready to give up exploring space? Hong Fan! Bai Yishuan shouted sternly. Don't talk nonsense. Just listen to what Minister Hong has to say. Hong Fan lowered his head angrily. Hong Qiming smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. It's okay. The Xiaohua State Space Station project was suddenly cancelled. I can understand your feelings. As for the reason for the cancellation of the space station, you should ask Professor Lu. He should know the reason best. As he spoke, Hong Qiming glanced meaningfully at Lu Yongchang beside him. The next moment, 3 pairs of eyes focused on Lu Yongchang's face. Lu Yongchang. He glanced at Hong Qiming beside him with a resentful look. Well, although he didn't know the specific reason, he could almost guess it, facing the confused and slightly angry looks of the 3 astronauts. Lu Yongchang subconsciously reached out and touched the tip of his nose and said with an embarrassed look. To put it simply, the original Xiaohua State Space Station has lost its value of existence. What? Bai Yishuan's eyes suddenly widened and he exclaimed in a low voice. That's a space station. There are only a handful of countries on the entire planet that have independent space stations. Its scientific research value is unimaginable. That's right. Lu Yongchang nodded slightly and said vaguely. In order to deal with future crises, Xiaohua needs to focus its energy on more valuable places. Because it involves a confidentiality agreement. Some information cannot be clearly disclosed to the 3 people in front of me. Especially the information about the sun's anomalies. Only when the 3 astronauts confirmed to join the aerospace shuttle project. He could tell the 3 astronauts the specific content. Xiao Wani's eyes dimmed suddenly when she heard Lu Yongchang's words. It's the same rhetoric again. As vague as ever. She sighed deeply and asked softly. Since Professor Lu thinks that the space station has lost its value, why are the 3 of us looking for it today? Since Xiaohua believes that space has no exploration value, what does it want us astronauts to do? Why don't we go home and rest? At this moment, even Bai Yishuan did not say anything to stop Xiao Wani. Just as the atmosphere in the hall gradually became stiff, Lu Yongchang raised the corners of his mouth slightly and chuckled. Who told you that space has no value in exploration? It's just that a space station project was cancelled. And you want to retire? Bai Yishuan's heart beat violently. He opened his mouth slightly, but didn't know what to say. A hoarse voice sounded from the side. Professor Lu, what do you mean? What do I mean? Lu Yongchang's smile became even bigger. I have a better project here. I wonder if the 3 of you are interested in participating? Can you go to space? Xiao Wani's voice contained a bit of vibrato. Certainly. Not only in space. You can also become the first astronauts from Xia Kingdom to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang's calm words were like thunder on the ground, directly shocking the 3 young astronauts. Enter space. Landing on the moon. These 8 words kept echoing in Xiaowani's ears. And gradually, the world in front of her eyes blurred. Tears of excitement filled her eyes. How about it? Are you interested in participating? Of course I do. Bai Yishuan and Hong Fan's voices sounded from the side. What about you? Xiaowani? Lu Yongcheng's question came. Because she was so excited, she couldn't say a word for a while, and could only nod her head desperately. Seeing this, Bai Yishuan smiled and patted Xiaowani's shoulder. Okay. It turns out that if we persist in training, it will pay off. Looking at the scene in front of him, Lu Yongcheng had a look of emotion in his eyes. Ever since the first ape looked up at the stars, the desire for the endless universe has been deeply engraved in human genes. When the 3 people's emotions gradually stabilized, Lu Yongcheng's face became slightly solemn. Let me tell you in advance that what you are about to participate in is the Xia Kingdom's first aerospace aircraft project. Although you have a lot of space flight experience, as a space plane pilot, this is not enough. Therefore, you need to go to the Air Force pilot training base for a month of special training. This training will be very tiring and difficult. You? Professor Lu. Don't worry. We will complete the training mission. Bai Yishuan interrupted Lu Yongcheng's words directly. Lu Yongcheng was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Okay. I'll wait for you at the National Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. I hope you won't disappoint me. America. CIA building. There was a rush of footsteps in the bright corridor. A man in uniform held a document tightly in his hand and walked quickly towards the office at the end of the corridor. The moment he came to the door of the office, he stopped suddenly. Then, he took a deep breath to calm down his somewhat violent breathing. Tuck, tuck, tuck. He raised his hand and knocked lightly on the office door. Come in. A deep male voice came from inside the door. He took another deep breath, then reached out and pushed open the office door. What's up? In the office, a white man with a hooked nose and a mean face looked at him with dark eyes. He swallowed slightly and reached out to hand the document in his hand to the man behind the desk. Director William, the spies from Xia country have sent the latest information. William Blair looked slightly startled, and then suddenly stood up from the chair. Quick! Get the documents! Upon hearing this order, the man hurriedly handed the document in his hand to him. William Blair quickly unfolded the document and looked at it carefully. Gradually, his face turned pale. Chapter 67 The United States, with all due respect. Electric propulsion is garbage. This is impossible! William Blair's face was pale, and veins popped out on the backs of his hands holding the documents. The next moment, he suddenly raised his head, looked at the man in front of him who had delivered the documents, and shouted with a ferocious expression. Quick! Prepare the car! Preparing a car? A trace of doubt flashed in the man's eyes, and he subconsciously asked, Where are you going? White House. William Blair reached out and grabbed his coat that was placed aside, and opened the office door. In 10 minutes, I want to see the door to the White House. The White House of the United States. William Blair clutched the A4 paper recording the intelligence in his hand and rushed to the president's office in a hurry. Then, without any surprise, he was stopped by 2 tall bodyguards. Let me pass. I have very important information to report to the president. As he spoke, William shook the document in his hand. Sorry, sir. It's Mr. Albert's nap time now, the bodyguard said expressionlessly. William Blair's eyes widened suddenly, and he even laughed in anger. WTF? Do you know who I am? You are the director of the CIA. Sir, the bodyguard continued calmly. But I still can't let you pass. Mr. Albert specifically told him that no one can disturb his nap. Sir, please be considerate of us. If we let you pass, we will lose our job. Another bodyguard added. Hi. William Blair sneered and glanced meaningfully at the 2 bodyguards in front of him. Okay. I hope you 2 will remember this today. Tell me, how long until the president's nap? 5 minutes. You can wait in the waiting area next to it. The bodyguard obviously did not take William's threat seriously, and nonchalantly pointed to the chair in the aisle beside him. 5 minutes later, as an alarm sounded from the presidential office nearby, the 2 bodyguards reminded softly. Director William, the president's nap time is over. You can go in. William Blair sighed deeply, stood up from his chair, and walked quickly towards the office door. Tuck, tuck, tuck. William adjusted his mood and gently knocked on the door of the president's office. Who? Just when William was about to respond, Albert's voice sounded again. Forget it. No matter who it is. Come in. William. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly before he pushed open the office door. William Blair? Albert rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretched and muttered in a low voice. Why are you here? Looking at the president, who was still asleep in front of him. William Blair's eyes trembled violently twice. He looked solemn and said in a deep voice, Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel from Xia State have sent a very important piece of information. Before he finished speaking, Albert raised his hand and interrupted William Blair's words. The next moment, Albert reached out and pressed a red button on the table. While William Blair was still wondering, the door to the office behind him suddenly opened. A secretary wearing OL's clothing walked into the office carrying a cup of brown drink. Albert's eyes stayed on the beautiful secretary's legs wearing black stockings for a few seconds. Then, he reached out and took the glass from the female secretary's hand, and nodded slightly to William. Coke, would you like a glass? By the way, what did you just say? William. He had never been so speechless in his life. Although he had heard people say that this president was very unreliable, he did not expect that it would be like this. Absurd. Suddenly, he gave up the idea of snitching to the president. After all, looking at this, it is estimated that the 2 bodyguards will not be punished for this matter. He took a deep breath and calmed down the turbulent emotions in his heart. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, the intelligence personnel of Xia State have sent important information. After hearing the news from Xiagua, Albert's expression gradually became more solemn. He picked up the glass, took a sip of ice coke, and asked in a low voice, What information? Xiagua has mastered the controllable nuclear fusion miniaturization technology. Cough. President Albert coughed, grabbed a napkin from the side, and hurriedly wiped the coke stains on his desk. What did you say? Controlled nuclear fusion miniaturization technology? How is this possible? Is the news reliable? William Blair shrugged. Of course it is reliable. Xia State officials have already recognized it. President Albert's face turned ugly for a moment. Damn it. He just spent a lot of money to buy a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. As a result, he bought someone else's obsolete product? Historically, only the United States harvested leaks from other countries. Albert never thought that during his tenure, the United States would be severely harvested by the Xia Kingdom thousands of miles away. Congressmanly, Albert muttered to himself with gloomy eyes. William reached out and handed the document to Albert. In addition, the intelligence personnel obtained a piece of information. Xiagua is developing an electric propulsion system and has cancelled the Long March 10th Heavy Lift Launch Vehicle Research Project. In my opinion, this is where we need to pay attention. Albert was slightly stunned. Electric propulsion system? What the hell is this? A trace of doubt flashed deep in William Blair's eyes, and he said with some uncertainty, It should be a new way of propulsion. I suspect that this is related to Xiagua's unusual behavior recently. For specific circumstances, I think you should ask our NASA director. Albert frowned, then picked up the black landline phone on the table. Ask Director Moulton to come see me. By the way, there's Anthony. Ask him to come too. Half an hour later, a short, slightly bald man looked at Albert in front of him nervously. Your Excellency, what do you want from me? Moulton, do you know about electric propulsion systems? Looking at the slightly bald NASA director in front of him, Albert frowned and said, Intelligence personnel sent information that Xia State is currently studying electric propulsion systems and has cancelled the original Long March 10th Launch Vehicle Research Project. Moulton was stunned for a moment, then asked with a look of disbelief on his face. Electric propulsion system? Your Excellency, are you sure it is an electric propulsion system? Albert's frown deepened. Of course. I'm sure. Moulton sneered, and the nervous look on his face disappeared. He lightly shrugged and said angrily, Your Excellency, with all due respect, the electric propulsion system is rubbish. Let Xiagua do the research. I don't think they can make any results on it. Chapter 68 Hidden Area 51. When he saw the confused looks on Albert and everyone around him, Moulton hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. NASA began research on electric propulsion systems decades ago. To be precise, it should be research on Hall thrusters. Albert raised his eyebrows slightly. Oh, NASA's research was successful? Moulton's expression froze. He shook his head slowly and said with an embarrassed look on his face, It's not a failure, but it's definitely not a success. The current Hall thrusters can only reach tens or hundreds of millinewtons of thrust, and are mostly used on deep space vehicles. Maybe you don't know what tens or hundreds of millinewtons means. Let me put it another way, and you will understand. The maximum thrust of the Hall thruster is about tens of grams. In the atmosphere, it can't even push an egg. Albert suddenly understood. But soon, his brows furrowed again. Then why did Siagwa cancel the Long March 10th launch vehicle research project? Faced with this question, Moulton fell silent. This is indeed a doubtful point. After all, he is just a director, not a researcher. It is perfectly normal to lack scientific research intuition. How about I find a time to ask the NASA professor? Albert slowly shook his head. Since this Hall thruster does not play a big role in the atmosphere, then there is no need to worry about it. What's more, we can't be sure whether these two pieces of news are smoke bombs specially released by Siagwa. Ever since he learned that Siagwa turned around and took out the second-generation nuclear fusion technology after selling the first-generation fusion reactor technology, Albert had some psychological shadows in his heart. The most important thing now is how we should deal with this series of operations by Siagwa. Moulton nodded respectfully and said in a low voice, in my opinion, we don't need to pay attention to the news released by Siagwa. After all, we have suffered enough in the matter of nuclear fusion. If they want to study Hall thrusters, let them study it. I believe that chemical fuel rockets are the best choice for mankind at present. Albert's eyes moved slightly, and his deep gaze looked at Moulton again. How are the preparations for the Pathfinder plan? Moulton looked slightly stern. Preparations have begun. Too slow. Albert's brows frowned instantly. Just starting preparations? According to the current development speed of the Xiao Kingdom, by the time their preparations are completed, their red flags may be all over the moon. Anthony, who had been silent, pursed his lips and winked at Moulton beside him. Moulton, I think it's time to start that project. Moulton's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a low voice, Anthony, are you sure? Anthony closed his eyes slightly and took a deep breath. I'm sure. The United States can be one step behind, but it must not fall behind others again and again. Albert on the presidential chair. He frowned and interrupted the two of them. Wait. What are you talking about? What project? Anthony suddenly turned his head and looked at Albert. Your Excellency, President, I applied to start the Area 51 project. Seeing Anthony's burning eyes, Albert's expression suddenly became strange. Huh? Area 51? Isn't that thing just an Air Force base? The next moment, Moulton's voice rang. Your Excellency, on the surface, Area 51 is indeed just an Air Force base. But in fact, Area 51 is the core base of the United States High-End Technology Reserve Plan. The expression on Albert's face became increasingly weird. Hey, gentlemen, that's not a funny joke. High-End Technology Reserve Plan? How come I never knew the United States had such a plan? The voice of Defense Secretary Anthony then came. The High-End Technology Reserve Program was started 50 years ago. The purpose is to reserve various high-end technologies and ensure that the United States is in a leading position in the world in the future. During this period, in order to ensure that secrets are not leaked, only the successive defense secretaries and NASA directors know. Not only you, but even the previous presidents of the United States did not know the existence of this plan. President Albert's expression suddenly suffocated. Well, successive presidents don't know that. His mentality calmed down a little. But soon, he thought of a very important question. What about funding? Why have I never seen the so-called Area 51 funding budget on the budget sheet? Anthony said with an embarrassed look on his face. Well, funds can be faked after all. About 10% of military expenditures over the past 50 years have been secretly flowing to Area 51. Albert's breath suddenly suffocated. Good guy. 10%. This is 10% of the United States annual military expenditure. A whole 50 years of spending. Albert couldn't even imagine what stuff was being studied inside. He took a deep breath and asked softly, Can I ask what technology is stored in it? Anthony and Moulton looked at each other. And then Anthony nodded slightly. Of course. The last Cold War made us deeply aware of the importance of space hegemony. Therefore, Area 51 mainly reserves some technologies in the aerospace field. For example, an enhanced version of the Saturn V, the Saturn VI launch vehicle. Albert's pupils shrank suddenly. As a native of the United States, Albert is naturally aware of the world-famous Saturn V heavy-lift launch vehicle. As the heaviest launch vehicle ever used in human history, the Saturn V rocket is 110.6 meters high. The takeoff weight reached an astonishing 3,038.5 tons. And the total thrust reached an extreme 3,408 tons. Because it was used for manned missions to the moon. It is also called a moon rocket. Albert swallowed slightly and said in a very difficult tone. Saturn VI? What is it used for? Moulton took over and said softly, Your Excellency, it was developed for Mars. Currently, there are 3 completed Saturn VI heavy-lift rockets hidden underground in Area 51. Mr. President, as long as you order the unlocking of Area 51, the Xia Kingdom is not even worthy of being compared with our great United States. Moulton's words made Albert's heart surge. He wished he could see the American stars and stripes planted on the surface of Mars right now. He took a deep breath, calmed down his turbulent mood, and said firmly, Get ready to sign the presidential decree. Start the Area 51 plan. Chapter 69 The aerospace plane is completed. Zuen number 1. Xia Kingdom. An Air Force training base. Baishuan held his waist with a pale face and looked up at the blazing sun in the sky. But it's over. Hong Fan's unique hoarse voice came from the side. Oh my god! I never want to come to this training base again in my life! Hearing Hong Fan's complaints, Baishuan pulled out a wry smile, shook his head and said, Stop talking about you. I don't want to see this training base anymore. Hong Fan's eyes lit up slightly. Brother Xian, can't you hold on anymore? This is a rare situation. This is the first time I've seen Brother Xian, and you're giving in. Baishuan glanced at Hong Fan angrily and said angrily, Are you kidding me? I'm not a robot. I definitely can't withstand such intense training. A burst of crisp laughter came from the side. I think Brother Fan is right. Since I realized it, I have never seen Brother Xian complain about the training content. Baishuan turned his head and glanced helplessly at the smiling Xiao Wani behind him. Looking at how energetic you are, how about I contact the coach again and fly around in the sky? The smiles on Xiao Wani and Hong Fan's faces disappeared instantly. Their heads shook like rattles. Are you kidding me? Fly around in the sky again? Recalling the scene when they first arrived at the training base a month ago, the two of them shivered slightly under the blazing sun. The 3 people who had just arrived at the training base were dragged directly onto 3 training aircraft without any theoretical foundation. The name is beautiful, practice is the best teacher. Then, the 3 astronauts were tortured severely by their respective coaches. Cobra maneuvers, Neshalov somersaults. Although the physical fitness of the 3 astronauts was good, they were still tortured by these fancy actions. After experiencing the torture on the first day, starting from the second day, the daily lives of the 3 astronauts were fixed on their respective training aircraft. In just a few months, the cumulative flight time of the 3 people even reached an astonishing 300 hours. On average, everyone spends a full 10 hours on airplanes every day. It can be said that during this month, except for eating and sleeping, the 3 of them spent almost all their time on the training machine. It's finally over. Xiao Wei shook her head to get these painful memories out of her mind, then stretched and sighed softly. Next, we should go to Professor Lu's place. Right. I don't know if the so-called aerospace plane has been built yet. Baishuan glanced at Xiao Wani's figure as she stretched, and said angrily, Don't be too happy too early. Professor Lu said at the beginning that after training at the Air Force training base, we still need to conduct some training on the aerospace plane. Xiao Wani smiled, shook her short hair and said, It's okay. After all, you can go to space. As long as I think about this, I don't feel tired anymore. Looking at Xiao Wani's bright smile, Baishuan couldn't help but be distracted for a moment. A roar of engines came from overhead. Baishuan's eyes moved slightly. He looked up at the gunship slowly landing in the sky, and said softly to his teammates, It's time for us to set off. In a factory outside Xia's National Aerospace Research Institute, a black, streamlined aircraft was parked quietly among them. The aircraft structure is similar to the American B-2 bomber. The biggest difference from the B-2 bomber is that its wing size is not as exaggerated as the B-2 bomber, thanks to the powerful power system. The total length of the fuselage is 30 meters, and the wing length is only 25 meters. At the tail of this aerospace plane are 10 black annular hall thruster nozzles. The engine appearance description at the beginning of Chapter 63 has been corrected. Lu Yongchang stood in front of the aerospace plane, his eyes filled with admiration. This is Xia's first real aerospace plane. It is no exaggeration to say that this aerospace plane symbolizes the highest technological level of mankind at this moment. Professor Lu, how about you give it a name? Academician Chao Liangsai's voice came from the side, interrupting Lu Yongchang's immersed thoughts. Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly, and he said without hesitation, Let's call it Zuen number 1. Chao Liangsai was stunned for a moment, apparently remembering the 3 major plans of the Xia Kingdom introduced by Lu Yongchang some time ago. The Zuen series aerospace plane in the Nanximen plan? Chow Liangkai raised his eyebrows slightly and asked softly. Why? You are not really planning to bring out the Nanchaman plan, are you? Lu Yongchang chuckled and looked at Zun number 1 in front of him with deep eyes again. Of course, not only the Nanchaman plan, but also the Tianning plan will be realized in the future. Chow Liangkai glanced at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Heavenly plan? That huge fleet of 2,500 starships? He chuckled and shook his head slowly. What a joke. That thing is probably only seen in science fiction movies. What? You don't believe it? Lu Yongchang caught Chow Liangkai's movements from the corner of his eye, then turned his head and looked at him with a smile and asked. Chow Liangkai was speechless for a moment. Is this a question of belief or not? But any normal person wouldn't believe it. How about we make a bet? After the production of Zun number 1 was completed, Lu Yongchang's mind became much more active. Chow Liangkai didn't hesitate at all, nodded immediately and said, What are you betting on? Lu Yongchang couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Ha ha, Professor Lu. If our Xia Kingdom really realizes the Heavenly Court plan 15 years later, I will eat this Zun number 1 on the spot. Seeing Lu Yongchang thinking seriously, Chow Liangkai said cheerfully. Lu Yongchang glanced at Chow Liangkai with a speechless expression. Fellow Taoist, these flags are full. He shook his head slightly and said angrily. Forget it. This Zun number 1 will be a souvenir when the time comes. I'm afraid you can't afford it. Let's do this. If it comes true, you can just treat me to a meal. I want to eat the chicken drumstick rice from Sandaiki University. Chow Liangkai was also speechless. Professor Lu, are you serious? Seeing Lu Yongchang nodding seriously, Chow Liangkai smiled bitterly and touched his nose. Okay, then it's settled. If it doesn't happen, you can just treat me to a meal. While Lu Yongchang and Chow Liangkai were chatting there, a researcher hurriedly ran to Lu Yongchang and whispered, Professor Lu, 3 aerospace plane pilots are here. Lu Yongchang's eyes suddenly lit up. The driver is finally here. Let's go and meet the driver. Whether this big guy can go to heaven depends on the 3 of them. Lu Yongchang greeted Chow Liangkai, turned around and walked towards the factory door. Chapter 70. Don't you want to go to heaven? As soon as Lu Yongchang arrived at the main entrance of the institute, he saw the 3 pilots of Zun 1 next to the helipad. Perhaps because they had just come out of the Air Force training base, the 3 astronauts still looked a little confused and tired. Bai Yishuan! Lu Yongchang's voice reached the ears of the 3 astronauts from a distance. When the leader Bai Yishuan heard his name, he subconsciously turned his head and looked in the direction of Lu Yongchang. The moment he saw Lu Yongchang, Bai Yishuan's eyes suddenly lit up. And then he whispered excitedly to the 2 companions beside him. How was it? When the 3 astronauts trotted up to him, Lu Yongchang chuckled and asked, How was the training result this month? Hong Fan shuddered suddenly, and a hint of sadness appeared on his originally smiling face. Professor Lu, please stop talking. You don't know how we spent this month. Lu Yongchang's eyes were full of smiles. He raised his eyebrows and said, I told you in advance. The training here will only be more tiring than the one at the Air Force Base. The moment he heard this, Hong Fan's face turned bitter. What? Do you want to give up? Lu Yongchang looked at Hong Fan with a bitter look on his face with interest. No. 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 Hong Fan shook his head repeatedly. Are you kidding? We've reached this point. How can we give up? I also want to be the first astronaut from Xia State to land on the moon. Lu Yongchang smiled and nodded and said, Don't worry. I will give you this opportunity. Now, let's go take a look at your future car. Hearing this, the eyes of the 3 astronauts became intense. When they saw the flamboyant and mysterious appearance of Zone 1, the 3 astronauts couldn't close their mouths. Hack! 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 Hong Fan excitedly exclaimed. Is this thing really from our Xia Kingdom? Even Bai Yishuan, the calmest of the 3, had a flash of surprise in his eyes. Xia Wani's delicate hands trembled slightly and brushed the cold L of Zun number 1. The cold touch on her fingertips did not extinguish the heat in her heart at all. There was a look of obsession in her eyes, and she murmured to herself, It's so beautiful. The reactions of the 3 astronauts fell into Lu Yongchang's eyes, and a proud smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is his proud work. Even in his previous life, he did not build an aircraft of this level. After all, most of his energy at that time was in the construction and research and development of dungeons. Let's go. I'll take you to see the cockpit. He smiled and greeted the 3 of them. After hearing this, Hong Fan swallowed subconsciously and said tremblingly, Can we go see the cockpit? Lu Yongchang. He glanced at Hong Fan with a strange look on his face. What? You don't want to fly this aerospace plane anymore? Bai Yixuan and Xiao Wani glanced at Hong Fan as if they were looking at a fool. Hong Fan. Lu Yongchang shook his head with a puzzled look on his face, and turned towards the boarding gate under the fuselage. Because a small fusion reactor is used as the power source. And the aerospace plane mainly performs scientific research and transportation tasks. Zuinwan's fuselage space is released to a great extent. Directly in front of the cockpit are 3 tempered glass portholes made of special technology. These 3 sides of tempered glass can not only resist the impact of most small meteoroids in the solar system, but can also greatly filter harmful rays and excessively strong visible light in the universe. Behind the porthole is a console filled with various control buttons and instruments. The console is so large that it takes 3 drivers to complete all operating tasks. This is also the main reason why Zuin No. 1 requires 3 pilots. Behind the console are 3 tall and spacious driver's chairs. Considering that the aerospace aircraft has a long flight time, all 3 seats are designed based on ergonomics. Huh? Xiao Wani noticed the 2 slightly plain chairs behind the driver's seat and asked Lu Yongchang softly. Professor, these 2 chairs. Passenger chair. Lu Yongchang replied directly. This is also for the consideration of future scientific research tasks. Xiao Wani nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the role of Zuin No. 1 was far beyond her imagination. Oh my god! Bai Yixuan subconsciously walked to the sophisticated console, and reached out to gently touch the buttons on the console. His pupils trembled slightly, and he murmured softly, This is simply a scene from a science fiction movie. The next moment, he turned his head and looked at Lu Yongchang with burning eyes. Professor Lu, when can we fly this aerospace plane? Bai Yixuan's question instantly attracted the attention of the other 2 people. Hong Fan and Xiao Wani turned their expectant eyes to Lu Yongchang. Lu Yongchang frowned slightly. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head and said, This is impossible to say. Seeing the dim look in the eyes of the 3 of them, he smiled and added, It depends on the effect of your training. You need to conduct driving training in a simulation cabin. After all, there is only one of this thing. If something goes wrong, I can't bear the responsibility. How effective is the training? Hong Fan's hoarse voice sounded. Is the training effective? Lu Yongchang's smile became even brighter. If you can practice well in one night, I will apply to the chairman of the Senate for a test flight tomorrow. After hearing this, Hong Fan's breathing became visibly faster, looking at the excited 3 people in front of him. A sly smile flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. This is the effect he wants. He firmly believes that after this stimulation, the training efficiency of the 3 astronauts will definitely double. After sending the 3 astronauts for training, Lu Yongchang looked at Zuin in front of him and murmured to himself. Sometimes I really envy them. What did you say? Chao Liangkai on the side looked at Lu Yongchang with a strange expression. Envy? Who do you envy? Bai Yixuan and the others. Lu Yongchang's face was full of longing. Don't you want to take a ride on this big guy? In no mood. Chao Liangkai curled his lips and said angrily. I don't want to feel the feeling of not being able to touch the ground. Besides, you can't fly to heaven on this thing. Lu Yongchang was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked. Why? The chairman will not agree to you doing such a thing. Chao Liangkai rolled his eyes. Don't you still know your importance now? Lu Yongchang nodded silently and did not reply. In the depths of Chao Liangkai's eyes that Chao Liangkai hadn't noticed, a look of contemplation slowly emerged. Chapter 71 Yingjiang. Do you think the pancakes I baked are delicious? Half a month passed by in a flash. The training program for the 3 astronauts has also come to an end. Looking at the training progress reports one after another, Lu Yongchang couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. I have to say that the person Hong Qiming chose for him is indeed good. The comprehensive quality of these 3 astronauts is definitely one of the best among all Xia Kingdom's astronauts. Coupled with the excitement of the pie drawn by Lu Yongchang before training, the combined effect of the 2 even made him unable to believe his eyes. Fusion reaction rate control. Hall thruster power control. Aerospace aircraft taking off and landing on the ground. And taking off and landing on the moon. The original 1-month training program was compressed into just 15 days. Lu Yongchang put down the training report in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then picked up the landline phone on his desk. Within the first ring of Xia Kingdom's capital city. Tuck tuck tuck. A rapid knock on the door made the old man, who was immersed in reviewing documents, frown. Come in! The old man put down the pen in his hand, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a deep voice. The heavy wooden door of the office was slowly pushed open. The moment he saw the visitor, a look of astonishment flashed in the old man's eyes. Academician Chow? Why are you here? The old man looked solemnly at Academician Chow Liangkai standing at the door, and asked softly, What? Is there something wrong with the Zuan No. 1 project? Chow Liangkai quickly shook his head, and then said in an excited voice, President, I'm here to report to you on the progress of the Zuan No. 1 project. This morning, the Zuan No. 1 project was completed. The old man's expression suddenly froze. The next moment, he stood up from the chair with a loud sound and looked at Chow Liangkai in front of him with burning eyes. Is this true? After hearing the chairman's question, Chow Liang straightened up and responded loudly with a serious face. It's absolutely true. Currently, the Zuan No. 1 pilot has completed all training projects. Zuan No. 1 has made all preparations and is ready for test flight at any time. Okay. The counselor laughed loudly. Without further ado, the test flight time will be... As he spoke, the congressman glanced at the calendar on his desk. Let's set it in 3 days. Correct. The chairman's eyes flickered and he whispered. This test flight will be broadcast live on the entire network. Xiaogua, it's time to show off your muscles to the world. In the evening of that day, Xiaogua News Channel broadcast a news. On the TV, the host said a piece of news with a smile that shocked Xiaogua and even the world. The latest news from our station is that the Zuan 1 research project, Xiao's first aerospace aircraft, was a complete success. In 3 days, Zuan 1 will conduct its first test flight. According to the latest order issued by the Xia State Council, this test flight test will be broadcast live on the full frequency band. The moment the news was broadcast, there was an uproar. I am not wrong. Right. Xiannu No. 1? Isn't this something from the Nanchaman plan announced not long ago? Damn it. Rabbit. Is this serious? Eagle sauce, Rabbit. Do you think my cake looks like it? Rabbit, Eagle sauce. Do you think my pancake is delicious? Stop talking. I've already asked for leave. Let's see you on the shark fighting live broadcast in 3 days. Dosha? Are you sure Dosha has this live broadcast? The news has said that full band live broadcast. Dosha must have it. Different from the reaction of Xiaogua netizens, there was a series of negative voices on foreign Twitter. Ha! I'm laughing so hard. You're even flying in the air. Is Xiaogua crazy because he's dreaming? TCH. This is definitely another smoke bomb. Originally, I thought that Xiaogua's harvesting of dozens of countries with nuclear fusion was enough of a trap. But I didn't expect that he could do this to me now. The current Xia country reminds me of the United States a few decades ago, where everyone was all bragging. Stop talking about it. If there really is a space plane, I will broadcast the butterfly swimming in the cesspool. Butterfly swimming is nothing. I'm swimming in a cesspool. Both of you upstairs. I've already taken a screenshot. Remember to send a link when the live broadcast begins. 3 days later, Shark Fighting Live. At 12 noon, a live broadcast room appeared on the homepage of Do Shark Live on time. Zuan No. 1 Test Flight Live Broadcast. The title is unremarkable, but from the moment the live broadcast room appeared, the number of viewers began to skyrocket. Zhao Zijia sat at the computer desk and excitedly controlled the mouse to open the Shark Fighting Live room. Black screen. The next moment, dense barrages appeared on the black background. Open the door! Open the door! You are capable of live broadcasting test flights, but you are not capable of opening the door? Is my phone broken? Why can't I see the picture? That's right. Your phone is broken and we all saw the picture. Looking at these nonsensical barrages, the corners of Zhao Zijia's mouth twitched slightly. I have to say that the saying that netizens have more fun is sometimes true. Just when he was about to tap the keyboard to send a barrage to participate in the interaction, the scene in the live broadcast room suddenly changed. A dazzling white light appeared in the lens. Ah! My eyes were blinded by the flash. Pay for it! Okay. Tell me your address, and community staff will come to your door immediately to send you warmth. Excuse me. After a few seconds, the camera image gradually became clearer. The moment he saw the picture, Zhao Zijia suddenly stopped breathing. In the lens, there is a long runway. At the beginning of the runway, there was a black aircraft with a full science fiction feel parked. The live broadcast room also fell into silence for a moment. But the next second, an overwhelming barrage appeared on the screen instantly. What the hell is this? Why do I look so much like an American B-2? Damn, it's a bunker. It's just a slight resemblance. Although I don't know the exact size. I can tell from the approximate proportions that the wingspan of Zuin-1 is much smaller than that of B2. While a group of netizens were arguing wildly over there, a voiceover sounded in the live broadcast room. Hello viewers. I am E, the host of this live test flight. It's now 12:15 Beijing time, and there are still 30 minutes left before takeoff. Before Zuin-1 takes off, let me give you a brief introduction to this aerospace plane. America. The White House. Albert looked at the picture on the TV with a gloomy expression. In the picture, it is the live test flight of Xiannu No. 1 of Xia Kingdom. Zuin-1 uses the latest Hall thruster. Thanks to this, its propulsion power can reach an astonishing 50 tons. Looking at the translation below the video, Albert's face became increasingly gloomy. Morton, tell me, what's going on? I remember you said that the Hall thruster has no effect at all in the atmosphere? Chapter 72. Oh no. Professor Liu is missing. Faced with President Abbott's question, Moulton looked pale and shook his head. No, I do not know. The Hall thrusters previously developed by NASA definitely did not have such a large thrust. How about? I asked Professor Austin, who was previously in charge of the Hall thruster project. Albert glared at Moulton hatefully and roared in a low voice. Why don't you go and ask? Moulton looked bitter, with a hint of grievance in his eyes. You obviously said you didn't need to ask the professor at the beginning. Huh? What did you say? Albert's face suddenly darkened. Moulton did not dare to reply, so he silently took out his mobile phone and dialed Professor Austin's number. The call was answered quickly. Professor Austin, this is Moulton. As soon as the call was connected, Moulton turned on the hands-free function and asked directly. I would like to ask, can the thrust of the Hall thruster reach 50 tons? No sound came from the microphone. Moulton frowned and asked softly again. Professor Austin, are you listening? Professor Austin's faint voice came from the microphone. Director Moulton, are you kidding me? That's not funny at all. Moulton glanced at the president next to him with an embarrassed look, coughed slightly and said, Ahem. Professor Austin, the president is by my side. I hope you'll think about it. After hesitating for a moment, Moulton spoke again and added, Xiagua already has a Hall thruster with a thrust of 50 tons, and installed it on an aerospace plane. What? This is impossible, Austin exclaimed from the other end of the microphone. The current generator power is absolutely unable to support such a Hall thruster. Moulton's eyes moved slightly, and he asked in a deep voice, What if, Professor Austin? I mean, what if Xiagua combined small nuclear fusion with Hall thrusters? Austin fell silent. From this silence, both Moulton and Albert got the answers they wanted. Okay, Professor Austin, I understand. That's it. Moulton hung up the phone feebly, then turned to look at Abbott. Your Excellency, President, perhaps we have completely lost this competition. No. Albert's eyes showed a bit of unwillingness. We still have the Pathfinder plan. As long as we take the lead in occupying Mars, we haven't lost yet. Inside Zuin No. 1, Baishuan and the other three were wearing flight suits and sitting quietly in their respective driver's seats. On the console in front of him, a variety of indicator lights flashed with unique light. Call! Hong Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat on the left, took a deep breath. What? Are you nervous? Baishuan's voice came from the side. Hong Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Brother Xian, aren't you nervous? This is our first time to use a real machine. Baishuan shrugged and said nonchalantly, It's okay. I've never had any accidents during simulation training. Hong Fan's face suddenly became stiff. His simulation training, although he only crashed once, the powerlessness of that crash caused a great psychological shadow on him. Okay. Xiao Wani, who was sitting in the passenger seat on the right, chuckled. This is different from simulation training. There are 3 of us driving together now, so nothing will happen. That's right. Even if you don't believe in yourself, you have to believe in my skills, Baishuan said seriously. When I come back successfully this time, I will. Shut up! Before Baishuan could finish his words, Hong Fan and Xiao Wenyi shouted in unison to stop Baishuan's flagging move. An embarrassed smile flashed across Baishuan's face after realizing it. Ahem. I didn't mean it. Zuin No. 1. Pay attention. There is a 10-minute countdown to take off. While the 3 of them were chatting, Chao Liangsai's voice came from the built-in earphones in the helmet. Baishuan looked solemn, and immediately pressed the radio switch to respond. Xiannu No. 1 received it. Start the small fusion reactor now. While talking, Baishuan turned a few buttons on the console in front of him. A certain warm-up time is required before the fusion reactor is started. Therefore, Zuin-1 needs to start the small fusion reactor 10 minutes in advance. After completing the operation, Baishuan suddenly realized a problem. Where's Professor Liu? Why isn't Professor Liu in charge of the command? Hearing Baishuan's question, a trace of doubt flashed across Hongfan's face. Hey, I noticed it when you said that. Wasn't this kind of thing under Professor Liu's control before? Why didn't Professor Liu stop taking command at such an important moment today? At the same time, inside the temporary command center of the institute, Chao Liangkai gently covered his right eye. For some reason, his right eye has been twitching since a few minutes ago. If the left eye jumps for money, the right eye jumps. Chao Liangkai shook his head and shook off his previous thoughts. Pooh! It's all feudal superstition. Are all the data of Zuin number 1 normal? Chao Liangkai asked the staff aside nervously. Everything is normal. The fusion reactor is being warmed up and is expected to be started within 5 minutes. Where's the ground crew? Chao Liangkai pondered for a moment and asked loudly. The next moment, a voice came. Everything is normal. The fuselage of Zuin-1 is in good condition and has been checked twice by the ground crew. Chao Liangkai's right eyelid twitched twice again. You still have a few minutes. Go check again. Make sure there are no mistakes. As he spoke, he raised his wrist and looked at the time. 8 minutes to go. What's going on with this guy Lu Yongchang? At such an important moment, he actually went to the toilet? Chao Liangkai frowned, turned around and said to a researcher next to him. Go and get Professor Liu. No matter how anxious he is, he still has to wait until Zuin number 1 goes to heaven before he poops. He is also the person in charge of this project after all. At such a critical time, what would it look like for the person in charge to throw up his sleeves and walk away? Hearing Chao Liangkai's scolding, the researcher looked bitter and hurriedly turned around and ran towards the toilet of the research institute. 5 minutes later, the researcher ran back in panic. Chao! Academician Chao! It's not good! What's wrong? Perhaps it was because Zuin-1 was about to take off. Chao Liangkai's temper became worse. Zuin-1 is about to take off. Don't say such depressing words. Tell me, what happened? The researcher hesitated and said, Liu. Professor Liu. He is missing. Chapter 73 Takeoff. What? The moment he heard the researcher's words, Chao Liangkai felt a buzz in his brain. How could such a big person disappear? Chao Liangkai stared at the researcher in front of him with splitting eyes, and shouted angrily, There are so many toilets in the research institute. Have you searched for them? The researcher was almost crying. Facing Chao Liangkai's questioning, he shook his head with a grimace. I've already looked for him, but I just didn't see Professor Liu. Don't talk about Professor Liu. There's no one even in these toilets in the institute. Chao Liangkai took a deep breath, turned his head and shouted loudly. Monitoring! Adjust the monitoring for me quickly. Academician Chao. There is still 1 minute left before the scheduled takeoff time. A reminder sounded from the side. Chao Liangkai gritted his teeth, sighed heavily and said, Forget it. Let's settle the matter of Zuin number 1 first. Since Professor Liu is not here, I will direct the entire test flight of Zuin 1. As he spoke, Chao Liangkai reached out and picked up the wireless phone on the podium. Attention number 1 Zuin. 30 seconds countdown to takeoff. Zuin number 1. The 3 drivers stared intently at the instrument data on the console in front of them. A figure wearing a white flight suit quietly appeared in a corner behind the cabin. The camera zoomed in, and the face in the helmet turned out to be Professor Lu Yongchang, who was supposed to be in the toilet. Lu Yongchang quietly walked to the passenger seat behind the driver's seat. Because the seats of the 3 driving positions are relatively tall, resulting in a certain blind spot in the field of vision, the 3 drivers did not realize that there was an extra person on the chair behind them. He skillfully grabbed the seat belt on the seat and tied it to himself. There was a look of satisfaction in Lu Yongchang's eyes. Not bad. Not bad. It was not in vain for him to train secretly so many times. Click! The sound of the seatbelt buckle was particularly loud in the silent cabin. Lu Yongchang stiffened suddenly and stared at the 3 drivers in front of him with trembling eyes. Good. Lu Yongchang's Adam's apple moved slightly, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The plane has not taken off yet. Once it is discovered, he can be 100% sure that he will definitely be kicked off the plane by then. After a few seconds, Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the 3 pilots' expressions remained normal. It should be the headphones in the helmet that blocked the sound just now. 30 seconds countdown! Lu Yongchang's eyes moved slightly. It's about to take off. There was excitement in his eyes. Xiannu number 1 received it. The output power of the small fusion reactor is normal. Prepare to activate the Hall thruster. Announcements came from the headphones in the helmet. Lu Yongchan couldn't help but become a little nervous. Even though he has been a human for 2 lifetimes. This is his first time taking a space plane and entering space. 3, 2, 1, take off! Following Chao Liancai's order, Baishuan in the main driver's seat pushed the joystick on the console with firm eyes. A slight trembling sensation came from the soles of my feet. Hall thrusters activated. As soon as this thought flashed through Lu Yongchan's mind, he felt himself being pressed firmly against the back of the chair by a huge force. In the shark fighting live room. Why hasn't it taken off yet? All the flowers I've been waiting for have withered. At the moment when all the netizens were anxiously waiting, a calm, commanding voice came. 30 seconds to take off. Hearing this command, the netizens in front of the computer suddenly became energetic. In the live broadcast screen, a faint blue flame slowly appeared at the tail of the Zun-1 space plane. Hack! Hack! What the hell is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Damn! There are so many mock rings. Is this the tail flame of the Hall thruster? I love it. Come here. Put me on the rack and roast me to cheer up everyone. The 30 seconds of waiting time passed by in a flash. As the order to take off was given, the faint blue flame at the tail of Zun-1 suddenly increased several times in size. The next moment, driven by the Hall thruster, Zun-1 began to accelerate slowly. In just a blink of an eye, it came to the end of the runway. As the nose of the plane tilted upward, Zun number 1 jumped into the blue sky. The moment this scene was recorded by the camera, there was naturally another burst of howling ghosts and wolves in the live broadcast room. It's taking off! It's taking off! Damn it! This tail flame! This appearance! I won't tell you! A 10-year-old fan of Zun number 1 came here uninvited. They say Zun 1 is an aerospace plane. So where is the destination of this test flight? It won't just go for a ride in the sky. Right. The host of the live broadcast seemed to have seen this barrage and explained softly. The destination of Zun 1 this time is the geosynchronous orbit 36,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface. It's actually a synchronous orbit. Xiao Zijia, who was sitting in front of the computer, gasped suddenly. Take off from the surface and head directly to geostationary orbit. The power of Zun number 1 is probably more exaggerated than everyone imagined. Not to mention how many satellites from other countries are in the synchronous orbit. Or whether Zun 1 carries weapons and equipment. Even if it just dropped a tungsten rod. Most countries cannot bear the consequences. Captured by a high-speed camera, the figure of Zun number 1 clearly appeared in the live broadcast. After taking off, the faint blue flame at the tail of Zun 1 once again increased in size. Unlike ordinary chemical fuel engines, the wake of the Hall thruster is high-speed plasma hundreds of millions of degrees Celsius. Therefore, in the atmosphere, the tail flame of Zun 1 looks particularly spectacular. Countless Mach rings are densely distributed in the 10-meter-long faint blue flame. Before many netizens could express their emotion, the nose of Zun 1 was suddenly pulled upward. Driven by the Hall thrusters, the entire aircraft climbed upward at a slope of nearly 90 degrees. Bang! A loud noise came from the sky. A beautiful sonic boom cloud instantly appeared around the fuselage. The moment the sonic boom cloud appeared, the number of barrages in the live broadcast room instantly increased dozens of times. Holy shit! 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 Mom! Come out and see God! Is this the speed of sound? Good guy! Isn't the maneuverability of Zun number 1 too strong? As Zun number 1 plunged straight into the sky, a burst of cheers suddenly came from the research institute. Listening to the celebrations around him, academician Chao Liancai secretly took off his glasses and wiped his eyes with his hands. How many years? In the field of aerospace, Xia State finally surpassed the Western powers in a true sense. Before Chao Liancai could be happy, an alarm suddenly sounded. Academician Chao. Zun number 1 speed suddenly slowed down a lot. Zun 1's trajectory has deviated from the planned orbit. Chapter 74 is slow. Slower. Chao Liancai's expression changed drastically. Without any time to think, he directly grabbed the radio on the command platform and shouted loudly. Call Zun number 1. Call Zun number 1. Please answer if you hear me. Soon. Baishuan's response came from the radio. Ground Command Center. Zun number 1 has received it. And there's a response. It seems that there are no major problems. Chao Liancai breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly asked. What's going on? Why did the plane suddenly slow down and deviate from the planned orbit? After a moment of silence, Bai Xuan's slightly bitter voice came. Report. Lu. Professor Lu is on the plane. Go back a few minutes. The moment Zun1 took off, Lu Yongchang, who was in the back seat, was pinned down on the passenger seat by the recoil force. After takeoff, the recoil was slightly less. Just as Lu Yongchang breathed a sigh of relief and was about to say H, low to the three pilots, an even stronger recoil pushed him back into his seat again. Unlike when taking off, the acceleration this time came quickly and urgently. Not only that, Lu Yongchang felt that his sitting posture had also deflected 90 degrees. The blood all over his body surged towards his brain under the influence of recoil and gravity. And Lu Yongchang's face instantly turned red, the result of a sudden influx of large amounts of blood into the blood vessels of the brain. A chill flashed through Lu Yongchang's heart. It's not a good idea to go on like this. Waves of dizziness hit him, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He stretched out his hand, pressed the radio switch with difficulty, and said with difficulty on the channel of Zun number 1 team, Slow down. Slow down. Hack *3. Hearing the voice coming from the helmet radio, the three pilots trembled suddenly and uttered a soul-stirring phrase in unison. Bai Xuan's hand holding the joystick trembled violently, and the fuselage of Zun number 1 also trembled violently. Hack. This time, the modal particles came from Lu Yongchang's mouth. He suddenly regretted boarding the plane rashly. Under the operation of the three pilots, the acceleration of Zun1 slowly decreased, and the fuselage gradually returned to stability. The fuselage has also returned to the normal range from an inclination angle of nearly 90 degrees. Huh? I'm alive. Lu Yongchang tugged on the collar of his flight suit, slowly exhaled a breath, and sighed softly. Professor Lu. We should say this. Hong Fan, who was sitting in the passenger seat on the left, turned around and looked helplessly at Lu Yongchang in the back seat. So, Professor Lu, why are you here? Sighed? Yes, Professor Lu. Do you know how dangerous it was just now? Xiaowani, who was sitting in the passenger seat on the right, also joined the condemnation camp. She looked at Lu Yongchang angrily and said angrily, Fortunately, the power of the Hall thruster was not very powerful just now. If the thruster power were more powerful and the acceleration higher, I guess you wouldn't even have a chance to speak. Lu Yongchang smiled and coughed lightly. Ahem. Isn't this just to go to space and see? This is also for my next research project. As for how it got up, I designed this plane after all. Can I not know where to hide someone? As he spoke, Lu Yongchang proudly patted his flight suit and seat belt. Don't worry. I trained several times. 3 pilots. Just when the 3 of them didn't know what to do, Chao Liangsai's voice came over the radio. What's going on? Why did the plane suddenly slow down? Bai Xuan turned around and glanced at Lu Yongchang with a wry smile. Professor, how should I answer? Unlike the 3 astronauts, the old man Lu Yongchang said on the ground. Of course I tell Lao Chao the truth. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. The bitter smile in Bai Xuan's eyes grew stronger. Then he turned around, pressed the radio switch, and truthfully reported the situation inside Zun1. What the hell? In just a few seconds, Chao Liangsai's roar came over the radio again. Why did that kid Lu Yongchang go to your side? Where are others? Let him speak. Ahem. Old Chao. A trace of embarrassment flashed in Lu Yongchang's eyes. He stretched out his hand to touch his nose and said softly, Shut up! Don't get close to me! Chao Liangsai, who was still on the podium, felt bad the moment he heard Lu Yongchang's voice. You? Get down here quickly! Lu Yongchang shrugged and responded calmly. Old Chao, calm down. I'm just taking a flight. Is it necessary to be in such a hurry? Chao Liangsai was so angry that he laughed. Take a plane? You call this a plane ride? This is the first test flight of Zun1. If something goes wrong, how can I explain to Minister Hong and representatively? Calm down. Calm down. Old Chao, you have to believe in the quality of Zun number 1. And more importantly, you have to believe in the skills of the 3 pilots. Lu Yongchang said cheerfully. No. Bai Xuan, I order you to return immediately and send Professor Lu down to me first. Chao Liangsai stopped talking nonsense with Lu Yongchang and gave orders directly to Bai Xuan. No. We can't return. Lu Yongchang's expression suddenly became serious. Uncle. Can I call you uncle? Chao Liangsai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Well, why are you going up to the sky? Lu Yongchang was silent for a moment and whispered. I said that I would lead the Xia kingdom to the universe. It can't be that in the end. the director of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. Have never been to space. Right. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? What's more, seeing the universe with my own eyes will help me with my subsequent research. Academician Chow. I do scientific research just for the starry sky above my head. Do you understand? After hearing what Li Yongchang said, Chow Liangkai fell into silence. As a scientific researcher, Chow Liangkai naturally understands the feeling of dying in the morning after hearing the truth. After a long time, he sighed slightly. Hey, okay. You can do it. However, I need to report this matter to Minister Hong and the Assembly Chairman. Lu Yongchang's face suddenly fell. This? I'm afraid it's not good. Right. The two of them are so busy. So there's no need to bother them with this little thing. Right. No way. Chow Liangkai snorted and said angrily. Okay, I won't say any more to you. Where's Bai Yishuan? Academician Chow. I'm here. Bai Yishuan, who was in the driver's seat, responded quickly. Remember, Professor Liu is the future of Xia country. Even if you all die, you still have to bring him back safely. Do you hear me? Otherwise, you will be the eternal sinners of Xia kingdom. Chow Liangkai spoke in a serious tone. Yes. Bai Yishuan looked solemn and responded loudly. Please don't worry. Chief. Chapter 75 Geosynchronous Orbit. After the radio communication ended, the atmosphere in the cabin suddenly became a little tense. Ahem. Lu Yongchang twisted uncomfortably. Everyone, don't be so dull. We have to fly for a long time. Bai Yishuan, who was in the driver's seat, looked slightly moved and said in a deep voice. Professor Liu, please follow our instructions. Hong Fan, please check Professor Liu's seat belt again. Yes. Hong Fan reached out to unbuckle the seat belt on his seat and stood up to check with Lu Yongchang. I said, there's no need to be so serious. Right. Lu Yongchang looked helplessly at Hong Fan in front of him. I won't joke with my own life. I've simulated it many times, and I guarantee nothing will happen. Professor Liu, I am a soldier, and it is my bounden duty to obey orders. Bai Yishuan's faint voice came from the front. Since Academician Chow has given us the order, we will protect your personal safety at all costs. If, at this point, Bai Yishuan's voice paused slightly. If something really happens, you can use my escape device to escape. There were originally 3 escape devices stored on Zuin 1. Each escape device includes a skydiving device, protective clothing and oxygen bottles. Although these devices cannot ensure the safety of the driver in space outside the atmosphere, they can still bring people safely back to the ground within the atmosphere. After Bai Yishuan finished speaking, the atmosphere inside the Zuin No. 1 cabin became a little heavier again. Lu Yongchang was slightly moved. He subconsciously reached out and touched his nose and said softly, Actually, I secretly brought an escape device up, right behind the cabin. Bai Yishuan and the other 3. Ahem. Professor Liu, we have reached the predetermined altitude. Next, the flight attitude of Zuin 1 will undergo some changes. If you feel uncomfortable, please be sure to tell us. Bai Yishuan changed the topic with a straight face. Awkward. So embarrassing. He was even ready to sacrifice. As a result, the man actually brought his own escape device. What is this? Thoughtful? Of course. If Lu Yongchang knew Bai Yishuan's psychological activities at this time, he would tell him sternly. Sorry. This is just a simple fear of death. He didn't want to live his whole life again only to end up in a place like this for no apparent reason. As Bai Yishuan turned a few buttons on the console in front of him, a cool white light slowly lit up inside the cabin. Drop! As a system self-check reminder sounded, Bai Yishuan's expression suddenly became more solemn. The air pressure is stable. The oxygen content is normal. The oxygen production equipment is operating normally. And the air filtering device is normal. The Hall thruster power is normal. Get ready to speed up. As the orderly and compact reports reached Lu Yongchang's ears, some changes occurred in the flight posture of Zuin 1. As the nose of the aircraft gradually tilted up, Zuin 1 showed an inclination angle of 60 degrees with the ground. The next moment, an even stronger vibration came from under my feet. The rate at which deuterium and tritium bubbles appear in this small fusion reactor increases rapidly, and astonishing amounts of energy are rapidly released from the interior of the deuterium and tritium atoms. Immediately afterwards, the faint blue flame at the tail of Zuin No. 1 became a little stronger again. The huge recoil once again pinned Lu Yongchang to the seat. Professor Liu, how are you? Can you withstand this acceleration? Bai Yishuan's questioning voice came from the side. Listening to his voice, it seemed that such acceleration was very easy for him. On the other hand, Lu Yongchang's face turned slightly red. He nodded with some difficulty and said, "Don't worry. I can bear such acceleration." Xiao Wani on the right turned to look at Lu Yongchang with some worry, and said softly, "How about, let's slow down a little more." In the dense atmosphere, the ultimate flight speed of Xuanwen is about Mach 5. But in the upper space with a thin atmosphere, and with sufficient acceleration time, Xuanwen's top speed can reach the first cosmic speed, 7.9 kilometers per second, which is about Mach 23.2. After entering the geosynchronous orbit, there is no influence of the atmosphere. After a long period of acceleration, the flight speed of Xuanwen can even reach the astonishing second cosmic speed, 11.2 kilometers per second. This is also the minimum speed required for Xuanwen to go to the moon. But even so, due to Lu Yongchang's physical condition, it took Xuanwen a full 5 hours to reach the geosynchronous orbit of 36,000 kilometers. Although it seems to take a long time, compared with the time it took for previous satellites to enter orbit, Xuanwen can be said to be extremely fast. Low-orbit satellites, that is, low Earth orbits hundreds of kilometers above the Earth's surface, generally only take dozens of minutes to complete from launch to orbit. If it is a geosynchronous orbit of 36,000 kilometers, a satellite often needs to travel for nearly a month to successfully enter the orbit. After all, the rocket will only push the satellite into a low Earth orbit a few hundred kilometers above the surface, and the satellite will have to travel the rest of the way. As the height of Xuanwen gradually climbed, the scenery outside the portholes gradually changed. The distant horizon gradually turned into an arc glowing with crystal light. Next, what caught Lu Yongchang's eyes was a pitch-black universe, like a pure black curtain, and above this pure black curtain, there are dots of crystal gems with faint light. Those crystal gems with faint light are stars that are tens or even hundreds of thousands of light years away from the Earth. At the same time, a feeling of weightlessness came over me. Lu Yongchang, who experienced this feeling for the first time, frowned slightly. To be honest, it's not very pleasant. "Professor, we're here." Baishuan's voice reached Lu Yongchang's ears. Thanks to the good air tightness of the Xuanwen cabin and various oxygen production and air filtration devices, everyone does not need to wear bulky spacesuits at all times as long as they do not leave the cabin. "What a beauty!" Lu Yongchang's deep eyes looked through the porthole in front of him, staring intently at the starry sky in the distance. There was a slight movement in his heart. That's the direction of Proxima Centauri. As a red dwarf star only 4.22 light-years away from the Earth, its visible magnitude is 11. Therefore, Lu Yongchang cannot observe it with the naked eye. But even so, Lu Yongchang still felt a little inexplicably agitated in his heart. Perhaps the future of mankind lies near that distant red dwarf star. "Call the ground control center! Call the ground control center! Xuanwen has arrived in synchronous orbit. Please give instructions." Baishuan's voice interrupted Lu Yongchang's meditation. "TSK. TSK. Got it. Xuan number 1. Reporting on your situation."